Apocalypse stockpiling, building a 100-ton king to crush all. Buzz. The current time is April 1st, 2035. This is the final broadcast from this station. The survivor base has been overrun by zombies. All remaining survivors, please. Brother you. Even in the next life, I'll still be your brother. Brother you, in the next life, will still be your women. The base was in chaos. Zombies surged in from every direction, a roaring tide of decay and hunger. Jiangyu could only watch as his comrades, his brothers and his lovers, were devoured before his eyes. No. Jiangyu bolted upright in bed, gasping for air. A human-shaped sweat mark clung to the sheets, and the old electric fan groaned in protest as it turned. I've actually been reborn. He looked around, stunned. Everything, the cracked ceiling, the humming fan, the faint smell of instant noodles, it was all so familiar. It was the morning of April 1, 2030. 5 years before the end of the world. That day, two colossal planets collided near Earth, unleashing a meteor shower that pierced the skies like divine punishment. Cities were left cratered and burning. The world became a furnace. Even in Shanghai, the temperature soared to 80 degrees Celsius. 20 to 30 degrees was comfortable. 40 meant heat stroke. 80. Even air conditioners smoked and died. But that was only the beginning. 7 days later, the radiation from the meteorites spread like a plague. 90% of humanity mutated into zombies. The survivors, humans, animals, even plants, changed into something else. In his previous life, Jiangyu had been one of the lucky few. He awakened an SSS-level superpower, the power of control. With it, he gathered hundreds of survivors and founded a base in Shanghai. People called him the Controller. But in a city with tens of millions of zombies, even power has its limits. Their defenses fell. Food ran out. And one by one, everyone he loved was eaten alive. Jiangyu himself was torn apart in the chaos. Tai Tu. Xiao Wu, he whispered, trembling at the memories of his fallen brothers and the woman he couldn't save. This time, he swore, he would never walk that same doomed path. He rose from bed. The fan rattled behind him, its breeze cool against his back. Everyone scorns this broken fan, he muttered, smiling faintly. But when the world burns, even the rich would kill for one. He opened the refrigerator and pulled out a bottle of gujiao. One long gulp later, warmth spread through his body. Ah, perfect. He let out a satisfied burp, feeling almost transcendent. In the apocalypse, the oceans boiled and the rivers dried. People fought over a sip of dirty water. Once, a famous actress had offered her body in exchange for permission to urinate on him. That was reality. Grr. His stomach growled. A quick search revealed only a single bucket of Master Kong pickled beef noodles. After the apocalypse, almost all food spoiled under the heat. Instant noodles became more precious than gold. Don't underestimate this tiny bucket. In the wasteland, men killed their own fathers for less. If he'd had just a little more food last time, maybe, the base wouldn't have fallen so fast. He checked the calendar. March 29, 2030. 3 days before the end. We have to prepare, he said quietly, eyes hardening. But when it came time to act, reality hit him. His mother had died early. His father, a truck driver, raised him alone before dying in an accident 2 years ago. Since then, Jiangyu had dropped out of school and inherited his father's old truck. After paying off debts, he only had 50,000 yuan left. Too little for serious preparation. And from experience, he knew, fixed shelters were death traps. Too many zombies. Once surrounded, there was no escape. When food ran out, people went mad. Worse yet, meteorites would soon rain down, destroying anything above ground. So he needed something else. A mobile shelter. But where do I find one? He stepped outside. Parked in front of his home was a massive red truck, his father's old Dayun box truck. 14 meters long, 2.5 meters high, weighing 20 tons. The king of the road. But even this giant couldn't outrun thousands of zombies. And under the relentless heat, most vehicles failed within days. Using it as a shelter wouldn't work. Still, Jiangyu climbed into the cab, determined to search for ideas. But the moment his hand touched the steering wheel, a glowing message appeared before his eyes. Upgrading the vehicle requires 1,000 kill points. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade. Minutes later, Jiangyu sat motionless, heart pounding as he explored the glowing interface before him. He had been bound to a post-apocalyptic evolution system. A system capable of evolving anything he touched. Water, food, clothes, weapons, even his truck. All it required was kill points. A grin spread across his face. With this, I can survive. He could transform the 100-ton truck into a mobile fortress, self-sustaining and unstoppable. On the upgrade menu, he noticed options. Autonomous driving system. Modular interiors, toilets, kitchens, sleeping quarters. Explosion-proof armor plating. Expanded cargo hold. And then, dimensional carriage, space 0/99 upgrade cost, 1,000 kill points. A dimensional space, like a video game inventory. Where time froze, and items never decayed. If he stored a piece of beef now, it would be just as fresh 10 years later. Excitement surged through him. With this, I could stockpile unlimited supplies. I'll never starve again. But there was a problem. To upgrade, he needed kill points. And right now, there were no zombies. He frowned. This is still a peaceful world. I can't exactly go around ramming people with my truck. Only 3 days remained until doomsday. He needed points, fast. Just as despair began to set in, a distant voice called out. Fresh eggs. Fresh fish. Cheap, cheap. Jiangyu turned toward a nearby market, where vendors were shouting beneath colorful umbrellas. Eggs, huh, he murmured, rubbing his chin. He walked over, picked one up. Crack. And smashed it on the ground. Golden yolk splattered across the pavement. Holy shit, you smashed my balls. The vendors were getting anxious. But Jiangyu was overjoyed. Because a prompt appeared in front of him. Kill points plus 0.01. He originally just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect to actually get kill points. Boss, I'll take all your eggs. Young man, are you sure? I have 10,000 eggs here. The bald boss, who had just been furious, suddenly became amiable. 10,000. Jiangyu frowned. One egg only earns 0.01 points, and even 10,000 eggs only earn 100 points. Upgrading the dimensional carriage costs 1,000 points, but you not only need to upgrade the carriage, you also need to upgrade the vehicle's defensive capabilities. Otherwise, even if the apocalypse arrives, it will still be impossible to stop the zombie attack. 10,000 is far from enough. I want 100,000. 100,000. Upon hearing that Jiangyu wanted 100,000 eggs, the bald boss's eyes widened. Are you serious? 100,000 eggs, that's almost 40,000. 40,000. Upon hearing that 100,000 eggs would cost 40,000, Jiangyu touched his gag. He only had about 50,000 yuan in cash on hand. Besides eggs, he also needed to buy other supplies, which would require a large sum of money, and the 50,000 yuan in his pocket was simply not enough. We need to get more money. Young man, do you still want the eggs? Seeing Jiangyu remain silent, the bald boss thought Jiangyu was about to change his mind, so he quickly said, I can give you a discount, it will only be 35,000. Okay. Jiangyu nodded, however, I'll give you a deposit of 10,000 yuan first, and I'll give you the rest in 3 days. This. The bald boss hesitated. 100,000 eggs would cost nearly 30,000 yuan just to buy them. Jiangyu only gave a deposit of 10,000 yuan. If Jiangyu later cancels the order, he will lose everything. Sensing his boss's hesitation, Jiangyu pointed to Dayun Road not far away. That's my car, worth over 500,000 yuan. If you don't pay the balance in 3 days, you can have the car. Okay. After weighing the options, the bald boss nodded in agreement. He had these 10,000 eggs in his hand for almost a month, and they would spoil if left unattended. Why not take a gamble? If Jiangyu doesn't buy it then, I won't lose out even if I get a car worth over 500,000 yuan. A deal involving 100,000 eggs isn't something you can do every day. If the transaction goes through, he'll earn at least 10,000 yuan. Young man, what do you need so many eggs for? To take them to sell in other places. The bald boss looked Jiangyu up and down, wondering why Jiangyu wanted so many eggs. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Jiangyu glanced at him. Yes, yes. Feeling Jiangyu's gaze, the bald boss, for some reason, felt a sense of oppression. He was somewhat shocked. Having spent decades in the wet market, he was a notorious tough guy who had dealt with thugs and big bosses, but none of them had ever felt the kind of pressure Jiangyu exerted. I paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Jiangyu felt no pity whatsoever. The end of the world will happen in 3 days. At that time, money and paper will be no different. In the apocalypse, an egg can fetch a price as high as 1 million. However, Jiangyu still needs to find a way to make more money, because the apocalypse cannot be solved by simply hoarding 100,000 eggs. We still live in a society governed by the rule of law. There are only 2 ways to make money quickly. First, win a big prize. Second, borrowing money. Winning the lottery. That's simply unrealistic. Even if Jiangyu remembers the lottery numbers and buys the tickets accordingly, he might not win the prize. Moreover, there are only 3 days left until the end of the world. Even if Jiangyu wins the lottery, it will be after the end of the world by the time he receives the prize money, so it will be of no use at all. We can only choose the second option. Borrow money. Jiangyu borrowed 100,000 yuan to pay for her father's medical treatment, but in just over a year, the interest and principal amounted to 200,000 yuan. He drove a truck for over a year, resting only 6 hours a day, before he was able to pay off the 200,000 yuan debt. However, with only 3 days left until the end of the world, no one came to ask him to repay the money after he borrowed it. With that in mind, Jiangyu took out his phone and downloaded several loan apps. Douyin, Ugly Group, Baidu. Jiangyu has a good credit history and has never defaulted on payments. Several platforms have offered him loan amounts of over 100,000 yuan. After dozens of software programs, Jiangyu actually managed to get a loan of over 1.2 million yuan. It's still not enough. Jiangyu pinched his chin. Although 1.2 million is a lot, it's something an ordinary person can't save up in a lifetime. But Jiangyu wants more than just survival. In his previous life, he had experienced hunger and drinking dirty water. In this life, he did not want to repeat the same mistakes and had to make his life better. Jiangyu returned to her room and took out the property certificate from the cabinet. This is an old house from the 1990s. It was left behind by Jiangyu's father. Although the house is old, it is located in Shanghai, where land is extremely valuable. This 100 square meter house is worth at least 5 million yuan. In my previous life, even when my father was sick, he didn't want me to sell the house, wanting me to keep it so I could get married. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse, the house was smashed to pieces by a meteorite. Now reborn. Jiangyu knew that even the most expensive house would be nothing but ruins in the apocalypse, so he might as well sell it now. Take the property ownership certificate. Jiangyu arrived at a loan company in an urban village. In his previous life, he borrowed 100,000 yuan here when he was treating his father's illness, but when it came time to repay the money, he had to pay back 200,000 yuan. I originally planned never to come here. Hey, isn't this Xiao Jiang? Here to borrow money again. A henchman, upon seeing Jiangyu, greeted him as if he were a fat sheep, hooking his arm around Jiangyu's neck. Jiangyu glanced at him, having no liking for loan sharks, and reached out to remove the other man's hand, asking, "Where's President Li?" Arriving at the office. A woman with disheveled hair walked out of the office, straightening her clothes as she did so. She borrowed money from us to buy a bag, but she couldn't pay it back, so she paid some interest to our general manager Li first. The younger brother glanced at the woman's figure, a greedy glint in his eyes. Jiangyu did not reply. Approaching the office, a middle-aged man with slick back hair was adjusting the cuffs of his shirt. The desk was a bit messy, and there was a torn stocking on the floor. "Hey, Xiao Jiang, long time no see." Upon seeing Jiangyu, Li Hu greeted him with a smile, "Are you short on cash lately?" Jiangyu nodded. Seeing Jiangyu's composed demeanor, Li Hu was somewhat surprised. Most of the people who came here to borrow money from him were timid and dared not look him in the eye, including Jiangyu from last time. It had only been a few days since they last met, and Jiangyu actually dared to look him in the eye. And I also felt a little guilty. He didn't care, and sat on the sofa to take a sip of tea. Brother, sit down. How much do you want to borrow this time? Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands are no problem. 5 million. 55 million. Upon hearing this number, Li Hu frowned. Although he ran a lending company, it was all private lending. He had never encountered a loan of 5 million yuan at once. Dude, you're not kidding, are you? I need to borrow 5 million. Jiangyu said calmly, Mr. Li, you wouldn't happen to not have one, would you? What a joke. I run a loan company. Why would I run a loan company if I didn't have money? Li Hu lit a cigarette and slammed his leather shoes on the coffee table. But why should I lend you 5 million? If you can't pay it back and run away with my money, who am I supposed to ask for the money back? This house is worth at least 5 million. Jiangyu showed the property certificate. If you can't pay it back, you can take the house. Upon seeing the property certificate, Li Hu's eyes lit up, and his expression softened. Hey, brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Go, brew a pot of good tea for my brother Jiang. I want to have a good chat with him about the loan. Brother Jiang, what do you need so much money for? Li Hu poured Jiangyu a cup of tea. Jiangyu remained silent. Li Hu chuckled dryly, then said, Brother, you should know our loan rules here. If you borrow 5 million, the handling fee is 500,000, and you have to repay 6.5 million after 1 month. Jiangyu glanced at the contract. Borrowing 5 million, receiving 4.5 million, and repaying 6.5 million, is equivalent to 2 million in interest per month. It's really dark. At that interest rate, how many people can afford to pay it back? However, the apocalypse is only 3 days away, and I don't know if Li Hu will be alive to come back and pay me back. Then I'll wait patiently for Brother Jiang's good news. Li Hu smiled and stretched out his hand, looking at Jiangyu as if he were a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. That's 2 million in interest per month, which is more than the annual net profit of many companies. Jiangyu smiled too. I wonder if Li Hu will be smiling so happily when the apocalypse comes. The next day. The bald boss was very efficient, as if afraid Jiangyu would change his mind. The eggs ordered yesterday afternoon were delivered to Jiangyu's rented room this morning. 100,000 eggs. If everything is cooked, you can get 10,000 points, enough to upgrade the carriage. Boss, all 100,000 eggs have been delivered. Please check the final payment. The bald man rubbed his hands together, smiling as he looked at Jiangyu. Don't worry, I meant 3 days. If I don't give it to you, just sue me. Wait for the bald man to leave. Jiangyu took out the 5 electric cookers she had bought in advance yesterday, boiled water, and put a carton of eggs in them. Kill points plus 0.01. Kill points plus 0.01. Jiangyu spent 5 hours boiling all 100,000 eggs. A total of 1,000 points were earned. Shut down the system. Looking at the room full of eggs, Jiangyu felt a little troubled. If you were to carry 100,000 eggs one by one into the truck, it would take you a whole day. So Jiangyu spent another 1,000 yuan to hire 2 porters to help move the eggs into the carriage. The bottled water and rice will be delivered soon, so we need to upgrade the carriages quickly. Jiangyu got into the car. Upgrading the vehicle requires 1,000 kill points. Upgrade now. A 3D graphic of a large truck appeared in front of Jiangyu, followed by an upgraded pattern parameter. The upgraded Dayun truck has no significant changes in length or appearance. The only difference is that the windshield has been replaced with a bulletproof one, and the body has been changed to a harder alloy material, giving it a more premium look. The engine's horsepower was increased from 500 to 1,000. All 12 tires were upgraded to run-flat tires. Alloy skid plates have also been added to the chassis. The vehicle's weight has increased from 20 tons to 50 tons. Both its offensive and defensive capabilities have been greatly enhanced. Ordinary zombies cannot break through its defenses at all. However, Jiangyu was not particularly satisfied with this level of upgrade, because there were many other things to be aware of in the apocalypse besides zombies. For example, toxic gases, high temperatures, extreme cold. In addition, there are some comfort issues, such as air conditioning, beds, toilets, and kitchens, all of which need to be added to the vehicle. Jiangyu did some more research. To have a cabin that can withstand temperatures of 80 degrees Celsius and protect against toxic gases, you need at least 2,000 points. He doesn't have enough points yet. Let's upgrade the carriages first. With a thought, the image of Dayun trucks appeared before me, divided into several sections. Engine, chassis, doors, windows. Jiangyu can choose any part and customize the vehicle according to his own preferences, just like a car modification game. Start the train carriage. Jiangyu found the dimensional carriage he had wanted and then upgraded and modified it. Upgrading in progress. Countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 1 hour later. The carriage upgrade is complete. The exterior of the carriage remained unchanged, its length, width, and height were still the same, 6.8 by 2.4 by 2.6. The eggs inside the carriage did not disappear. However, the interior space of the carriage is much larger than it appears from the outside. It measures 10 by 10 by 10 meters in length, width, and height. The area reached 100 square meters. In addition, a tablet-sized screen has been added to the interior wall of the carriage. Jiangyu tapped the screen. Dimensional carriage. Space, 0/100. Upgrade requirement, 1,000 kill points. It is accompanied by a symbol of an egg multiplied by 100 million. Click Save. The next moment, all the eggs in the carriage disappeared, and then 10 new compartments, each 50 centimeters in length, width, and height, appeared in the carriage. Inside the carriage, 100 space grids can be generated. Each compartment can hold 10,000 items. Jiangyu stored 100,000 eggs, which added 10 extra compartments to the car. Jiangyu did some further research. He discovered that the number of spaces in the dimensional carriages could be continuously increased by upgrading the carriages. And you can load things into the dimensional carriage without having to put them in the carriage first. Jiangyu can directly capture anything within a 20-meter radius of the car and put it into the cabin via the central control screen. However, not everything can be put into the dimensional carriage. Living things, as well as some massive buildings and things attached to those buildings, cannot be directly placed into the dimensional carriage. Jiangyu's eyes lit up. Wouldn't this allow me to acquire a large amount of resources without spending any money? This is Shanghai, a city known for its hedonistic lifestyle. Shopping malls and supermarkets are everywhere. You can find any kind of supplies in Shanghai. Moreover, as a truck driver, Jiangyu is extremely familiar with the types of goods in the major warehouses in Shanghai. If you drive yourself to the vicinity of various warehouses. However, we live in a society governed by the rule of law, and there are cameras everywhere on the streets. If someone reports a large number of things being stolen and your vehicle is found at the scene of the crime, it is easy for them to suspect you. Even if there's no evidence to arrest you. Interrogation also takes time. At this critical juncture in the end times, I don't want to waste a single moment. We have to wait until a few hours before the apocalypse to operate, so that the police will be too busy dealing with the apocalypse to worry about themselves. Looking at his beloved car, Jiangyu decided to give it a name. Let's call it the Shuttle. In his previous life, he trapped himself in a shelter, which was then surrounded by zombies, and he eventually died a gruesome death in their mouths. He will never repeat the same mistakes in this life. He wants to be a time traveler in the apocalypse. Yesterday, Jiangyu borrowed 4.5 million yuan from Li Hu, and with the 1.2 million yuan from online loans, he now has 5.7 million yuan. Although I already had a plan for stockpiling supplies. However, just to be on the safe side, Jiangyu still plans to stockpile some first. The first thing is medication. In the apocalypse, besides food, medicine is also an important resource. In my previous life, there was a superhuman in Shanghai who was ranked among the top 10. However, he died from a fever due to an injury and infection. Jiangyu has stocked up on all the medicines available at pharmacies: cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, Remania pills. Daily necessities: toothpaste, toothbrush, 001, 002, 003. Clothing, jackets, t-shirts, down jackets, black stockings, nude stockings, white stockings. Weapons, axe, machete, crossbow, whip. After purchasing the supplies, Jiangyu went to the slaughterhouse again. Currently, the shuttle has only upgraded the cabin. To operate normally in the apocalypse, the vehicle must undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Although eggs can increase kill points, the kill points gained are too few, and if he wants to live a better life in the apocalypse, he can't just hoard eggs as a resource. This slaughterhouse is the largest in Shanghai, covering an area of over 40,000 square meters. There are countless chickens, ducks, geese, and medium to large animals like cattle, sheep, and pigs here. There are more killing spots than eggs. The key is that it can serve as food in the apocalypse. Jiangyu plans to convert all the remaining money into points. Boss, are you really going to buy livestock worth over 5 million yuan and slaughter them yourself? Slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse owner was so shocked by Jiangyu's words that his mouth dropped open. He's seen wealthy people with unusual fetishes before. There used to be a high-ranking official who would come to his place every few days to slaughter a few pigs. Over the years, he slaughtered thousands of pigs. But he had never seen anyone like Jiangyu buy more than 5 million cattle, sheep, and pigs at once and slaughter them by hand. That's right. Jiangyu nodded. After I'm done slaughtering them, send all the cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese to this address by tomorrow. If possible, I'll transfer the money now. No, of course, no problem. It's a business worth over 5 million. Who cares about his special quirks? As long as there's money to be made, that's all that matters. Gaining kill points only requires killing animals. There's no need to dismember these cattle, sheep, and pigs. Jiangyu simply needs to activate a switch on the assembly line, and the powerful current will electrocute the pigs on the conveyor belt. And it was counted as a kill by Jiangyu. Kill points +5. Kill points +4. Kill point notifications kept appearing in front of Jiangyu. 5.7 million. Jiangyu received a total of about 200 tons of chickens, ducks and geese, about 100 tons of pork, and more than 20 tons of beef. Besides, Jiangyu also gained over 3,000 kill points. I glanced at the time. 5:30 p.m. on March 30th. There is only one day left until the end of the world. At 2:30 a.m. on April 1, 2030, planets collided, meteorites fell from the sky, and countless people died in their sleep. Leaving the slaughterhouse, Jiangyu's phone suddenly rang. The caller's name was Wu Jun, a manager at a freight company. Jiangyu's father used to work for the other party. After his father died, Jiangyu also worked for the same freight company to earn money to pay off debts. Wu Jun is no good. Knowing that Jiangyu owed high-interest loans, and certain that Jiangyu wouldn't dare to resign easily, they began to deduct Jiangyu's salary in various ways. Over the 2 years combined, the total is at least 50,000 to 60,000. In the past, Jiangyu would never have dared to talk back to him in order to keep his job. But now that the apocalypse is coming, what's there to be afraid of losing your job? Click to connect, and a roar immediately came from the other end of the phone. Jiangyu, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you come to work these past 2 days? Don't you know the company is short-staffed right now? Get the hell back here right now, or I'll dock your pay. *CK your mother. Jiangyu retorted directly, you surnamed Wu, I quit. You owe me wages, and you also owe me the 100,000 yuan that you withheld from me before. You must pay me back. Let me tell you the truth, I owe 5 million yuan in high-interest loans. If you push me too far, I'll run you over with my car. You don't believe me? Try me. The phone went silent. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Jiangyu received a transfer notification. ICBC received 100,000 renminbi. Jiangyu was in a good mood. Go home and upgrade your shuttle. Just as I was getting on the bus, I suddenly heard a dog barking. Turning his head, Jiangyu saw a Caucasian shepherd, about half a person's height, tearing apart a stray dog in front of his truck. The stray dog was a mixed breed with a very unique color of fur. The front half has yellow fur, and the back half has white fur, making it look just like a yin-yang dog. This is the gold-seeking beast. Upon seeing the appearance of the stray dog, Jiangyu's pupils contracted, and his voice trembled slightly. 7 days after the apocalypse, the radiation from the meteorite caused 90% of living things, from tigers and elephants to plants and trees, to mutate into zombies. Of the remaining 10% of organisms, some of them gradually turned into zombies, while others gradually awakened strange superpowers. In my previous life, a very famous animal with supernatural abilities appeared in Shanghai. It was a Huxia rural dog with only half a face and fur that was half yellow and half white. It doesn't have particularly strong combat power, but it has an ability that everyone dreams of: gold hunting. In the apocalypse, meteorites fell from the sky. In addition to being radioactive, these meteorites also contained other substances. Jing. Gold crystal is a special crystal, the only thing that can enhance the strength of superhumans. The ability of the gold-seeking beast is to sniff out the location of gold crystals. Jiangyu remembered that the gold-seeking beast had an owner, but why did this mongrel look like a stray dog? In his previous life, before Jiangyu had even established his shelter, his supplies were stolen by the owner of the gold-seeking beast. This led to a period of living outdoors in harsh conditions. They almost starved to death outside. It was because of this incident that Jiangyu had the idea of building a shelter, only to be surrounded by zombies in the end. Could it be? Watching the gold-hunting beast being torn apart by the Caucasian, Jiangyu suddenly recalled a rumor. I know that gold-hunting beast. It used to be a stray dog near my house. Once it was bullied by a big dog. Nobody dared to help. In the end, it was saved by a loser who wanted to commit suicide. He is now the owner of the gold-hunting beast. I was there at the time. If I had known that the mongrel could turn into a gold-hunting beast, I would have risked my life to save it and make it recognize me as its master. At the time, Jiangyu was just passing by a campsite when he heard people talking about it, and he didn't take it to heart. But now it seems that what the other party said was very likely true. If that's really the case, Jiangyu's heart began to race. With his own time traveler and the gold-hunting beast's ability to find gold, wouldn't he be able to have anything he wanted in the apocalypse? No more living a life of hardship and sleeping outdoors. Jiangyu was extremely excited. He immediately jumped out of the car and walked towards the direction of the gold-seeking beast. More and more people gathered around, and many were pointing and whispering. Whose dog is this that's not on a leash? Look how it got bitten by a puppy. That's terrifying, the puppy had half its face bitten off. That's absolutely outrageous. How is that so immoral? How is that so immoral? Nearby, a middle-aged woman weighing over 200 pounds, dressed in gold and silver, stood with her hands on her hips, spitting on other people's faces. It's just a lowly mongrel that nobody wants. It's its honor to be bitten to death by my noble son. If you want to save this bastard, then go and take my son away. That's too much. Doesn't a stray dog's life count as a life? I know this puppy. It used to be fed by an old man. It was very well behaved. The old man died a while ago, and now it has become a stray dog. Damn it, if this dog wasn't so big, I would have gone over and pulled it away. Jiangyu understood. It's this fat woman's dog, and it looks like this isn't the first time she's let it bite other dogs. Jiangyu does not dislike dogs. Jiangyu has absolutely no sympathy for people who keep large dogs and allow them to attack other dogs. Your dog, right? I'll give you 3 seconds to pull it away, or you'll face the consequences, Jiangyu said to the plump woman. Who do you think you are? If you're so capable, go and pull them apart. If you can pull them apart, then do whatever you want. If you're not capable, then shut up. The plump woman glanced at Jiangyu and said irritably. You said it. TCH, my dog weighs over 80 kilograms. With your small frame, if my son bites you to death, it's none of my business. 80 kilograms. Is that awesome? Jiangyu sneered and boarded his ride-hailing vehicle. With a whoosh, the 100-ton dynasty crashed into the Caucasus in front of it. Puffed. Red blood splattered everywhere, and screams erupted all around. A notification appeared in front of Jiangyu. Kill points +10. My dog, my son. The fat woman screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and kept banging on Jiangyu's car, bending the heels of her high heels. Jiangyu jumped out of the car and felt a wave of bad luck as he looked at the bloodstains on the wheels. I need to wash the car. You actually crushed my precious baby to death. That was my son. You'll have to pay for my son's life. The middle-aged woman lunged at Jiangyu, baring her teeth and claws. Smack. If you have any problems, talk to my insurance company. Jiangyu slapped her across the face. The coldness in his eyes frightened the fat woman so much that she stood frozen in place, feeling that if she dared to step forward again, Jiangyu might even crush her to death. Jiangyu glanced at the road. Having driven for several years, he was very confident in his driving skills. The fat woman's son was turned into a meat pie, while the gold-seeking beast was not crushed, only half of its face was bitten off, and it kept bleeding. If treatment is not timely, it could be life-threatening. Without delay, Jiangyu picked up the injured gold-seeking beast, got into the car, and drove to the veterinary hospital. On the bus, the gold-seeking beast lay in Jiangyu's arms, half of its face covered by Jiangyu's clothes. It raised its head slightly, its black eyes looking up at Jiangyu, as if it had remembered Jiangyu as its savior. We arrived at the veterinary hospital. The gold-seeking beast was taken to the hospital for surgery. As it was leaving, the gold-seeking beast kept staring at Jiangyu, as if it was afraid that it would not be able to see Jiangyu when it came out. Jiangyu smiled knowingly. The gold-seeking beast has already recognized him as its master. A few hours later, after the surgery on the gold-seeking beast was completed, Jiangyu drove home and prepared some food for it. From now on, I'll call you Little Huang. Woof woof. Seemingly understanding Jiangyu's words, Xiao Huang let out a cry from its neck, happy to have a new name. I patted the dog's head. Jiangyu then got back into the car. Upgrading your shuttle requires 1,000 points. Upgrade now. The shuttle's panel appears. Jiangyu began upgrading the shuttle. The apocalypse has arrived. A meteorite has smashed the city to pieces, leaving behind ruins and terrifying zombies. Ordinary vehicles are simply unable to move. Half an hour later, a brand new shuttle appeared in front of Jiangyu. The shape of the shuttle's body has not changed significantly. However, Jiangyu upgraded all the car windows to bulletproof and heat-insulating nano glass, and the entire body was upgraded to ultra-high-strength metal material. Even an RPG cannot damage the car. The engine has been upgraded to 5,000 horsepower, and the 0 to 100 km/h acceleration time has reached 2.8 seconds, achieving the speed of a top-tier sports car. In addition, it features an off-road chassis, run-flat tires, and the ability to traverse obstacles up to 1 meter high. In terms of comfort, the vehicle is equipped with a special air conditioner that can keep the interior temperature at 20 degrees Celsius even when the outside temperature is 100 degrees Celsius. There are also refrigerators, color TVs, and large sofas. The front of the train can also lead directly to the carriages, allowing access to the rest area inside. Other safety facilities. For example, a 360 degrees panoramic camera allows you to monitor everything outside your car without leaving the vehicle. The next day, the ordered supplies arrived one after another, and Jiangyu loaded them into the dimensional carriage one by one. After glancing at the house behind him, Jiangyu took Xiao Huang and boarded the shuttle, leaving the place where he had lived for over 20 years. He is now making final preparations. Loot Shanghai warehouses. As a truck driver, Jiangyu had hauled goods for many warehouses in Shanghai, and he knew the escape routes by heart. It was around 10 p.m. Jiangyu first drove into a gas station to refuel his car, while secretly trying to use the storage function of the dimensional car to hoard gasoline. After the apocalypse, most of the gas stations were destroyed by meteorites, causing massive explosions. At that time, gasoline will be extremely scarce. It's done. Jiangyu was thrilled as he watched the gasoline being added to the dimensional carriage. This gas station had nearly 60,000 liters of gasoline. However, he didn't take all the gasoline at once, otherwise the staff would have reacted quickly. He needs to give himself enough time to leave. After collecting the oil, Jiangyu arrived at a base. This place stores the daily necessities for nearly half of the city's population. From fine wines and luxury watches to radishes and cabbages, almost everything available on the market has to pass through this transit hub. Jiangyu followed a convoy into the base. All the vehicles were large trucks, and the gatekeepers didn't suspect a thing. Near the warehouse, Jiangyu opened the dimensional carriage control panel. Countless supplies appeared in front of Jiangyu immediately. Chicken feet x1, 000 plus. Duck feet x1, 000 plus. Chicken drumsticks x1, 000 plus. Upon seeing the numbers appear before him, Jiangyu's heart rate instantly jumped to 120. Each type of supply costs over 1 million. Fortunately, when I upgraded the shuttle yesterday, I specifically upgraded its space, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to fit all these supplies. With excitement in his heart, Jiangyu moved slowly past each warehouse. The control panel continuously refreshes the categories of supplies. Grouper, salmon, lobster, king crab. The dazzling array of supplies made Jiangyu extremely envious. In the post-apocalyptic heat, 90% of the food rots. Even a rotten salted fish can be used to invite a top-tier female celebrity to dinner. There can be some activities in the evening. You can't just eat seafood, too much of it can cause gout. You should also eat some vegetables. Bok choy, celery, fuchsia cabbage, and my favorite potatoes. I'll take them all. For staple foods, rice and flour are good choices, instant noodles are a must, and snail rice noodles are indispensable. Dumplings must be dipped in vinegar. Beer, soft drinks, mineral water, peanuts, melon seeds, 8 treasure porridge. Huazi is indispensable. Jiangyu frantically tapped the central control screen, and countless supplies entered the dimensional carriage. 2:15 a.m., April 1, 2030. A red box truck slowly drove into the Shanghai Yangtze River Tunnel. An announcement came from inside the truck. This station is issuing an urgent report. At 11 p.m. on March 31, 2030, the Shanghai City Police Station received a report that 50,000 liters of gasoline have been stolen from XX gas station. Warehouse XX reports loss of 10,000 tons of frozen goods, including chicken feet and duck feet. Company XX reported to the police that 20 million units, including models 001, 002, 003, etc., have been lost. Company XX has reported the incident to the police. Call. Jiangyu turned off the radio and pressed the car DJ button. I rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. Smoke rings, mixed with the energetic DJ music, disappeared into the exhaust fumes of passing vehicles. A joyful smile appeared on Jiangyu's lips. In his previous life, he ran out of food and water, his subordinates starved to death one after another, and finally died tragically in the mouths of zombies. This time, he acquired supplies worth hundreds of billions, and no longer had to worry about food shortages in the apocalypse. The shuttle travels at the slowest speed inside the Yangtze River Tunnel. 2:20. In 10 minutes, the apocalypse will arrive. Meteorites will fall from the sky, turning 90% of the buildings in Shanghai into ruins. And Jiangyu is currently in the Yangtze River Tunnel. Because it was built on the seabed, with the Yangtze River and the land as buffers, and because there are relatively few meteorites in this area, it barely survived the bombardment of meteorites. Time passed little by little. Many vehicles drove out of the tunnel, unaware that in just a few minutes, the outside would become a living hell. 3, 2, 1. Bite. The bell rang. The time has come to 2:30 a.m. on April 1, 2030. They're here. Jiangyu whispered. Knock knock knock. The night sky. Countless blinding white lights fell from the sky, and dense meteorites rained down like raindrops, causing houses and buildings to collapse and power equipment to be destroyed. The city is in complete chaos. The streets were filled with people who had been startled awake from their sleep and hadn't had time to get dressed. But there was no time to feel fortunate. As more meteorites struck the crowd, countless people were crushed into pieces. Some people who were close to the meteorite were also roasted by its high temperature. The city is like purgatory. Such scenes occur all over the world. Yangtze River Tunnel. The tunnel lights went out, and several cars were involved in rear-end collisions. The sounds of metal clashing and painful screams echoed through the tunnel. Damn it, why did the power suddenly go out? It caused me to rear-end someone. What happened outside? Why was there such a loud tremor all of a sudden? It felt like a meteorite hit the earth. Yes, the temperature has suddenly gotten hot. Damn it, I've lost all signal. Who the hell knows what's going on outside? Holy crap, you guys need to turn on the radio. Radio broadcast. At 2:30 a.m. on April 1, 2030, a large number of meteorites will suddenly fall around the world. Residents are advised to quickly evacuate to air raid shelters and wait for official rescue. Buzzing. The car radio was broadcasting news of a meteorite falling outside, but before the announcer could finish speaking, all that was left was a buzzing sound. A meteorite. How could a meteorite fall from the sky? Holy crap, I just bought a new house for $200 in cash, and it got destroyed by a meteorite before I even started living there. Ha ha ha, thank goodness I was smart not to buy a house. I hid all my money under the bed. Wait a minute. I was just about to go home to catch my husband cheating when it started raining meteors. Damn it, I'm going out. The meteorite will probably smash the school to pieces, right? Does that mean we don't have to take tomorrow's monthly exam? Great. My wish from last night came true. A meteor shower? Could this be the end of the world? I haven't even started stockpiling supplies yet. Will the end of the world affect my monthly salary of $3,000? Damn, why is it so hot? What's it like outside? Anyone want to go out and check? Car lights flashed inside the tunnel. There was a lot of discussion among the survivors, but most people didn't take the meteor shower seriously because the tunnels weren't significantly affected. Instead, it was treated as a company or school holiday. Only Jiangyu knows. This meteor shower will last for 7 days, with air temperatures rising to 70 to 80 degrees Celsius, rivers evaporating, and trees nearly dying. A bottle of water and a cup of instant noodles are enough to cause a dozen people to fight each other bloody. Although the tunnel was not significantly affected, the high temperature carried by the meteorite still raised the tunnel's temperature. On the seat next to me, little Huang was already sticking out his tongue because he was so hot. Jiangyu threw away the cigarette butt, closed the car window, and turned on the car's air conditioning. The upgraded car air conditioner can operate normally in an environment of 90 degrees Celsius. The temperature inside the car immediately dropped to a comfortable level. Cluck. Jiangyu had been driving and collecting supplies all night, and he was getting a little hungry. After unbuckling his seatbelt, Jiangyu entered the dimensional carriage directly through the connecting door between the front of the vehicle and the passenger compartment. This upgrade did not change the interior space, only the number of compartments increased from 100 to 1,000. There are now more than 500 storage compartments at the rear of the carriage, all of which are used by Jiangyu to store supplies. Food, water, furniture. It has everything. The volume of a single spatial cell is not large, only 0.5 cubic meters. Even with 500 spatial cells, the total volume is only 5 cubic meters. It is only about 2 meters long and wide. It doesn't have a significant impact on the space inside the carriage. Jiangyu made some modifications to the interior structure of the carriage, dividing it into 3 levels, each with a space of about 100 square meters. The bottom layer is used to store toilets, storage compartments, and some miscellaneous items. The second floor houses the kitchen and living room, serving as the daytime activity area. The third floor is Jiangyu's bedroom, which has a 2.2-meter-long bed, a 100-square-meter wool carpet, a dedicated esports gaming area, a fitness area, and a monitoring screen that can monitor the external situation at any time through the vehicle's 360-degree camera system. The entire carriage looks like a small villa. After taking some ingredients from his storage compartment, Jiangyu went to the kitchen, which was equipped with a gas stove and a smoke vent, so there was no need to worry about cooking fumes accumulating in the vehicle. As for the source of fire, Jiangyu prepared tens of thousands of gas cylinders, enough to last for decades. More than half an hour later, a plate of stir-fried beef with yellow peppers and tomato and egg soup were served, and Jiangyu sat down to enjoy them. The taste wasn't particularly delicious. It's edible, to say the least. Since his father's death, Jiangyu has spent most of his time driving to pay off debts. When he's hungry, he eats boxed lunches and has no time to cook for himself. His cooking skills are certainly not that great. However, in the apocalypse, having such a meal is already a sign of a life of luxury. When we have the means, we still need to find a cook, otherwise it's a waste of the ingredients in my storage space. Jiangyu pondered. However, now is not the time. This is the end times, and Jiangyu understands the wickedness of human nature better than anyone. Ingratitude and backstabbing are commonplace, even biological fathers and sons scheme against each other. In his previous life, Jiangyu had already experienced the Tao once. This nearly caused him to starve to death on the street. The reason he was later able to establish a shelter and recruit dozens or even hundreds of followers was not because he was kind-hearted, nor because those people knew how to be grateful. It's because he has superpowers. SSS-level superpower, Controller. While possessing superpowers doesn't grant strong combat abilities, it does have one incredibly overpowered ability, the ability to copy superpowers. As long as the other party is under your control, you can copy their superpowers. The higher the ability level, the stronger the copied ability. And they can decide the life or death of the other party at any time. It's only the first day of the apocalypse, and Jiangyu hasn't awakened his superpowers yet. Right now, he's just an ordinary person with slightly better physical abilities. If he rashly took over his subordinates, he wasn't entirely confident in guaranteeing his own safety. Human nature is treacherous. What if the other party harbors evil intentions? Stab yourself in the back while you're sleeping at night. Jiangyu wouldn't put herself in danger for a few hours of pleasure. Before awakening his superpowers, Jiangyu would never allow a second person to board his shuttle, even if that person was a 3-year-old child. Superpowers. In my previous life, I awakened my superpowers on the 30th day of the apocalypse, and by chance, I obtained a golden crystal. But in reality, people began to awaken their superpowers on the 10th day of the apocalypse. 30 days. Jiangyu observed the outside situation through the surveillance camera. Although his own shuttle had been modified to withstand attacks from ordinary zombies, he still faced the risk of being overwhelmed if surrounded by a group of superhumans. I can't wait that long. I need to awaken my superpowers beforehand. Jiangyu's eyes were serious. Based on my experience from my previous life, there are 2 ways to awaken supernatural abilities. First, long-term exposure to meteorite radiation. Second, take Jing directly. In his previous life, he was exposed to radiation for 30 days without awakening his superpowers. He only awakened them after finding the gold crystal. If I had a gold crystal right now, wouldn't I be able to awaken my superpowers immediately? Jiangyu's heart raced. Gold crystals are mixed in with meteorites and will randomly fall in various parts of the world. I remember, the first superhuman in Shanghai in my previous life appeared in the Yangtze River tunnel. This is why he chose to send the shuttles to fight here. We've eaten. Jiangyu prepared his equipment. He found a headlamp in the carriage, tucked a military dagger into his waistband, and finally took out a crossbow used for long-range hunting. He was going to check the tunnel entrance to see if any gold crystals had fallen out. Lock all the doors of the shuttle to ensure that no one but yourself can open them. Get off the car. A wave of heat mixed with a stench hit me, and I could hear cries and wails from time to time. The ground was littered with parts from the vehicle collision. Turn on the searchlight. The ground was covered in blood, engine oil, and an unknown liquid. Jiangyu walked towards the tunnel entrance. The road was very congested. Many vehicles were involved in accidents, completely blocking the road. Passage could only be made by overturning vehicles. It took Jiangyu more than 30 minutes to reach the tunnel entrance. The temperature here is hotter than inside the tunnel, and there are raging fires all around. Hundreds of survivors, dressed in light clothing, stood around. They weren't even wearing anything. Damn it, what kind of weather is this? There wasn't a single sign of meteorites falling from the sky. Are the meteorological bureaus just sitting around doing nothing? Are we going to be trapped here and die? Damn it, my wife is cheating on me at home, I'm rushing back to catch her in the act. My son is still at home, I need to go home to save him. What do you mean, your son? That's my son, my son. The meteor shower seems to have stopped. Has anyone gone out in a group? Holy crap, it's really stopped. I'll go with you. I'm leaving too. I have to work tomorrow, and being late will result in a deduction from my salary. I haven't finished paying off my mortgage yet. It doesn't feel very safe outside, let's wait for the authorities to come and rescue us. What's there to be afraid of? The probability of being hit by a meteorite is less than 1 in a billion. I don't believe a meteorite can hit me. The frequency of meteorite falls has slowed down considerably. No meteorites have fallen for more than 10 minutes. The survivors were restless. Dozens of daring survivors even walked out of the tunnel together. The group of survivors walked over 100 meters. Nothing. A few survivors turned back triumphantly and mocked, "I told you it was nothing, you bunch of cowards. You can just stay in the tunnel and wait to die." Inside the tunnel, the survivors looked at each other and realized that there was indeed no danger outside. They were just about to leave. However, a whooshing sound rang out. A meteorite, several meters in diameter and burning with intense flames, fell from the sky, creating a crater more than 10 meters wide on the ground. The hair, eyebrows, and even the scorched hair of the survivors leaning against the tunnel entrance were burned by the splashing heat. The dozens of survivors who had just left had vanished without a trace. Inside the tunnel, the survivors were pale-faced and quickly pushed the group to a spot dozens of meters away from the tunnel entrance. Everyone understood one thing. The dozens of survivors who had just walked out had all been smashed into mincemeat by the meteorite. Oh my God. They should be all right, right? There must have been a passing. I was terrified. Luckily I didn't go outside, or I would have been smashed into mincemeat like them. Dude, why did you pee? What pee? It's just water. Inside the tunnel, the survivors felt a sense of relief, while several of the more timid survivors were so frightened that they wet themselves. No one dares to leave the tunnel anymore. They all returned to the depths of the tunnel, dejected. Dozens of lives vanished right before his eyes, without even leaving a trace of blood. Even Jiangyu was deeply shocked. This is the cruelty of the apocalypse. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Even more terrifying disasters are yet to come. One by one, the survivors returned to the depths of the tunnel. Jiangyu's view opened up, and he surveyed the outside world. That is. Jiangyu's gaze fell on the spot where the meteorite had just crashed, where a crystal was shimmering in the firelight. Jing. That glowing crystal was none other than a golden crystal that could awaken supernatural abilities in people. Jiangyu was extremely excited. He took a step to go out, but then stopped. The meteorite had just fallen, and the surrounding area was engulfed in flames. The golden crystal landed in the midst of the scorching fire. The outside temperature alone reached 80 degrees Celsius. Jiangyu's vest was completely soaked with sweat, let alone walking into the raging fire crater. I wish I had a heat-resistant suit. Jiangyu pondered. Right, upgrade. It owns its own system and can upgrade everything. His gaze fell on his plain black vest. A thought crossed my mind. A panel immediately appeared in front of Jiangyu. Upgrading the heat-resistant vest requires 10 points. Upgrade now. Fortunately, after upgrading the shuttle, I still had a dozen or so points left. Upgrade. Upgrading. Countdown, 3 minutes. Upgrade successful. In an instant, Jiangyu felt the heat wave around him being blocked by an invisible barrier. The temperature, which was originally 80 degrees Celsius, now felt like only 40 degrees Celsius to Jiangyu. Although it was still hot. But you won't get burned. Looking at Jing's location, it's about 100 meters from the tunnel entrance. At my fastest speed, it should take about 25 or 26 seconds to retrieve it. Hopefully, no meteorites will fall from the sky during these 20-odd seconds. Jiangyu glanced at the sky and prayed in his heart. Run. Jiangyu took a deep breath and dashed towards Jing's location. 12 seconds later. Jiangyu obtained the gold crystal. We are preparing to return. Suddenly, another whooshing sound came from 10,000 meters in the air. Jiangyu looked up. A bright light was shooting down from the sky toward the tunnel entrance. Not good. Jiangyu sensed something was wrong and, without hesitation, ran towards the tunnel. Just as the meteorite was falling, Jiangyu leaped forward with a sudden burst of speed, climbing into the tunnel entrance without any regard for his appearance. The meteorite struck directly at the tunnel entrance, completely blocking the tunnel. Ah! Jiangyu groaned. He had many wounds from being hit by meteorite fragments, but fortunately nothing serious happened, and he successfully brought back the gold crystal. Looking at the blazing gold crystal in his hand, Jiangyu was extremely excited. He only needs to take the golden crystal, and he will awaken his superpowers soon. It was already 6 a.m. After witnessing the power of the meteorite, most of the survivors chose to go deeper into the tunnel entrance to avoid being affected by the meteorite impact that fell outside. The end times came suddenly. Most people did not have any food stored in their vehicles, and many were hungry. People were buying food inside the tunnel. The tunnel became extremely crowded. Water, water, who has water? 1,000 yuan a bottle. Damn it, trading a Hermes bag for instant noodles and hot water. Who the hell would trade with me like that? Diamond ring for a Coke. Young man, do you have any food? Could you sell me some? As Jiangyu passed a Mercedes-Benz, his arm was suddenly grabbed. He turned his head away. The other person was a bald, middle-aged man who wore glasses and had a very kind and refined appearance. Jiangyu knows him. The other party's name is Wu Jun, and he is the manager of Jiangyu Freight Company. Jiangyu. Upon seeing Jiangyu, Wu Jun felt a surge of anger. The last time he called Jiangyu, Jiangyu threatened to run him over. Out of fear, he transferred 100,000 yuan to Jiangyu. Looking back these past 2 days, he felt that Jiangyu was trying to scare him. This was a society governed by law, and Jiangyu wouldn't dare to do anything to him. You bastard, you're here too. Wu Jun gritted his teeth. I didn't expect you bastard to be so lucky. You didn't get killed by the meteorite. It's like your dead father has appeared in spirit. Give me back the 100,000 yuan you cheated me out of, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. Call the police. Jiangyu scoffed, the whole world has been reduced to ruins by the meteorite, there's no police left. Smack. A crisp sound echoed through the tunnel. Wu Jun covered half of his pig-like face, staring at Jiangyu in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me. Smack. Jiangyu slapped him again, her eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. It seems you've forgotten what I said. You. Wu Jun subconsciously took 2 steps back. He originally wanted to argue with Jiangyu, but when he saw Jiangyu's eyes, he felt that if he said a few more words, Jiangyu would really kill him. How could that be? Jiangyu, that good-for-nothing, didn't fight back when I tricked him so much before. How come he's become so bold now? Wu Jun, what happened? The Mercedes door opened, and a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings stepped out. A slender young woman in black stockings emerged from inside, a few drops of sweat trickling down her neck, disappearing into the snowy abyss. Seeing the young woman getting off the bus, Wu Jun's heart fluttered. Although the young woman was already 30 years old, her exquisite curves and full thighs wrapped in black stockings made her look no different from a girl in her 20s. Especially when paired with a sophisticated business shirt and a black, demure pencil skirt. It perfectly showcases the charm of a mature woman. If this young woman hadn't been his boss, he would have already made a move on this stunning beauty. Didn't I tell you to buy food? Did you buy the food? Linya had been drinking at a business dinner today, so she asked Wu Jun to be her driver. However, she didn't expect that a meteorite would suddenly fall from the sky, and she was trapped in the tunnel. Having not eaten anything all night and having drunk alcohol, Linya is feeling extremely unwell. Not yet. Wu Jun was hunched over. I need to see food within an hour. If you can't, write your own resignation letter. Linya glanced at Wu Jun, her tone leaving no room for argument. President Lin. Wu Jun's face was grim. The meteorite came too suddenly, and most of the people in the tunnel did not have any food with them. He asked more than a dozen people but could not sell any. The price of a bottle of mineral water has even reached 1,000 yuan. Moreover, there is no market for it despite its high price. How could you possibly buy it in an hour? Suddenly, Wu Jun thought of something and pointed to Jiangyu across the street, saying, President Lin, I was originally going to buy food, but it was Jiangyu who discovered that he was taking on private jobs outside. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen, and he even hit me. Is that the driver who resigned illegally? Linya scrutinized Jiangyu, her eyes filled with a hint of disgust. He hires such a high-ranking company for his driver, yet he still takes on side jobs outside. Insatiable greed. That's right, it's him. Wu Jun gloated. Linya was known for her ruthless methods, single-handedly turning a near-bankrupt freight company into one of the top companies in Shanghai. Previously, a driver was taking on private jobs, and Linya made that driver pay the company 100,000 yuan in compensation. It's her. Upon seeing the young woman's appearance, Jiangyu was immediately flooded with memories from his previous life. He knew this young woman. In my previous life, some busybodies compiled a ranking of the top 10 superhumans in Shanghai based on their combined strength, potential, and other factors. These 10 superhumans are all at least S-level superhumans. The mature young woman in front of me was ranked 10th on the list in my previous life. Possesses an S-class superpower, amplification technique. Amplification is the strongest support type ability in the early stages of the apocalypse, which can greatly enhance the beneficiary's 3 dimensions: speed, strength, and stamina. It enables an ordinary woman to easily lift a giant object weighing over 100 kilograms. In my past life, I met this stunning young woman at a trade fair. I never expected that she was my boss. If I can subdue her now and replicate her powers after she awakens them, I won't get tired even if I exercise for hours. Jiangyu, is that right? Do you know the consequences of betraying the company? Linya crossed her arms and spoke to Jiangyu in a superior tone. In her eyes, Jiangyu was nothing more than a greedy truck driver. Normally, you wouldn't even see someone like her. I don't know. Jiangyu shrugged. You resigned illegally, causing losses to the company, and took on private work without authorization. I can make you compensate the company with at least 100,000 yuan. What if you don't compensate? If you don't pay, you can expect to go to jail. Go to jail. Jiangyu scoffed. Should I call you stupid, or naive? Do you think the police would even care about this kind of thing out there? You. Linya was furious, but given the current situation outside, the police really didn't have the time to deal with this kind of thing. Are you lacking food? Jiangyu glanced at Linya's slightly unbuttoned collar. The entire shirt was soaked with sweat, and the black part underneath was faintly visible. Lace. Jiangyu murmured a sentence. Do you have food? Linya rubbed her rumbling stomach. Have. Fine, give me the food, and I'll let bygones be bygones for what you did before, Linya said in a commanding tone, as if letting Jiangyu off the hook was a great honor for him. Hee hee. Jiangyu scoffed. This Linya must have been arrogant for too long, thinking everyone was afraid of her. My things are not something you can take for free. You want money? Linya's eyes showed even more disgust. Fine, I can give you money. How much do you want? I don't want money, I want you to get in my car. You bastard, what did you say? Linya was furious. Over the years, many people have tried to take advantage of her. But none of them had a good ending. Jiangyu, a mere truck driver, actually dared to try and take advantage of me. Now, she not only thinks Jiangyu is greedy, but also lecherous, and a delusional poor loser. Become my slave, and I'll give you food. Jiangyu's lips curled into a smile, directly stating his purpose. Ridiculous. Linya laughed angrily. You think you can make me your slave with just a little food? Do you think it's the end of the world? I've already given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Just wait for the legal consequences. Jiangyu smiled contemptuously as he watched Linya turn around and her chest heave violently. Jiangyu did not chase after them. Linya's refusal was as she expected, because she had not yet come to terms with reality, nor had she yet felt the cruelty of the apocalypse. 2 more days. She will then realize the preciousness of food. Inside the shuttle, Jiangyu locked the car door and went straight to the 3rd floor of the carriage. He took out the golden crystal he had just obtained and couldn't wait to consume it. Jing swallowed it. The energy carried by the golden crystal dispersed throughout his body, causing a stinging sensation, and Jiangyu broke out in a cold sweat. This awakening is more painful than the last one. Jiangyu lay on the bed, unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, Jiangyu finally woke up in a daze, feeling as if every muscle in his body had been drained, then regenerated, and then drained again. I glanced at the time. April 3, 2030. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, I actually slept for 2.5 days. Jiangyu stared at the time in astonishment. Right, superpowers. Jiangyu remembered the most important thing. Immediately sense whether any supernatural abilities exist within your body. It's done. I did it. Mastering superpowers. Feeling the power within his body, Jiangyu's heart stirred. Just like in his previous life, he had awakened the ability to control superpowers in this life as well. And it was 30 days earlier. The type of superpower awakening is determined by human genes, and each person can only awaken one superpower. Except for those who possess superpowers. While possessing superpowers doesn't grant combat ability, it does grant an exceptionally powerful ability. He can directly enslave others, making them his slaves, and he can also directly copy their superpowers. Furthermore, the copied superpowers will increase as the slave's strength increases. The copying method is very simple. It means implanting supernatural abilities into the other person's brain. The higher the level of the superpower, the more powerful the superpower, and the more slaves Jiangyu can control. The strength of superhumans is divided into levels 1 to 12. Jiangyu is currently a level 1 ability user. With his current abilities, he can control at most one slave. Very good. Jiangyu clenched his fist. In the previous life, the first person with superpowers appeared on the 10th day of the apocalypse. And it's only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. If I could take advantage of those superhumans before they awaken their abilities and use my control powers to turn them into my slaves. Jiangyu recalled that several SS-level superhumans had appeared in the Yangtze River Tunnel. The levels of superpowers are divided into D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Rank D is the weakest, and rank SSS is the strongest. Ability level represents the upper limit of an ability user. To become a level 12 ability user, you need at least an S-level talent. The higher the level of the ability, the lower the probability of awakening. S-class superpowered individuals are the best among superpowered people, and many of them are local tyrants in small cities. The probability of awakening is only 5%. SS-level superpowers have an awakening probability of only 0.1%. Each SSS-level superpower is unique, there will never be another one like it in the entire world. In the previous life, only 2 SSS-level superhumans appeared in Shanghai. One is Jiangyu. The other is an electric ability user. Because she was a woman, she was called the Lightning Goddess by the survivors. In his previous life, Jiangyu wanted to subdue the goddess of lightning, but unfortunately, she was too powerful. Although Jiangyu has recruited many subordinates, most of them are A rank, with only a few S and SS rank, and they are no match for the SSS rank Electric Mother. He was even nearly killed by the other party. This was also one of Jiangyu's biggest regrets in his previous life. If Jiangyu could acquire more SSS-level abilities, he wouldn't be overwhelmed by zombies so quickly when facing a zombie siege. The Goddess of Lightning. If you want to enslave her, you can probably only do so before she awakens her superpowers. Jiangyu remembers that the Electric Goddess awakened her superpowers on the 20th day of the apocalypse. Immediately after awakening her powers, the Electric Goddess went on a rampage, killing more than 20 zombies in one go. There was also an elite zombie among them. His strength is comparable to that of an ordinary level 3 superhuman. The meteor shower will stop in 7 days. All you need to do is go to the air raid shelter where the Goddess of Lightning is before the 20th day of the apocalypse. Jiangyu stretched on the bed, making creaking sounds, feeling more comfortable than ever before. Walked to the refrigerator. He took out a bottle of ice-cold beer, tilted his head back and gulped it down a few times, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Cool. Jiangyu shouted, venting the pent-up frustration from his previous life. In my previous life. He followed the survivors into the air raid shelter, enveloped in scorching air and a stench, while constantly worrying that other survivors might harm him. They haven't been able to drink a drop of water for 3 days. I haven't had a single good night's sleep. But in this life, he slept for 2.5 days on a soft cashmere bed, and when he woke up, he could drink a sip of ice-cold beer. No one bothered us. It is not hot. There was no foul odor. I will never repeat the mistakes of my past life. Coo. After sleeping for 2.5 days, Jiangyu's stomach started to rumble. Jiangyu went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare something to eat for herself. As soon as I opened the door, I found Xiao Huang squatting by my door, seemingly worried that I might encounter some danger. Good. Jiangyu patted the dog's head. In its previous life, Xiao Huang's name was Sun Jin Shou. because its special ability allows it to detect the location of the gold crystal. We need to get a gold crystal for Little Yellow so it can awaken its superpowers. That will make it much easier to find gold crystals in the future. I went downstairs. I fed Xiao Huang a bowl of dog food and poured it a bowl of milk. Jiangyu then went to the kitchen and started cooking. The food is served. Just as Jiangyu was about to enjoy his meal, a dog barked. Look over there. We noticed that Xiao Huang was yelling at the car door. Jiangyu walked over in confusion and found that the car door was vibrating slightly, and someone outside was knocking on his car door. I took a look through the 360-degree camera. It turned out that it was Wu Jun who was knocking on the door. The third day of the apocalypse. The changes inside the tunnel are enormous. At first, the car's air conditioning was still working, but by the next day it was completely broken. Furthermore, the temperature inside the tunnel continued to rise, reaching 80 degrees Celsius, and was filled with a foul stench. Many survivors have already died from the heat inside the tunnel. Brother, sell us a bottle of water, I have money, 100,000, 500,000. Brother, please have mercy. I'll kneel down before you. Inside the tunnel, Wu Jun knelt on the ground, begging passing survivors for some food. These past 3 days. Wu Jun didn't get a sip of water or a bite of food. My throat was so dry it felt like a chainsaw. A couple of days ago, he bought some water and food, but in order to make a profit, he gave it all to Linya. There were people selling water yesterday as well. But the price of a single bottle of water reached 100,000 yuan. He couldn't bear to buy it. He felt that with so many people in the tunnel, the official rescue team would soon find them and come to their rescue. But 3 days passed. There was no news from the rescue team. Today, he couldn't even buy a bottle of mineral water for 500,000 yuan. An ordinary person might be in mortal danger if they don't drink water for 3 days, but he is now living in a high temperature of 80 degrees Celsius. He felt that if things continued like this, he would die of thirst here. Wu Jun. Linya staggered out of the Mercedes. Although she had drunk a bottle of water in the past 2 days, she was still very weak. The once rosy lips were now cracked. Her beautiful hair was draped loosely over her shoulders without any regard for her appearance. The stockings on her beautiful legs had long since been thrown away somewhere. Wu Jun, hurry up and buy me water. I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan. You have to buy it for me, or you're fired, Linya ordered. Buy water. Seeing Linya's bossy attitude, Wu Jun felt a surge of anger. You bitch, you dare to order me around. If you're so capable, go buy it yourself. Do you know how much a bottle of water costs these days? 5 million. 5 million. Damn it, even 5 million isn't enough to buy it. You dare to insult me. Linya was somewhat incredulous after being scolded by Wu Jun, who used to be completely obedient to her. Linya was not one to passively accept her fate. As the female president of Changhong Freight, she quickly brought a group of seasoned veterans under her thumb when she first took over the company. Wu Jun, do you want to get fired? Expulsion. Wu Jun raised his hand and slapped Linya across the face, knocking her to the ground. Stop threatening me with expulsion. I'm dying of thirst, and you're worried about being expelled. You bitch, you better be polite to me, or I'll kill you. You. Linya stared wide-eyed in horror. It smells so good, what's that smell? Suddenly, Wu Jun smelled a fragrance, sniffed, and crawled towards the scent like a dog. Finally, they arrived at a red truck. The aroma was clearly emanating from the ventilation vents in the carriage. Someone is cooking inside. This is Jiangyu's car. Wu Jun opened his mouth in surprise. Jiangyu had gotten on this bus before, and he had actually been making stir-fried pork with chili peppers in the carriage. Jiangyu. Jiangyu, open the door for me. Wu Jun immediately pounded on the car door. Bang. The car door suddenly opened, and the huge force pushed Wu Jun out, causing him to fall flat on his face. Ouch. Wu Jun let out a miserable howl, but the refreshing cool breeze that swept over him made him forget the pain. He greedily inhaled the cold air emanating from the air conditioner in the carriage and had never felt so comfortable. Wu Jun's stomach growled again, and he immediately said to Jiangyu, Jiangyu, are you making something to eat? I can smell it. Could you give me some? Why should I give it to you? Jiangyu said coldly. Wu Jun was taken aback. Yes, Jiangyu was not related to him at all, and had even deducted his wages when they worked together before. But he was so hungry that he immediately said to Jiangyu, Jiangyu, I was wrong about what happened before. You don't need to pay me back the 100,000 yuan. Besides, you're short of money, right? I have money. I'll buy it for 1,000 yuan. Is that okay? They really value money over their lives. Jiangyu scoffed. Even at a time like this, Wu Jun is still guarding the money jar. Ridiculous. Do you think money still has any use now? This. Wu Jun's heart skipped a beat. Yes. The meteor shower hasn't stopped yet, skyscrapers have been reduced to ruins, and it's unclear when the rescue teams will arrive. The price of a bottle of mineral water has risen to 5 million. Moreover, there is no market for it despite its high price. What's the point of holding on to that little bit of money right now? However, he simply couldn't find anything else he could offer in exchange for Jiangyu. Suddenly, Wu Jun thought of someone. He immediately ran to the Mercedes and grabbed Linya. Jiangyu had previously set his sights on Linya, wanting her to be his woman. Jiangyu. Wu Jun said excitedly, didn't you want her to be your woman before? I've brought her here. You can treat her however you want. Linya's eyes were filled with terror. 3 days ago, she was a high-ranking female CEO who would spend tens of thousands of yuan on a single business dinner. Everyone around her treated her with utmost respect. And now, Wu Jun actually treated her like merchandise in a trade. Let me go, Wu Jun. What you're doing is illegal, and the police won't let you get away with this. Smack. Police. Wu Jun scoffed, if the police were capable, they would have come to rescue us long ago. I'm starving to death, who cares if they're breaking the law? You shit, it's your honor to be with young Master Jiang, so hurry up and go serve him. Wu Jun glared fiercely at Linya and pushed her in front of Jiangyu. Looking at this scene, a contemptuous smile appeared on Jiangyu's lips. Wu Jun's behavior is not surprising. In the apocalypse, even one's own father can be betrayed, and it's not uncommon for people to exchange their wives for supplies, let alone Linya, who is just her boss. Identity. Status. In the apocalypse, these things are nothing but fleeting clouds. Even the world's richest man has to grovel before others for a bite to eat. Jiangyu, I've brought the person here. Could you give me some food now? Wu Jun looked at Jiangyu with humility, no longer the arrogant person he had been when he bullied Jiangyu. No. Jiangyu uttered 2 words. This extinguished Wu Jun's hopes. Jiangyu. Wu Jun roared in despair, don't you have any conscience? Although I targeted you before and withheld a lot of your salary, I have already compensated you with 100,000 yuan. Are you really going to be so heartless as to watch me die like this? Wu Jun accused Jiangyu of being ruthless. Some people who heard the commotion gathered around, and when they learned that Jiangyu had supplies but wasn't selling them, they all pointed and whispered about him. Young man, it's fine if you don't sell him your supplies. But we have no grudges against each other, so please sell us some of your supplies. Yeah, you don't seem to lack supplies, so selling some to us wouldn't be a big deal. Don't worry, we won't take advantage of you. Bottled water costs 2 yuan outside, we'll pay 10 yuan, that's enough for you to make a profit. Young man, I have no money, but I am old. Please give me some food and drink as a sign of respect for the elderly. I will present you with a banner later. Splash. Dozens of survivors suddenly surrounded Jiangyu's shuttle, all of them there to buy supplies from him. Some of the more shameless ones even wanted Jiangyu to give it to them for free. Jiangyu, there are so many of us, you can't bear to see us all die, can you? Wu Jun's hope was rekindled. Heartless. Jiangyu remained indifferent, whether you live or die, what does it have to do with me? You. Wu Jun's lips trembled with anger as he glared fiercely at Jiangyu, you need to think this through. There are no police here, and you're all alone. If you push us too far, don't blame us for being rude to you. You're welcome. Jiangyu's eyes turned cold, and his right hand reached for a crossbow at his waist, you're welcome to try. You said it. Wu Jun, driven by malice, declared, let's all attack together. Since he has no conscience, let's just snatch the food from him. That's right. This little brat doesn't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. Keeping him around is just a menace. Today, we'll rid the people of this scourge. Let's all charge. Wu Jun's face was contorted with rage. These people around him were a pack of wolves. Let's see what Jiangyu will do now. Puff. Ah. Just as Wu Jun rushed to Jiangyu's car door, an arrow suddenly pierced his throat. Wu Jun let out a scream. Clutching his bleeding neck, his eyes wide open, he collapsed to the ground, stunned. He couldn't believe that Jiangyu dared to kill him. Ah. Murder. The group of survivors who were preparing to rob Jiangyu were all horrified by the bloodshed before them. Although they were driven mad by hunger, they had just emerged from a society governed by the rule of law, and murder was still too shocking for them. You won't give us food, fine, but you dare to kill someone. If you've got the guts, kill me too. Oh my goodness. Murder. Someone is bullying an old woman like me. Don't they have any conscience or morality? An old woman lay down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum, a smug smile on her face. She does this all the time. If someone sets their sights on something, they can roll on the ground, accuse the other person of disrespecting elders and children, and in the end, the other person will obediently hand it over with both hands. Last time, her grandson wanted someone else's autographed basketball, and she got it by lying on the ground like this. It works every time. If you don't give me food today, I'm not leaving. I'll grant your wish. Jiangyu sneered at the old woman lying on the ground cursing. Having survived the apocalypse for 5 years, he had seen all sorts of tricks. Morally blackmailing oneself. That's too low-level. He pointed his crossbow directly at the old woman. Puff. The old woman let out a scream and collapsed into a pool of blood. He's gone mad. This man's gone mad. Everyone run. All he did was ask him for some food, and he killed someone. He's insane. Run, you idiot. The survivors were completely panicked. They never expected that Jiangyu would actually dare to go on a killing spree. Wasn't he afraid of being judged by law and condemned by morality? One by one, they fled in panic, not daring to approach the shuttle even a step, for fear that if they ran too slowly they would be spotted by Jiangyu. Kill points +5. Kill points +1. 2 messages appeared before Jiangyu. Looking at the 2 corpses with arrows stuck in them, Jiangyu saw no Poland whatsoever. This is the apocalypse. If you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. In his past life, Jiangyu had seen too many people who were too kind-hearted and ended up dying tragically at the hands of the survivors they had helped. In the end times, don't expect people to be grateful. All of these are about interests. Killing Wu Jun serves as a warning to others and can deter some people from harboring ill intentions. Jiangyu didn't want his time traveler to be surrounded by people with ill intentions every day. He didn't have that much time for scheming and backstabbing. Beside the car, Linya was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, staring in terror at Wu Jun's corpse, her body trembling slightly. Fear. Jiangyu spoke. Ah. Linya woke up with a start, terrified, and immediately begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. I have money, I can give you all my money. Money. Do you think money is still useful now? Jiangyu leaned down and lifted Linya's chin. Linya had several wounds on her face and looked at Jiangyu with pitiful eyes. His eyes were filled with fear. Coo-coo. Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. Jiangyu looked down at her lower abdomen, but her view was blocked by an obstacle. Jiangyu clicked his tongue in amazement. Big. Do you remember what I told you before? Get on the bus if you don't want to go hungry. Get in the car. Hearing that demonic voice, Linya's heart trembled. Getting in the car sounds nice, but Jiangyu knows all too well what she's really up to. Isn't she just after her figure? He tugged at the shirt with the buttons popped off the chest. Watching Jiangyu get into the truck, Linya felt incredibly conflicted. Meteorites are falling outside, and there's no news from the rescue team. Countless people starved and died of thirst in the tunnel. Even Wu Jun, who had always been respectful to him, wanted to betray him. Not getting on the bus. I'll die of thirst and starvation. Even by a group of people. If I get on the bus, I might get robbed. But at least I can get something to eat. After a moment's consideration, Linya gritted her teeth and followed Jiangyu into the shuttle. A smile appeared on Jiangyu's lips. It's done. Huh. Upon entering the shuttle, Linya assumed that Jiangyu's truck would be like those of other drivers, reeking of a foul stench, littered with food scraps, and even containing bottled iced tea. However, Linya was somewhat surprised when she saw the scene inside Jiangyu's car. Jiangyu's truck cab was spotless, and the seats and carpets were all genuine leather. The interior was not hot at all, and the cooling system was even more advanced than her $1 million Mercedes-Benz. What surprised her even more was Jiangyu's carriage. It's a full 100 square meters and divided into 3 floors. Kitchen. Living room. Bedroom. A solid wood dining table, a sofa worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and a bed in her house that is the same model and worth more than 2 million yuan. This is not a truck. This is practically a mobile luxury villa. Have you thought it through? Jiangyu sat down at the table. I can give you a chance to leave. Leave. Linya glanced at the gate behind her. She's not stupid. Jiangyu's vehicle was clearly not an ordinary truck. Now that he had discovered Jiangyu's secret, how could Jiangyu possibly let him leave so easily? Just step out the door behind you. She had no doubt that Jiangyu would shoot an arrow into her heart just like he shot Wu Jun, and then throw her outside like a dead dog. I'm willing to stay here. Linya took a deep breath. The outside temperature was close to 80 degrees Celsius. There was no food or water, and death was the only option. Jiangyu's lips curled up, but he didn't show much excitement. Instead, he said calmly, I need to see your sincerity. Sincerity. Linya trembled, and immediately understood Jiangyu's meaning. Her pretty face blushed involuntarily. Although she is already 30 years old, she has always been a diligent student since childhood. After graduation, she inherited the family business and has been busy with work ever since. I have never been in a relationship. In both aspects, it's only when the night is quiet that I take out my electric boyfriend. Now she's being asked to deal with Jiangyu. It's so embarrassing. But compared to the precious food and water resources, Jiangyu's request is nothing at all. If Jiangyu wanted, countless young women and married women would probably flock to climb onto his heavy truck in the tunnel. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. With a thud, Linya's snow-white knees knelt on the ground. She lowered her head in shame, and mumbled a few words from her red lips, Master. Very good. A smile appeared on Jiangyu's lips. 3 days ago, she was a domineering female CEO who was high and mighty, but 3 days later, she knelt in front of him and called him master. All of this is because of the end times. In this apocalyptic world, all noble identities, whether internet celebrities, stars, rich second-generation heirs, billionaires, or heads of state, will vanish into nothingness. Only strength lasts forever. Before Jiangyu could speak, Linya on the ground started moving again. She braced herself on the ground with both hands and crawled towards Jiangyu little by little, deliberately placing her head under his palm, her posture like a kitten longing to be petted. Even though Jiangyu had been through countless battles in his previous life, his heart couldn't help but race when he saw Linya's demeanor. Go take a shower. The next day, waking up from his sleep, Jiangyu looked at Linya, who was still fast asleep beside him, and used 2 words to describe her, fairy. A night of passion. But Jiangyu did not forget his purpose. In the end times, you can't trust anyone but yourself. Anyone who wants to stay on the time traveler must use their control abilities on it. Looking at the sleeping Linya, Jiangyu reached out and hovered his hand above Linya's forehead. A stream of golden energy fell from his palm and then entered Linya's brain. As long as Jiangyu has a single thought, the golden energy enveloping Linya's brain will burst it. While waiting for Linya to awaken her superpower, Jiangyu can also directly replicate Linya's superpower through this golden energy. Furthermore, the copied ability strength is exactly the same as Linya's ability strength. Linya groaned and woke up from her sleep, feeling sore all over, so much so that she could hardly stand up. What's wrong? Looking at Jiangyu beside her, Linya recalled the scene from last night and couldn't help but marvel at Jiangyu's prowess. At the same time, she felt somewhat shy. The joy of having a robotic boyfriend is completely different from having a real boyfriend, I can't believe I lost my composure like that yesterday. Fine. Jiangyu didn't explain, but smiled and said, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Good. Hearing the word dinner, Linya's stomach rumbled again, and she swallowed hard. Can you cook? Upon arriving in the kitchen, Jiangyu inquired. I know a little bit. I sometimes cook for myself in my spare time. Then go cook. Jiangyu commanded, if you displease me, you should know what punishment awaits you. I know. Linya nodded cautiously. Seeing Linya's obedient appearance, Jiangyu was finally satisfied. He won't take in trash. If you want to stay on your own shuttle, you have to do things for yourself. This is not Jiangyu's fault. Resources are limited, and the space for travelers is also limited. I can only take in those who are capable. This is the law of the end times. Walking to the living room sofa, Jiangyu crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and comfortably exhaled a smoke ring. This is what the end of the world should be like. I wonder how things are going today. Jiangyu turned on the monitoring screen, and the situation outside the shuttle was projected onto the screen. Today is the 4th day of the apocalypse. The meteorites didn't stop. The temperature inside the tunnel continues to rise, and people have been dying since yesterday. Today the death toll has multiplied several times over. In the area where Jiangyu the shuttle was located alone, more than a dozen people have already died. Wu Jun's body also decomposed rapidly under the high temperature. Her original appearance is no longer recognizable. There were no survivors within 50 meters of the shuttle, which seemed to be the same method Jiangyu used to shoot Wu Jun yesterday, which had intimidated these people. They knew they were not to be trifled with. This was exactly what Jiangyu wanted to do. He had no interest in lecturing them one by one. Master, the meal is ready. Linya walked over and saw the scene displayed on the monitor screen. My stomach is churning. He vomited up a mouthful of stomach acid. This was the most terrifying and disgusting scene she had ever seen in her life. At the same time, she felt fortunate. If I hadn't gotten into Jiangyu's car, I probably wouldn't have been one of those rotting corpses on the ground for long. Thank you, Master. Taking the tissue Jiangyu handed her, Linya suddenly felt that being Jiangyu's woman seemed to be a very lucky thing. Will things always be like this outside? Linya looked outside with concern. Meeting. Jiangyu said calmly, and it will become even more terrifying and dangerous, for 10 years, or even 20 years, or perhaps forever. It's just a meteorite now. In a few days, superpowers will appear, and the evil of human nature will be fully revealed. There are also zombies, rainstorms, snowstorms. Each one is a devastating blow to human civilization. Forever. Linya was shocked once again. But there will be no danger around me. Jiangyu wrapped his arm around Linya's slender waist. Master. Linya's heart raced. We arrived at the restaurant. The food was getting cold. After tasting a few bites of the food, Linya's cooking skills, while not comparable to those of top chefs, were still much better than the food she made herself. Linya sighed in exasperation. At the same time, his gaze toward Jiangyu was filled with doubt. Who exactly is Jiangyu? Where did this car come from? Why is there so much food? Jiangyu was as eager as if she wanted to know when a meteorite would arrive. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Just do what you're supposed to do. Jiangyu knew what Linya was thinking. Yes, I understand. Linya immediately nodded, abandoning the idea of investigating Jiangyu. Woof, woof. Suddenly, a dog barked. Jiangyu immediately got up and left the restaurant, only to find Xiao Huang lying in the car, convulsing. What's wrong with it? Linya felt extremely distressed seeing Xiao Huang wailing. This is awakening. Jiangyu stared at Xiao Huang in astonishment. Xiao Huang's current condition was exactly the same as when he awakened his superpower. Jiangyu remembers that the first superhuman in her previous life appeared on the 7th day of the apocalypse. How come Xiao Huang awakened his superpowers so quickly? Is it because animals are more susceptible to meteorite radiation than humans? I brought back a gold crystal yesterday. Although I didn't give it to Xiao Huang was still exposed to the radiation from the gold crystal. So, did this cause it to awaken its superpowers prematurely? Jiangyu was extremely excited. Xiao Huang's special ability is to find gold. If Xiao Huang awakens its special ability, it will be even more convenient for it to find other gold crystals on its own. More than half an hour later, the little yellow dog stopped barking and stood up again. Its fur was shinier than before. Although the half of its face that had been bitten off had not grown back, the wound had completely healed. Searching for the golden beast. Picking up Xiao Huang, Jiangyu carefully sensed it and indeed discovered a faint energy fluctuation within Xiao Huang's body. Level 1 Alien Beast. Jiangyu excitedly picked up Xiao Huang and spun him around a few times. Little Huang, we're counting on you from now on. In his previous life, a low-level superhuman was able to become the richest person in Shanghai by relying on Xiao Huang's abilities. With Little Yellow by my side in this life, my strength will only increase. Woof woof. Xiao Huang seems to have realized that he is different from other dogs now, and his condition is completely different from before. His eyes were filled with gratitude for Jiangyu. We've eaten. It is now the 4th day of the apocalypse. In 3 more days, the meteor shower will subside, and the first superhuman in Shanghai will appear in the tunnel. Currently, Jiangyu is only a level 1 ability user and can only control 1 slave. If Jiangyu wants to control other superhumans, he must collect more gold crystals during this period to enhance his own strength. In my previous life, Tai too was a survivor in this tunnel. Jiangyu recalled. In his previous life, Jiangyu also controlled several powerful superhumans, some of whom were SS-level superhumans. Defensive superpower, Iron Head. Combat-type superpower, Xiao Wu. Fire-type superpower, Little Chili. Etc. Unfortunately, even with their help in the previous life, they still couldn't withstand the zombie siege. Among them, Tai too was a survivor in this tunnel. It's time to find him. However, before that, I need to collect a few more gold crystals to improve my control over my supernatural abilities. It seems that the tunnel entrance was blocked by a meteorite last time. Jiangyu recalled the scene of collecting golden crystals last time. A meteorite fell from the sky and blocked the entire tunnel entrance. Let's check out the other tunnel entrance. Jiangyu tidied up his equipment and upgraded the crossbow in his hand. The upgraded crossbow has an additional scope and its power has doubled, allowing it to easily penetrate 5-centimeter wooden planks. An ordinary person would be pierced through by a single shot from a reinforced crossbow. Secure the crossbow to your waist. Jiangyu then put on the upgraded heat-resistant vest, which reduced his perceived body temperature to below 40 degrees Celsius. He paused for a moment. Jiangyu took out another backpack and retrieved 10 bottles of water and 20 eggs from its storage compartment. After glancing around the shuttle and confirming that no one was around to ambush him, Jiangyu took Xiao Huang and got off. As soon as I got out of the car, several strange looks came from the shadows. However, when Jiangyu placed his hand on the crossbow at his waist, the survivors hidden in the shadows all put aside their thoughts. 2.5 hours later, Jiangyu arrived at another tunnel entrance. Along the way, many people tried to take advantage of Jiangyu. Some people saw that Jiangyu was carrying a backpack, so they went up to ask him for supplies. After being rejected by Jiangyu, he dared to attempt robbery. Without exception, they were all shot through the body by Jiangyu with a crossbow. Jiangyu killed 4 people along the way. Kill points +2. Kill points +1. Kill points +1. Kill points +3. Having gone without water and food for a long time, these survivors were generally not very strong in combat, and the kill points they provided were not even as high as those of a dog. Currently, Jiangyu has a total of 12 kill points remaining. The tunnel was filled with the stench of corpses and a mixture of feces and urine. Jiangyu almost vomited and tore a strip of cloth from his trouser leg to cover his nose. Meteorites continue to fall outside the tunnel. Jiangyu stared at the meteorite fragments, examining them for any gold crystals mixed in. At the same time, he said to Xiao Huang beside him, "Xiao Huang, look around and see if there are any gold crystals nearby." Woof woof. The little yellow nose sniffed the ground. They then slowly walked towards the interior of the tunnel. Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that someone had already found the gold crystal in the tunnel? I followed Xiao Huang for several dozen meters. Finally, Xiao Huang stopped near a bus. Could Jin Jing be in this car? Jiangyu reached out and placed his hand on the crossbow at his waist before cautiously stepping into the bus. There was a foul stench inside the bus. There were more than a dozen survivors inside. Judging from the lettering on the outside of the bus and the various sizes of packages inside, this should be a tour group. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, dozens of eyes turned to Jiangyu, all with wary expressions. Several survivors tucked their belongings into their bags, seemingly afraid that Jiangyu would steal them. The remaining few, who didn't have any bags, looked at Jiangyu's backpack with some longing in their eyes. Jiangyu glanced at it briefly but did not find Jin Jing's whereabouts. It must be hidden in someone's bag. Suddenly, a murmur arose behind us, and 4 burly men walked toward the bus. Jiangyu glanced at it, then found a seat and sat down. "Brother Chuang, is there really any food here? The driver just said that the passengers on this bus are all tourists, and they all have plenty of food and water. But how do we get the food out of their hands? Should we just snatch it?" "Brother Chuang, there are quite a lot of people on the bus, it might not be that easy to steal it. Lu Chuang and his friends were originally going to an underground casino, but they got stuck here halfway there. For the past few days, they have been relying on buying food from other people. But as food prices have risen, a bottle of mineral water has reached 5 million yuan, which is beyond their means. So they came up with the idea of robbery. They had just encountered a driver who, according to the driver, said there was a tour group in the tunnel with plenty of food on the bus. So they crept up here, intending to steal food from the tourists on the bus. It's all right, dealing with these people is simple, just follow my instructions." Lu Chuang waved to his underlings and whispered a few words of advice in their ears with a laugh. "Holy crap, bro's brilliant. Get in the car, let's go get some food." After the group got into the car, Lu Chuang looked around and found that there was indeed food inside. His Adam's apple began to wriggle greedily. Lu Chuang didn't immediately snatch it. Instead, he put on an authoritative air and said, "Don't panic, everyone. We're from the rescue team, here to save you." "You're a rescue team? Great. The rescue team has finally arrived. We're finally saved. Wah, I thought I was going to die here. What are you rescue teams doing? We taxpayers pay so much tax every year to support you, and you're so slow to arrive. Do you know that I'm almost dying of thirst? That's right, you'll starve my grandma to death. Can you take responsibility? My grandma's pension is 8,000 a month. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get us some food and water, and get us out of here, you useless piece of trash." The car became restless. The survivors all thought that Lu Chuang and his companions were sent by the official rescue team to save them, and they all thought they could survive. Some of them even cried with joy. An elderly woman adorned with gold jewelry excitedly approached Lu Chuang and his companions, asking for food. Jiangyu remained unmoved. He had just been to the tunnel entrance. Given the situation outside, it was impossible for the rescue team to get through. Moreover, in his previous life, Jiangyu had never heard of the rescue team. Lu Chuang and his group were clearly imposters. Smack! A slap rang out, and Lu Chuang slapped the old woman to the ground, leaving a bright red finger mark on half of her face. "You, how dare you hit me? I'm going to complain to your superiors. Go to hell." Lu Chuang spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the old woman. "Old hag, if you say another word, I'll kill you." Lu Chuang's fierce gaze silenced the old woman and her grandson, who were about to continue their cursing, and the carriage fell silent. "Don't panic, everyone." Lu Chuang smiled again. "We are from the rescue team. Our main force is blocked outside by the meteorite and cannot come over for the time being. But the leaders are worried about everyone's safety, so they sent a few of us to come first to help everyone hold on for a little longer while we wait for the main force to rescue us. Now, everyone hand over your supplies to me, and I will keep them safe for you." "What? Not only did you not bring any supplies to rescue us, but you also expect us to hand over all our supplies? Impossible, we won't pay." "Yes, you took the supplies. How are we supposed to survive?" "Yes, we don't even have food ourselves, so why should we give food to you?" "Absolutely not. Are you even a rescue team?" Inside the vehicle, the survivors questioned the identities of Lu Chuang and his companions, gripping their backpacks containing supplies even tighter in worry. "Brother Chuang, they're not falling for it. There are more than a dozen people here. We can't win if we try to take them by force. How about we pick one or two to take first? Given their character, they probably won't help each other. Let's try to grab another batch tomorrow. Lu Chuang and his accomplices whispered among themselves. No. Lu Chuang shook his head. If we wait until tomorrow, these people will consume another batch of supplies, and we'll have even less to loot then. We must take all the supplies with us today. Watch me. Lu Chuang patted his companion on the shoulder, then turned to the survivor and spoke again. Don't worry, everyone, I'm not a scammer. Lu Chuang waved his hand and said loudly, my name is Lu Chuang, you can call me Brother Chuang. The reason I asked everyone to hand over the supplies is because I want to distribute this food equally to everyone to prevent you from wasting it. In this way, everyone will have food, and more people will survive. The words fell. The carriage fell silent. The survivors, who had no food, exchanged glances and looked at the backpacks of the other survivors. Ahem, Brother Chuang is right. If we distribute the food equally, everyone can survive for a longer period of time. It's a survivor who has no food in his hands, said one of the survivors. Why should I? It's your own problem that you don't have food. I can survive longer by not sharing my food with you. That's right, it's because you guys are so stingy and unwilling to buy more things. Luckily, I bought a lot of local specialties. The survivors who had food refused it, and soon the two groups started arguing. Lu Chuang's lips curled up, and he continued, we're all compatriots. There's an old lady in her 70s or 80s here. Are you really going to just watch her starve to death? That is. The old woman, who had just harbored deep hatred for Lu Chuang, immediately became grateful to him, showing no remorse for the slap he had just given her. Young man, you are so kind-hearted. Do you people have any conscience at all? Are you just going to watch a frail old woman like me starve to death for a little bit of food? Are you even human? That's right, that's right. If you let my grandma starve to death, I'll never forgive you. My grandma gets 8,000 yuan a month in pension. The old woman's grandson also started criticizing. Young men, go and get their food right now. If they refuse, I'm not finished with them. The old woman looked at Lu Chuang as if he were her own son. The other survivors who had no food also supported Lu Chuang. Brother Chuang is brilliant. He got them on our side with just a few words and they even helped us deal with the others. Lu Chuang's accomplices were shocked and full of admiration for him. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and collect food. A greedy smile appeared on Lu Chuang's lips as he gave orders to his accomplices. Why are you taking my food? A man wearing glasses clutched his package tightly. On what grounds? Before Lu Chuang could speak, the old woman beside him started cursing. Are you trying to starve me by not bringing out the food? Don't you have any conscience? How did our society produce such a scoundrel like you? Exactly. My grandma gets 8,000 yuan a month in pension. If she dies, can you afford to pay for it? Your grandma's retirement pension hasn't been given to me to use again. Smack. The old woman slapped the bespectacled man's glasses away, sending them flying. Give them to me. Young man, hurry up and get the food. If anyone dares to resist, this old woman will deal with them. The old woman smiled and handed the bespectacled man's package to Lu Chuang. 8 treasure porridge, mineral water. Lu Chuang opened the package and was surprised to find several bottles of 8 treasure porridge and mineral water inside. He excitedly told his companion, next. Several survivors tried to fight back. But before Lu Chuang could make a move, several other survivors who had no food stepped forward, leaving them no choice but to hand over their food to Lu Chuang and the others. Brother Chuang, there are still spicy strips. Hey beautiful, what's that purple, stick-like thing in your bag? Cola. It's cola. Yesterday, the price of a bottle of cola skyrocketed to 10 million. We're rich. Brother Chuang, we're rich. Lu Chuang and his men continued to collect food, eventually gathering enough rations for more than 10 days. However, Jing was not found in these people's backpacks. Finally, only Jiangyu and the person in front of him remained in the carriage. The girl sitting in front of Jiangyu was trembling slightly when facing the fierce-looking Lu Chuang. But he still held tightly to the little bare backpack in his hand. Upon seeing the girl's face, Jiangyu was slightly taken aback. The face gave him a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere in his previous life. But Jiangyu definitely didn't happen overnight. Where exactly have I seen this before? Oh, she's a pretty young lady. Hurry up and bring the food over, don't make me do it. Lu Chuang walked up to the girl and stared at her with lust. The girl had short hair and a very pure and innocent look, giving off a girl-next-door vibe. If finding food wasn't the priority, he would have liked to take a few minutes to spare. Lu Chuang reached out and grabbed the girl's backpack, wanting to see what food was inside. I can't give it to you. Zhang Xiaoxiao clutched her backpack. This is the last food my brother and I have. Little beauty, handing over the food is for everyone's good. You're so kind, you don't want innocent people to starve to death, do you? Lu Chuang said. That is. The old woman jumped out again, pointing at Zhang Xiaoxiao and starting to curse. Young people these days are so selfish. Back when we were eating from the same pot, we never complained. Are you going to watch an octogenarian starve to death? Do you have any conscience at all? That sounds nice, but if you had food, I bet you'd be yelling louder than anyone else. Zhang Xiaoxiao retorted angrily, guarding her food like a lioness, showing no trace of innocence. You. The old woman was desperate and decided to do something rash. Indeed, she wouldn't share food with others if she had it herself. But it doesn't exist. Xiao Lu. The old woman grabbed Lu Chuang. This little bastard is so immoral. How dare she bully an old woman like me? Take her out and teach her a lesson later, so she'll know how to behave. Really? Lu Chuang's eyes lit up. He had just wanted to make a move on Zhang Xiaoxiao, but he was afraid that going too far would cause unnecessary trouble. But now even the old lady supports him. This gave him an opportunity. Haha, okay, I'll give you more supplies later. Thank you, Xiao Lu, thank you, Xiao Lu. The old woman thanked him profusely, her smile spreading across her face. She had just noticed Lu Chuang's ulterior motives, so she took the opportunity to do him a favor in order to obtain more supplies. As for Zhang Xiaoxiao, what does her life or death have to do with me? As long as I have food to eat, that's all that matters. It would be best if Zhang Xiaoxiao died. This way, she can get less food for one person and eat more herself. She also has 8,000 yuan in retirement pension and doesn't want to die like this. Did you hear that? They told me to teach you a lesson, so don't blame me. Lu Chuang grabbed Zhang Xiaoxiao and pulled her up, then snatched her package and rummaged through the food inside. So poor, only 2 bottles of water and 2 steamed buns. Lu Chuang pursed his lips, but then he pulled something shiny out of his bag. Is this a diamond or a crystal? Lu Chuang glanced at it, then put it in his pocket. Behind the car. Jiangyu immediately recognized that Lu Chuang was holding a golden crystal. Moreover, judging from the size of the crystal and its luminosity, this golden crystal contained more energy than his previous golden crystal. Kid, it's your turn. Hand over the food. Kid, hand over the bag obediently, don't make things difficult for me. Lu Chuang walked up to Jiangyu and looked down at him. Damn it, another troublemaker has come along. I have to take action. Seeing that Jiangyu didn't move, Lu Chuang cursed and slapped Jiangyu across the face. However, before he could touch Jiangyu, a sharp arrow pierced through Lu Chuang's palm and embedded itself in his head. White liquid mixed with blood flowed down the back of the head from the arrow, dripping onto the ground. The upgraded crossbow can penetrate not only the human body, but even steel plates. Bang! Lu Chuang's body lay on the ground, and everyone around stared in stunned silence at the scene. Murder. Seconds later, chaos erupted inside the car as the survivors desperately ran out. In the past few days, there have been many robberies and fights in the tunnel, but so far there has never been a murder. Less than 10 seconds. Inside the car, only the stunned girl and the old woman who had been trampled to death by the survivors in the chaos remained. Jiangyu did not continue to pursue the fleeing survivors, nor did he make a move against Zhang Xiaoxiao. Although killing can earn kill points, Jiangyu is still human. He can be cruel to his enemies, but he will not actively kill innocent survivors. We are all pitiful creatures struggling to survive in this apocalypse. Jiangyu has only one goal, to survive the apocalypse. Jiangyu crouched down and took the glowing crystal out of Lu Chuang's pocket. Jin Jing. Although Jiangyu was already excited when he saw Jin Jing, the sense of security he felt holding her in his hand made him even more excited. I wonder what level I can level up to after absorbing this golden crystal. After putting away the crystal, Jiangyu glanced at the panicked Zhang Xiaoxiao. Although she looked familiar, Jiangyu had no intention of winning her over. In his previous life, Jiangyu knew almost every powerful superhuman in Shanghai. Zhang Xiaoxiao was not among them. Perhaps we met once in a past life. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard another anxious voice from outside. Little one. A shirtless man with a long scar on his forehead rushed in. The man was very muscular, standing at 1.9 meters tall and weighing at least 200 kilograms. Standing at the car door, it's like being behind an iron gate. The lights inside the carriage were much dimmer. Little one. Zhang Tai, a burly man weighing over 200 pounds, was as flustered as a child at this moment, with tears still wet on his face. Xiao, you scared me to death. I'm so glad you're all right, otherwise I wouldn't have the face to go down and see my parents. Zhang Tiesong breathed a sigh of relief. He had gone out to see if there was a way to contact the rescue team, but when he came back, he suddenly heard someone say that a fight had broken out near the bus. Thinking of his sister still in the car, he ran over without taking a breath. Brother. I'm fine. Upon seeing Zhang Tai, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt relieved and told her brother what had just happened. Hearing what had happened, Zhang Tai felt a chill run down his spine. And then there's Jiangyu's involvement, otherwise Zhang Xiaoxiao would probably be. He dared not think about it. Thanks, brother. Zhang Tai thanked Jiangyu, but his eyes remained wary. The corpse on the ground with arrows stuck in it proved that Jiangyu was a ruthless character. At least I wouldn't dare to kill anyone. Jiangyu was stunned when he saw Zhang Tai, who was as flat as a door panel. Iron Head. The tall, imposing man before him was none other than Zhang Tai, one of his brothers from his previous life. Nicknamed Iron Head. Zhang Tai is a defensive type ability user. The two met while being chased by a horde of zombies. In his past life, Jiangyu was once surrounded by a group of superhumans. At that time, Jiangyu had only recently awakened and mastered superhuman abilities and only had a few low-level abilities. He was no match for those superhumans. It was Zhang Tai who withstood 18 attacks with his head, which finally made the other party afraid and let him go. Therefore, he was known as Iron Head. From then on, the two developed a brotherly bond and fought side by side in the apocalypse for 4 years. When they were finally surrounded by zombies, he was the first to stand in front of them. Fight to the very last moment. Recalling the time he and Tai Tu went through hardships together in his previous life, Jiangyu's eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. No wonder Zhang Xiaoxiao looked familiar to him, she was Tai Tu's sister. In his previous life, Tai Tu often stared blankly at a photo of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Jiangyu even jokingly asked if she was his wife. Get lost, this is my sister. Ironhead smacked Jiangyu. In his previous life, when he met Tai Tu, he had never seen his sister. Tai Tu said that she had been murdered, and he had been investigating the murderer's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the murderer was never found before his death. This is also Tai Tu's biggest unresolved issue. It now appears that Tai Tu's sister was likely murdered around this time. He never expected that he would happen to save Zhang Xiaoxiao. This can be considered as resolving Tai Tu's inner conflict. Hello, my name is Jiangyu. Jiangyu greeted Tai Tu with a smile. He had originally planned to find Tai Tu later, but he didn't expect to run into him earlier than planned. Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai nodded, but instead of being polite with Jiangyu, he shielded Zhang Xiaoxiao behind his broad shoulders. The rescue team hasn't arrived yet. How about we form a team together? I still have some food. Jiangyu extended an invitation to Tai Tu. Thank you, but we have our own plans, Zhang Tai said indifferently. All right. Jiangyu shrugged, not paying any attention, but simply said, if you encounter any danger, you can find me in the tunnel. I'm in a red truck. He then took out a few bottles of water and left a few eggs for Zhang Tai to prevent him from starving to death during this period. He did not forcibly take Zhang Tai away. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. Although Iron Head was very powerful, he hadn't awakened any special abilities, and his crossbow could easily subdue his opponent. But Jiangyu didn't want to do that. After all, they were brothers in their previous life. In addition, Jiangyu's ability level has not increased, and he can only control one person at the moment. He has already taken control of Linya. The Iron Head can no longer be controlled. Although he had gone through thick and thin with Tai Tu in his previous life, he didn't know him in this life, and Jiangyu didn't dare to bring Zhang Tai into his carriage without controlling him. What if Zhang Tiexin harbors evil intentions? No wonder Jiangyu was overthinking it. We live in the end times, and people's hearts are unpredictable. We must remain vigilant towards everyone. This is about taking responsibility for yourself. Bro, why don't we team up with him? Wouldn't it be easier to survive with more people? Watching Jiangyu's departing figure, Zhang Xiaoxin felt incredibly curious about Jiangyu and turned to ask her brother in confusion. This guy is willing to kill people, it's best to stay away from him. Zhang Tai also sized up Jiangyu, feeling only apprehension in his heart. But he left us some food, so I think he's a pretty nice person. It's a pity I forgot to get his contact information. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked regretful. You silly girl, all you ever do is watch those domineering CEOs saving damsels in distress. When you look for a boyfriend in the future, he has to pass my test first. He has to be able to withstand at least one punch from me. Brother, who can withstand one punch from you? You just don't want me to get married. After leaving the bus, Jiangyu did not immediately return to the truck, but instead continued collecting gold crystals with Xiao Huang. There are still 8 bottles of water in the backpack, enough for me and Xiao Huang to store for 2 or 3 days. In the previous life, the zombie outbreak occurred on the 7th day of the apocalypse, just as the meteorites outside stopped falling. All I need to do is return to the shuttle before the zombie outbreak. We are currently on the 4th day of the apocalypse. 2 days later. The 6th day of the apocalypse. For the past 2 days, Jiangyu has spent all his time collecting gold crystals at the tunnel entrance. He has collected almost every gold crystal he could find. There are a total of 12 gold crystals. At the same time, Jiangyu also roughly figured out the detection range of Xiao Huang's supernatural abilities. Currently, Xiao Huang can only smell the scent of gold crystals within a radius of about 50 meters. To increase its range, Xiao Huang must be given gold crystals to upgrade its abilities. At the same time, gold crystals are the only way for superhumans to improve their superpower level. Return to the shuttle. The stench inside the tunnel grew stronger, and many survivors wandered aimlessly, while some recklessly attacked Jiangyu. Jiangyu did not hesitate to shoot. He doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, but that doesn't mean he won't kill. If you harm yourself, there will only be one outcome. Die. However, after today, mutated zombies will appear among these people. After 2 days of absence, a group of survivors surrounded the shuttle again. Hearing that there was food inside, they all stared at the shuttle with predatory eyes. Some people even picked up tools and smashed things at the passers-by. However, these people could neither break through the shuttle nor cause it any harm. Most crucial. When Jiangyu left, he had already locked all the shuttles. Unless Jiangyu returned and entered the password, even the people inside would not be able to start or open the shuttles. This is why Jiangyu felt at ease leaving the time travelers for 2 days without worrying at all about Linya's rebellion. Get out of the way. Jiangyu, wielding a reinforced crossbow, shot and killed several survivors who were plotting something, then drove away all the survivors beside the shuttle. Kill points +3. Kill points +2. Kill points +1. Over the course of a few days, Jiangyu has accumulated some kill points, currently holding 21 kill points. Upon entering the shuttle, Jiangyu locked the doors securely. Master, you're back. Inside the car, Linya had been on tenterhooks for the past 2 days. Jiangyu had gone out and hadn't returned, and the shuttle's doors couldn't be opened. She almost thought she was going to be trapped here and die. Jiangyu nodded, glancing around the car. There were no signs of ransacking, only the refrigerator was open. He's fairly honest. Have you eaten yet? Jiangyu poured some dog food into Xiao Huang's food bowl, then turned to Linya and asked her a question. I was so hungry yesterday that I took some food from the refrigerator. Linya said with some fear. After Jiangyu left, Linya thought about taking some food, but she was afraid that Jiangyu would blame her when he came back. However, she was too hungry last night and couldn't help but take some food. She was already mentally prepared to be punished by Jiangyu. Eat some more, then come to my room, Jiangyu instructed Linya. Ah. Linya was surprised that Jiangyu not only didn't blame her, but even told her to eat more. However, when Jiangyu asked her to go to his room, Linya couldn't help but recall the scene from that night, and her pretty face flushed again. We've eaten. The two entered the room. Linya squatted down in front of Jiangyu, somewhat shyly. What are you doing? Jiangyu's lips twitched. He hadn't expected Linya to become more and more proactive. Looking at Linya's full and mature body, he felt a little restless. But now is not the time. Tomorrow is the day the zombie outbreak begins. I must awaken Linya's superpowers today, so that I will be able to deal with the zombies tomorrow. Eat this. Jiangyu took out a gold crystal and said to Linya. Eat, eat. Linya looked at the tiny gold crystal, no bigger than her little finger. Jiangyu was actually telling her to eat it. Was it even edible? However, seeing Jiangyu's unwavering gaze, Linya still gave in. Eat the crystal. Soon after, Linya began to writhe in pain all over her body, rolling around on the bed and tearing her clothes to shreds. Jiangyu ignored Linya. He took out the largest gold crystal and consumed it himself. The levels of superpowers are divided into 1 to 12. Gold crystals are the only way to upgrade one's superpower level, and also the only circulating currency in the apocalypse. Human trafficking, food trade, all were conducted using gold crystals as the medium of exchange. In his previous life, Jiangyu fought for 5 years in the apocalypse and collected a lot of crystals, but he only had the strength of a level 10 superhuman before he died. Because he used a large portion of his gold crystals to exchange for food. Jiangyu absorbed the energy of the gold crystal. Unlike the first time I awakened my superpower, the pain I felt this time was much less. However, it is very physically demanding. And I'm hungry again even though I just ate. This is also a side effect of taking Jing. Jing will consume most of the body's energy in a short period of time, and if food is not replenished in time, it is easy to starve to death. Especially high-level superhumans. Later on, when a high-level ability user advances to the next level, they not only need a large amount of gold crystals, but also a large amount of food supplies. This is also why there were so few level 12 ability users in my previous life. Not everyone has that much food. However, in this life, Jiangyu has no need to worry about food at all, as he has food worth hundreds of millions. I felt the power within my body. Compared to before, the supernatural energy within his body is now much more surging. However, they have not yet reached the level of a level 2 ability user. Jiangyu estimated that he needed to absorb at least 3 more gold crystals to reach the level of a level 2 ability user. But not now. After absorbing 1 gold crystal, you need to recover some stamina before you can continue absorbing. Otherwise, you will not only starve to death, but it will also affect the absorption effect of the gold crystal. However, Jiangyu's current ability to control his powers allows him to control 2 people simultaneously. It can also copy about 20% of the other party's abilities. Owner. After absorbing the golden crystal, Linya gradually calmed down. I feel like there's an extra energy in my body. Yes, that's a superpower. Your superpower can temporarily enhance other people's strength, speed, and stamina, Jiangyu explained. Superpowers. Linya was astonished. She had only ever seen superpowers in movies, and she never expected that they existed in real life. And it even appeared on myself. All of this was because of the golden crystal that Jiangyu gave him. Who exactly is Jiangyu? Is Jiangyu's car part of his superpower? Linya did not harbor any thoughts of betrayal because she had gained superpowers. Instead, she felt that Jiangyu had become even more mysterious and unpredictable. She felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, I did not do anything to betray Jiangyu during this time, otherwise it would be the most regrettable thing in my life. Put your clothes on, go eat something first, and then we'll try out the superpower effects. Jiangyu tossed a set of clothes to Linya. Linya then realized that her clothes had just been torn to shreds, but considering her relationship with Jiangyu, she felt that she was making a mountain out of a molehill. So she put on her clothes confidently and even struck a few sexy poses. Master, how do I test the effects of the superpower? Fairy. Looking at Lin Ya's alluring figure, Jiangyu felt a surge of desire and said with a wicked smile, "Didn't I tell you, your superpower can increase your stamina?" Physical strength. Lin Ya was stunned, then spat and blushed, saying angrily, "Master, you're bad." When I woke up, it was already the morning of the 7th day. Yesterday, Jiangyu experienced Lin Ya's superpower effects and was amazed. It truly deserves to be the strongest support superpower in the early stages. Lin Ya is only at the first level. This can increase your strength, speed, and stamina by 50%. Don't underestimate 50%. That lasted a full 3 hours. Moreover, his 100-meter sprint speed directly surpassed the world record. However, Lin Ya's superpower cannot last indefinitely. If used only by Jiangyu, the boost will only last for about 3 hours at most, and it will take a day to fully recover, during which time a lot of food will be needed to replenish his stamina. Besides, Jiangyu also gained Lin Ya's amplification technique by mastering supernatural abilities. The copied superpower is about 20% of Lin Ya's current strength. As Jiangyu's strength increases, he can copy more and more powers, eventually even surpassing Lin Ya's original strength. I still have 11 gold crystals in my hand. If I absorb them all, I should be able to reach the level 3 ability user. It's enough for me to control the goddess of lightning. It's the 7th day. Jiangyu took out a bottle of chilled drink and nestled into the sofa. In my past life, the zombie outbreak started today. At first, only a few people turned into zombies, but as time went on, the number of mutated zombies increased several times over. In the end, 90% of them turned into zombies. Jiangyu turned on the monitor and checked the situation outside. The tunnel was still hot. Many survivors took off all their clothes to cool down. There were many corpses lying around the shuttle, all of whom had died from lack of food or from injuries that were not treated in time and eventually became infected. The tunnel was filled with the stench of corpses. However, they had become accustomed to it. Some survivors rested against the vehicles to conserve their energy, while others were so hungry that they begged others for food. Some, driven by hunger, even managed to get some meat from somewhere and started gnawing on the bones. Ugh. Seeing the disgusting scene, Lin Ya clutched her stomach and felt nauseous. What the person was holding was clearly a shin bone. Jiangyu remained completely unmoved. He had seen far too many things like this in his past life. No zombies in sight. Jiangyu looked around but didn't see any zombies. Could it be that he remembered wrong? Didn't the zombies appear on the 7th day? Ah. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and Lin Ya pointed at the screen in terror. Suddenly, a huge mouth appeared on the monitor screen, and the rotting face seemed to crawl out of the screen. Zombies. At the same time, in the crowd, a burly man was snatching a backpack from a thin young man. The burly man punched the young man to the ground, then sneered and stomped on his head, making a cracking sound. With your small frame, you actually dare to steal my food. The young man on the ground struggled for a few moments before losing consciousness, and the burly man bent down with delight to grab the backpack from the young man's arms. Suddenly, the young man's head turned at a very twisted angle, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at him like a vicious wolf. Ah! The young man opened his blood-red mouth and pounced on the burly man who weighed dozens of kilograms more than him. The burly man kicked his legs desperately, blood splattering from his neck. 3 minutes later, the burly man who had just been bitten to death got up from the ground with his neck crooked and without a cervical spine, and then pounced on the other survivors at lightning speed. Such incidents occurred repeatedly inside the tunnel. The closer you are to the tunnel entrance, the more zombies there are, and the stronger the radiation from the meteorite is. Chaos reigned inside the tunnel. Wife, what's wrong with you? Why did you bite me? Wah, I was so scared. What happened to those people? Why are the corpses moving? Zombies. These are zombies. Zombies. Why are there suddenly zombies? Help. Wah, I just made a deal with a woman, and she suddenly turned into a zombie and bit me. My leg hurts so much. Help. Help me. Get in the car quickly, get inside the car right away. Some survivors crawled into cars, trying to use them to block the zombie attacks, but the windshields of those ordinary cars were simply not enough to stop the zombies. A series of wails came from inside the car. "Master, how could they have become like this?" Linya's face turned deathly pale. Those people had turned into zombies and were biting off other people's necks. If he hadn't boarded the Jiangyu shuttle, he might have turned into a zombie like these people. The real apocalypse has begun. Jiangyu's eyes flashed with a chilling light. "Sit still, it's time to leave. The meteor shower outside has stopped." According to the previous plan, Jiangyu was to leave this place and find another SSS-level superhuman, the Electric Mother, within 20 days, and take control of her before she awakened her superpowers. Jiangyu walked to the front of the shuttle and sat down in the driver's seat. The 1,000-horsepower engine hummed. The sound echoed throughout the tunnel. Nearby, several survivors who heard the engine sound ran towards the shuttle as if they had seen a savior. "Great, it's the 100-ton king. If we can become the 100-ton king, we won't have to worry about zombie attacks anymore. Let's get in the car quickly. Help! Someone help me. I've been bitten on the leg by a zombie and I can't run anymore. So many zombies. Open the door and let us up. Open the door. Open the door now." The survivors swarmed around Jiangyu's shuttle like zombies, banging on the car door to get in. Several survivors blocked Jiangyu's car, preventing him from leaving. "Master, what should we do with them? Should we stop them from coming up?" Linya looked at the crowd outside with a pale face. Many of those who were slow to run had already been knocked to the ground by zombies. "Do you want to go down and join them?" Jiangyu glanced at Linya. Linya's face turned pale instantly, and she quickly shook her head. "No, I don't want to." "Then put away your saintly heart, just like you wouldn't let a poor wretch live in your villa." Jiangyu stepped on the gas pedal. The shuttle's massive run-flat tires ran over the roof of the car in front of it, leaving the survivors behind. Jiangyu is not without kindness. Moreover, kindness comes at a price. Jiangyu dared not gamble on how kind-hearted so many survivors were, nor did he dare gamble on whether they would harm him after getting on the bus. Rumble. The 50-ton shuttle crushed the car, turning it into a flat disc, and moved through the tunnel without any obstruction. Inside the tunnel, the newly infected zombies acted like speed bumps. The fluid kept bursting under Jiangyu's wheels. A reddish-white, viscous substance sprayed onto the wall with a hissing sound. Prompts kept appearing in front of Jiangyu. Kill points +7. Kill points +10. Kill points +11. Kill points +7. In just a few minutes, Jiangyu collected over 100 kill points, with each zombie providing an average of 7 to 15 kill points. It is 2 to 3 times that of an average adult male. Jiangyu continued to move forward. The tunnel entrance was blocked by a meteorite, so Jiangyu had to leave through another tunnel entrance. The distance from here to the other tunnel entrance is about 10 kilometers. Jiangyu stepped on the gas. The hum of the shuttle's engine and the sound of metal deforming upon impact echoed through the tunnel. Whether it's Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or Audi. In front of Jiangyu's time travelers, they all became discus. The survivors being chased by zombies in the tunnel stared wide-eyed at the sight of the shuttle speeding by. This is not a truck. This is clearly a war chariot. Help me, please help me. I'm the president of Fading Company, I'll give you 10 million, no, 100 million. Wah, I should have known better than to buy a Lamborghini. If I had bought a 100-ton King, I wouldn't be trapped in this tunnel now. A Ferrari can't compare to the grandeur of the Grand Hyatt. Brother, let me in the car. I'll trade you my Rolls-Royce. If I could live my life again, I would definitely not buy a Rolls-Royce, but a Dayun. Stop fantasizing. They're completely ignoring you. Run for your life. As the survivors fled through the tunnel, some offered to trade a Rolls-Royce for a Jiangyu, regretting that they hadn't bought a Dayun. I vowed that after leaving the tunnel, I would definitely buy a 100-ton truck for transportation. The zombie outbreak mainly occurred at both ends of the tunnel entrance. The location where Jiangyu was just now, and another tunnel entrance, were the areas with the most zombies. Behind and in front of the shuttle, many survivors were chased by zombies from the tunnel entrance to the middle of the tunnel. Just like making dumplings. Jiangyu slowed down. The surrounding area was full of ordinary survivors. Although Jiangyu did not intend to let them get on the vehicle, he also did not want to run them over directly. Jiangyu is not someone who enjoys killing. We're all just pitiful creatures trying to escape the apocalypse. Jiangyu slowed down, his eyes scanning the survivors fleeing into the tunnel. He was looking for Tai Tu. Last time, Jiangyu didn't improve his superpowers, and he didn't want to force Tai Tu, so he didn't bring Tai Tu on the bus. But this time, he still wants to leave with this brother who went through thick and thin with him in the previous life. We drove straight ahead. There were over 1,000 survivors trapped in the tunnel, more than 300 of whom had turned into zombies due to radiation. Now, with the zombies hunting them down, only about 200 survivors remain in the tunnel. One by one, the survivors ran from the front of the shuttle to the back. Then they were chased by zombies from the back of the car. Jiangyu scanned the group of survivors intently, but still couldn't spot Tai Tu. Jiangyu's expression was solemn. Could something have happened to Tai Tu? Jiangyu was a little anxious, so he increased the speed of the shuttle a bit. Soon the shuttle encountered the zombies chasing from the front. Puff puff. The zombies had no brains and instinctively lunged at the shuttle, only to be crushed by it like pimples. Kill points plus 10. Kill points plus 11. The number of zombies was increasing, but there was still no sign of Ironhead. Jiangyu's heart began to race. Could it be that the butterfly effect of his own actions in this life caused Ironhead's accident? Jiangyu couldn't help but speed up again. They crushed no fewer than 300 zombies along the way. As Jiangyu approached the tunnel entrance, he discovered a bus in front of him surrounded by no fewer than 50 zombies. The bus doors were locked. The zombies climbed the bus like geckos, trying to get inside through the windows. Inside the vehicle, a burly man with a bare chest was hitting a zombie's head with an iron rod. He shielded a young girl behind him with all his might. The strongman was incredibly strong. He smashed the heads of the zombies one by one, like watermelons, leaving red and white residue all over the bus. There were already more than a dozen zombie corpses lying on the ground. Ironhead. Jiangyu recognized the figure inside the bus as his brother from his previous life, Tai Tu. He's here. No wonder I didn't see him among the survivors. In this life, he accidentally saved Tai Tu's sister, which resulted in Tai Tu being trapped in a bus while protecting his sister. If things continue like this, in this life, Ironhead will probably die on the bus while saving his sister, and won't awaken defensive abilities like before. This is the butterfly effect. Jiangyu drove towards the bus. In his previous life, Tai Tu had gone through thick and thin with him, and had stood in front of him at the last moment. In this lifetime, I cannot abandon him. Bus. Inside the bus lay 8 zombie corpses, while outside, dozens of zombies pounded on the bus windows, their gaping maws roaring as they crawled into the bus. Tai Tu's face showed terror. But he continued to roar to bolster his courage, constantly waving an iron rod to repel the climbing zombies. After Jiangyu left last time, Tai Tu has been waiting for the rescue team on the bus with Zhang Xiaoxiao. Thanks to the food left by Jiangyu, the two of them don't have to worry about food these days. This has continued to this day. Ironhead was suddenly awakened by a roar. Several survivors on the train suddenly turned into zombies and began tearing at the other survivors in the carriage. Fortunately, he had found an iron baseball bat in an abandoned vehicle for self-defense and used it to kill all the mutated zombies inside. But only he and Zhang Xiaoxiao remained in the car. Just as they were about to leave, they discovered that almost all the survivors in the tunnel had turned into zombies. Hundreds of them, densely packed together. Ironhead felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In an attempt to save his life, he locked the bus doors tightly, but he still couldn't stop the zombies from climbing through the windows. "Brother, you should go now, don't worry about me." Zhang Xiaoxiao cried and pushed Tai Tu. If it weren't for her, Tai Tu could have easily left the bus with his strength. But now, the two are trapped on the bus and can only wait to die. "I'm not leaving." Ironhead swung the baseball bat with difficulty. The long hours of swinging had made his hands start to lose strength, and swinging the bat felt like holding a 1,000-pound weight. But he still didn't give up. "I promised Mom and Dad that I would take good care of you. If I leave you here alone, how can I face them?" Ironhead swung his baseball bat again, smashing a zombie that rushed into its death. But the baseball bat also fell to the ground. Before he could pick it up, 2 more zombies rushed into the carriage. Completion. Am I really going to die like this? Damn it, I've never even been married. 2 zombies rushed into the carriage. Tai Tu felt a chill in his heart and, unwilling to accept defeat, stood in front of Zhang Xiaoxiao. Boom. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. A huge red truck head crashed along the side of the bus, turning all the zombies next to the bus into a bloody pulp like a garbage dump. The car body shook violently. Tai Tu stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking outside, a figure emerged from the front of the red truck, holding a crossbow and pulling the trigger. Brush. A crossbow bolt pierced through the zombie's head, traveled along Iron Head's ear, and disappeared into the carriage behind it. Then another arrow shot out, and the young man killed another zombie. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. It's you. Tai Tu recognized the young man in the truck cab as the same young man who had killed someone on the bus a few days earlier. His name is Jiangyu. Get in the car. Jiangyu opened the door of the shuttle and shouted into the car. Although the zombies had just been killed by the collision, there were still hundreds of zombies in the tunnel, constantly climbing over the river shuttle. Several people tried to squeeze into Jiangyu's car through the gap between the shuttle and the bus. Jiangyu immediately picked up a bow and arrow and shot. Tai Tu glanced at Jiangyu, but now it was the only way to survive. Xiaoxiao, let's get in the car. Tai Tu got up, pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao over, and jumped into the shuttle through the broken window of the bus. Thanks. Once inside the car, Tai Tu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he had escaped a disaster, and sincerely thanked Jiangyu. After the shuttle, many survivors, chased by zombies, clung to Jiangyu's shuttle for help. Big brother, open the door. I'm the female lead in XX movie. If you let me in, I'll do anything you want. Young man, I am Chen Dashan, chairman of the Chen Group. Please save me. If you save me, I will give you 100 million, no, 1 billion. I'll marry both my daughters to you, please save me, I don't want to die. You saved them, why didn't you save us? Your car is so powerful, why couldn't you save us too? You just watched us die, don't you have any conscience at all? You heartless wretch, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Several survivors made demands of Jiangyu, including a female celebrity with millions of fans who wanted to use her body to gain the right to get on the bus. There were also some who attacked Jiangyu for being immoral simply because he didn't open the door. Jiangyu ignored this. With a tap of the accelerator, the shuttle burst out of the tunnel. Outside the tunnel, the meteorite had stopped, but the roads outside were smashed to pieces by the meteorite, with deep craters everywhere and the eaves and walls of buildings in ruins. If the shuttle hadn't been modified, ordinary vehicles simply wouldn't be able to drive on these roads. After leaving the tunnel, there were fewer zombies outside. Everyone in the carriage breathed a sigh of relief. Once Tai Tu calmed down, he realized that Jiangyu's truck was unusual. Jiangyu's truck easily smashed through 100 pounds of concrete on the road, and the vehicle didn't even shake much. Not even the paint was scratched. The zombies were like tofu in front of this truck. Why did you save us? Tai Tu sized up Jiangyu. So many survivors had just cried for help, including big stars and even a tycoon who offered 1 billion yuan, but Jiangyu hadn't let them get on the bus. But Jiangyu ended up saving himself. Because, you can help me. Jiangyu spoke frankly. Instead of saying anything to Tai Tu about fate or knowing him in a past life, it's better to just state your purpose directly. To prove that I won't harm him. Moreover, besides knowing him, part of the reason was indeed because of Tai Tu's strength, which was of great help to him. SS rank defensive ability user. There's only one Tai Tu in the entire city of Shanghai. Hearing Jiangyu's words, Tai Tu's heart, which had been pounding, relaxed a little. He wasn't afraid that Jiangyu would have high expectations of him. I'm afraid Jiangyu might have some kind of conspiracy. Thanks. Can we team up now? Jiangyu asked Tai Tu with a smile. This. Tai Tu thought for a moment. His parents had passed away, and now it was just him and his sister. Xiaoxiao, what do you think? Tai Tu looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao and asked for her opinion. This guy seems like a really nice person, he saved me twice already. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Gio. "Brother, let's stay here and help our little brother." A young girl living in such a dangerous environment is already very vulnerable. What's more, she was saved by Jiangyu twice in a row. The girl's heart was already filled with admiration for Jiangyu. "All right." Tai Tu nodded. His parents had passed away, and their home was in another city, so staying with Jiangyu for the time being was a good choice. "Brother Jiangyu, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. There's one right now." "Now. Put your head over here," Jiangyu said. Tai Tu hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that if Jiangyu wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have saved him earlier. So he nodded and leaned his head closer. Jiangyu was satisfied. He then reached out and placed his hand on Ironhead's head, allowing the energy controlling his superpowers to penetrate Ironhead's brain. Successfully controlled the Ironhead. It's not that Jiangyu doesn't trust Tai Tu, but since he's not familiar with him in this life, he still needs to be fully prepared. Moreover, there is another reason for using control abilities on Ironhead. Then let's copy superpowers. Once Tai Tu awakens his superpower, Jiangyu will also be able to acquire Tai Tu's superpower. As for Zhang Xiaoxiao, Jiangyu's current ability level only allows him to control two people at the same time, Linya and Tai Tu. As for Zhang Xiaoxiao, he'll have to wait until he upgrades his ability. During the upgrade period, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Tai could only sleep in places other than their own bedroom. Jiangyu's destination was a subway station in the south of the city. It is also a shelter. In her past life, the goddess of lightning lived in that subway station, where she eventually awakened her superpowers and killed dozens of zombies in one go. Their strength is terrifying. I remember that the previous lightning goddess awakened her supernatural abilities on the 20th day of the apocalypse. It is now the 7th day of the apocalypse. There are 13 days left. Looking at the map, I realized I was currently in the west of the city, at least 100 kilometers away from the shelter in the south. In addition, the roads were damaged by a meteorite. The distance that can be driven each day is probably only about 10 kilometers. It took several hours to drive there. Jiangyu arrived at a location 7 or 8 kilometers outside the tunnel. This place used to be a shopping mall, but after being bombarded by the meteorite, the mall had become a ruin, with flames rising everywhere. It got dark. Tai Tu and Zhang Xiaoxiao's stomachs were growling, and Jiangyu also rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. "Let's go eat. Have a meal." Tai Tu paused, glancing at the front of the shuttle, but saw no sign of food inside. "Are we going to search for food in the ruins of the mall?" At high temperatures, most vegetables and meats spoil. Only foods with added preservatives in supermarkets can be preserved at high temperatures. Although the mall is now in ruins, we might be able to find some instant noodles or something. Tai Tu surveyed the ruins of the shopping mall, then picked up a baseball bat from the side and prepared to get out of the car. Where to? Going to the ruins of the shopping mall to find food. Didn't you drive here to find food in the ruins? Tai Tu scratched his head, looking at Jiangyu with a puzzled expression. Of course not. Jiangyu was both amused and exasperated. With hundreds of billions of dollars worth of food stored in its own carriage, how could it possibly be looking for food? Then where do we find food? Tai Tu was puzzled. Besides the ruins of the shopping mall, where else could he find food? Zhang Xiaoxiao also looked at Jiangyu with curiosity. Linya, standing to the side, remained silent. "Come with me." Jiangyu waved, then opened the keypad door connecting the carriages and stepped into the carriage section. "Come in." Tai Tu and Zhang Xiaoxiao entered the carriage with a puzzled look on their faces. The moment they stepped into the carriage, their puzzled expressions froze. This is a truck." Tai Tu stared in astonishment at the carriage, a spacious 100 square meters with a height of 3 stories. The carriage even had a toilet, a kitchen, and a washing machine and a bathroom. Even a single sofa here is a designer brand worth millions, enough to buy their old house back home. "Brother, pinch me right now. Am I seeing things? Did we just get into a truck?" Zhang Xiaoxiao patted Tai Tu, hardly believing what she was seeing. Tai Tu didn't know what to say. Not to mention the stench of corpses on the bus a few days ago. Even in a peaceful society, his family's living conditions were not as good as Jiangyu's truck. Jiangyu was actually on vacation. They were still refugees. Wait here for me. Jiangyu patted Tai Tu on the shoulder, then went to the bedroom to change his clothes. He was covered in blood from killing the zombies. That is. Tai Tu wandered around the carriage and suddenly saw a very exquisite porcelain bowl lying on the ground, with several large pieces of braised pork and white rice inside. Food. Brother Jiangyu, really, you've put the food on the ground. Tai Tu quickly stepped forward, picked up the porcelain bowl, and then took a deep breath of the aroma emanating from it. Brother, I didn't expect Brother Jiangyu to have braised pork. If he sold it in the tunnel, it would be worth at least tens of millions. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the braised pork in the bowl, her mouth watering with envy. Don't move. Tai Tu patted Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand and said, food is precious these days, and it's not easy for Brother Jiangyu to get a bowl of rice like this. Let's wait for him to eat before we eat, so as to be polite. All right. Zhang Xiaoxiao licked her lips. Jiangyu changed her clothes and came downstairs, carrying a piece of clothing for Tai Tu and Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Tai, from now on I'll call you Tai Tu. Iron Head. Zhang Tai thought for a moment, wondering why Jiangyu had given him this nickname, but he didn't dislike it. Tai Tu, and Xiaoxiao, you two should go change your clothes later. Jiangyu tossed the clothes to the two of them. Brother Jiangyu, I didn't expect you to be so capable, owning such a nice car and clothes. Only. Tai Tu took the clothes, his expression turning worried again. Brother Jiangyu, your car is nice, but there are zombies everywhere outside now, and shopping malls and supermarkets have become ruins. Finding food is a very troublesome thing. From now on, we shouldn't leave food lying around. Tai Tu handed the porcelain bowl in his hand to Jiangyu. Food. Jiangyu glanced at the porcelain bowl. Wasn't this Xiao Huang's dog bowl? He reached out and took it, then Jiangyu whistled to Xiao Huang beside him. Xiao Huang, hurry up and eat. Jiangyu called Xiao Huang over. Little Yellow started munching on the food in the bowl. Brother Jiangyu, what are you doing? There's not much food left, and you're feeding it to the dog. Tai Tu was a little anxious and wanted to go up and stop him, to snatch Xiao Huang's dog bowl away. This is food. And it's braised pork that hasn't rotted yet. Just this small bowl of it is worth more than a Ferrari in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Xiaoxiao is in a similar situation. She was about to take a bite when Tai Tu stopped her, then took Jiangyu's food and turned to feed it to the dog. This is the dog bowl, those are for Xiao Huang to eat. Jiangyu explained. A dog bowl. For feeding the dog. Tai Tu's eyes widened. So many people in the tunnel couldn't even get a meal, while Jiangyu's dog in his car was eating braised pork. It's not just braised pork. Another porcelain bowl on the ground contained a bowl of milk. We were thirsty for 6 or 7 days in the tunnel, while Jiangyu's dog was enjoying air conditioning, eating braised pork, and drinking milk in an air-conditioned room. I'm living worse than a dog. Thinking about how he had almost eaten the dog's food, Tai Tu felt a flush of heat on his face and a sense of shame. Let's go, our food is over there. Jiangyu led the two to the restaurant, where Linya had already prepared the dishes. Today's food is hot pot. Hot pot. Looking at the boiling spicy soup in the pot, and the beef and mutton rolls on the side, Tai Tu and Zhang Xiaoxiao's mouths watered. We've eaten. Hiccup. Tai Tu rubbed his stomach and let out a long burp. Brother Jiangyu, thank you for your hospitality. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to let me know. Although my abilities are limited, I will do my best to help you. Tai Tu said to Jiangyu with deep gratitude. Seeing that Tai Tu looked just as honest and simple as he did in his previous life, Jiangyu laughed. In his previous life, Tai Tu had said the same thing and then took 18 attacks for him, scaring away more than a dozen superhumans. Thinking of Iron Head's superpowers, Jiangyu took out a gold crystal and handed it to Tai Tu. Gold crystal. When Tai Tu went to the tunnel entrance to check if he could leave, he unexpectedly found a golden crystal, but he didn't know what it was for. I just thought it looked nice and gave it to my sister. Taking it can awaken superpowers, Jiangyu explained simply. Superpowers. Tai Tu had read novels and knew about superpowers, but he never imagined they actually existed in the world. Brother Jiangyu, are you telling the truth? The golden crystal hidden inside the meteorite can awaken superpowers. Does that mean I'll be able to fight zombies in the future? Real. Jiangyu nodded, and then taught Tai Tu how to use the golden crystal. Soon. Ironhead awakened his superpower, which, like in his previous life, was an SS-level defensive superpower. Ironhead, try out your superpower. Good. Following Jiangyu's method, Tai Tu used his superpower, and soon his skin changed, with an imperceptible barrier covering its surface. Jiangyu took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and slowly walked up to Tai Tu. Brother Jiangyu, what are you doing? Tai Tu looked at Jiangyu with suspicion, his heart racing. Was Jiangyu going to kill him? Brother Jiangyu, you. Zhang Xiaoxiao was also startled. Jiangyu didn't say much, but simply slashed at Tai Tu with his sword. Brother Jiangyu. Tai Tu quickly raised his hand to block, not understanding why Jiangyu, who had just been feeding him hot pot, would suddenly want to kill him. Click. A sound of metal shattering rang out. Tai Tu hadn't reacted yet and was still nervously asking, Brother Jiangyu, why did you cut me? Look. Jiangyu brandished the cleaver in his hand, revealing a huge nick on it, clearly shattered when it struck Tai Tu's arm. Ironhead had only just awakened his superpowers, yet he was already able to withstand attacks from a kitchen knife. This is an SS-level defensive ability. I made this. Tai Tu stared at the kitchen knife, his mouth agape in astonishment. He looked at his arm in disbelief, he had actually cracked the knife. At the same time, he realized that Jiangyu didn't want to kill him, but rather to test his superpowers. This is a defensive ability. Bro, you're so hard. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as well. Brother Jiangyu, thank you. Tai Tu was thrilled, I won't bother with formalities. Just let me know if you need anything in the future. Go take a shower and change your clothes. Jiangyu waved his hand, we still have to travel tomorrow. Ironhead awakens his superpower, and Jiangyu also replicates Ironhead's defensive superpower by mastering his own superpower. Currently, Jiangyu's ability level is only level 1, and he can only copy 20% of Tai Tu's ability strength for the time being. Even so, Jiangyu is now immune to some common attacks. Tai Tu was given a piece of gold crystal, and Jiangyu currently has 10 pieces of gold crystal in his possession. I need to improve my strength quickly, otherwise I won't be able to use my control abilities on the goddess of lightning. While mastering superpowers allows one to copy the superpowers of others, it also requires a certain level of strength. If the superpower levels of people like Tai Tu and Linya increase, and one's own superpower level is too low, then one will be unable to continue copying the other's superpowers. It could even slip out of one's control. Before returning to the room, Jiangyu gave Xiao Huang another piece of gold crystal, so that once its strength improves, it can collect gold crystals over a wider area. One night passed. Yesterday, Jiangyu absorbed another gold crystal. If he absorbs another gold crystal, he can upgrade to a level 2 superhuman. After reaching level 2, one can copy 30% of the target's strength and control 3 other ability users of the same level at the same time. Woof woof. As I was getting ready to get out of bed, I suddenly heard a dog barking. Has someone infiltrated our site? Jiangyu immediately went downstairs. Brother Jiangyu, what happened? Tai Tu came down after hearing the voice. Have no idea. Jiangyu shook his head, turned on the monitor screen of the shuttle, and found that dozens of zombies had surrounded the shuttle. They must have escaped from the tunnel yesterday. The zombies kept biting and slapping at the shuttle, causing the shuttle's body to sway slightly. I didn't expect zombies to be so strong. Jiangyu frowned. The shuttle weighed 50 tons, yet it could be propelled by a zombie. It seems we need to continue upgrading the shuttle, otherwise, if there are too many zombies, they might still be knocked down. Woof woof. Xiao Huang cried out again, tugging at Jiangyu's trouser leg, as if he wanted to say something to Jiangyu. You found gold crystals, and more than one. Jiangyu probed. Woof. Xiao Huang nodded. Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Huang hadn't detected the golden crystal yesterday, so it seemed that Xiao Huang had absorbed a golden crystal yesterday, which increased Xiao Huang's detection range. Xiao Huang's detection range for gold crystals is approximately within 100 meters, meaning there are gold crystals nearby. Gold crystals are embedded in meteorites, and their quantity is limited. Once one is used, there will be one less in the world. Gold crystals are key to improving one's strength. Any superhuman who wants to improve their strength cannot do without gold crystals, and gold crystals are also the common currency in the apocalypse. Jiangyu cannot afford to waste a single gold crystal. Jiangyu must obtain this piece of gold crystal. Jiangyu observed the outside world through the monitoring screen. Not far away was a large shopping mall, but it had been reduced to ruins due to the meteorite. Jiangyu is most likely in the ruins of the shopping mall. The shuttle's dimensional carriage has a storage range of 20 meters, allowing it to collect ordinary supplies without even getting off the train. But the ruins of the shopping mall were too high. It was beyond the range of the shuttle's chassis, making it impossible to drive the shuttle into the ruins. The only way to find Jiangyu is to get off the bus. As for the zombies outside, Jiangyu grinned, sat in the driver's seat, and started the shuttle, crushing the 10 zombies in front of the vehicle into meat patties. Zombies don't know fear. Instead, the blood splattered from the crushed zombies only fueled the other zombies' aggression, causing them to attack the travelers even more fiercely. Jiangyu did not hesitate. He turned the steering wheel sharply, aiming the car directly at the other zombies. Kill points plus 12. Kill points plus 13. Kill points plus 15. In less than 10 minutes, Jiangyu crushed dozens of zombies outside into meat patties, turning the entire ground red. Ironhead, who was standing nearby, saw everything clearly, his eyes filled with shock. These dozens of zombies, enough to destroy an escort of over 1,000 people, were all crushed into mincemeat by Jiangyu's car. That's too brutal. Jiangyu checked the outside situation again through the monitor, and after confirming that there were no zombies outside, he said to Tai Tu, "Let's go, grab our weapons, and take a look inside the ruins." "Good." Ironhead nodded, then took out his baseball bat. "Get off." A strong smell of blood wafted over. "My feet feel sticky when I walk." Vomit. Even Tai Tu, a burly man standing at 1.9 meters tall, felt his stomach churning. However, when I saw that Jiangyu was expressionless and even took out a lighter from his pocket to light a cigarette, I was even more shocked by Jiangyu. It seemed as if this wasn't the first time Jiangyu had experienced such a scene. "It's like a regular meal. Have one, it'll make you feel better." Jiangyu tossed one to Tai Tu, then said to Xiao Huang, "See where it is." "Woof." Xiao Huang called out, then sniffed and walked towards the ruins of the shopping mall. This shopping mall is a relatively large one in Shanghai, covering an area of 50,000 square meters, but it still could not escape the fate of being hit by a meteorite. After walking through the ruins for a while, I saw all sorts of items scattered on the ground. Limited edition Hermes and Chanel bags, Richard Mille watches worth millions, and gold, diamonds. They just throw it on the ground like it's free. They were all useless things, so Jiangyu ignored them and followed Xiao Huang to the entrance of a basement. Basement. Jiangyu surveyed the basement. The meteorite had landed right in the center of the mall, and only the central part of the basement had collapsed. The surrounding areas were not significantly affected. However, above the basement staircase, there was a huge, precariously teetering rock. I don't know when it will fall. The crystal should be in the basement. Let's go down and take a look. As Jiangyu entered the basement, Tai Tu raised his hand to shield his head, fearing that the boulder above him would fall and crush him to death. The basement was pitch black. Fortunately, Jiangyu had experience from his previous life and carried a flashlight with him when he got off the vehicle. The stairwell was in complete disarray, with several steps broken in the middle. There were several rotting corpses at the bottom of the stairs, presumably because they had tried to jump up from the bottom when they escaped to these steps, but lost their footing and fell to their deaths. "Brother Jiangyu, do you still want to go in?" Ironhead looked at the broken staircase. If he lost his footing, he would fall and be smashed to pieces. "Go." Jiangyu was resolute. Gold crystals are key to enhancing strength, not a single one can be wasted. Wah. Deep in the basement, a faint sobbing sound could still be heard. Some survivors are trapped in the basement, presumably unable to leave due to the stairs. Moreover, there hasn't been a zombie outbreak inside yet. "Hey!" Jiangyu, carrying Xiao Huang, stepped directly over the broken section of the stairs. "Help me, help me." As soon as they reached the basement, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the darkness. A somewhat overweight middle-aged woman knelt in front of Jiangyu, clinging to his leg and pleading, "I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please give me something to eat. Please give me some food, please give me some food, I'll do anything you ask. Young man, I have money. This Patek Philippe is worth over $1 million. Please give me some food." There are many people like this. Jiangyu ignored him. Although he had food in his hand, he knew that if he helped one person, he would attract 10 or 20 more. It could even be taking from oneself. This head cannot be opened. Roll. Jiangyu took out his crossbow and drove away the begging ghosts. Then, he and Xiao Huang searched for Jin Jing in the basement. The basement is circular, and a meteorite with a diameter of about 10 meters crashed down into the center. However, no gold crystals were found nearby. It must have already been picked up by someone. Woof woof. As they searched along the basement corridor, Xiao Huang stopped when they passed a shop. Jiangyu glanced at it. This is a small supermarket, and the shelves have been moved down to just metal frames. Inside the supermarket, a couple in their 30s were arguing, and a middle-aged woman was pulling at the young woman nearby. The young woman was wearing a black bodycon skirt, with her white stockings running badly. She also wore a gold crystal bracelet on her wrist. Unlike Lin Ya's aloof and noble demeanor, this young woman exuded a more scholarly and gentle air. She's like a caring older sister. That's Jin Jing. Jiangyu looked at the golden crystal on the young woman's wrist. It was clearly a gold crystal. So that's where it is. Please, don't sell me. I will find you food. With tears streaming down her face, Qin Lan pleaded with a man beside her, "Lin Feng, I'm your wife. Please, please don't sell me. I'll definitely find something to eat." Qin Lan is a doctor at Shanghai First Hospital. Because of her outstanding appearance and superb medical skills, she once appeared on Shanghai's evening news. She is the goddess in the hearts of many people in Shanghai. Before the apocalypse, she went shopping at a mall with her husband and mother-in-law. When they were about to go home, they encountered a meteorite and were trapped in the mall. Qin Lan's husband is incompetent. It's one thing that Qin Lan doesn't work and her family's house and car were bought with her salary, but when others were robbing supplies in the basement, Lin Feng was too afraid of getting hurt to even step forward, and it was Qin Lan who took the opportunity to get a few bags of snacks. But as supplies ran out, Lin Feng and Li Xiuhua actually forced her to exchange her body with others for food, and today she even had to sell herself to someone else for 5 packs of instant noodles. She couldn't believe that this was the same husband who always doted on her. "You won't sell it to me?" Lin Feng said coldly, "If I don't sell to you, what will I eat? Do you want me to starve to death, or do you want my mother to starve to death? That is." Li Xiuhua grabbed Qin Lan's arm with a vicious expression. "Our family spent a full 80,000 yuan on a bride price to marry you, and it's been 5 years now, and you haven't laid a single egg. Either you compensate us with 80,000 yuan worth of food now, or you obediently sell yourself to us in exchange for a few packs of instant noodles. Can you actually handle this? If you're not going to sell, we're leaving." Beside them, a young man with blonde hair held several packets of instant noodles and looked at Lin Feng and his mother with an impatient expression. "If you don't want to sell, there are plenty of people outside who sell them, and they're even cheaper." "Sell. Of course we'll sell." Li Xiuhua was anxious and quickly flattered Huang Mao, saying, "You've seen my daughter-in-law's appearance. Who in the entire basement is prettier than my daughter-in-law? Moreover, my daughter-in-law is a doctor at Shanghai's First People's Hospital and has even been on television. 5 packs of instant noodles, where are you going to find such good stuff?" "That's true." The blonde-haired man greedily sized up Qin Lan. "If she weren't so pretty, our boss wouldn't have spent 5 packs of instant noodles to buy her. You know, everyone else only spends 1 pack. Hurry up, our boss is waiting." Huang Mao urged. "Yes, yes, yes." Li Xiuhua nodded hurriedly, then slapped Qin Lan across the face. "Shut up, you hear me? That's a full 5 packs of instant noodles. If this deal falls through, you'll be sorry. What are you looking at? Do whatever my mom says, don't you understand?" Lin Feng grabbed Qin Lan and shoved her toward the blonde-haired man. Qin Lan looked ashen-faced. "Hey beautiful, come with me, our boss has been waiting for you for a long time." The blonde-haired man grinned and reached out to grab Qin Lan, but before his hand could touch the young woman, a large hand appeared and grabbed his arm. "Who the hell are you?" The blonde-haired man was cursing and swearing when he looked up and found a burly man standing in front of him who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed over 200 kilograms. The other person's arm was almost as thick as his thigh. "I want her." The young man beside the burly man spoke up. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but the murderous aura he exuded was even stronger than the pressure the burly man exerted on him. "You." The blonde-haired man sized up Jiangyu, then sneered, "What did you say? You said you wanted to buy her. Do you know what this is?" The blonde-haired man flicked the instant noodles in his hand. "Instant noodles? 5 whole packs, enough to buy your life, you know. I'm asking you, are you going to sell or not? If you're not going to sell, give me an answer, or I'm really leaving." "I'm not happy about this," Wang Mao said to Lin Feng and his mother. "Sell. We'll sell." Fearing that Wang Mao might change his mind, Lin Feng and his mother walked up to Jiangyu, pointed at his nose, and said, "Who are you? Can't you see we're doing business? 5 packs of instant noodles. If this deal falls through, I'm not letting you off the hook." Ouch. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Jiangyu grabbed his fingers and bent them into a strange arc. "I hate it when people point fingers at me." Jiangyu's tone was calm, but the coldness in her eyes made Lin Feng break out in a cold sweat. He quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, we just want to do some business and exchange for some food. We don't mean anything else. If you also have 5 packs of instant noodles, I can sell them to you." "I don't have instant noodles." Jiangyu shook his head. "Ha ha ha." The blonde-haired man sneered, "Kid, don't come out and act tough if you don't have food. 5 packs of instant noodles are not something someone like you can afford. Go cool off somewhere else." "I don't have instant noodles, but I can make 5 bottles of water." Jiangyu spoke. He didn't actually have instant noodles. The shuttle contained hundreds of billions of supplies, mostly food, primarily various kinds of fresh meat. Who eats instant noodles for no reason? 5 bottles of water. Lin Feng and Li Xiuhua exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. In this post-apocalyptic world, water was more expensive than food. A person can go 7 days without food. But you can't go 3 days without drinking water. The price of 1 bottle of mineral water can buy several packs of instant noodles. "Oh my, handsome young man, are you serious? You can really give us 5 bottles of water?" Lin Feng and his mother smiled obsequiously, then turned to Huang Mao and said, "Brother Huang Mao, you saw it too, he gave us 5 bottles of water, so my daughter-in-law had no choice but to sell them to him." 5 bottles of water. The blonde-haired man was shocked. Let alone 5 bottles of water, even half a bottle of water could make 90% of the women in the basement give themselves to him. But his boss gave the order. "We must buy this woman back. If Jiangyu takes her away, he'll definitely be in big trouble when he gets back." "You're quite the braggart." The blonde-haired man glared and said, "Kid, you didn't even bother to ask around before you started bragging. The water supply in the entire basement is basically controlled by our boss. Nobody else can produce 5 bottles of water. You can produce 5 bottles of water, right? If you can produce them now, I'll let you take him with you today. If you can't produce it, humph." Huang Mao and his accomplices surrounded Jiangyu, each holding various weapons and staring at him menacingly. If Jiangyu can't produce the money, these people will take action against him. "And you guys, I just told you to sell, and now you don't even have 5 packs of instant noodles left. What?" Lin Feng and his mother were pale-faced, glaring at Jiangyu with resentment. "Oh my god, at least we got to live. You poor loser, it's all your fault. Why did you have to act all high and mighty when there was no water? You made us lose 5 packs of instant noodles. If I starve to death, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Brother Yellow Hair, we were wrong. 4 packs, we only need 4 packs. Hey, Blondie, please buy my wife. She's beautiful, your boss will definitely like her." Lin Feng immediately knelt down and begged the blonde-haired man to buy his wife. "You guys are smart enough to know what's good for you, but now you can only get 3 packs. You can only blame this guy for causing trouble." Yellow Hair sneered. 3 guarantees. Li Xiuhua's face was grim, 3 packs it is. 3 packs of instant noodles can last us for several days. Maybe we can wait for the rescue team to come and save us. Damn it, it's all your fault, you poor bastard. You were showing off even though you had no food, and you made us lose 2 packs of instant noodles. Lin Feng said with a sinister look, Brother Yellow Hair, you must teach this troublemaker a lesson. You don't need to say it. The blonde-haired man snorted coldly, then brandished the iron rod in his hand and walked towards Jiangyu. Kid, you dare to cause trouble in front of me. I'm really giving you face. All of you, get him. Cut his tongue out and see how he can keep bragging. Yes. Huang Mao and his accomplices approached Jiangyu with weapons. Kill him. Kill him. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost 2 packs of instant noodles. Lin Feng and his mother glared viciously at Jiangyu, eager to see him beaten until his head was bleeding. Huang Mao's 5 henchmen swung their sticks and smashed them at Jiangyu. Act recklessly. A cold glint flashed in Jiangyu's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his reinforced crossbow from his waist and shot a henchman through the throat. Tai Tu also realized what was happening. He immediately stood in front of Jiangyu, swung his baseball bat, and cracked open the head of one of his underlings. With his height of 1.9 meters, Ironhead made Huang Mao and his gang look like chicks in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Huang Mao's 5 henchmen were all dealt with. You actually dared to kill someone. The blonde-haired man's voice was distorted with fear, and his tone was like that of an old eunuch who had lived for decades. They were trapped in the basement and had no idea what was happening outside. They still held onto the perception of a peaceful society and never even considered killing someone. The blonde-haired man turned to run away. But the immense terror made his legs go weak, and they collapsed to the ground uncontrollably, like a mouse encountering a cat. Big brother, I was wrong. You can have all the instant noodles, and you can have this woman too. I won't fight you for her anymore, please let me go. Yellow liquid was leaking from the cuffs of Huang Mao's trousers. Foolish. Even if I kill you, I can still take your things. Jiangyu raised the crossbow in his hand and pulled the trigger. The arrow pinned the blonde-haired man to the ground. My boss won't let you get away with this. Kill points +5. Jiangyu doesn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, but he never shows mercy to those who want to hurt him. It's your turn. Jiangyu turned around, and Lin Feng and his mother were so frightened that they were sprawled on the ground, looking at Jiangyu as if she were a demon. Big brother, I don't want water anymore. Lin Feng was terrified. If you want her, just take her away. You can do whatever you want with her. Yes, just take her away. Anyway, she can't have children, so there's no use for us keeping her. Li Xiuhua quickly replied. Jiangyu dared to kill people, so how could they dare to ask Jiangyu for water? Now they just hoped that Jiangyu would leave as soon as possible. Damn it, are you guys even human? She's your wife. Standing to the side, Tai Tu was so angry at Lin Feng and his mother's behavior that his face turned red. They even sold their own wives and said such disgusting things. If his younger sister were to be treated like this after she gets married, he would definitely kill the entire family. Damn it. Brother Jiangyu, let me kill them. Tai Tu said angrily, which terrified Lin Feng and his mother. I can give you a chance to live. Jiangyu said. Really? Upon hearing that Jiangyu could spare their lives, Lin Feng and his mother were overjoyed and kowtowed to Jiangyu, saying, Thank you, you are such a good person. The two quickly thanked Jiangyu. Jiangyu only said he would spare their lives and didn't give them any benefits, yet they were extremely grateful to Jiangyu. As Lin Feng's wife, Qin Lan did everything she could, but she was still used by him to exchange for food. This is strength, this is humanity. Ordinary people, no matter how much they do, will be glossed over, while the strong are praised as good people even if they only do a little favor or simply do no evil. Handsome, what will it take for you to let us go? Lin Feng quickly said, My family is very wealthy. My wife earns over $1 million a year. I'll give you half of our assets. Yes. Li Xiuhua quickly added, If you take a fancy to my daughter-in-law, just take her away. Anyway, she can't have children, so you can do whatever you want with her. Seeing Lin Feng and his mother kowtowing, Jiangyu revealed a mocking smile. Pointing to Qin Lan beside him, he said, I can let you go, as long as she agrees. Brother Jiangyu, this is a great idea. They treated them so badly just now, and now they're begging them to let them go. It's awesome, so awesome. Ironhead grinned, feeling much better than if he had just killed the two of them. What? Lin Feng and Li Xiuhua's faces immediately turned ashen, as if they had eaten shit. Should Qin Lan let them go? They just treated Qin Lan like that, even calling her a barren hen. Who knows how Qin Lan will retaliate against them? How could we possibly let them go? Handsome guy, can we try something different? No, how about I keep you company? I was very beautiful when I was young too. Li Xiuhua walked towards Jiangyu with a fawning smile. The trembling fat on his body made Jiangyu feel somewhat nauseous. They'll do anything to survive. Whoosh! Jiangyu showed no mercy, raising his crossbow and sending an arrow piercing Li Xiuhua's chest. Unfortunately, the fat was too thick, and the arrow failed to penetrate her body. Your turn. Jiangyu pointed his crossbow at Lin Feng. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Seeing Li Xiuhua's tragic death, Lin Feng burst into tears, not because his mother was dead, but because he was afraid that he would also be killed by Jiangyu. Wife, I was wrong. He immediately knelt down and begged Qin Lan, please beg him to spare me, he really will kill me. I don't have a son yet, I don't want to die. Lin Feng wept bitterly, begging Qin Lan to let him go. Let you go. Looking at Lin Feng's pleading expression, and recalling how she had just begged him not to sell her, Qin Lan felt utterly ridiculous. This is her husband. He sold himself to others for 5 packs of instant noodles. To survive, one has to beg others. If it weren't for this sudden apocalypse, she might have been deceived by Lin Feng's disguise for the rest of her life. She was relieved. I'm grateful that the apocalypse allowed me to see through Lin Feng's true nature. Why should I let you go? Qin Lan said expressionlessly. I'm your husband, isn't it only right that you help me? When you were trying to sell me off, did you even consider that I was your wife? Qin Lan, I was wrong, please let me go, I don't want to die. Okay, I'll beg him. Qin Lan had a sudden thought and said something. Real. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he had been granted a pardon, as if he had been given a second chance at life. Thank you, Qin Lan. Don't worry, even if you are dirty, I won't despise you. I will definitely treat you well in the future. Please beg him to let me go. Let you go. Qin Lan scoffed, I'm asking him, not to let you go, but to kill you. You wanted me to spend time with someone else. Well then, watch how I spend time with someone else, and then go die. Qin Lan looked at Lin Feng with disdain, her expression like that of a vicious woman with a heart of stone. Is it, okay? Qin Lan turned her head, her expression suddenly softening as she looked at Jiangyu with pleading eyes. Jiangyu was speechless. He disapproved of Lin Feng's behavior and wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect Qin Lan to go to such lengths. In his past life, he was quite the ladies' man, having had more than a dozen female confidantes, including school beauties, flight attendants, and even celebrities. But I have never done anything so torturous. Ahem, well, brother Jiangyu, I'm going to take a stroll over there. Tai Ko coughed twice, then turned and left. Jiangyu was even more speechless. That bastard Tai too was trying to push himself into the abyss. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Qin Lan clenched her fist and made up her mind. She took off the bracelet on her wrist and used it as a hairband to tie her hair up. Then she squatted down. No. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Yes, I'm sorry. More than half an hour later, Qin Lan stood up with her hair disheveled and looked at Jiangyu with an apologetic expression. He was worried that Jiangyu would blame him for taking advantage of her. Beside him, Lin Feng had already suffered a mental breakdown and lay on the ground in a daze. Jiangyu was astonished. Women can be even more ruthless than men when they get angry, it's like killing someone's heart. You said you wanted to buy me, is that true? After tidying her hair, Qin Lan looked at Jiangyu with some shyness. After all, this was the first time she had ever done something like that, taking such a crazy revenge on Lin Feng. At the same time, there was a hint of anticipation in Qin Lan's eyes. Although Jiangyu wasn't the kind of handsome guy who was devastatingly good-looking, his decisive and ruthless demeanor when dealing with Huang Mao and the others, and just now, showed his masculinity. A sense of admiration arose in Qin Lan's heart. Jiangyu looked Qin Lan up and down again. Qin Lan is indeed very beautiful. Wearing a black bodycon dress, paired with flesh-colored stockings, and with her captivating eyes under her half-rimmed glasses, she exudes the allure of a mature woman. If Jiangyu hadn't been worldly wise in her past life, her heart would probably have pounded just from a single glance from her. Especially since the other party also has a special status. A married woman, a doctor. 3 essential elements for post-apocalyptic survival. Food. Strength. Medical care. Food and strength go without saying, these are the 2 most important things for survival in the apocalypse. But medical care is also very important. In my previous life, many level 10 ability users died of illness because they were injured and could not receive treatment. What Jiangyu remembers most vividly is that a level 11 superhuman died from a sudden attack of appendicitis, and from then on, the status of doctors reached its peak. At the exchange meeting for people with superpowers. Even an ordinary doctor in a third-rate hospital can sell a product for 100 gold crystals. What does 100 gold crystals mean? A woman with an 8 out of 10 beauty rating was auctioned for only 1 gold crystal. Moreover, Qin Lan is a doctor with a captivating and alluring appearance. Her auction price would definitely not be less than 1,000 gold crystals. If Qin Lan could awaken her superpowers, her value would only increase. Don't worry, I eat very little. I only need 1 pack of instant noodles every 3 days. As long as I don't starve to death, I'm fine. Fearing that Jiangyu might disagree, Qin Lan quickly added that she was very easy to take care of. A pack of instant noodles every 3 days. Jiangyu smiled. To be able to buy a top-tier doctor worth at least 1,000 gold crystals at such a price was an incredible bargain. Okay, from today onwards you'll stay by my side. Jiangyu nodded, placed his hand on Qin Lan's head, and used his control ability on her. He doesn't trust anyone but his own supernatural abilities. Woof woof. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside the supermarket. Jiangyu frowned and immediately went out the door. Outside the supermarket, a large group of more than 20 survivors gathered, some of whom had already been put to the ground by Tai Tu. The leader of this group was a thin young man, who was embracing 2 women on his left and right. The skinny young man was in his early 20s. Ironhead's arms were thicker than his thighs, but behind him followed no fewer than 5 burly men, each over 1.8 meters tall, who all looked terrified of him. Jiangyu was surprised. This young man is so thin and weak, yet he can be the boss in this basement and have so many subordinates. Is it because this young man is rich? This kind of thing is not uncommon. In the early stages of the apocalypse, many people still risked their lives for the wealthy for money, because everyone believed that the disaster was only temporary. It will pass quickly. This is a great opportunity for them to make money. This has led many wealthy people to seize the opportunity and become superhumans first, establishing a large superhuman force. In his previous life, not long after Jiangyu awakened his superpowers, his food was stolen by a group of superpowered individuals. It was also during that time that Jiangyu's first true companion died on the run. Jiangyu still remembers the name of that faction to this day. Royal Power. If I have the chance in this life, I will definitely destroy this organization of superhumans. Ironhead, what's going on? They are accomplices of that blonde guy from earlier. Tai Tu explained, they wanted to go in, but I stopped them from going in. It's them. Li Zhuang had his arms around 2 women, but his eyes were greedily scanning Qin Lan beside Jiangyu, finally settling on the bracelet that tied Qin Lan's hair. He quickly averted his gaze, glanced at his several fallen subordinates, and then gave Ironhead an approving look. Big guy, not bad skills, you actually managed to kill 5 of my men. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Zhuang. Everyone here calls me Brother Zhuang. I control 90% of the supplies in the entire basement. Why don't you come and work for me? I'll give you 3 packs of instant noodles every day, and you can pick any woman in the basement you want, as long as you hand over that woman from before and kill the guy next to you, so my brothers can have some closure. How about it? Li Zhuang raised his chin, speaking in a tone of bestowal. Li Zhuang's group of underlings and the survivors watching the spectacle all looked on with envy. My goodness, 3 packs of instant noodles a day, does that mean I don't have to go hungry for any of my meals? I'm so envious. I've only eaten 1 pack of instant noodles in the past 3 days, and I'm starving now. Don't even mention 3 packs a day, even 1 pack every 3 days, we might have been able to make it until the rescue team came to save us. Why am I not so lucky? Zhuang, brother Zhuang, can you sell me a pack of instant noodles? I'll give you 10 million. When my bodyguards arrive in their plane, I'll have them take you with them. Brother Zhuang, I'm Xiao Xianchen, a Douyin streamer. You should have seen her live streams. Let her follow you. She's easy to take care of. Just give me a bite to eat, and she'll serve you however you want. Hey bro, you're so strong. Do you have a girlfriend? Why don't I be your girlfriend? All you have to do is share a pack of instant noodles with me every day. They only want half a pack. The survivors spoke in a fawning tone, and some women who considered themselves somewhat attractive even came forward to flatter Zhang Tai. They also believed that Zhang Tai had no reason to refuse Li Zhuang's invitation. That's 3 packs of instant noodles. A single pack of instant noodles can be worth tens of millions of yuan. And you can't even buy them. 3 packs of instant noodles. Tai Tu glanced at Jiangyu, then turned to Li Zhuang and mocked him without any attempt to hide it. You're hilarious. You think you can get me to acknowledge you as your older brother with just 3 packs of instant noodles? The food isn't even as good as Little Yellow's poop. How about I have Xiao Huang do some poop now, and you can go back and cook a dish to nourish yourself? You're so thin, don't neglect yourself. You stupid idiot. Tai Tu spat directly onto Li Zhuang's face, his sarcasm palpable. The basement was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The surrounding survivors stared at Ironhead in disbelief. Ironhead actually refused Li Zhuang's invitation. That would cost 3 packs of instant noodles a day. The price for a woman here once is less than half a pack of instant noodles. Li Zhuang's men behind him were even more dumbfounded. Ironhead actually dared to spit in Li Zhuang's face. They even called him a complete idiot. They couldn't imagine what terrible thing might happen next, and their breath stopped. Jiangyu also looked surprised. He couldn't help but chuckle at how he hadn't discovered Tai Tu's sharp tongue in his past life. Clap clap clap. A round of applause rang out. Li Zhuang, enraged, looked at Tai Tu with a mocking smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Very well, I gave you a chance. He strode toward Ironhead. His thin frame contrasted sharply with Tai Tu's 1.9-meter-tall, 200-pound physique. Ironhead looked down at the other person, not taking him seriously at all. No one would think that a skinny person weighing around 100 pounds could defeat a strongman who is over 1.9 meters tall and weighs over 200 pounds. Jiangyu frowned as she watched this scene, feeling that Li Zhuang's behavior was too strange. Even if Li Zhuang is arrogant and rich, unless he's a fool, he wouldn't go out of his way to provoke a 200-pound strongman. Unless Li Zhuang has some trump card that can help him defeat Tai Tu. Could it be a gun? Suddenly, a surge of energy came, and Jiangyu's expression changed. Li Zhuang actually had superpowers. Watch out, Ironhead. Upon discovering that Li Zhuang was actually a superhuman, Jiangyu immediately alerted Tai Tu. However, it was too late. Ironhead didn't take Li Zhuang seriously at all, and didn't even activate his defensive ability. He was directly punched away by Li Zhuang. His body smashed down the wall of the supermarket behind him. Dead silence. The survivors around them stared at the scene in disbelief. Several unlucky ones were hit on the head by flying shards of rock, but they still peered ahead. Did I see that right? That skinny guy actually punched a burly man weighing over 200 pounds and sent him flying. Holy crap, this is so fake. It feels like a movie. Is this apocalypse fake too? And if I die, I can go back to the real world. Let me try. No wonder he was able to subdue so many subordinates. I originally thought he was rich, but I didn't expect that he subdued these people with his own strength. It's over. Even the strongman was sent flying with one punch. That young man will be killed with one punch too. A superhuman. Jiangyu stared intently at Li Zhuang. He remembered that the first superhuman appeared in his previous life on the 14th day of the apocalypse. And today is only the 8th day of the apocalypse. Why did Li Zhuang awaken his superpowers already? It seems that the reason why I rose to power so slowly in my previous life was due to a lot of incorrect information. If Jiangyu is not mistaken, Li Zhuang should be a strength-type ability user who can greatly enhance his strength. Unlike Lin Ye's amplification technique. Although Lin Ye's amplification technique can also increase strength, the difference in the increase between the two is significant. Ordinary level 1 strength ability users can increase their strength by at least 100%. Some powerful superhumans are even able to lift things weighing hundreds of tons. Fortunately, Li Zhuang has just awakened his superpower and currently only has the strength of a level 1 superpower user. Even so, Tai Tu's chest cavity was dented from the punch, and 4 or 5 ribs were broken. The arm was also slightly bent, indicating a clear fracture. Brother Jiangyu, I underestimated him. You must leave quickly, you are no match for him. Drive away from here and take good care of my sister. Tai Tu's face was pale as he urged Jiangyu to leave quickly. Jiangyu patted Tai Tu on the shoulder. He stood up with a gloomy expression. Weren't you so arrogant? Now you're lying on the ground like a dead dog. Li Zhuang dusted off imaginary dust from his hands, his expression extremely mocking. If you've got the guts, kill me. Don't drag anyone else into this. Ironhead clutched his chest, his words sounding like they were being pierced by a knife. Even at this moment, he didn't want Jiangyu to get hurt. Kill you? Li Zhuang chuckled, killing you is too boring. Let's play a more interesting game. Weren't you just trying to protect this woman? Li Zhuang beckoned to Qin Lan beside him with his finger. Beautiful lady, now I'm giving you a choice. First, kill those two, and I'll give you 5 packs of instant noodles without harming you. Second, I'll leave you to these survivors, and I'll spare the other 2. Choose. You. Tai Tu clenched his fists angrily. Qin Lan had only just met them, and no one would risk hurting themselves for someone they didn't know. Qin Lan's face turned deathly pale. Li Zhuang is so powerful that even Tai Tu was knocked down with one punch. No matter how powerful Jiangyu is, he can't possibly be Li Zhuang's match. Anyone who isn't a fool would choose the first option. They killed Jiangyu and Tai Tu. Not only can you get instant noodles, but you can also survive, a win-win situation. But Jiangyu had just saved her life, and it was because of her that she had offended Li Zhuang and his group. Now they wanted her to kill Jiangyu. Qin Lan trembled with fear. They stood there, stunned and at a loss. How to choose? What should she choose? Suddenly, Qin Lan felt a large hand on her shoulder. She looked up in confusion and found Jiangyu standing in front of her. You don't need to choose. Jiangyu said calmly. Human nature is selfish. It is the most foolish thing to test human nature by giving 2 multiple-choice questions to calculate whether someone is worth keeping by your side. Even brothers can fight tooth and nail over petty gains. Moreover, they are 2 complete strangers with no feelings for each other. Jiangyu would not give up his life for a stranger, nor does he believe that a stranger would give up his life for him. Reality is not a novel, and you are not the protagonist. Unlike in novels, where a supporting character only glances at the protagonist before becoming devoted to him, this story is different. He doesn't have that kind of charm. Looking into Jiangyu's serious eyes, Qin Lan felt a sense of relief and her panicked emotions calmed down. Jiangyu scrutinized Li Zhuang. Based on his observation, Li Zhuang should be a power-type superhuman who has just awakened his abilities. The most prominent characteristic of this type of superhuman is his great strength. A casual punch can weigh several hundred pounds. Furthermore, their defensive capabilities are stronger than those of ordinary people, because while they possess great strength, they also need their own bones to support it. Those with superhuman strength don't have many attack methods. One method is to suppress opponents with close-range combat power. Another method is to throw props, such as stones. In a contest of strength, Jiangyu is no match for Li Zhuang, so Jiangyu has no choice but to use ranged attacks to quickly incapacitate his opponent. Kid, aren't you afraid of me? Li Zhuang sized up Jiangyu and noticed that Jiangyu's gaze was like that of someone sizing up prey, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Your goal isn't her, but the golden crystal on her head, Jiangyu said. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Zhuang's heart suddenly tightened, and his pupils flickered. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary small-time hoodlum who wanted to show off at the mall with the girl he had just picked up. I never expected to be trapped here. The first few days were very difficult for him. Because he had been starving for a long time, he was very thin and weak, and he was no match for others when it came to seizing supplies. Until the day before yesterday. He accidentally swallowed a golden crystal, and then he was shocked to find that his strength had become enormous, and he could easily lift stones weighing 200 or 300 pounds. The body's defense capabilities have also become stronger. Using their superior strength, Li Zhuang quickly seized a large amount of supplies and ordered his men to search for other gold crystals. Discover the wonder of gold crystals. He was afraid that others would also gain superpowers like him, so he did not reveal Jin Jing's existence to the outside world. Instead, they used other pretexts to buy back those who owned the gold crystals. He has collected 4 gold crystals in the past few days. Today, he discovered that Qin Lan had a gold crystal, so he used the excuse of looking for a woman to try and buy Qin Lan back. The purpose was also for Jin Jing. Unexpectedly, Jiangyu guessed his thoughts. Could it be that he also gained superpowers? You're asking for it. Li Zhuang's eyes hardened. These past few days he had tasted the status that his superpowers brought him, and he would absolutely not allow a second person like him to exist. Now, Li Zhuang is currently furious, and all his weaknesses are exposed to Jiangyu. A cold glint flashed in Jiangyu's eyes, and he immediately drew the crossbow hidden behind him and shot it at Li Zhuang. Puffed. The crossbow bolt pierced Li Zhuang's chest. No matter how strong Li Zhuang's defense is, he is still just a power user at the end. Jiangyu's crossbow has been enhanced, and it is impossible for it to withstand the power of the arrows. Li Zhuang collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely from his chest, barely alive. How did you know my purpose? You are also. Li Zhuang stared intently at Jiangyu, his eyes filled with resentment. Without Jiangyu, he will collect all the gold crystals in the basement and then become the king of this basement. Just a guess. Jiangyu gave Li Zhuang no chance to retaliate and shot another arrow at Li Zhuang's head. He was only guessing, because Li Zhuanggang had never paid attention to Qin Lan's figure or appearance since he appeared. If it were for a woman, how could he not appreciate Qin Lan's beauty? In addition, since Li Zhuang is a superhuman, Jiangyu guessed that the other party's purpose was most likely Jin Jing, rather than Qin Lan herself. Kill points plus 30. It added 30 kill points at once. Keep in mind that an ordinary zombie only adds a maximum of 15 kill points. I glanced at my total kill points. Kill points, 1330. Ding, 5,000 kill points accumulated, system upgrading in progress. Countdown, 24 hours. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in Jiangyu's view, indicating that the system was undergoing an upgrade. Can the system be upgraded? Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat, he wondered what changes would occur after the system upgrade. Li Zhuang died. The survivors around, including Li Zhuang's henchmen, all scattered and fled. Many of them ran to the place where Li Zhuang stored supplies and looted food. Jiangyu ignored it. He has food worth hundreds of billions in his car, there's no need to waste time fighting these people for it. Jiangyu walked to Li Zhuang's body and began searching his body, eventually finding 3 gold crystals on him. Including Qin Lan's, there are a total of 4. I wonder if there are any more gold crystals in this basement. Jiangyu examined the meteorite in the center of the basement again. Woof, woof. Suddenly, Xiao Huang shouted again. He ran to the vicinity of the huge meteorite and started circling around it. Then it ran to Jiangyu's side, wagging its tail excitedly. You mean, there might be gold crystals inside, but you're not quite sure because you're not strong enough right now? Jiangyu inquired. Woof woof. Xiao Huang nodded. Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stepped forward to smash the meteorite. Jiangyu, watch out. Suddenly, Qin Lan shouted from behind. Jiangyu turned his head in confusion, only to find that Li Zhuang, whom he had just shot dead, had actually come back to life. Zombies. Jiangyu's expression changed. He immediately raised his crossbow and shot it at the zombie's head. Animals, plants, and even corpses can turn into zombies. Zombies are incredibly resilient and feel no pain. Even losing an arm, a leg, or even having a broken spine does not affect their movement in the slightest. The only weakness of zombies is their brains. Only when the brain is completely destroyed will the zombie stop moving. Just now, Jiangyu had shot an arrow at Li Zhuang's head as a precaution, but unexpectedly, he still turned into a zombie. Moreover, they are superpowered zombies. They are much stronger than ordinary zombies. The crossbow bolt was fired, hitting the zombie precisely in the forehead, but it did not cause any damage to the zombie's head. Jiangyu's face looked extremely grim. After Li Zhuang turned into a zombie, his defenses became even stronger, and even his enhanced crossbow couldn't inflict any damage. Ah! The zombie roared and grabbed a rock, throwing it at Jiangyu. Jiangyu immediately lay down. Boom! The stone flew directly over Jiangyu's head, smashing a large hole in the wall behind him. If Jiangyu had been hit, even with his superpowers, he would probably have lost half his life. Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could catch his breath, he quickly got up and fired several more arrows. But it still didn't cause any damage. We must upgrade our crossbows. Jiangyu was preparing to upgrade his crossbow, but the system panel displayed, upgrading in progress, and he could not upgrade it at the moment. Hold. Jiangyu cursed under his breath. He had only just awakened and mastered his superpowers, so the copied superpowers weren't very powerful. Ironhead was also injured and unable to attack, and Linya wasn't there either. They were no match for this superpowered zombie. Oh whoa. Help! There are zombies. Help! Don't bite me, son, I'm your dad. Damn it, I was just trying to steal your supplies, why are you attacking me like that? Screams came from a corner of the basement. It wasn't just Li Zhuang, other survivors had also turned into zombies. I glanced at the meteorite. If we stay here any longer, everyone will die, we have no choice but to leave for now. Let's go. Jiangyu activated his amplification spell, helped tie two up, and then quickly ran towards the basement exit with Qin Lan. Little Huang, keep up. The three fled for their lives. Along the way, Jiangyu killed several zombies that blocked their path. The superpowered zombies followed closely behind, occasionally throwing stones at Jiangyu and his companions. We finally reached the broken staircase. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiangyu carried the iron head and jumped straight over. However, Qin Lan and Xiao Huang do not have that much jumping ability. They stopped at the stairs. Ah! The superpowered zombie was still following behind, and they were about to reach the stairs. Behind the superpowered zombie, there were dozens more zombies following closely behind. The screams of survivors could be heard intermittently from the basement. Jump! Jiangyu reached out his hand. Xiao Huang was the first to jump over. Qin Lan was scared, but she still mustered up her courage and jumped after Xiao Huang, but she lost her momentum after only jumping halfway. The superpowered zombie caught up and grabbed Qin Lan's clothes. With a hissing sound. With her clothes torn, Qin Lan plummeted straight down into the basement. Ah! Qin Lan's heart stopped. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm and pulled her up. Walk. Jiangyu immediately turned and left. Before leaving, Jiangyu turned around and knocked down the boulder above the basement entrance, sending the huge rock crashing down the stairs beneath his feet. They smashed the remaining half of the staircase. The superpowered zombie that had just jumped over the stairs fell back into the basement. Call. Jiangyu gasped for breath. Luckily, there was a huge rock at the entrance. If the stairs weren't broken, the superpowered zombie would jump out soon. Now that there are no stairs, these zombies will be trapped inside and die. However, Jiangyu is also temporarily unable to enter the basement. Ouch, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Just as he was catching his breath, Jiangyu turned around and saw Qin Lan lying on the ground screaming in pain, rolling around on the ground in agony. The stockings on her legs were snagged by the stones on the ground. You were bitten by a zombie. Jiangyu's pupils contracted. Qin Lan had just been grabbed by the superpowered zombie. Could it be that she was bitten at that moment? He immediately grabbed Qin Lan's thigh to examine it. Qin Lan's leg was covered in flesh-colored stockings, which were very smooth and felt cool to the touch. But Jiangyu wasn't in the mood to appreciate any of this. If Qin Lan is bitten by a zombie, she will also turn into a zombie. There are no wounds on my calves. No thighs either. Qin Lan was thoroughly examined from head to toe. Apart from torn clothes and some scratches, there were no signs of being bitten by zombies. But Qin Lan was still wailing in pain. It hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. Qin Lan tore at her clothes and fainted from the pain. This situation, could it be the awakening of a superpower? Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. There were no wounds, but she was experiencing intense pain all over her body. This was likely a sign that she was awakening her superpowers. There are two ways to awaken superpowers. First, take the golden crystal to awaken your supernatural abilities. Second, he awakened his supernatural abilities after being exposed to meteorite radiation. The quantity of gold crystals is limited, and most people in the early days of the apocalypse did not know their use. The first batch of superpowered individuals awakened through radiation. Qin Lan always carries a gold crystal with her, so she receives more radiation than others. Therefore, he awakened his superpower faster than others. Jiangyu was pleasantly surprised. Qin Lan's identity as a doctor was already valuable enough in the post-apocalyptic world, but unexpectedly, she also awakened supernatural abilities. But Jiangyu's expression quickly turned serious again. He originally thought the first superpower would appear on the 14th day of the apocalypse, but judging from the situation in this life, some people have already awakened their superpowers ahead of time. The reason there was no news from the previous life. They might have been trapped somewhere and starved to death without food, or they might have been killed by zombies. It seems I'll need to be more careful in the future. Jiangyu was deeply moved and solemn. His control ability is a late-stage ability. In the early stages, he has little combat power and is even weaker than an ordinary strength-type ability user. My current combat strength mainly relies on the bow and crossbow in my hand. Once the crossbow can no longer cause damage, one has no means of attacking. We must be cautious. Oh whoa. Roars came from the basement, and stones flew out from inside from time to time. It should be the superpowered zombies throwing stones outside. Zombies are classified into 12 levels. The higher the level, the stronger the combat power. Furthermore, the zombies become stronger over time due to radiation exposure. The level of a normal zombie is roughly between 1 and 8. These zombies have no superpowers, they rely solely on physical attacks. Superpowered zombies start at level 3 and can reach a maximum of level 12, making them stronger than level 12 superpowered individuals. In my past life, there were 3 level 11 and 2 level 12 ability users who tried to kill a level 12 zombie. The result was 3 deaths and 2 injuries. All 3 level 11 ability users are dead. The zombie that trapped Jiangyu to death in his previous life was also a level 12 zombie. The superpowered zombie in the basement is currently at the level of a level 3 zombie. To kill it, you would need at least a level 3 superpowered individual. Only after the system is upgraded can we deal with this zombie. Jiangyu pondered. Both Tai Tu and Qin Lan fainted from the pain. Jiangyu first hoisted the iron head onto his shoulder and headed towards the direction of the shuttle. Owner. Linya was already waiting at the door. When she saw Jiangyu covered in blood, Linya's face turned pale. Master, what happened? Elder brother. When Zhang Xiaoxiao saw the unconscious Tai Tu, tears instantly streamed down her face. Brother Jiangyu, what happened to my brother? We encountered zombies. Jiangyu didn't explain much. After putting Tai Tu down, he went to take Qin Lan from him. Master, she is. Seeing that Jiangyu had brought back a young woman whose looks were in no way inferior to her own, Linya's expression dimmed slightly. However, considering that he was now merely a servant of Jiangyu, he had no right to concern himself with Jiangyu's affairs. Moreover, given Jiangyu's abilities and resources, there will definitely be more women getting close to him in the future. Linya's mood calmed down considerably. I'm already doing well enough to ensure my own safety, I have no right to ask for anything more. All I can do now is to please Jiangyu and show my abilities as much as possible so that I can stay in Jiangyu's car. Until the end times are restored. Go and change her clothes. Jiangyu put Qin Lan down. Qin Lan was awakening her superpower and it would probably take her half a day to wake up. Then go prepare some food, Jiangyu added. Yes. Linya nodded. We went downstairs. Tai Tu lay on the sofa, his shirt undone by Zhang Xiaoxiao, revealing a shocking indentation in his chest. Like a deflated football. Jiangyu's expression was grave. Tai Tu's injuries were more serious than he had imagined. Elder brother. Zhang Xiaoxiao sobbed. Cough cough, Xiaoxiao, don't cry. Tai Tu drank a few sips of water and regained his senses, but he kept coughing because of difficulty breathing. He looked at Jiangyu with immense gratitude in his eyes. Brother Jiangyu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would be dead by now. However, given my current condition, I'm afraid I won't live much longer. So I want to ask you for a favor. When Tai Tu spoke, it felt like he was using all his strength, but his voice was still weak and feeble. He's right. In the apocalypse, injury is basically equivalent to death. Even a minor flu can be fatal. Moreover, with so many broken ribs, Tai Tu's internal organs may have been injured and bleeding. It's impossible for them to survive. Stop talking nonsense, you should rest first, I'll try to save you. Jiangyu's face was expressionless, but his hands, which were hanging down, were clenched tightly. In his previous life, Tai Tu died at the hands of zombies along with him. Is he going to die again? Brother Jiangyu. Tai Tu, weak and feeble, tried to sit up. Listen to me, I know my own situation, I won't live much longer. I have only one request, you must grant it, otherwise I will not die in peace. You say. Jiangyu felt heavy-hearted. Brother Jiangyu, although I haven't known you for long, I can sense that killing was not your intention, and you are a good person at heart. After I leave, I hope you can take in my sister. Just give her something to eat and let her live. Tai Tu grabbed Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand, his eyes slightly red, and said to Jiangyu, if she makes a mistake, you can hit her, but please don't kill her. If you take a liking to her, ask for her consent first, don't force her. Please, I'm begging you. Elder brother. Zhang Xiaoxiao cried even louder, I don't want you to die. Xiaoxiao, don't cry, your brother is just going to find mom and dad first. Elder brother. The brother and sister's eyes were red. The car was filled with Zhang Xiaoxiao's screaming cries. Nearby, Little Yellow, perhaps understanding what was happening, also sat down and started whimpering. Brother Jiangyu, please, save my brother. I'll do anything you ask. You're so powerful, you can definitely save my brother, right? Zhang Xiaoxiao's cheeks were wet with tears, and her voice was choked with sobs, making it difficult to hear clearly. Her pitiful appearance was incredibly heartbreaking. Jiangyu's eyes showed resentment. Tai Tu was his brother. In their previous life, the two spent more than 4 years together and fought side by side countless times. He certainly didn't want to see Tai Tu die. But this is the end times. Without sophisticated surgical equipment, even the most skilled doctors in top-tier hospitals would find it difficult to treat Tai Tu's injuries. In this situation, only a healing-type ability user can heal Ironhead's injuries. But healing-type ability users are not a dime a dozen. In his previous life, Jiangyu had recruited dozens of subordinates, including those with fire, electricity, and water-based abilities. But he has never subdued a healing-type ability user. Because healing-type ability users are extremely rare, you might not encounter 1 out of 100 ability users. Their status is higher than that of doctors. In his previous life, Jiangyu knew a few people with healing abilities. However, those people joined various shelters early on and were key protected individuals. They rarely left their territory, and even if they did, they were protected by high-level superhumans. Moreover, they held a high status in those shelters, lacking nothing in terms of food and women, and were difficult to bribe. Previously, one of Jiangyu's brothers was injured, and he asked a level 6 healing ability user to treat him. It cost a full 1,000 gold crystals. If converted into food, it would be enough for a survivor to live on 3 meals a day for a month. In this life, although those healing-type ability users have not yet joined other forces, I do not know where they are now. They can't be found at all. Moreover, given Tai Tu's injuries, he probably won't last until then and will die. Hateful. Jiangyu became unusually irritable. Master, Qin Lan has woken up. At this moment, Linya came downstairs, followed by a young woman wearing black stockings and red-soled high heels. The young woman was wearing a white shirt, the hem of which was tucked into her pencil skirt, the shirt being stretched high by her figure. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses hung on the delicate bridge of her nose. She appears to possess an intellectual charm mixed with allure. It was Qin Lan. After taking a shower, Qin Lan's appearance and temperament both improved significantly. Jiangyu nodded, but her mind was on Tai Tu, and she only asked casually, "Have you awakened your superpowers?" Yes. Linya had just explained to Qin Lan what superpowers were, and Qin Lan was overjoyed to learn that she had actually gained superpowers. "But I don't know what use my special ability is," Qin Lan said. "Try activating the energy." Jiangyu said calmly that he had seen countless superpowers and was very familiar with the energy fluctuations of various superpowers. As soon as the other party reveals their energy, Jiangyu knows what kind of superpower they have. Qin Lan nodded, and then, following the method Linya had taught her, she unleashed the energy within her body. A green glow lingered around her hand. This is a healing ability. Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from Qin Lan, Jiangyu was as excited as a farmer who had struck gold in a field, almost jumping for joy. He took a few steps forward. He grabbed Qin Lan's hand and examined it carefully again. It was indeed a healing-type superpower. Moreover, Qin Lan's superpower level is not low. In terms of purity, it is even higher than that of the S-level healing superpower user she sought help from in her previous life. SS-level healing ability. In my previous life, in order to get a healing ability user to treat me once, I not only had to spend 1,000 gold crystals, but also had to humbly accept the other party's disdain. One of Jiangyu's regrets in this life is his past life. Unexpectedly, in this life, I have actually subdued a healing-type ability user, and she is also an SS-level beautiful doctor. Most importantly, Ironhead's injuries can be cured. Jiangyu was relieved. Luckily, I brought Qin Lan back, otherwise I would have lost 100 million. Ha ha ha, Ironhead, I've found a way to save you. Jiangyu shouted, feeling incredibly happy. Am I saved? Tai Tu was also stunned. Qin Lan, use your special ability on Tai Tu, Jiangyu immediately instructed Qin Lan. Oh. Qin Lan immediately did as instructed, and her healing powers enveloped Tai Tu, whose complexion gradually improved. A few minutes later, Qin Lan's forehead was covered in a fine sweat, her energy was completely depleted. On the sofa, Tai Tu's chest was still sunken, but it was noticeably better than before. Furthermore, Ironhead is now able to move slightly. I really feel better. Ironhead touched his chest in surprise. Although it hurt, it no longer affected his breathing. My heart couldn't help but race with excitement. Brother, you're really healed. Zhang Xiaoxiao wiped away her tears and looked at her brother with joy. All right. Tai Tu laughed heartily, excitedly grasping Jiangyu's hand. Brother Jiangyu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would be dead right now. From now on, my life belongs to you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, and I'll kill whoever you tell me to kill. What, weren't you going to hand your little sister over to me? Okay, I'll take her, Jiangyu joked with a smile. Forehead. Tai Tu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. That was just a special situation. My sister is still young, so I'll take care of her myself. He pulled Zhang Xiaoxiao behind him, as if afraid Jiangyu would have something on her mind. Jiangyu is a good person, but he has too many female confidants, especially since I just saw him in the basement with Qin Lan. As the older brother, he was willing to work hard for Jiangyu, but he didn't want Zhang Xiaoxiao to compete with a group of women. Brother, you broke your promise. Zhang Xiaoxiao angrily punched Tai Tu. Ouch. Brother, are you all right? Just kidding. Hate. Zhang Xiaoxiao pouted, then looked at Qin Lan, who seemed a little weak, and said, Brother, we should also thank this sister properly. That's right. Tai Tu nodded seriously and said to Qin Lan, Sister-in-law, if you need anything in the future, just let us siblings know. Sister-in-law. Qin Lan blushed slightly and secretly glanced at Jiangyu. The atmosphere inside the carriage was cheerful and harmonious. It doesn't feel like living in the apocalypse at all. Feeling the warm atmosphere, Jiangyu couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and said, "All right, the food is ready. Let's go eat. Dinner is ready." At the dinner table, Linya had prepared a large table full of dishes, and the aroma of the food wafted through the air. Even though Tai Tu had already enjoyed a hot pot meal yesterday, he was still shocked to see such a lavish dinner again. Just how much food did Jiangyu store? Qin Lan goes without saying. Braised pork belly, potato and beef brisket, braised Crucian carp. Qin Lan stood there dumbfounded, rubbing her eyes, staring incredulously at the food on the table. Are these things really real? In the basement, she was almost sold by her husband because of 5 packs of instant noodles, while on Jiangyu's dining table, fish and meat were everywhere. The difference is simply enormous. In stark contrast, Jiangyu's stature seemed infinitely taller in Qin Lan's mind. She was relieved. Fortunately, when Li Zhuang forced her to make a choice, she didn't choose to kill Jiangyu, otherwise how could she have enjoyed these delicacies? Eat up. Using your powers will deplete your energy, and you'll need food to replenish it. We've eaten. It was already afternoon. After checking the situation outside the car through the surveillance camera, I didn't find anything unusual. The superpowered zombie was still trapped in the basement. There must be crystals inside that meteorite in the basement. But to get down and break through the meteorite, you have to deal with the zombies below, especially the superpowered zombies. With my current strength, the only way to deal with the mutant zombies in a short time is to upgrade my crossbow through the system. I glanced at the system again. System upgrade in progress. Countdown, 22 hours, 2 minutes, 23 seconds. The system is also being upgraded. We can only wait. Jiangyu returned to her room and took out Jin Jing again. Currently, he is only a level 1 ability user, and can only control a maximum of 3 ability users at the same time. The ability he copies is only 20% of the original strength. The goddess of lightning is waiting for him to subdue her, he needs to level up quickly. Late at night. Jiangyu woke up groggily, but felt so heavy that she couldn't lift her eyelids. In the afternoon, he used 3 gold crystals in a row, and felt completely drained, so he fell into a deep sleep. I only woke up now. Jiangyu struggled to open his eyes. The lights in the room were all off. In the darkness, Jiangyu was surprised to find a cherry-like mouth pressed against his. Who? Jiangyu's constant awareness of the impending apocalypse made him instinctively grab the other person by the throat. The girl started coughing. The little hand patted Jiangyu's arm. Brother Jiangyu. Zhang Xiaoxiao. Jiangyu then saw the other person's face clearly, it was Zhang Xiaoxiao. Jiangyu's expression relaxed a little. What are you doing here? I. Zhang Xiaoxiao blushed, whether from Jiangyu pinching her earlier or from the shyness in her heart. Brother Jiangyu, I came to thank you. Thank you for saving my brother. It's okay, didn't your brother say he would help me? Jiangyu waved her hand. If there's nothing else, go back to sleep. That's my brother, I also want to thank you. Zhang Xiaoxiao buried her head in a chest that wasn't there. Jiangyu sighed helplessly. Linya was still asleep in bed, and if she woke up now, who knew what kind of wild thoughts she would have. All right, tell me how you want to thank me. Zhang Xiaoxiao became even more shy and stammered. My brother said that if Jiangyu takes a liking to me, and I agree, if I agree. I agree. After speaking, the girl looked at Jiangyu with some anticipation in her eyes. Agree. Jiangyu then remembered that this was Tai Tu's dying wish, asking her to take Zhang Xiaoxiao in after his death. I didn't expect Zhang Xiaoxiao to remember. And they even came looking for me. Jiangyu was both amused and exasperated. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxiao, the girl was only 18 or 19 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and her appearance was like the pure white moonlight in a novel. Although her figure is not as sexy as Lin Ya's or Qin Lan's. But her youthful innocence only made men want to conquer her even more. I don't know how Tai Tu, this 200-pound strongman, became siblings with this petite girl. Jiangyu, your brother has changed his mind, aren't you afraid he'll find out? My brother is asleep, and Qin Lan and Lin Ya are also asleep. They won't know. When Zhang Xiaoxiao came to Jiangyu's room, she had already checked everyone in the carriage to make sure everyone was asleep before she dared to approach Jiangyu. Jiangyu was speechless. Zhang Xiaoxiao really has the potential to be a reconnaissance soldier. I'm not interested right now, you can go back. Jiangyu ultimately declined. Nothing more. Although Zhang Xiaoxiao is very pure and lovely, she is Tai Tu's sister after all, and Jiangyu doesn't want to fall out with his brother over such trivial matters. Women are the one thing that is most abundant in the end times. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She had finally mustered up the courage to secretly come to find Jiangyu, but Jiangyu said he wasn't interested. She left Jiangyu's room sadly. Jiangyu shook her head. Although he was not exactly a gentleman, having indulged in countless affairs in his previous life, he still knew what he could and could not do. He's not the kind of person who can't control himself. Right, superpowers. Jiangyu immediately checked his supernatural abilities. He had absorbed 3 gold crystals in a row that afternoon, and he felt his energy surge. Level 2. Feeling the power within his body, Jiangyu was overjoyed. He finally became a level 2 ability user. It can control 4 superhumans at the same time, and the strength of the copied superhuman can reach 30% of the original. Level 2 ability user. Jiangyu couldn't hide her joy. In her previous life, at this time, she was still barely surviving in that shelter, fighting tooth and nail with people for a piece of bread. Owner. Beside her, Linya was awakened by Jiangyu's voice. She rubbed her eyes and groggily woke up. You're finally awake. Is Master hungry? Linya propped herself up and sat up. Her pajamas became disheveled from the movement, revealing glimpses of her perfect figure. I'm hungry. When I opened my eyes again, it was already noon. Jiangyu opened the system panel. System upgrade successful. The system upgrade was finally successful. Jiangyu was delighted and immediately opened the system to check out the upgraded features. Apocalyptic Evolution System. Current level, Level 1. Automatic growth, 1 kill point/hour. Current kill points, 1350. Upgrade required, 5,000/50,000 kill points. Unlock feature, Recycling System. After the system upgrade, the system has an additional function that automatically increases the kill value, which can increase by 1 point every hour. Now, Jiangyu can gain kill points even without killing zombies. Besides, a new Recycle System function has been added to the system page. Recycling System. Jiangyu studied it carefully again and then learned how to use this function. After the system upgrade, Jiangyu can recycle some unwanted items from the previous system upgrade. After the system assesses the value, it can return the corresponding kill points to Jiangyu. Jiangyu took out a vest that had been evolved previously. I upgraded my clothes because it was very hot inside the tunnel, but now the temperature has dropped and stabilized at around 60 degrees Celsius. Item, heat-resistant vest. Level, max. Defense, 0. Review, this is an evolution of the vest sold at street stalls for 9.9 yuan per kilogram. It can simply reduce the effect of high temperatures, but the upper limit is not high, and it offers no protection whatsoever. Recovery value, 5 kill points. I spent 10 kill points when I evolved before. This system is really too much of a rip-off. I've made half the profit. Jiangyu couldn't help but complain, and in his anger, he closed the recycling page. Recycle. I might as well continue evolving. Jiangyu pursed his lips, then proceeded to evolve the heat-resistant vest, preparing to add some defensive capabilities to it. However, a prompt appeared in front of Jiangyu. This item has reached its maximum level and cannot be evolved. What the heck? Jiangyu's eyes widened. Max level. System, are you kidding me? You promised infinite evolution. Jiangyu said angrily. System, for details, please refer to Article 34, Line 5 of the System Evolution Treaty. Evolutionary Treaty. Jiangyu frowned as he examined it, then his face darkened. He then realized that the number of times the system could evolve was determined by the value of the item itself. Jiangyu's vest was bought for 9.9 yuan per kilogram on a carpet, which cost less than 3 yuan in total, and it was made of the lowest quality materials. Therefore, it cannot evolve again after evolving once. Only those things that are inherently valuable can undergo further evolution. The high value here refers to the materials used in the item itself, not the selling price. Some ordinary luxury goods, no matter how expensive they are, can only be upgraded once or twice. Jiangyu was speechless. I wonder how many times my time traveler can be upgraded. Jiangyu immediately checked his shuttle. Item, shuttle. Level 1. Defense, 200. Upgrades available, unlimited. Review, a baby truck with a special pedigree, possessing unlimited upgrade potential. Recycling price, cannot be assessed. Truck baby. Upon seeing the system's evaluation, Jiangyu was speechless. Have you ever seen a 50-ton truck baby? However, seeing the system's evaluation of the time traveler, especially the unlimited upgrades, Jiangyu couldn't help but feel a jolt. My truck is surprisingly powerful. Doesn't that mean I can actually transform it into a spaceship? Jiangyu couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. However, the most urgent task now is to find a way to improve combat effectiveness, deal with the superpowered zombie in the basement, and obtain the meteorite. Jiangyu rummaged through the wardrobe and took out a Phoenix windbreaker that cost over 10,000 yuan. The system then underwent an evolution. Kill points minus 100. Item, Phoenix jacket. Level, max. Defense, 50. Upgrade opportunities, none. Review, although it's expensive to sell, it's cheap to build and has limited potential. If you like it, that's fine. Recycling price, 50 kill points. Jiangyu rolled her eyes. However, 50 points of defense should be enough to block zombie attacks. Subsequently, Jiangyu upgraded the crossbow. Kill points minus 100. Item, enhanced crossbow. Level, max. Attack, 20. Upgrade opportunities, none. Review, a masterpiece of the Iron Age. Recycling price, 50 kill points. The crossbow has reached the maximum level, so if Jiangyu wants to obtain more powerful weapons, he can only upgrade his guns. Wearing a windbreaker, Jiangyu tucked his crossbow into his waistband. After thinking it over, he upgraded his dagger and prepared to use it for close combat. Brother Jiangyu, I'll go too. Seeing that Jiangyu was about to leave, Tai Tu stood up, ready to go out with Jiangyu. After Qin Lan's treatment yesterday, Tai Tu's injury has healed by half, and one more treatment will basically complete his recovery. You should get some rest. Jiangyu said to Zhang Xiaoxiao, take good care of your brother. Oh. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes looked somewhat unnatural, clearly because of what happened last night. Linya, come with me. Afterwards, Jiangyu called Linya over. Since subduing Linya, Jiangyu had not taken her out at all. Yes, master. Linya nodded. It was her first time leaving the shuttle to fight zombies, and she was quite excited. The two got off the car. A strange scream came from the basement in the distance. Peeking through the cracks in the basement, I saw that the survivors who were scrambling for supplies yesterday had all turned into zombies today. Reality is just that cruel. Either you awaken superpowers, or you'll become a zombie sooner or later. Bang. Yesterday's superpowered zombie seemed to have discovered Jiangyu's presence, and picked up another rock and threw it up. The enormous impact shattered the stone into pieces. They can really splash around. Without wasting any time, Jiangyu took out his enhanced crossbow and fired at the superpowered zombie. Superpowered zombies don't know fear. He was angry simply because he couldn't catch Jiangyu. Whoosh! An arrow was shot. With a soft thud, this time the arrow pierced directly into the zombie's body. It's done. Jiangyu's eyes lit up. Although the arrow did not cause any real damage to the zombie, it at least proved that crossbow bolts could kill this superpowered zombie. Jiangyu continued his attack on the superpowered zombie. A few minutes later, the superpowered zombie had become a hedgehog, with an arrow stuck in its forehead, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Kill points plus 100. It added 100 kill points directly. Great. Linya clapped excitedly beside her. Keep an eye on it for me. After dealing with the remaining zombies, Jiangyu took out a grappling hook he had prepared beforehand and used the rope to descend into the basement. The basement reeked of blood. Jiangyu felt a wave of dizziness. he quickly put on his mask. Standing in front of the meteorite in the middle of the basement, Jiangyu examined it again. Apart from its appearance being different from ordinary stones, it was no different from any other stone. Jiangyu took out a hammer and tapped it. Clang! Jiangyu's palms went numb from the shock, but not a single fragment of the meteorite in front of her fell. So hard. Jiangyu upgraded the hammer in his hand to the maximum level, and then smashed it down with all his might. Bang! The enormous recoil force caused Jiangyu to lose his grip on the hammer, which fell to the ground with a thud. Even my ears started ringing. However, the meteorite remained intact. Jiangyu was taken aback. He knew that meteorites were harder than ordinary rocks, but he did not expect this meteorite to be so hard that even a reinforced hammer could not break it. Isn't there any other way? Master, there are zombies. Suddenly, Linya cried out in surprise. Jiangyu turned her head. Inside the basement, they discovered that more than a dozen zombies had emerged, including a zombie dog with flames erupting from its body. Fire-type superpowered zombie. Jiangyu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected there to be a zombie dog in the basement. And he also has superpowers. Jiangyu immediately raised his hand and shot at the zombie dog. But zombie dogs are extremely fast. It pounced on Jiangyu in an instant, knocked the crossbow out of Jiangyu's hand with a claw, and then turned and pounced on Jiangyu again. Not good. Jiangyu's heart tightened. In the early stages of mastering superpowers, he had little combat power. He could only temporarily copy Ironhead's defensive superpowers and Linya's amplification techniques. However, both of them only have level 1 superpowers. Moreover, one can only replicate 30% of the ability. Without his crossbow, he would have a hard time dealing with this zombie dog. Activate the amplification spell. Jiangyu took out a dagger for self-defense. But the zombie dog was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it pounced on Jiangyu again, its claws grabbing Jiangyu's arm. Fortunately, I had a reinforced windproof jacket to block the attack. They were not harmed. But the intense heat from the zombie dog still burned Jiangyu's skin painfully. We must retrieve the crossbows. Jiangyu tried to approach the crossbow, but was blocked by the zombie dog several times, and his position became farther and farther away. Linya, use amplification on me. Jiangyu immediately spoke to Linya above. Good. Linya quickly activated her amplification spell, but it was too far from Jiangyu to affect him effectively. Master, the distance is too far, the ability is useless. Linya was somewhat anxious. Damn it. Jiangyu couldn't help but curse. Was he going to be defeated here today? He had finally been reborn. They entangled with the zombie dogs for several more rounds. Jiangyu's arms and thighs were burned to varying degrees, but he still couldn't get his hands on the crossbow. Suddenly, his gaze drifted to the air. On the ground, a young woman was struggling to grip the rope as she descended towards the basement, with a dozen zombies eyeing her menacingly below. Waiting for the food to fall. What are you doing? Jiangyu said to Linya. Master, I'm just a short distance away. Linya gasped for breath, her arms gripping the rope tightly, not daring to loosen her grip even for a moment. As long as she dares to let go, the zombies below will devour her completely. Master, I'm all better. Linya hovered in midair, casting an amplification spell on Jiangyu with one hand. Moment. Jiangyu felt his body brimming with power, and his speed increased significantly, allowing him to nimbly dodge the zombie dog's attacks. A great opportunity. Jiangyu was overjoyed and quickly ran towards the fallen crossbow, hitting the zombie dog in the head with an arrow. Whoa. The zombie dog howled and collapsed to the ground. Kill points plus 150. There are even more superpowered zombies than before. Jiangyu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the ordinary zombies surrounding Linya. After a few crossbow bolts, all the zombies were killed. Ah. On the rope, Linya lost her strength and fell towards the ground. Jiangyu took a step forward and immediately embraced Linya's delicate body. Owner. Linya breathed heavily as her body was pulled into his arms, and looked at Jiangyu ingratiatingly. Wouldn't you say I helped you? Aren't you afraid of dying? Jiangyu was surprised that Linya would choose to come down from the rope. She knew that if she wasn't careful, she would become food for the zombies. This is what she did without knowing that she was in control of her life. Afraid. Linya's face was still a little pale. The zombies below had almost bitten her several times, and she was really on the verge of death. But Linya then looked at Jiangyu. My intuition tells me that if I save you this time, I will have a better future and gain more. Your death will do me no good, on the contrary, I will lose my current life. So I'm willing to take the risk and give it a try. Linya didn't hide anything, saying things like she fell in love with Jiangyu at first sight. That's so fake. She had a good impression of Jiangyu. With their formidable strength and abundant resources, following Jiangyu means you won't go hungry. But it didn't reach the point of falling in love. Her purpose in following Jiangyu was simple, she wanted a better life and more food. So she took the gamble. This is why she was able to turn a company that was on the verge of bankruptcy into a company worth hundreds of millions. If you lose, you'll simply go back to your previous life. But they won. That's like rising to the top in one step. You made the right choice. Jiangyu was very satisfied with Linya's answer. He doesn't reject people with ulterior motives, on the contrary, he likes them because they are easier to control. Those who have no purpose are the ones who cannot be controlled. He doesn't deny that there are genuine feelings of unwavering loyalty in the apocalypse, and Jiangyu has witnessed and experienced them firsthand. But the probability of that happening is too small. I'll reward you when we get back. Jiangyu pinched Linya's arm. Master, shall we go back now? Hearing Jiangyu's reward, Linya blushed, but after spending the past few days together, she had to admit that Jiangyu was very strong. Wait a minute. Jiangyu shook her head. He glanced at the meteorite. To break it open, he would need not only powerful tools but also a person with superhuman strength. I can only come back another time when I have the chance. Afterwards, Jiangyu walked towards the direction of the zombie dogs. Master, where are you going? Linya was a little scared. She had just witnessed the terror of this zombie dog, even its corpse had a menacing presence. Jiangyu did not answer. Instead, he took out a dagger and stabbed it into the zombie dog's head, breaking its skull open. A golden crystal stained with blood fell out. Jing. Superpowered zombies usually have a golden crystal in their heads. The stronger the superpowered zombie, the greater the probability of it having a golden crystal, and the more energy the golden crystal contains. He tucked Jing into his bosom. Jiangyu then approached the first superpowered zombie and used the same method to crack open its head. Pity. There was no gold crystal in this zombie's head. Let's go. Jiangyu got up, glanced at the basement one last time to make sure nothing was left behind, and then left the basement with Linya. Although the meteorite was not opened. However, they also obtained a zombie gold crystal, and the energy of this gold crystal was equivalent to 10 ordinary gold crystals. Back in the car, Jiangyu had Qin-Lan use her healing abilities to treat him. Then open the map. He was heading to the next location to meet his old friend from his previous life. I wonder how she is now. The 9th day of the apocalypse. The shuttle slowly traveled through the ruins. As far as the eye could see, there were no tall buildings, the roads were full of potholes, and meteorite craters were everywhere. Even the shuttles couldn't get through. Zombies also appear from time to time. Jiangyu opened the map. He is currently located in the west of the city, and his destination is a shelter in the east of the city, which is also the shelter where the goddess of lightning resides. In this area, he will pass through a school, a police station, and 7 or 8 shopping malls. The journey is very long. Jiangyu's gaze fell on the location of the school on the map. I remember chatting with Xiao Wu in my previous life. She was a student at Shanghai University, just like me, so she was my junior. I wonder how she is now. In her previous life, Xiao Wu's life was miserable. Her face was disfigured and one of her legs was broken. Because the wound has been there for too long. This resulted in her injuries being beyond the reach of even healing-type ability users, leaving her with a lifelong disability. I've been ridiculed quite a bit. Jiangyu only got to know Xiao Wu by chance. Love can develop over time. They were eventually surrounded and killed by zombies. Xiao Wu, wait for me. Jiangyu's gaze was icy. I will not let any of those who hurt you in my previous life get away with it. Jiangyu stepped on the gas, and the shuttle crossed one deep pit after another, traversing through the ruins of the city. Day 11 of the apocalypse. A red truck was parked at the entrance of Shanghai University. We finally arrived. After driving for 3 days, Jiangyu found 10 more gold crystals along the way and absorbed 5 of them, bringing his ability level close to level 3. Tai Tu, Linya, and Qin Lan's superpowers will soon reach level 2. Xiao Huang is already at level 2. The range of the gold-finding ability has reached 150 meters. I wonder how Xiao Wu is doing now. Shanghai University is a key university in Daxia. Jiangyu School District is the main campus of the university, which covers an area of more than 1 million square meters and has a population of tens of thousands. Due to the low building density, 2 dormitories within the school were not hit by the meteorite, and many survivors from the previous life of Shanghai University survived. Looking at the familiar school in front of him, Jiangyu recalled his school days. He was also a student at Shanghai University, but he had to drop out during his freshman year to pay off his debts and make a living driving a truck. 2 years have now passed. If it weren't for my father's accident, I would be stuck at school right now. He shook his head. Jiangyu drove the car into the school. There were relatively few wrecks in the school, but there were quite a few zombies roaming around the campus. As soon as the traveler entered, many zombies surrounded him. But without exception. All the zombies blocking the car were crushed to death. Kill points plus 17. Kill points plus 16. Kill points plus 13. When the zombie outbreak first started, killing zombies only yielded 7 to 15 kill points, but since yesterday, many zombies have increased their kill points to 17. This indicates that the ordinary zombies have become stronger. Woof woof. Suddenly, Xiao Huang cried out, probably because he had discovered Jin Jing. Jiangyu glanced at it. It's still located at the library, quite a distance from the girls' dormitory. Iron Head. Jiangyu thought for a moment and said, you take Xiao Huang to find Jin Jing first, and then we'll meet at the girls' dormitory. Okay. Tai Tu nodded. After resting for 2 days, his injuries had fully recovered. Be careful, don't underestimate the enemy again, Jiangyu reminded him. Don't worry, brother Jiangyu. I've learned my lesson the hard way, I can't repeat the same mistake. I'm not stupid, I don't want to die and leave you to take care of Xiao Xiao. Tai Tu chuckled. Elder brother. Zhang Xiao stomped her foot angrily, then glanced at Jiangyu furtively, feeling a little guilty. Get lost. Jiangyu cursed. In his previous life, he had never heard of any superpowered zombies appearing at Shanghai University. With Tai Tu's current strength, ordinary zombies couldn't hurt him. Jiangyu drove the car and headed towards the girls' dormitory building. Dormitory area. Most of the dormitories were destroyed by the meteorite, with only 2 adjacent dormitory buildings standing intact, one for boys and one for girls. It turns out to be the building I live in. Looking at the boys' dormitory building, Jiangyu was somewhat surprised, as it was the same dormitory building where he had lived before. But Jiangyu had no intention of revisiting the place. The most urgent task is to find Xiao Wu. The dormitory building's iron gate was locked, and there were many naked zombies wandering outside. Jiangyu had no time to admire their figures and simply took out his crossbow and shot them dead. They found a water pipe and climbed up it into the dormitory. Girls' dormitory. A short-haired girl wearing a sports vest and denim shorts stood by the dormitory door with a serious expression, holding a baseball bat in her hand. Outside the door, several men and women were banging on it. Su Xiaowu, if you know what's good for you, open the door and let your roommates keep my boyfriend company. Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll give you a few pieces of bread. A seductive woman, holding her impressively large breasts, spoke. Beside her, a bald man in a security guard uniform brandished a rubber baton, his eyes filled with greed. Li Qian, give up, I'm not opening the door. Su Xiaowu spat, do you think everyone is like you, selling your body for a stutterer, especially a bald old man in his 50s? If your father knew you were with a man older than him, he would probably regret not giving birth to you on the wall. Cheap goods. You, Su Xiaowu, how dare you call me a shit? Li Qian was furious. You shit, so what if I curse you? You dare open the door and see what happens. Whoever opens the door first, I'll break their hand. Su Xiaowu stood in the doorway, like a protective mother hen. Brother Lu, look at her, she called me a shit, you have to teach her a lesson for me, wah. Li Qian threw herself into the bald man's arms with a wronged expression. Don't worry, since you're so obedient, of course I'll stand up for you. The smooth texture made Lu Chang feel a little hot inside. He used to be a security guard at the school. While on duty, I was unexpectedly trapped at school by a meteorite. They thought that once the meteorite passed, they would be able to wait for the rescue team, but no one expected that a zombie outbreak would occur. He fled into the girls' dormitory. As a security guard at the school, he had a complete grasp of the campus beauties in every department, and he often fantasized about them in private. However, due to legal constraints, he didn't dare to do anything at all. But as the apocalypse unfolded outside, Lu Chang discovered that there were no laws governing him. He started to get bolder. Over the past few days, he not only looted supplies from the boys' dormitory, but also tricked many girls into opening their doors under the pretense of providing aid, and then forced himself on them. Several who resisted were simply played with and thrown outside. He was bitten to death by zombies. Several boys from the neighboring dormitories tried to stand up for him, but he beat them all to a pulp with the weapons in his hands. However, this has led many girls to lock their dormitory doors tightly. Don't give him a chance to enter. In a moment of distress, Li Qian, one of the school's most beautiful girls, approached him and offered to follow him, as long as he could provide her with food. Yesterday, Li Qian also told Lu Chang that she knew of a dormitory where two school beauties lived at the same time. Lu Chang immediately led his men to the entrance of Su Xiaowu's dormitory. Don't worry, since you're so obedient, I'll definitely stand up for you, hee. Lu Chang pinched Li Qian hard. I felt extremely satisfied. She's a school beauty. Before, he was just a lowly security guard who could only watch them get into the sports cars of rich kids, and he had to bow and scrape to open the doors for them. I secretly hid in the security room and daydreamed. And now, he's trampling the rich kid under his feet, and the school beauty is in his arms. This is the benefit of the end times. There are no laws, no morals, only power. Lu Chang felt a sense of anticipation, wishing the world could stay like this forever, so he could build a huge harem at the school. Nobody can control him. Brother Lu, but they're hiding in their rooms and won't come out. What should we do? Li Qian pointed to the dormitory door. All the dormitory doors at Shanghai University are made of iron, and Su Xiaowu even used her dormitory bed and table to block the doors from the inside to ensure the safety of the rooms, making them even more difficult to break open. Poorly done. Lu Chang scoffed, I don't believe they prepared so much food in the dormitory. It's been more than 10 days and they still haven't finished eating it. Let's see if they come out when the food runs out. We can just stand guard at the dormitory entrance. But Brother Lu, I want to teach that bitch a lesson as soon as possible. You have no idea how she bullies me. She even slapped me. Li Qian looked aggrieved. As fellow school beauties, Li Qian and Su Xiaowu had known each other for a long time, and there was even a considerable grudge between them. Initially, it was because Li Qian hooked up with a rich second-generation heir who fell for Su Xiaowu and dumped Li Qian in order to pursue Su Xiaowu. Li Qian therefore harbored resentment towards Su Xiaowu. And they spread rumors about Su Xiaowu behind her back. To call Su Xiaowu a mistress is to say that she only knows how to seduce other people's boyfriends. Su Xiaowu has a fiery temper and has always been straightforward. When she learned that Li Qian was spreading rumors behind her back, she stormed into Li Qian's dormitory and beat her up. Because she had boxing experience, none of Li Qian's 3 best friends could stop her. They were all brutally beaten by Su Xiaowu. This incident is still circulating on forums, causing Li Qian to be unable to hook up with any rich second-generation men at school, and her standard of living to plummet. However, Su Xiaowu became the school's goddess because of this incident. I'm surrounded by rich kids. Li Qian was filled with jealousy. All those rich second-generation men were originally her suitors, but it was all Su Xiaowu's fault. The end times are coming. Li Qian did not let go of her hatred. Instead, in order to get revenge on Su Xiaowu, she took the initiative to find Lu Chang, a security guard in his 50s. All this was so that I could teach Su Xiaowu a lesson. Brother Lu, think of a faster way. I'll do whatever you say tonight. Li Qian twisted her sexy body. Lu Chang felt a surge of warmth in his heart again. He had also followed the forum and knew some of Li Qian's private affairs, and had even seen Li Qian get into a rich second-generation's car. But so what? Li Qian has a top-notch figure and looks. A used luxury car is still a luxury car. Are you telling the truth? Of course what they said is true, they can also. Li Qian whispered something in Lu Chang's ear. Good. Lu Chang exclaimed excitedly, I'll figure something out right away. I remember there was a bottle of sleeping pills in the warehouse. Inside the dormitory. As Su Xiaowu listened to the sounds outside and heard Lu Chang and the others' footsteps gradually fading away, she breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiaowu is a freshman at Shanghai University. Because of her striking resemblance to the fairy sister, a famous Wuxia actress, and her boxing experience, she became a hot topic at school as soon as the semester started. She was called the dancing fairy by students on the forum. Many wealthy second-generation students from various schools began to pursue her. Although she rejected all their advances, the women who were dumped by the rich second generation still vented their resentment on her. Li Qian is one of them. Xiaowu, what should we do? We've run out of supplies in the dorm. If we don't go out to find food soon, we're going to starve. Yes, Xiaowu, my stomach is already growling. Why don't we open the door? Although we're not happy about being taken advantage of by a 50-year-old man, it's better than starving to death here. If we survive, no one will know what we've been through, and we'll still have a chance to marry a rich second-generation heir. We're not bad looking. Besides Su Xiaowu, there are 3 other girls in the dormitory. The group looked at the empty instant noodle packaging next to them, their stomachs growling. They hadn't eaten a single bite since last night. A plump girl next to her suggested that Su Xiaowu open the door. Go to hell. Su Xiaowu scolded, Lu Yan, that's an old man in his 50s, don't you have any self-respect? Self-esteem is nothing more than sleeping with someone, it's better than starving to death, right? Lu Yan stood with her hands on her hips, and the spare tire around her waist swayed a few times. Starve. Su Xiaowu said angrily, the supplies I found were enough for us to eat for a month. If you hadn't been stealing food and eating it all, would we have run out of supplies? When the meteor shower stops. Su Xiaowu risked her life to run to the supermarket and convenience store to find supplies, and brought back 2 boxes of instant noodles and 2 boxes of mineral water. On her way back, she was almost bitten by a zombie. As planned. The 4 of them in the dormitory each had an average of 1 pack of instant noodles a day, which could last for about 30 days. But Lu Yan often sneaks food at night. Yesterday, I ate 10 packs in one go. In just 4 days, they finished 2 boxes of instant noodles, leaving no food left in the dormitory. You can't blame me for that. Lu Yan, hands on her hips, said confidently, there's only so little food, enough for anyone to eat. I treated you like a best friend, and all you did was eat a few extra packs of instant noodles. You're so petty. I'll pay you back when the apocalypse is over. You. Su Xiaowu was furious and couldn't help but step forward to beat Lu Yan up, but the other 2 girls in the dormitory quickly stepped forward to stop her. Chen Sisi, let it go, Xiao Xiao. Lu Yan didn't do it on purpose. Zhou Qing, yes, she didn't do it on purpose. That is. Lu Yan's round arms were awkwardly crossed over her chest, I didn't eat so much on purpose. It's just that there's not enough food. I'm still not full. Snort. After being persuaded by Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing, Su Xiaowu finally put down the iron rod in her hand. Xiao Xiao, our top priority now is to find a way to get supplies. I know. Su Xiaowu's expression was grave, but there are zombies everywhere outside now. Leaving the dormitory will only lead to death. I do know a place with supplies, and it's not far from us. Zhou Qing suddenly said. Where? The group looked at Zhou Qing with curiosity. The boys' dormitory. Zhou Qing said, last night I saw a few boys by the window carrying a lot of supplies into the dormitory. We can ask them to borrow some supplies. I saw it too. Chen Sisi said, I know the boy who's leading the group. He's Chen Hao, a senior in his 3rd year. He used to pursue our Xiaowu. Xiaowu, why don't you go and borrow some supplies from them? He likes you so much, maybe he'll just give them to us. No. Su Xiaowu shook her head, directly rejecting their suggestion. Chen Hao is a third-year student whose family runs a business. He always drives a Porsche convertible when traveling around campus. At the beginning of the semester, Chen Hao launched a fierce offensive against Su Xiaowu. But Su Xiaowu rejected them all. Because Chen Hao is a playboy, there are no fewer than 20 rumors about him on the forum. Many girls are obsessed with confessing their love to him, but even so, there are still many gold diggers who actively pursue him. Li Qian is one of them. It was because of him that Li Qian harbored resentment towards Su Xiaowu. If I ask Chen Hao for food, he will definitely give it to me, but I will definitely have to pay a corresponding price. What exactly is the cost? It's just those dirty thoughts in their hearts. Stop talking. I'll go out and find some food tonight. I don't need to beg anyone. Su Xiaowu refused outright. But Xiaowu, I'm starving. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing were both clutching their stomachs, looking like they were about to starve to death. Su Xiaowu hesitated for a moment, then took out an unopened packet of instant noodles from under her pillow. Instant noodles. Xiaowu, why do you still have instant noodles? The two looked at Su Xiaowu with surprise, their mouths already watering. Although the school had no hot water due to the power outage, being able to eat dry food was already a blessing. I didn't eat yesterday, I wanted to save this for emergencies, you guys can eat it first if you can't handle it. Su Xiaowu handed the instant noodles to the two of them. Thank you, Xiaowu. The two quickly thanked him. Xiaowu, where's mine? Beside her, the chubby Lu Yan rubbed her hands together, looking at Su Xiaowu with anticipation. You've already eaten yours, there's none left. Su Xiaowu glanced at her coldly. If she hadn't stolen some, there would still be a whole box of instant noodles left in the dorm. Su Xiaowu, what do you mean? Lu Yan became furious and pointed at Su Xiaowu, yelling, why do you only give them some and not me? It's just that I ate a few more packs of instant noodles, why are you holding a grudge for so long? Are you trying to bribe them with food and isolate them along with them? Su Xiaowu, I used to consider you my best friend, and I even helped you with your advice and helped you choose a boyfriend. You treat me like this now, don't you have any conscience at all? I made a terrible mistake in choosing friends. How unlucky I am to have such a heartless best friend like you. Lu Yan plopped down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. How dare you say that? Do you think I don't know you sold my phone number and WeChat account to those rich kids to make money? Sometimes you even secretly take my clothes. Su Xiaowu also raised her eyebrows, if you dare to spew filth again, I'll beat you up. You. Lu Yan was intimidated by Su Xiaowu's imposing manner. Lu Yan, this was your fault to begin with. If you hadn't stolen instant noodles, we wouldn't be in this situation now. That's right, you should apologize to Xiaowu right now. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing also criticized Lu Yan. Everyone's cursing me, I can't live like this anymore. Lu Yan started crying again. But after a few minutes, seeing that no one paid attention to her, Lu Yan sat down alone again and watched Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing eat instant noodles. Suddenly, Lu Yan heard a faint sound, turned her head to look, and found that a note had been slipped under the door of the dormitory room at some point. What is that? Lu Yan was a little curious, so she went over and picked up the note. What are you doing? Su Xiaowu glanced at her. None of your business. Lu Yan glared resentfully at Su Xiaowu and stuffed the note into her pocket. Su Xiaowu walked to the window and looked at the situation outside. Many zombies are wandering around the dormitory. Su Xiaowu's eyes were filled with worry. Why had the world become like this? When would the world return to normal? I wonder how my sister is doing now. Su Xiaowu lost her parents when she was young, and she and her sister grew up in an orphanage. Her sister now works at a hotel. I don't know if they are still alive. Little Wu. A voice came from behind. Lu Yan walked up behind Su Xiaowu with a bottle of water. Her face no longer showed the resentment she had shown before, but instead showed flattery. What's up? Su Xiaowu glanced at her. I'm sorry, I've thought about it carefully, and I realized I was wrong about what I did just now. With a face full of remorse, Lu Yan said, I shouldn't have said those things to you, and I shouldn't have stolen instant noodles. I will never do it again. I will do whatever you say. Please forgive me. Su Xiaowu remained silent. Although she had a fiery temper, she was very kind at heart. She knew that Lu Yan's family was not well off, so she didn't say anything when Lu Yan sold her phone number and WeChat account for money. Lu Yan went too far just now. They didn't consider everyone's safety at all. Now that Lu Yan has admitted her mistake and her attitude is sincere, Su Xiaowu's heart has softened. Okay, I forgive you. Very good. Lu Yan's chubby face jiggled with joy. Xiaowu, have some water, consider it my apology to you. Okay. In order to conserve resources in the past few days, she has rarely drunk water and was indeed a little thirsty. Su Xiaowu thought for a moment, took the water and drank a sip. Watching Su Xiaowu drink it, a flash of hatred crossed Lu Yan's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Xiaowu, we'll still be best friends from now on. I'm a little tired. I'll rest for a bit and then go find some food later. For some reason, Su Xiaowu felt a sense of weariness, and her eyes were almost unable to open, but she didn't think much of it, only that she had been too tired lately. 10 minutes later. Su Xiaowu's rhythmic snoring could be heard. Xiaowu. Su Xiaowu. Lu Yan leaned closer, first whispering to Su Xiaowu to continue, then raising her voice. But Su Xiaowu remained unconscious. Humph, you bitch, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You dare to insult me and won't even give me any food. Just wait and see how you die. Lu Yan's expression turned vicious. She then found a rope and tied Su Xiaowu's hands together. Lu Yan, what are you doing? Xiaowu, wake up. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing noticed this and immediately came over to stop it, but they found that they couldn't wake Su Xiaowu no matter what they did. What did you do to Xiaowu? Chen Cixi questioned. I gave her sleeping pills, and now she's sleeping like a log. You can't wake her up, Lu Yan laughed smugly. Drug it. Zhou Qing looked at Lu Yan in confusion. You apologized to Xiaowu just now so you could drug her. Why did you do that? Xiaowu trusts you so much. Trust. Lu Yan scoffed. If I hadn't pretended to apologize to her just now, do you think she would have given me food? You're talking to me about trust. She walked to the dormitory door, ready to open it. What are you going to do? Open the door, Lu Chang and the others will come in. Seeing that Lu Yan was about to open the door, Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing quickly stepped forward to stop her. So what if they come in? I want them to come in, and then I'll exchange Su Xiaowu for food for them, Lu Yan said. But Xiaowu helped us before, she was the one who found the instant noodles for us. Yes, Xiaowu just said that she'll go back to find food later. She went to find food. Ha ha ha. Lu Yan's fat face jiggled. Don't you guys even look at the situation outside? How could Su Xiaowu, a woman, possibly find food outside? Besides, we only ate a few packs of instant noodles from her. Saying thank you is enough. Do you expect me to give her my life? If I can't fight back and the world recovers, I'll just buy double the amount to pay her back. Lu Yan pouted. This. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing were speechless. There are zombies everywhere outside. If it weren't for the iron gate downstairs, the zombies would have already climbed into the dormitory building. No matter how powerful Su Xiaowu is, she is still just a woman. There's no way we can defeat those zombies. It's even less likely that they'll find food. But if we let Lu Chang in, he will definitely assault us, Chen Cixi added. So what if I got dumped? Lu Yan said dismissively, as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know about this in the future. At worst, I can just marry a rich man. Do you want to starve to death? Can. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing were torn. Indeed, if they didn't give in to Lu Chang, they would surely starve to death here. Although seeking refuge with Lu Chang would result in some humiliation. But nobody knows. She can still find a rich man to marry in the future. Okay, fine, but you have to promise that Lu Chang won't kill us. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing thought about it and finally nodded, agreeing to Lu Yan's plan. Don't worry, they're not stupid. Murder is illegal. Lu Yan arrived at the door, pushed aside the bed, table, and chairs blocking the door, and then opened the dormitory door. Outside the door, Lu Chang's two henchmen were waiting. Upon seeing the door open, they immediately surrounded it. Big brother, please go and tell Brother Lu that we have subdued Su Xiaowu and are willing to hand her over to him. Lu Yan said with a fawning expression. Both of the younger men were security guards in their 40s. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, one of them immediately went to inform Lu Chang. Lu Chang rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Ha ha ha, I knew it. They would open the door within a day, and I was right. Brother Lu, you're really shrewd. You knew there was discord among them, so you deliberately slipped a few sleeping pills into their dormitory. I know what you women are thinking. Lu Chang put his arm around Li Qian's shoulder and said, you women love to scheme and plot against each other. You're best friends on the surface, but you stab each other in the back. That fat bastard sold me Su Xiaowu's WeChat account for a whopping 500 yuan. Brother Lu is right. Li Qian spoke in a coquettish voice, then said to Lu Yan at the dormitory entrance, where is that bitch Su Xiaowu? She took sleeping pills and fell asleep, so I tied her up, Lu Yan said. Enter the room. Sure enough, Su Xiaowu's hands and feet were tied up, and she was still unconscious. Smack. Li Qian slapped Su Xiaowu hard across the face. You shit, how dare you hit me and call me a whore? Su Xiaowu felt a sharp pain. The burning sensation on her face brought her back to her senses, only to find that her hands and feet were bound. In front of him stood a man in his 50s, who was looking at him with lewd eyes. You, how did you get in? Su Xiaowu panicked immediately. The door was reinforced, and there was a bed and a table blocking the way, so Lu Chang shouldn't have been able to get in. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Lu Yan and the others standing to the side. You're the ones who opened the door. Su Xiaowu looked at them, puzzled. Xiaowu, there's nothing we can do. Lu Yan gave you sleeping pills, and we couldn't stop her from opening the door. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing avoided meeting Su Xiaoxiao's gaze. However, Lu Yan is right. Sleeping with anyone is the same as sleeping with someone else. It's better than starving to death. If you follow Brother Lu, you won't have to risk going out to find food. We're doing this for your own good. You. Su Xiaowu looked at her roommates in disbelief. She had been so good to them, risking her life to find them food. He even forgave Lu Yan for cheating. As a result, they actually drugged themselves for food and gave themselves to Lu Chang, a man in his 50s. Su Xiaowu felt incredibly stupid. If I had been more ruthless from the beginning and ignored their lives, I wouldn't have to worry about food now, and I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Brother Lu. Lu Yan walked forward obsequiously, bowed, and said to Lu Chang, Brother Lu, I've entrusted Su Xiaowu to you. Could you give me some food? I'm starving. You're giving me food. Lu Chang glanced at Lu Yan, looking at her flabby body, feeling that she was even heavier than himself, and felt a wave of nausea. When did I ever say I would give you food? Didn't you say you'd give us food as soon as you opened the door, and I even helped you subdue Su Xiaowu? Lu Yan was getting anxious. I did say that. Lu Chang scoffed, but I'm the one who can give food to the people I sleep with. Do you have that right? But those two pretty girls, I can give them some food. Lu Chang pointed to Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing standing to the side. Although they were not as beautiful as Su Xiaowu, they were still considered to be well-known class beauties and department beauties at Shanghai University. Brother Lu, I'm not bad-looking either. Lu Yan quickly said, they are all too thin, like bamboo poles, they are not interesting at all. Now everyone on the internet says that fat girls like me are the most popular. Pooh. Lu Chang spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Lu Yan's face. You, slightly chubby. Have you ever seen a 200-pound slightly chubby person? Damn it, their arms are as thick as my thighs, and they're still calling themselves slightly chubby. I think we shouldn't slaughter pigs for the new year, let's just kill you instead. You. After being scolded by Lu Chang, Lu Yan's fat body trembled, and she became angry and embarrassed and wanted to attack Lu Chang. Lu Chang pulled a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into Lu Yan's stomach. Before Lu Yan could utter a sound. Then came the second cut, the third cut, and the fourth cut. With 7 stab wounds, the dormitory floor was covered in blood, and Lu Yan lay dead on the ground. Ah! Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing huddled in a corner, terrified. They never expected Lu Yan to be killed so easily. Unlucky. Lu Chang wiped the blood off his hands and beckoned to his 2 underlings, Tiger, Ergo, throw this fat pig downstairs, don't let it stink in the dorm. Yes, brother. It took the two of them, both drenched in sweat, to throw Lu Yan out of the window. Downstairs. The zombie swarmed around her instantly, and Lu Yan began tearing at her belly. The scene was incredibly cruel. However, there was not a trace of pity on Su Xiaowu's face. She had already reinforced the room and collected food. It was her own fault for stealing food and letting Lu Chang into the room. It was all her own fault. Smack. Li Qian slapped Su Xiaowu again, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Su Xiaowu, weren't you so good at fighting? Weren't you so charming that so many rich second-generation guys were chasing after you? Why aren't you arrogant now? Su Xiaowu did not speak. She knew that no matter what she said, Li Qian would not let her off the hook. He just stared at the other person with angry eyes. Be careful, just vent your anger, don't kill yourself, I don't like corpses, Lu Chang instructed Li Qian from the side. Don't worry, brother Lu, she'll let you have her. Li Qian coaxed Lu Chang into handing her the dagger, then glared maliciously at the bound and gagged Su Xiaowu. TSK, what a beautiful face, even I am a little ashamed of myself. I just don't know if this knife will cut my pretty face when it's used to cut it. What are you trying to do? Su Xiaowu's eyes were filled with fear. What are you doing? Li Qian sneered, of course I'll cut up your vixen face and see how you seduce men then. No, no. Su Xiaowu struggled, her eyes filled with terror. Although she didn't care about her appearance, she was still a woman after all. Every woman loves beauty. Slashing her face was more torturous than killing her outright. On the side, Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing were shocked that Li Qian was so cruel as to want to disfigure Su Xiaowu, but neither of them dared to step forward to stop her. They didn't want to die. You'll be taught to seduce men. I'll make you a vixen. Ugly monster, hurry up and become an ugly monster, ha ha ha. Li Qian slashed Su Xiaowu's face repeatedly, tearing her skin open and leaving her face covered in bright red blood. Looking at her artwork, Li Qian's expression began to contort. Abnormal. Ha ha ha, that was beautiful. Come on, one more cut. Yes, don't move, just like this. Nose, eyes. It's beautiful, beautiful, so beautiful, ha ha ha. Li Qian's expression at this moment was like that of a man-eating demon, and her laughter completely drowned out Su Xiaowu's wails. Dormitory type. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing fainted from fright. Even Lu Chang and his fellow grown men felt a chill run down their spines and their hearts pounded. Lu Chang thought he was ruthless enough, but he never expected that Li Qian, this vicious woman, would be even more ruthless. It lasted for a full 10 minutes. Su Xiaowu's face was riddled with scars. Li Qian used a knife to write an extremely insulting word on Su Xiaowu's face. TSK tisk. Li Qian admired her masterpiece, it's truly a perfect work of art. Brother Lu, she's in your hands now. Li Qian turned her head and said sweetly to Lu Chang, who had been plotting this for a long time. What a waste of such a pretty face. Lu Chang walked over and, upon seeing the filthy handwriting on Su Xiaowu's face, clicked his tongue in disbelief. But you really know how to play the game. Looking at those two words on the school beauty's face, it feels completely different. I'm actually starting to look forward to seeing what shape those two words will look on her face later. Lu Chang, his face covered in filth, moved closer to Su Xiaowu. However, Su Xiaowu, who was on the bed, suddenly started convulsing. What happened? Did you go too far and kill her? Lu Chang frowned as he looked at Li Qian. He had finally gotten Su Xiaowu, and he didn't want her to die like this. No way. Li Qian was also a little confused. I only made a few scratches on her face, they were all superficial wounds, at most they will only leave scars. How could this be? Boom. Just as the two were wondering what was going on, Su Xiaowu suddenly broke free from her restraints and snapped all the ropes binding her. Enraged, Su Xiaowu reached out and grabbed Lu Chang, who was closest to her, by the neck. They lifted Lu Chang up by force. Die. Lu Chang stared wide-eyed, struggling with his feet dangling in the air. Help me. Help me. Lu Chang immediately called for help. The two henchmen reacted and raised Zhou Zhong's riot baton to smash Su Xiaowu, but Su Xiaowu seemed oblivious to the pain and continued to hold on tightly to Lu Chang. Li Qian, realizing something was wrong, immediately took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Inside the dormitory building. Jiangyu was walking inside the dormitory building, knocking on the dormitory doors from time to time. Each floor of the dormitory building has dozens of rooms, most of which are locked. Jiangyu doesn't know which room Su Xiaowu lived in her previous life. You can only check each room one by one. Bang. Suddenly, a heavy thud was heard. Jiangyu looked down and saw a woman weighing over 200 pounds being thrown down from the building. Zombies immediately surrounded her. Jiangyu looked upstairs. It looks like the woman fell from the 5th floor. Sensing something was wrong, Jiangyu picked up his crossbow and headed towards the 5th floor. A moment later, a sexy woman came running downstairs in a panic. Jiangyu immediately grabbed the other person and asked, "What happened?" I don't know anything." Li Qian panicked, as if she was in a hurry to escape, and shook off Jiangyu's arm and ran downstairs. Jiangyu did not ask any further questions. Instead, he quickly ran upstairs. Soon, screams were heard from upstairs. A man in his 50s, wearing a security guard uniform, was thrown out of a room with a dagger stuck in his chest. Jiangyu walked over with his crossbow in hand. They found a woman inside and killed the other 2 people in the room. The woman had a great figure, but her face was covered in blood, and she had written 2 extremely insulting words with a knife. Jiangyu recognized the other person at a glance. Xiaowu. Su Xiaowu punched the men in front of her again and again, until his entire face was caved in, making it impossible to recognize his original appearance. But the pain on her face had completely driven Su Xiaowu to lose her mind. 1 punch. 2 punches. 10 punches. Even after the other person died, Su Xiaowu continued to vent her anger, her entire body stained red with blood. A shout came from above. Su Xiaowu looked behind her and saw a strange man standing at the door. The other person was wearing a black windbreaker, had piercing eyes, and was holding a metal composite crossbow. Su Xiaowu instinctively felt a sense of crisis. He actually rushed to the window and jumped out. Xiaowu. Jiangyu immediately rushed to the window. But Su Xiaowu had already jumped to the ground and disappeared from sight while being chased by the zombies. Jiangyu also wanted to jump out of the window, but this was the 5th floor, and even if he activated his defensive abilities and amplification techniques, he wouldn't be able to land safely. Ah! A scream rang out. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing, who had just fainted from fright, woke up and screamed in terror at the sight of the bloody scene in the room. Tell me quickly, what just happened? Jiangyu immediately rushed to the 2 of them, grabbed one of them by the shoulder and asked him a question. Chen Cixi and Jiangyu were terrified by Jiangyu's imposing manner. They huddled in a corner, trembling, pleading, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Tell me what just happened, and I can give you 2 eggs." Jiangyu's tone softened, and then she took out 2 eggs from the backpack behind her. This is Jiangyu's habit. Before leaving the base, he would always carry some supplies in case he was trapped without food. Looking at the eggs in Jiangyu's hand, Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing both swallowed hard. The only meat they had eaten in the past few days was probably the beef in the seasoning packet for braised beef noodles. The 2 carefully took the eggs and began to eat them. He then briefly recounted what had just happened. Li Qian was slashing Xiaowu's face with a knife, and we were so scared that we fainted. When we woke up, we found you here. Jiangyu frowned. In his previous life, when Jiangyu met Su Xiaowu, her face had been disfigured. Later, Jiangyu asked Su Xiaowu what had happened. But Su Xiaowu didn't want to bring up that time. Jiangyu didn't press the matter further. He now realized that Su Xiaowu's face had been disfigured by someone else at this time, and that she must have awakened her supernatural abilities just now, which was why she broke free from the ropes. And fearing that he would hurt her, he jumped out of the window and ran away. Hateful. Jiangyu slammed his fist on the bedboard, making a loud noise. If I had known about Su Xiaowu's experiences earlier, I would have come sooner, and Su Xiaowu wouldn't have suffered so much. Now that Su Xiaowu has left, it will be difficult to find her again. In his previous life, Jiangyu met Su Xiaowu, but that was 2 years after the apocalypse. Where should I look for her? It is now the 11th day of the apocalypse. The goddess of lightning will awaken her powers on the 20th day of the apocalypse. I must arrive at the shelter where the goddess of lightning is before then to have a chance to use my powers to control her. Otherwise, after the goddess of lightning awakens her powers, no one with superpowers will be able to capture her. By the way, Li Qian. Jiangyu looked around the room and saw that besides Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing, there were only the corpses of Lu Chang and the other two in the dormitory. The fat woman I just saw fall from downstairs must be Lu Yan, the one they were talking about. I did not see the so-called Li Qian. Suddenly, Jiangyu remembered the woman who had rushed downstairs earlier and immediately asked, "Is the Li Qian you're talking about a very sexy woman wearing a purple bodycon skirt?" Yes. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing nodded. Really? Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Having spent 3 years with Su Xiaowu, he knew her personality better than anyone. Su Xiaowu is kind-hearted, but she is also a vengeful person. If she wants to kill someone, she will hunt them down to the ends of the earth without regard for the cost. In her previous life, Su Xiaowu spent a full 4 months hunting down an enemy. Even Jiangyu couldn't stop it. As the one who scratched Su Xiaowu's face, Li Qian will definitely try to find Li Qian and kill her. Therefore, as long as Li Qian is found, Su Xiaowu will be found. Do you know where Li Qian went? Jiangyu asked immediately. Have no idea. Chen Cixi shook her head. We had already passed out when she ran away. Jiangyu frowned and glanced at the situation outside. Where do you think she'll go? He might have gone to find Chen Hao, Zhou Qing suddenly said. Chen Hao. Jiangyu was taken aback. As a student at Shanghai University, he was familiar with the name Chen Hao, who was also his roommate during his school days. However, Jiangyu has not been in contact since dropping out of school. He seems to be a rich kid. Chen Hao is Li Qian's ex-boyfriend. Chen Hao dumped Li Qian for Xiaowu, so Li Qian took revenge on Xiaowu. Zhou Qing explained, yesterday I saw Chen Hao leading people outside to look for supplies, so she should go to find Chen Hao. Where is Chen Hao? Jiangyu immediately inquired. The men's dormitory next door. Having located Chen Hao, Jiangyu immediately turned around, only to hear the voices of Chen Cixi and another person behind him. Can you protect us? Without Xiaowu's protection, we'll die. Yes, I can stay with you. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing stepped forward and grabbed Jiangyu, looking at him pleadingly, and deliberately rubbed their bodies against him. They understood perfectly well that with the strength of the two women, without supplies they would only be waiting to die. Jiangyu is different. Jiangyu has a crossbow and was able to run from another place to the girls' dormitory, so she must have the ability to deal with zombies. Most importantly, Jiangyu has eggs in his hands. As for being taken advantage of by Jiangyu, they were willing to accompany Lu Chang, a security guard in his 50s, for a bite to eat, let alone Jiangyu. Jiangyu glanced at the two of them a few times. Both of them have good figures and looks, and their appearance is at least an 8 out of 10. But Jiangyu is not an animal that thinks with his lower body. Whether in his past life or now, the people around him are basically all people with superpowers. Vase. Jiangyu usually just plays around with it, and is even quite picky. People like them, Jiangyu wouldn't have even glanced at in his previous life, let alone kept them by his side. I was just about to refuse. Suddenly a voice came from the hallway. Damn, the girls' dormitory door is finally open. Could it be that stinky security guard Lu Chang is dead? A man with blonde hair and an earring led a large group of people upstairs. Jiangyu. Chen Hao has been very troubled lately. But it wasn't because of supplies. Chen Hao comes from a well-off family. His parents run a company with assets worth hundreds of millions. Before the apocalypse, he was always surrounded by lackeys, and he changed girlfriends almost every month. Even though his reputation as a scumbag was widespread, good girls would still think that he was deceived by scumbag women. Even after the apocalypse, most students believed that the world would recover soon, and many people were willing to work for Chen Hao to get a job, seeing it as a good opportunity to change their fate. To date, Chen Hao has more than 20 subordinates. But his biggest regret was that he had no woman by his side. Because the girls were basically trapped in the girls' dormitory, which was occupied by security guard Lu Chang, who locked the iron gate downstairs so no one could get in. Those who tried to get out were all arrested by Lu Chang. The group of boys could only watch helplessly as Lu Chang, that scoundrel security guard, harassed the female students at Shanghai University. I'm so angry I could grind my teeth. But for some reason, the main gate to the girls' dormitory was open today. Chen Hao was overjoyed and immediately led his men over, determined to find that scoundrel Lu Chang and tear him to pieces. Let's go. That old bastard Lu Chang got involved with our brothers a couple of days ago. If we don't kill him today, I'm not Chen. Chen Hao, holding a baseball bat, led his men into the dormitory in a grand procession. Jiangyu, what are you doing here? Chen Hao went upstairs, but instead of finding security guard Lu Chang, he saw someone who shouldn't be there. Jiangyu, it's been a long time. I thought you were dead. How did you end up at school? I remember you dropped out to become a truck driver. Chen Hao looked at Jiangyu with some surprise. Although he did not directly insult Jiangyu, his tone clearly revealed disdain and a sense of superiority. Just passing by. Jiangyu spoke calmly. He had seen too many people like Chen Hao. If he got angry over someone like that every day, he would probably drive himself crazy. He glanced behind Chen Hao but didn't see Li Qian. Just passing by. I think you're here to see Song Shui. Chen Hao patted Jiangyu on the shoulder with a friendly expression. What, 2 years have passed, and you still can't forget your ex-girlfriend? Song Shui. Jiangyu was stunned, unable to recall the name for a moment, until Chen Hao mentioned the words ex-girlfriend, at which point Jiangyu remembered who he was talking about. He did have a girlfriend when he was in college. But it's limited to just holding hands. When Jiangyu dropped out of school, he also broke up with his partner because of this. Later, the end times. Jiangyu has too many female confidants around him, and has indeed forgotten who Song Shui is. No. Jiangyu shook her head. Chen Hao clicked his tongue. What's there to hide from your buddies? They won't laugh at you. You're just doing this for love, I get it. Jiangyu was speechless and too lazy to explain anything to him. What he needs to do now is find Li Qian, and when Su Xiaowu seeks revenge on Li Qian, he will subdue Su Xiaowu. What happened here? Chen Hao glanced at the situation in the dormitory again and frowned when he saw that Lu Chang and the others were dead. Aren't you Xiaowu's roommates? Where is Su Xiaowu? Xiaowu was disfigured by Li Qian and no one knows where she went. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing explained. What? That bitch Li Qian actually dared to hurt Xiaowu. When I catch her, I'll teach her a lesson. Chen Hao was furious. Damn it, there's Northwest good place to stay here. Go tell the girls in the dorm that if they don't want to starve to death here, they should go to the boys' dorm. Chen Hao spoke to the few underlings behind him. Then, a few of the underlings went to the older brother's room and knocked on the door, telling the girls inside to move to another location. Thank you, young Master Chen. Young Master Chen is such a good person. How could anyone say he's a scumbag? If anyone says that again, I'll tear their mouth apart. Exactly, anyone who calls Chen Xiao a scumbag is a loser. Young Master Chen, do you have any food here? We're starving. Young Master Chen, could you give them something to eat? You can ask them to do anything. Upon hearing that someone had come to rescue them, many girls rushed out of their rooms, overjoyed and weeping with gratitude towards Chen Hao. There's plenty of food. Being flattered by a group of girls, Chen Hao felt a little smug. He waved his hand and said domineeringly, as long as you listen to me, I guarantee that all of you will have food and drink. Long live young Master Chen. Wah, young Master Chen is just too good. I wonder who is so lucky to marry him. Young Master Chen, I can be your concubine. How is Jiangyu? Chen Hao turned to Jiangyu. I've set up a shelter in the boys' dormitory. Do you want to come back with me? I see you work really hard driving that truck. After the apocalypse ends, I'll offer you a job at our Chen group. With your physique, you're more than capable of being a security guard, and the salary is 5,000 a month. The Chen group? Your father's name is Chen Dashan. Upon hearing the name Chen's group, Jiangyu felt a sense of familiarity, as if on the day of the zombie outbreak, a man claiming to be the chairman of Chen's group asked him to save him, offering a reward of 1 billion yuan. But I refused. You've heard of my dad? Chen Hao asked with a hint of pride. My old man is quite capable, he knows a lot of people in the business world. Never mind. Jiangyu shook her head. Even if the apocalypse were to end, Chen Hao's father would already be dead. I thought Li Qian would go to find Chen Hao, but it seems that Li Qian didn't go to find Chen Hao, nor did she need to follow him. Whatever. Chen Hao shrugged. He hadn't really taken Jiangyu seriously, just thinking that since Jiangyu did manual labor, he must have some skills. Chen Hao, thank you. From the crowd, a woman with short hair and a beauty mark on her forehead stepped forward. The woman was wearing a white shirt and high heels. Although her appearance was not as delicate as Li Qian's or Song Xiaowu's, she still aroused a strange desire in people at first glance. Song Shui. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. Song Shui, we were just talking about you. I didn't expect you to appear here. You mentioned me. Song Shui tossed her hair, looking somewhat puzzled. Look who this is. Jiangyu. Song Shui looked at Jiangyu, then frowned. She knew about Jiangyu's experience of dropping out of school and driving a truck. It's quite unexpected that Jiangyu is here. You don't know. Chen Hao patted Jiangyu on the shoulder. Jiangyu risked his life to come to our school to save you. How about that? Touched. Song Shui remained silent, seemingly considering how to respond. After a long silence, he said calmly, Jiangyu, thank you for your kindness, but so much time has passed that I've forgotten what happened before. Oh. Jiangyu shrugged. If Chen Hao hadn't brought it up, he would have forgotten about Song Shui and hadn't taken her words to heart. Song Shui, Jiangyu doesn't plan to go back with me. Are you planning to leave with him or go to my base? Chen Hao said to Song Shui. I'll go to the base with you. Song Shui answered without hesitation. Jiangyu was just a truck driver with no supplies. Although the two had a relationship before, he was too young and didn't know anything. She can't possibly suffer with Jiangyu just because of some past relationship. Moreover, Jiangyu is no longer in the same social class as her. Jiangyu does manual labor, while she is a college graduate. I plan to work for a company in the future. Jiangyu, I'm really sorry, Song Shui has chosen to go to my base. How about? I try to persuade her for you. Chen Hao pretended to be embarrassed, but everyone could see the sense of superiority in his eyes. Jiangyu, how about I try to persuade Song Shui for you? Young Master Chen. Before Jiangyu could speak, Song Shui quickly refused, afraid that Jiangyu would say agree. Young Master Chen, I have already made up my mind, and there is no relationship between me and Jiangyu. Jiangyu, you saw it too, it's not that I don't want to help you. Chen Hao shrugged, looking like it was none of his business, then we'll be going now. Random. Jiangyu spoke in a flat tone. In his view, their performance was nothing more than a farce from beginning to end. Arguing with them is too childish. Chen Hao led a large group of survivors downstairs. Behind Jiangyu, Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing exchanged a glance, then joined the crowd. Clearly, they were also going to retract their previous decision and head to Chen Hao's shelter instead. Follow them downstairs. But before he even reached the bottom of the stairs, Jiangyu heard a commotion. Outside the dormitory building. A woman dressed in purple ran toward the girls' dormitory in a daze, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. It was Li Qian, who had just left the girls' dormitory. Li Qian, you dare to come back. Upon seeing Li Qian, Chen Hao immediately stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and glared fiercely at her. Go back to the dorm. Hurry up and go back to the dorm. Li Qian screamed and desperately tried to enter the dormitory building, as if there was something terrifying behind her. Tell me, where did Su Xiaowu go? Why did you hurt Su Xiaowu? Chen Hao, however, held onto Li Qian's hand tightly. Please, let's go back to the dorm quickly. We can talk about everything there. Otherwise, it will be too late. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Li Qian cried out, her eyes filled with despair. Ah. Suddenly, the roars of monsters came from not far away. They're here. They're chasing us. Li Qian's face turned even paler. What's here? Chen Hao turned his head in confusion and saw a large black dog with bloodshot eyes and bits of meat in its mouth rushing towards him from around the corner. Immediately afterwards, another zombie dog of a different color appeared. 3 heads. 4 heads. 10 heads. Countless zombie dogs charged toward the dormitory building. Everyone stared in amazement at the scene. Zombies. There are zombies. Someone shouted, and the group of shock survivors snapped out of their daze and ran desperately toward the dormitory building. Some of the slower runners were pushed down by the people behind them. Chen Hao's eyes widened, and he completely ignored Li Qian beside him, running back towards the dormitory building. Li Qian quickly followed. Bang. With a loud bang, Chen Hao slammed the iron gate shut and locked it from the inside. Outside, several survivors who hadn't had time to get in were still banging on the door. A dense swarm of zombie dogs pounced on them. The survivors outside were swallowed up by the zombie dog army. Zombie dogs. Why are there so many zombie dogs? When we came here just now, there were only a few zombies outside. Oh no, how are we going to get out now? Where did these dogs come from? Despite it being a sunny day, the stairwell was completely dark, blocked by zombies, and the house behind them resembled a coffin burying everyone. The howls of the zombie dogs sent chills down everyone's spines. What should we do now? With so many zombie dogs, there's no way we can get out. Li Qian. Chen Hao's face also turned pale. He turned around and grabbed Li Qian fiercely. What exactly happened? Why are there so many zombie dogs? I don't know anything. Li Qian shook her head. I just wanted to leave the school, but I encountered zombie dogs as soon as I got to the school gate. Damn it, so many zombie dogs. How am I supposed to get back? I have a way. Suddenly, a girl stepped out from the crowd. That black dog is a stray dog at school. I often feed it, and it listens to me very well. I should be able to let it go. Great, I didn't expect anyone to recognize this zombie dog. It's all thanks to the kind-hearted girl, otherwise, we would have been trapped in the dorm to death. Then what are we waiting for? Chen Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately said to the girl, if you can get the zombie dogs to leave, I'll get you a job at my company after the apocalypse ends, with a monthly salary of 10,000. Really? The girl was overjoyed, as if she had won the lottery. Okay, I'll let Xiaohei leave right away. Little Black, do you remember your sister? Your sister fed you. The girl approached the iron gate, but before she could finish speaking, a zombie dog reached in and bit her arm. With a powerful pull, her arm was torn apart. The scalding blood made the zombie dogs even more frenzied. He was torn to pieces by the zombie dogs in less than half a minute. Then, a group of zombie dogs rushed towards the iron gate, which creaked and howled. Ah! Seeing such a cruel scene, many girls fainted from fright, and some boys wet their pants and retreated with weak legs. Didn't they say that knowing the zombie dog would make it leave? Is she all right? What do you think? Although they know each other, that dog is a zombie now. Have you ever seen a zombie and a human have feelings for each other? What do we do? What do we do now? It's over, we're all going to die here. The survivors collapsed on the steps, their faces filled with despair. Jiangyu's gaze fell on Li Qian, who was wearing a purple battle robe. He had originally intended to leave, but unexpectedly, Li Qian came back. Given Su Xiaowu's personality, he will definitely come looking for Li Qian to take revenge. What's the panic? Hearing the noise around him, Chen Hao shouted, which finally quieted down the crowd. There's an iron gate blocking the way, and the zombie dogs can't get in. Once they lose patience and leave, we can go out. Chen Hao stepped forward, displaying a leader-like demeanor. Young Master Chen is right. There's an iron gate here, so the zombie dogs can't get in. Once they're gone, everything will be fine. Young Master Chen is indeed smart, following him was definitely the right decision. Now. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chen Hao waved his hand and said, everyone, go to the dormitory and move some tables and chairs, reinforce the iron gate, and seal up the doors and windows as well. The rest is just waiting for the zombie dogs to leave on their own. Under Chen Hao's command, the survivors brought over a dozen tables and chairs to firmly block the iron gate. Jiangyu watched this scene quietly. He shook his head. Zombie dogs are different from ordinary zombies, their sense of smell is much more sensitive. Ordinary zombies can only smell the presence of living beings within a range of about 20 meters. If they don't smell anything for a long time, they will indeed leave on their own. However, zombie dogs can smell human scents from hundreds of meters away. With so many people in the dormitory, it's like a delicious buffet for the zombie dogs. Zombie dogs can't leave this place. After blocking the doors and windows, Chen Hao led the group of survivors to the second floor of the dormitory. There were 60 survivors in the dormitory, including Jiangyu, 18 boys brought by Chen Hao, and 40 girls, which filled the corridor on both floors. Song Shui, Li Qian, Chen Sisi, and the others surrounded Chen Hao. Jiangyu casually found a seat and sat down, her eyes always fixed on Li Qian, wondering when Su Xiaowu would return to seek revenge. It is now the 11th day of the apocalypse, and in 9 days the goddess of lightning will awaken her SSS-level electric ability. I need to get there in advance. There's also Tai Tu. When he entered the school, Tai Tu took Xiao Huang to look for Jin Jing, and he made an appointment with Xiao Huang to meet him in the girls' dormitory. I hope he doesn't come. There are too many zombie dogs outside. Everyone, please stop for a moment and listen to me. At this moment, Chen Hao stood up and gestured for everyone to be quiet, and all eyes turned to him. Everyone should be aware of the current situation. There's a pack of zombie dogs surrounding the dormitory building. We're temporarily trapped inside, but don't panic, the zombie dogs will leave soon. Moreover, we should trust the country. We are the pillars of our nation. Once the rescue team discovers the situation here, they will come to our aid very soon. However, the situation in our dormitory is so chaotic that it's easy for us not to make it to the rescue team. So I propose. Chen Hao glanced at everyone and said, we should choose an experienced squad leader to lead everyone to survive and wait for the official rescue team. Young Master Chen is right. Our Shanghai University is a key university, so the official rescue team will definitely come to our aid first. It was really too chaotic before. I didn't even dare to leave my dormitory, for fear of being robbed. That's right. When that stinky security guard Lu Chang was around, I didn't dare to make a sound. I was afraid he would eat me alive. Indeed, you're afraid of being eaten because you weigh 200 pounds. But who should we choose as class monitor? None of us have any outdoor survival experience. The survivors whispered among themselves, and many of them relaxed, still firmly believing that the rescue team would come to save them. It's just a matter of time. Let me introduce myself. Chen Hao smiled and said proudly again, my name is Chen Hao. My father is the chairman of the Chen Group. I often learn from my family's company and have a wealth of management experience. Therefore, I propose that I be the class monitor. After we get through this difficult time together, I will arrange for everyone to intern at my family's company. I don't know if you have any objections. After Chen Hao finished speaking, the entire dormitory building erupted in discussion. What? Chen Hao is actually the heir to the Chen Group. My God, the Chen Group, which is worth over $1 billion, is actually owned by Chen Hao's family. The young master of a wealthy family is right next to me. I wonder if young Master Chen will take a liking to me. Come on, didn't you see who's next to young Master Chen? Li Qian, Song Shui, and Chen Sisi, all of them are stunning beauties. I agree that Chen Xiao should be our class monitor. I agree. Upon hearing Chen Hao's identity and his offer to join the Chen Group, all the survivors raised their hands, indicating their acceptance of Chen Hao's management. Very good. Chen Hao nodded smugly and said to everyone, since everyone accepts my management, I will now begin to formulate management rules. To ensure everyone's safety, starting today we will implement a mixed-gender dormitory system, with the boys responsible for protecting the girls' safety. One boy paired with 2 girls. You can choose the partners you want to pair with. After saying that, Chen Hao turned to Song Shui and said, Song Shui, you'll stay with me. I'll protect your safety. Song Shui hesitated for only a second before nodding in agreement to Chen Hao's suggestion. The remaining survivors also began to form their own groups, and soon all 18 boys had chosen their preferred girls. In the end, only Jiangyu and 2 chubby girls remained. Jiangyu, take them back to rest first. Chen Hao was followed by Song Shui and Li Qian, while Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing chose another boy from a well-off family. Young Master Chen, we shouldn't go with him. Before Jiangyu could speak, the 2 chubby girls were the first to refuse. Why? Chen Hao asked. He's a stinky truck driver, so sleazy. What if he gets the wrong idea about us if we live with him? We're still virgins. The two girls looked disgusted after learning Jiangyu's identity. Rules are rules. I trust Jiangyu's character. He won't have any ill intentions towards you. Chen Hao sternly refused. Jiangyu, go back quickly, we have another meeting tomorrow. Chen Hao patted Jiangyu on the shoulder, then led Song Shui and Li Qian into the dormitory. Snort. The two chubby girls stomped their feet and glared at Jiangyu warningly, you better behave yourself. If you do anything inappropriate to us, we'll post you on Red Book. Jiangyu ignored the two chubby girls. His gaze remained fixed on Li Qian, and he memorized the dormitory number of Chen Hao and the other two. Are you deaf? We're talking to you. Afraid? Roll. Two chubby girls stepped forward to pull Jiangyu away, but Jiangyu slapped them across the face. Jiangyu's cold gaze frightened the two chubby girls so much that they dared not say a word. Ignoring the two of them, Jiangyu entered Chen Hao's nearest dormitory. He can arrive as quickly as possible once Su Xiaowu appears. Jiangyu lay down on a bed, and soon two other chubby girls came in. Although their eyes were filled with hatred, they didn't dare to say a harsh word to Jiangyu. Cough cough. I'm a little hungry. Jiangyu opened her backpack, took out 2 eggs, a piece of chocolate, and a bottle of milk, and started eating. This is Jiangyu's habit. No matter what you do, you must take food with you when you leave the base. Because he had learned his lesson in his previous life. Once, he went out without food and was trapped outside, almost starving to death. Both eggs and chocolates are small in size. However, it is rich in nutrients and calories, and it does not spoil easily, so it can sustain human activity for a long time. One night, Jiangyu didn't sleep at all. First, we need to observe whether Su Xiaowu appears. Secondly, Jiangyu was worried about the two chubby girls, fearing they might harm him while he was asleep. All night long, apart from the creaking sounds coming from the surrounding area, there was no other noise in the dormitory, and the zombie dogs outside the dormitory did not leave. The next day, a shout came from outside the door. All survivors face one problem. Food. Day 12 of the apocalypse, morning. The survivors in the dormitory stretched and walked out of their rooms one by one. Many of the girls who had looked pale yesterday now had rosy cheeks. The boys exchanged glances, revealing expressions of mutual understanding. It seems that quite a few couples were formed yesterday. Jiangyu walked out of the room and happened to see Chen Hao leading Li Qian and Song Shui out of the room. His gaze fell on Li Qian. Li Qian had taken off the purple dress she wore yesterday and changed into a more sexy black camisole. Many boys cast lustful glances at her, secretly envying Chen Hao. Song Shui hasn't changed much. I wonder when Xiaowu will appear to take revenge. Jiangyu murmured. Jiangyu. Seeing Jiangyu come out of the room, Chen Hao immediately grinned and walked over. Jiangyu, how did you sleep last night? I slept so well that I'm exhausted, hee hee. Chen Hao glanced at the chubby girl behind him. In contrast, Song Shui and Li Qian behind him were as beautiful as angels. In particular, Song Shui and Jiangyu were a couple before. Chen Hao couldn't help but feel smug. Jiangyu remained indifferent, but in his heart he wondered if Linya and Qin Lan, those two stunning young women, were worried about him since he hadn't gone home all night. Squad leader, when is lunchtime? We're a little hungry. Yes, squad leader, we haven't eaten anything since yesterday. I haven't eaten for 3 days, and I went through a big battle last night. If I don't replenish my strength, I'll die. My legs were shaking. A voice rang out from the crowd, and then everyone else looked at Chen Hao, especially the girls, who had been kept in the dormitory by the old security guard Lu Chang, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Don't worry, everyone. If you follow me, I promise you won't go hungry. Chen Hao patted his chest with a smile. The day before yesterday, we collected a lot of food from the school store, including instant noodles and spicy strips, a total of over 100 packs. Hundreds of packs of instant noodles, spicy strips, and other snacks. Oh my god, this is just too wonderful. Yeah, right now, if I could have a bowl of instant noodles, I'd be so happy. It's better to stay with the class monitor, otherwise we'll all go hungry. Choosing Chen Xiao as squad leader was absolutely the right decision. Squad leader, where are the instant noodles and spicy snacks? Yes, I can't wait. Upon hearing that Chen Hao had instant noodles and spicy strips, the survivors became excited and asked where the instant noodles were. Many people are already fantasizing about what instant noodles taste like. The dormitory building was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The food is kept in the men's dormitory next door, Chen Hao said. In short, the atmosphere in the dormitory building changed instantly, and the building fell into a deathly silence. A moment later, a jarring discussion erupted. What, the boys' dormitory? But we're in the girls' dormitory now, how are we going to get there? Exactly, there are so many zombie dogs outside, we can't even get out the door. The class monitor won't lie to us again, will he? Exactly, you're not just making empty promises to us because you don't have any food, are you? We're not buying it. Upon hearing that the food was placed in the next dormitory, the survivors' expressions immediately changed, and their friendly demeanor vanished, freezing the previously cheerful atmosphere. No one discussed the romantic escapades of the previous night anymore. There were white-headed zombie dogs surrounding them outside, yet Chen Hao claimed the food was in the dormitory next door. Saying it is the same as not saying it at all. If they can get out, do they still need to worry about food? They want to get into Chen Hao's company, and they all want to support Chen Hao, but the prerequisite is that they can survive. What's the point of working if you're dead? That's human nature. Jiangyu watched this scene quietly. That's human nature. For the sake of profit, they could abandon their dignity and even sell their bodies to please Chen Hao, because Chen Hao could give them jobs and guarantee their safety. But what happens when the benefits are lost? This adulation and flattery can also turn into a sharp sword, striking back in the same way or even more fiercely. Chen Hao's face also turned ugly. These people changed their attitude so quickly. He had given them such good treatment and even arranged for them to live in mixed-gender dormitories. But he didn't want to lose his position as class monitor. He enjoys the feeling of being admired. Most importantly, the position of class monitor allows him to exercise many privileges, such as arranging for someone he likes to share a room with him. Don't worry, everyone. Chen Hao took a deep breath and said, I guarantee that what I said is true. As long as we hold out until the zombie dogs leave, we can go to the dormitory next door to get food. Wait, but how long do we have to wait? If the zombie dogs don't leave, are we going to starve forever? That's right, we elected you as class monitor because we hope you can ensure our safety. If you can't even guarantee our safety, why should we follow your orders? Many survivors began to question Chen Hao, and some even called for a new squad leader to be chosen. Chen Hao's face was extremely gloomy. Everyone, please be quiet. At this moment, Song Shui, who was standing next to Chen Hao, suddenly spoke up. The noisy survivors stopped, wanting to see what Song Shui had to say. Listen to me, everyone. Song Shui tried to persuade them, given the current situation outside, no one can get out. Even if we don't elect Chen Hao as class monitor, those zombie dogs are beyond our ability to handle. The only thing we can do now is to trust Chen Hao. If we still don't have any supplies after the zombie dogs leave, we can choose a new squad leader. Arguing won't solve anything, don't you think? Song Shui stood in front of Chen Hao, a survivor who had tried to persuade the troublemakers, and defended Chen Hao in a manner that resembled a parent trying to settle a dispute for their child who had caused trouble. After Song Shui's persuasion, the survivors quieted down. Song Shui is right. Now they have no choice but to trust Chen Hao. Chen Hao's expression softened, and he looked at Song Shui with admiration. Song Shui, you did a good job. After the apocalypse ends, I will definitely have my dad arrange the best position for you. Thank you, young Master Chen. Song Shui was overjoyed. Her family was very ordinary and couldn't offer her any help at work, so she had to rely on herself. The reason she stood up was to try and gain some favor with Chen Hao. Listen to me, everyone. Chen Hao walked back to the group and said, now everyone go to each room and collect food. Then gather all the food together and I will distribute it to you. Once the zombie dogs leave, I will definitely give everyone better food. Hearing Chen Hao's assurance, the survivors reluctantly got up and began searching for food in each room of the dormitory building. More than half an hour later, the dormitory building had been ransacked, and all the food was piled up in the second-floor corridor. The survivors found all the food and water in the dormitory building and piled them up on the second floor. The word piled up is not quite appropriate. Because, among all the supplies here, there were only 5 or 6 packets of instant noodles, plus a few pieces of moldy bread and sausages. There were only a pitiful 7 or 8 bottles of mineral water. There are 60 survivors in the dormitory building. This little bit of food is not even enough to fill their teeth on average. Is this all the food you have? Chen Hao frowned as well. He had thought that even if the girls' dormitory was poor, it would at least have a few dozen packs of instant noodles or something. But I didn't expect it to be only this little bit. Are you sure you've collected all the food? Chen Hao asked the group questioningly. The apocalypse came too suddenly, and we girls don't have the strength of you boys to collect food. Most of this food was left behind by Lu Chang. Chen Hao was speechless. He felt that if it weren't for Lu Chang, the security guard, most of these women would probably have starved to death. Looking at the food on the ground, there was definitely not enough food for 60 people. What should we do now? Song Shui frowned as she looked at the several pieces of instant noodles that had been reduced to crumbs. I know where there is still food. Suddenly, a chubby girl in the crowd spoke up, and everyone turned to look at her. Do you know where there is food? Chen Hao looked at him questioningly. Tell me quickly, as long as you can find food, I'll give you a monthly salary of 20,000. The food is on him. Fatty was pleasantly surprised and pointed at Jiangyu, saying, yesterday, Cui Hua and I were with him again, and we saw him take out eggs and chocolates from his backpack. Eggs and chocolate. Great. Eggs and chocolate are very nutritious. Even a little bit can sustain us for several days. The survivors swallowed hard, their eyes falling on Jiangyu in the corner. Hope was rekindled in my heart. Jiangyu, do you have food? Chen Hao was pleasantly surprised and immediately walked up to Jiangyu. Jiangyu, hurry up and take out the food. After the apocalypse ends, I will give you a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, and you won't have to drive a big truck anymore. Jiangyu glanced at Chen Hao. A monthly salary of 20,000. I couldn't help but laugh for a moment. Inside the tunnel, his father offered him 1 billion, just so he could get him on board. Chen Hao, with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, expected Chen Hao to hand over all his food. No. Jiangyu uttered 2 words. Jiangyu, what do you mean? Upon hearing Jiangyu refuse, Chen Hao's face darkened. Now everyone is out of food. If you hand over your food, we can divide it equally so that we can survive longer. Do you think the pay is too low? I'll give you a monthly salary of 30,000. Roll. Jiangyu only used 1 character this time. Jiangyu, what exactly do you mean? I said that only by sharing food equally can everyone survive longer. You have so much food, why don't you share it equally? Do you want everyone to starve to death here? After being rejected by Jiangyu again, Chen Hao became furious and pointed at Jiangyu, yelling, I'm kindly offering you a monthly salary of 30,000 and you still think it's not enough. How much do you want? Name your price. The other survivors, upon hearing this, also gathered around. Who is this person? What time is it now? Hiding food like this. Are they trying to kill everyone? This is so rude. Those who complain about a monthly salary of 30,000 are truly ungrateful. Exactly, I heard it was a truck driver who took advantage of the situation. With that kind of character, that's all he'll ever be. It's a good thing I didn't choose to share a dorm room with him before. Any woman who marries such a stingy man will be unlucky for life, she'd be better off remaining a bachelor forever. Jiangyu. Song Shui walked over and said to Jiangyu seriously, Jiangyu, now is not the time to throw a tantrum. I know you have a problem with Qin Shao because of what happened to me, but now everyone's safety is at stake. I hope you can be more mature. The way you're acting, the more I despise you. Because you threw a tantrum. Jiangyu glanced at Song Shui, wondering what had gotten into her that made her say such a thing. When did I ever get angry because of her? It seems that I didn't say a single unnecessary word to her from beginning to end. Isn't that so? Song Shui tossed her hair, you've been secretly watching me lately. I know you can't forget me, but I've already said it before, we're not from the same world anymore. I hope you'll mature a bit. Instead of having unrealistic dreams, you should find a good job and then marry a woman in the countryside. Hand over the food, and I'll take another look at you. How dare you think I'm spying on you? Jiangyu was amused. During this time, while waiting for Su Xiaowu, he kept glancing at Li Qian, but he didn't expect Song Shui to think that he was spying on her. He felt he couldn't forget her. Therefore, she resented Chen Hao and Song Shui for living in the same room, which is why she stubbornly refused to take out the food. It can only be said that some people are being far too presumptuous. Su Xiaowu, Lin Ya, and Qin Lan, aren't they all prettier than Song Shui, and they also possess powerful supernatural abilities? There's no need for me to worry about her. Get lost while I'm in a good mood. I don't want to curse you. Jiangyu glanced at her, his tone extremely cold. What did you say? Song Shui looked at Jiangyu in disbelief. Jiangyu cursed himself for being so shameless as to tell her to get lost. Hold. Li Qian, who was standing nearby, was getting impatient and urged Chen Hao, what are you dawdling for? If he won't give it to you, just take the food away. Why waste your breath arguing with him? That's right, he's all alone. How can we, with so many of us, not outcompete him? That's right, when we get the food, we can give him a smaller share. Several survivors were eyeing Jiangyu's backpack intently, ready to snatch it at Chen Hao's command. Jiangyu, we've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so don't blame us for taking action ourselves. Chen Hao's eyes turned cold. He said to the boys, you guys, take his food away. Yes. Several strong-looking boys approached Jiangyu. Jiangyu remained indifferent. He drew his crossbow from his waist, pulled the trigger, and a boy's head was pierced through, his blood splattering onto the faces of several girls nearby. Murder. Murder. A burly boy who charged at Jiangyu was shot through the head by Jiangyu, and his scarlet blood splattered on the faces of several girls. Thump. The boy's body fell heavily to the ground. Everyone stared in amazement at the scene. After a full half-minute of stunned silence, someone finally reacted and screamed that someone had been murdered. The survivors retreated in terror, no longer daring to approach Jiangyu even a fraction of an inch. They looked at Jiangyu as if he were an utterly wicked demon. These people had seen dead people, but those were mostly killed by zombies. In their eyes, it's justified for zombies to kill people. It's instinctive. We can't blame them. Jiangyu is different. But Jiangyu, like them, is a vulnerable survivor and should be a law-abiding good person just like them. Jiangyu suddenly killed someone. It's like a flock of sheep suddenly having a mad sheep that eats them. More terrifying than wolves that eat sheep. Jiangyu, it's just a little food, and you actually killed someone for it. Aren't you afraid the law enforcement will arrest you? Chen Hao's face turned pale. He grabbed Song Shui in front of him and used her as a shield to protect himself. Say one more word and I'll kill you too. Jiangyu pointed the crossbow at Chen Hao, who was so frightened that he wet his pants. The other survivors huddled in a corner. They are still ordinary students and have no idea of the true horror of the apocalypse. In their worldview, disasters are only temporary and everyone should abide by the law. Is murder illegal? Jiangyu scoffed. I had the same idea in the early days of the apocalypse in my previous life. But reality is cruel. Some people can kill countless people, and the official supernatural organizations can't do anything about them. Instead, they have to try every means to win them over and get them to cooperate. Because the opponent is so powerful, even the authorities need to rely on their strength to deal with the zombies. Jiangyu did not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, because his enemies were never survivors, and the extinction of humanity would not benefit him in any way. On the contrary, he hoped the end times would end soon. His real enemy is the zombies. A level 12 superpowered zombie is enough to destroy the entire human civilization. This is also humanity's true enemy. But he absolutely would not allow anyone to hurt him. After intimidating the group of survivors, Jiangyu returned to his room, leaving a group of terrified college students outside. How could he kill someone? Exactly. It's just a little food. If they won't give it to us, they won't give it to us. Is it really necessary to kill someone? What he did was illegal. When the law enforcement team arrives, I will definitely tell them about this, and then they will arrest him and execute him. Yes, arrest him. Once Jiangyu returned to his room, the survivors dared to complain in hushed tones, still fantasizing that Jiangyu would be brought to justice. He's a madman now. Chen Hao looked at Jiangyu's dormitory with lingering fear. I think he just couldn't make money driving a truck, so he wanted to take revenge on society. Does he think that will make me stay with him? Song Shui was still somewhat shaken, and in her heart she still thought that Jiangyu did this because of him. His illegal and disorderly conduct will only lower my impression of him. He won't retaliate against me, will he? Li Qian was extremely worried. She was the one who had suggested having people steal Jiangyu's food. What if Jiangyu held a grudge against her? He dares. Chen Hao looked at his wet crotch, his face extremely gloomy. He felt incredibly ashamed, all because of Jiangyu. If he dares to kill again, don't blame us for being ruthless. He only has one crossbow, no matter how skilled he is, he can't defeat so many of us. What do we do now? Song Shui asked. Let's distribute the food first. Once the zombie dogs outside leave, we'll go to the men's dormitory next door. There are plenty of supplies there. Chen Hao looked at the few scattered pieces of food on the ground. After the food and water were distributed, each person only received a thumb-sized piece of instant noodle crumbs and some moldy bread crumbs. The water source was less than 50 milliliters. Not enough for one bite. They would have received even less food if Jiangyu hadn't killed one of them. Inside the room, Jiangyu kept his eyes fixed on the movements outside the window, but he still couldn't spot Su Xiaowu. Does Xiaowu not intend to take revenge? Jiangyu frowned. But she quickly dismissed the idea. In her previous life, Su Xiaowu relentlessly pursued and killed a level 9 ability user for 3 or 4 months in order to get revenge. Now that Su Xiaowu has awakened her superpowers, how could she not come back for revenge? If the time drags on any longer, the wound on Su Xiaowu's face will be the same as in her previous life, leaving scars because she missed the treatment time, and even healing abilities cannot cure them. Could it be that there are too many zombies around? Jiangyu suddenly had an idea. There were nearly 100 zombies surrounding downstairs, including zombie dogs, which were much stronger than ordinary zombies. Su Xiaowu has just awakened her superpowers, so she should be no match for these zombies. Therefore, they dare not approach this place. With that in mind, Jiangyu raised his crossbow and began hunting down the zombies wandering downstairs. Kill points plus 15. Kill points plus 17. After several hours, there were more than 30 zombie corpses lying downstairs in the dormitory building, and Jiangyu had used up all 100 crossbow bolts he brought. Although crossbows were used for a period of time. However, Jiangyu has not received professional training. He is okay at close range, but his accuracy at long range is only about 30%. This is already a very high hit rate. It's important to know that zombies can move on their own. We need to go back to the shuttle and get some arrows. Jiangyu pondered. His dormitory was on the second floor, and the window was only about 4 meters from the ground. Although he couldn't jump directly from the 5th floor like Su Xiaowu, he had copied Tai Tu's defensive ability, so a height of 4 meters was nothing to him. He jumped off the building. Several zombies then surrounded them. Without hesitation, Jiangyu ran quickly toward the location of the shuttle. The shuttle was only about 100 meters away from the dormitory building, and Jiangyu arrived at the shuttle in about 10 seconds. Master, I'm so glad you're all right. Upon seeing Jiangyu return, Linya immediately surrounded him. Jiangyu hadn't come home to spend the night yesterday, and she had thought something had happened to him. They finally found Jiangyu as a backer. Linya didn't want Jiangyu to die so soon. Where's Tai Tu? Jiangyu glanced around the carriage but didn't see Tai Tu. My brother said he found gold crystals and wants to go out and look for them again, Zhang Xiaoxiao explained. Okay, when Tai Tu comes back, tell him not to run around. Jiangyu nodded, gave a few instructions, and then took 100 arrows from the carriage to replenish his food supplies. Jiangyu then returned to the dormitory building. As Jiangyu returned, he vaguely noticed a figure flash across the roof of the dormitory building. Is someone on the roof? Could it be Xiaowu? Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately returned to his dormitory, then walked up the stairs to the top floor. We arrived at the rooftop. There were several desiccated corpses on the roof, probably survivors who had escaped to the roof earlier, and they had all dried out due to the heat. I scanned the area. Jiangyu did not find anyone. You misread it. Jiangyu shook his head and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a bag of potato chips on the ground. Near the packaging bag, there were some leftover potato chip crumbs. The crumbs were very fresh. If they had been on the ground for a long time, they would have dried out. It was obviously thrown down recently. It was very likely just now. Su Xiaowu awakened a combat-type ability, specifically the most agile blinking ability among combat-type abilities. There are many types of combat-related superpowers. For example, the most common abilities are defense, strength, and speed. In addition, there are very rare abilities such as mutation, blinking, and invisibility. Because these abilities can greatly increase combat power, they are called combat-type abilities. Electric abilities, like those of the Goddess of Lightning, along with other fire and earth-based abilities, are collectively referred to as elemental abilities. Su Xiaowu awakened the SS-level blinking ability. Blink allows for teleportation, enabling one to move directly from one side of a wall to the other, and also enhances physical abilities. In her previous life, when Su Xiaowu was at the peak of her strength, she could teleport 50 meters away. It is one of the most flexible superpowers. Catching her is no less difficult than catching the Goddess of Lightning. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies, and the shelter was surrounded by zombies within a radius of several hundred meters. Even with the blink ability, they could not escape. He shook his head. Jiangyu dropped the bag of potato chips and left the rooftop. Not long after, a woman climbed up from under the eaves. She was wearing a face mask, but the scars underneath were still faintly visible. He seemed to know I was going to kill Li Qian, and he was deliberately waiting for me. Who exactly is he? Just like Jiangyu thought, ever since Su Xiaowu discovered her superpower, she has been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. From yesterday until now, except for going out to look for supplies, she has basically been hiding in the dormitory building. However, Jiangyu kept a close eye on Li Qian's movements, which prevented her from making a move. It seems we need to find an opportunity to deal with him first. Time flies. The time has come to the 13th day of the apocalypse. Jiangyu stretched, took out a few eggs and a sandwich from his backpack, and started eating. Not in the car. I can only make do with this for now. Yesterday, another 20 zombie dogs were dealt with, and Jiangyu now has more than 2,500 kill points. That's enough to upgrade the shuttle again. On the other side, Chen Hao's group had long since run out of food, and many survivors were wandering around the dormitory looking for food. Chen Hao's dormitory. I felt nothing after eating such a small amount of food. It was like I hadn't eaten anything at all. After finishing the food in her hand, Li Qian didn't feel full at all. Her stomach was still growling with hunger. Life was even worse than when she was with Lu Chang. She said with a face full of resentment, "It's all your fault. You had to show off just to save face. There was so little food, you shouldn't have shared it at all. How dare you blame me?" Chen Hao was a little annoyed and reached out to grab Li Qian's arm. He was already embarrassed by being scared to death by Jiangyu during the day, and Li Qian was still blaming him. "If you hadn't attracted the zombie dogs, I would have been back in the boys' dormitory eating and drinking well, instead of starving here. Was I also trying to save my own life?" Li Qian felt very wronged. What can I do? Am I supposed to be eaten by zombie dogs? If you're so powerful, why don't you go and deal with the zombie dogs? Smack. Chen Hao slapped Li Qian across the face. "You bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Am I wrong?" Li Qian covered her face. "Isn't it just that you care about your image and want to be superior to others? If you were really smart, you should be like Jiangyu and hold all the food in your hand instead of becoming some class monitor. Go look at those people outside, see if they'll still fawn over you." Chen Hao also felt a little regretful. Several groups of people had come to him outside today asking for food and inquiring when the zombie dogs would leave, but Chen Hao didn't dare to open the door. "Chen Hao, didn't you say the zombie dogs would leave soon? It's been 2 days already, and there are still so many zombie dogs outside. Chen Hao, didn't you say that food would be available soon, and that we should hand over our supplies? It's been 2 days now, when will we finally get food? Chen Hao, I'm not going to work at your company anymore. Give me back our food." Some of the supplies collected yesterday belonged to the survivors themselves. Because Chen Hao said the zombie dogs would leave soon, they agreed to split the food equally in order to curry favor with him, but they didn't expect the zombie dogs to stay for so long. They were starving. If things continue like this, they will all starve to death here. They no longer care about going to work at Chen Hao's company and are demanding that Chen Hao return the supplies that were distributed yesterday. Chen Hao's face turned deathly pale. He never expected that the survivor who was so respectful and fawning over him yesterday would change so drastically in just one day. He also deeply regretted it. If he had known the zombie dogs wouldn't leave for so long, he wouldn't have chosen to share the food just to become a class monitor, he would have kept it all for himself. Chen Hao felt a little dizzy. Especially after not drinking water for a long time, my lips were so thirsty they cracked. Where are the supplies still being sent out? Chen Hao, if we still don't have food by tomorrow, I'm going to find Jiangyu. Li Qian snorted. She liked Chen Hao because he was a rich second-generation heir who could give her a better life and buy her bags and cosmetics that she couldn't afford. But now, even with Chen Hao, she can't get enough to eat. If this continues, she'll starve to death here. What's the point of having Chen Hao's money? Naturally, he couldn't be as respectful and obsequious to Chen Hao as before. Enough. Beside her, Song Shui looked haggard. Now is not the time to complain. Didn't young Master Chen say that once the zombie dogs leave, we can go to the men's dormitory to find food? Let's hold on a little longer. The zombie dogs will definitely leave. She was also very hungry. In the past 4 days, she has only eaten a piece of bread the size of her thumb, and she is so hungry that she has started to experience tinnitus. She now regrets letting Chen Hao distribute all the supplies. However, she had already chosen to cling to Chen Hao's coattails and didn't want to break with him at this point and risk losing all her previous efforts. She comes from the countryside. He also has a younger brother who needs a dowry of 380,000 yuan to get married, and he also needs to have a car and a house in the city. She cannot afford to make a single wrong move. The 14th day of the apocalypse. As the day passed, the dormitory building became even more chaotic. A delicate female voice came from outside Jiangyu's room. Inside the dormitory, Jiangyu sat leisurely by the window, with a dish of peanuts and a plate of pig's head meat on the table. I picked up my chopsticks, took a piece of fragrant pig's head meat, and put it in my mouth. The chewy pig skin intertwined with the tender lean meat, and the juices burst in my mouth. Pair it with a small glass of wine. The aroma of pork spices and the mellow fragrance of white wine blend together, creating a delicious flavor that lingers in the memory. Buffed. Jiangyu pulled the trigger, killing one of the zombies. For the past 2 days, he has been observing the activity outside the window. He has cleared out 2/3 of the zombies around the dormitory building, and now there are only about 30 zombies left. During this time, Jiangyu returned to the shuttle again. They also brought back some pork head and peanuts from the car to satisfy their cravings. Unfortunately, Su Xiaowu never arrived. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on Jiangyu's door. Could it be Chen Hao and his group? Jiangyu's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to kill indiscriminately, but if Chen Hao and the others still didn't know their own mortality, he wouldn't mind sending them to their deaths. Holding a crossbow, Jiangyu opened the door to prevent anyone outside from attacking him. It wasn't Chen Hao outside the door. Instead, they were 2 beautiful girls. Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing are Su Xiaowu's roommates. They originally wanted to follow Jiangyu, but when Chen Hao arrived, they turned around and followed him instead. When the dormitories were assigned, neither of them expected to be in the same dormitory as Jiangyu. I don't know what I'm here for. Looking at the 2 of them, Chen Cixi and Zhou Qing were much dirtier after 2 days, covered in dust, and their faces no longer had their previous rosy glow, but instead looked haggard as if they hadn't eaten enough. Even the 2 things on her body shrank due to malnutrition. What's up? Jiangyu's tone was indifferent. You go. Chen Cixi's face was pale, and her eyes were unfocused with hunger, making her look quite pitiful. Can you give us something to eat? I'm starving to death. Aren't you following Chen Hao? What do you want with me? Seeing the 2 people's miserable state, Jiangyu's eyes showed no pity whatsoever. This was their own choice. If they hadn't betrayed Su Xiaowu and stopped Lu Yan from sneaking instant noodles, they wouldn't be in this predicament now. Chen Hao. Thinking of Chen Hao, Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing's eyes were filled with anger. Chen Hao is a liar. Those zombie dogs haven't left yet, and now many people are looking for him for food, but he himself is hiding in his room and doesn't dare to come out. Brother Yu, please give us some food. Several people have already starved to death, and we don't want to starve to death. Chen Sisi knelt down with a thud. Brother Yu, you can do whatever you want, I just need a bite to eat. Brother Yu, me too, I'll agree to anything you ask. Zhou Qing also knelt down, deliberately revealing some of her snow-white skin. It must be said that although Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing are not as stunning as Su Xiaowu, they are still around 8 points in terms of looks among ordinary girls. The two of them put forward this condition. Most men wouldn't refuse them. However, Jiangyu has seen this kind of scene far too many times. Countless people, including internet celebrities, stars, and even heiresses, have sought his help. Jiangyu did not agree to everyone's request. Moreover, Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing betrayed Su Xiaowu, which is the last thing Jiangyu would agree to. Otherwise, if Jiangyu were in a good mood, he might actually have ordered some food for the two of them. Thinking of Su Xiaowu, Jiangyu's eyes were full of doting affection. In her previous life, how many times had she been on the verge of giving up in despair, and it was always Su Xiaowu who encouraged her. These two betrayed Xiaowu. Rather than letting them die like this, it would be better to hand them over to Xiaowu for disposal later. Jiangyu pondered. However, he still wouldn't give them any food. As for how these two will survive without food. Haha, when people are really about to die, do they still care whether the food they eat tastes good or not? It's good enough that we're alive. Before finding Xiaowu, let me torment these two women for her sake. Come in. Jiangyu chuckled and made way for them. Thank you, Brother Yu. Thank you, Brother Yu. Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing were overjoyed, as if entering Jiangyu's room had given them hope for survival. Enter the room. The two women immediately noticed the pork head and peanuts on the table. Pig's head meat. Both of them immediately started drooling. Before the apocalypse, neither of them would have given a second glance to such things, because in their eyes, these were things that migrant workers ate. But now, this plate of pig's head meat is a delicacy in their eyes. The aroma alone made their mouths water. They were right, Jiangyu did indeed have food in his hands. Had they known this, they would never have gone back to follow Chen Hao. That despicable Chen Hao. If it weren't for him, they would have been able to enjoy a delicious pork head long ago. You, Brother Yu, can we eat this? Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing looked at Jiangyu with longing, already eager to eat the pig's head meat on the table. Cannot. Why? Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing paused for a moment, then realized that since they hadn't repaid Jiangyu, Jiangyu certainly wouldn't give them food. Thinking of this, Chen Sisi twisted her waist and moved closer to Jiangyu. Brother Yu, she's yours now, please cherish her. Chen Sisi whispered in Jiangyu's ear. Zhou Qing followed as well. Her actions were even bolder than Chen Sisi's, and she had already taken off most of her clothes. The scene inside the dormitory was enough to get anyone's blood pumping. However, Jiangyu never looked at them directly, and said in a cold tone, "Don't touch me with your dirty hands, it's disgusting." Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing were stunned. For a moment, I didn't understand what Jiangyu meant. He let me into the house, wasn't it so he could do that with me? And yet he called them disgusting. Brother Yu, what do you mean? You let us in, not that you want us to. Chen Sisi looked at Jiangyu with some confusion. You think you're worthy? Jiangyu spoke without any politeness, her tone clearly showing her disdain for the two of them. Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing both looked grim. Although they were not as pretty as Li Qian and Su Xiaowu, they still had no shortage of suitors at school. Jiangyu is just a truck driver, yet he dares to say such things to them. But the two dared not say anything more, knowing that Jiangyu was capable of killing. I can let you stay here, and I'll give you food, but it depends on my mood, understand? Jiangyu leisurely sat down in the chair and picked up a piece of pig's head meat to eat. Yes, I understand. Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing couldn't help but swallow as they watched Jiangyu chew, but they didn't dare to go forward without Jiangyu's permission. He could only watch Jiangyu longingly. Jiangyu glanced at the two of them, a smirk playing on his lips. He spat out a leftover bone and said to them, "Eat up, your food." Snap. A bone covered in bits of meat fell onto the dormitory floor. "This is your food," Jiangyu said to Chen Sisi and the other woman. "Our food." Upon seeing the bones on the ground, Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing's faces flushed red, feeling extremely insulted. "Jiangyu, what do you mean? If you're not going to give it to us, then don't. Do you have to humiliate us like this?" "Exactly. You're just a truck driver, you just have some food, why are you making such a fuss?" Jiangyu sneered at the two of them barking like dogs. It seems these two are still not hungry enough. In her previous life, even when those female celebrities were starving, they would fight over even the dirtiest food, let alone bones. The two so-called class beauties started to nitpick. "Eat it or don't, it's up to you." Jiangyu ignored the two of them and started eating by herself. Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing were furious. Jiangyu had humiliated them like this, treating them like dogs. But they still didn't leave, because they couldn't find food if they left. Another half-day passed. Jiangyu is still shooting zombies. Kill points plus 17. Kill points plus 16. Kill points, 3410. I have over 3,000 kill points. Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing were getting weaker and weaker due to hunger, and they were lying on the ground, unable to stand up. Especially when the body is dehydrated, the lips are so dry and cracked that it is impossible to speak. "Sisi, why don't we eat the bones?" Zhou Qing was so hungry that she felt dizzy and her eyes were fixed on the bones on the ground, with a few bits of meat still on them. "Don't want." Chen Sisi shook her head. "If we eat bones from the ground, what's the difference between us and dogs? I don't want to be insulted like that. But I'm starving." Zhou Qing couldn't hold back any longer. "I don't care anymore, being a dog is better than starving to death. If you won't eat, I'll eat by myself." Zhou Qing couldn't resist any longer. She crawled to the ground, picked up the bones that Jiangyu had discarded, and then slowly sucked on the bits of meat on them. The aroma of spices and salt made Zhou Qing feel somewhat intoxicated. He couldn't help but groan. "Delicious, so delicious. Zhou Qing, I despise you." Chen Sisi looked at Zhou Qing, feeling a sense of disappointment and frustration. Zhou Qing had actually fallen to such a low point, and yet she had tried to compete with her for the title of class beauty. "I don't care if you respect me, I just want to live." Zhou Qing, however, couldn't care less about all that. After finishing gnawing on the bone in her hand, she was still a little unsatisfied. Looking at Jiangyu beside her, she slowly crawled over. "Brother Yu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been picky about food. Please give me some more to eat." Zhou Qing looked at Jiangyu ingratiatingly, her pleading expression resembling that of a puppy searching for food. Jiangyu glanced at Zhou Qing. It seems this woman is more realistic than Chen Sisi. That's more like it. Jiangyu casually tossed the remaining bones on the table to Zhou Qing. There were about 7 or 8 pieces. Seeing the bones on the ground, Zhou Qing was overjoyed and began to gnaw on them, enjoying them immensely. Chen Sisi, watching this scene from the side, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "My mind is in turmoil." She was a goddess, high and mighty. Sleeping with a truck driver was already a degrading act. How could she lower herself to eat bones on the ground like a dog? But if she doesn't eat, she'll starve to death. What should she do? Forget it, Zhou Qing has already eaten, so there's nothing I can't do even if I go and eat, and no one will know about it. With a determined effort, Chen Sisi crawled over to Jiangyu's side. "Brother Yu, could you give me some too?" Chen Sisi forced an awkward smile, hoping Jiangyu would give her some credit too. "You figured it out too?" Jiangyu looked at Chen Sisi with a sneer. I've figured it out. Chen Sisi nodded quickly. How could she not understand? If she didn't understand, she would starve to death. "No, you can have her give it to you." Jiangyu shrugged. "Zhou Qing." Chen Sisi looked at Zhou Qing. "Could you give me a bone? I'm starving." "No." Zhou Qing hugged the bone to her chest like a mother hen protecting her chicks. "Didn't you look down on me? If you look down on me, what will you eat?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Please give me a piece, we're best friends." "Best friend?" Zhou Qing scoffed. "Who knows if you really consider me your best friend, or if you're just pretending." "She's not stupid." There are only so many bones left. If Chen Cece eats them, what will she eat? Having already suffered from the food-sharing problem once before, Zhou Qing doesn't want to make the same mistake again. It would be best if Chen Cece starved to death. That way, the bones Jiangyu leaves behind will be all mine. Who knows, over time, Jiangyu might even develop feelings for me. You. Chen Cece was furious. You, Zhou Qing, if I hadn't suggested finding Jiangyu, would you have gotten any benefits? Now you're ungrateful, aren't you? If I can't have it, you can forget about having it either. After saying that, Chen Cece and Zhou Qing started wrestling, trying to snatch the bone from each other's hands. Jiangyu watched this scene quietly. It was not stopped. Their current predicament is entirely their own fault. Bang. Bang. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door, and a woman's cries for help. Chen Hao's room. Chen Hao, didn't you say the zombie dogs would leave soon? Why are there still so many zombie dogs outside? Li Qian was also out of breath from hunger. The zombies used to leave in 2 days at most. How am I supposed to know why this zombie dog is staying here so long? Chen Hao was lying on the bed, his already thin face now showing even more sunken cheeks, and he had no strength to get up. It's like a walking corpse. It's been almost 4 days. The zombie dogs outside haven't left yet. He is now filled with regret. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would never have shared the food. Fortunately, the people outside seemed to have run out of energy, and no one continued to knock on his door asking him for food. Where are you going? He looked at Li Qian, who was struggling to get up and walk towards the door. I need to find Jiangyu. I need to ask him for food. I don't want to die here. Li Qian propped herself up, she couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, she would starve to death here sooner or later. She was so beautiful, she didn't want to starve to death in this godforsaken place. You. Chen Hao glared angrily at Li Qian, but he was too weak to stop her and could only watch helplessly as she left. Song Shui, are you leaving too? Chen Hao looked at Song Shui, who was standing to the side. Song Shui wasn't in much better shape either. She lay on the bed, speaking weakly and listlessly. Young Master Chen, I believe in you. The zombie dogs will definitely leave. Song Shui looked at the zombie dogs wandering outside, her ears filled with their roars. My heart sank completely. But she had no choice, she had already placed all her bets on Chen Hao. She didn't want all her previous efforts to be in vain. We can only hope that Chen Hao is right and that the zombie dogs will leave on their own. Although following Jiangyu meant she could survive, what about the future? Jiangyu was just a truck driver who couldn't help her family at all. Unlike Li Qian, who is so beautiful that even after leaving Chen Hao, she could still seduce other rich second-generation heirs. Not many rich second-generation men were pursuing her. Okay, Song Shui, I'll give you $1 million when my dad comes to rescue me. Thank you, young Master Chen. Song Shui was overjoyed. 1 million. It's enough for his younger brother to get married, and it can also improve the family's life, allowing his parents to live a wealthy life. Song Shui, can you do me a favor? Chen Hao said again. Young Master Chen, just say so. I'll definitely help you if you can. Go ask Jiangyu for some food. He likes you so much, he'll definitely give you food. If you borrow the food, I'll give you another $1 million. As Li Qian stepped out of the dormitory, a foul stench wafted over. In the corridor outside the dormitory, many survivors lay sprawled out, all suffering from severe hypoglycemia due to prolonged lack of food and unable to stand. Many of the survivors had completely lost their vital signs. The body began to decompose. Vomit. Li Qian covered her mouth, feeling a wave of nausea. Find Jiangyu. I need to find Jiangyu. I don't want to die. Looking at the rotting corpses, Li Qian became even more determined. She had to find Jiangyu and get food. No matter the cost. Because she didn't want to die. Bang bang bang. Jiangyu. Li Qian knocked on Jiangyu's door, her voice hoarse from thirst. She wasn't familiar with Jiangyu, and all the information she had about him came from Chen Hao. She only knew that Jiangyu was a truck driver who hadn't even finished college. They belonged to the lowest level of society. A month's salary isn't enough to buy her one handbag. Li Qian wouldn't normally give someone like that a second glance. She only has eyes for rich second-generation heirs. But there's no other way now. Jiangyu is the only one in the entire dormitory building who has food, and only Jiangyu can save him. Fine, I'll just have to put up with this for now. Once the rescue team finds us, I'll just kick him out, Li Qian thought to herself. Li Qian was very confident in dealing with a loser like Jiangyu. Losers like this who can't find girlfriends love to fantasize the most, and are also the most thirsty and easiest to deceive. Just like the security guard Lu Chang before. As long as you give them a little something, they'll fawn over you like a lapdog. Li Qian straightened her clothes. She pulled her bra strap down a bit, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Creak. Jiangyu opened the door and was immediately greeted by Li Qian, dressed in a sexy outfit, and the two large breasts that she deliberately showed off. It has to be said that, in terms of looks alone, Li Qian could be considered a school beauty. Especially her figure. She's not much less attractive than the young woman Qin Lan. However, from the moment the other party started hurting Xiao Wu, it was destined that Jiangyu would not let her go. What's up? Jiangyu sized up the other person. Noticing Jiangyu's gaze, Li Qian was secretly delighted. Just as she had guessed, Jiangyu, a loser, was absolutely unable to resist her charm. I'm a little hungry, could you give me something to eat? Li Qian ran her hand across her snow-white skin, her alluring gaze enough to captivate most men. Jiangyu saw through the other party's intentions at a glance. Li Qian is trying to seduce him to get food because she can't get food from Chen Hao. After thinking about it, Jiangyu thought it was pretty good. Su Xiaowu wanted to take revenge on Li Qian. If Li Qian were by her side, it would save her from having to stare at the window every day, which was quite tiring. Just as he was about to speak, another figure walked over. Jiangyu glanced over and recognized the person as his ex-girlfriend from his previous life. Song Shui. Jiangyu doesn't have many memories of Song Shui because the two didn't have a particularly close relationship. Jiangyu couldn't feel any affection for her. There's no question of hatred. Therefore, as long as Song Shui's behavior does not affect him, Jiangyu does not want to get involved in her affairs. Jiangyu. Song Shui walked over, her eyes revealing a complex expression. Chen Hao asked her to borrow food from Jiangyu, but she was very reluctant because she and Jiangyu were no longer from the same world. Jiangyu is a truck driver who didn't finish college. And I am a student at a top university. In her view, the so-called feelings between her and Jiangyu were just her own immaturity when she was young, and she did not want to acknowledge those feelings. I don't want to have anything to do with Jiangyu anymore. However, she had no choice but to agree to Chen Hao's request because she really wanted the 1 million yuan that Chen Hao had. You're coming with me too. Jiangyu assumed that Song Shui and Li Qian had the same goal. Jiangyu, I'm very grateful that you came all the way from outside the school to save me, but as I said, we are from two different worlds now, and there's no way we can be together. Song Shui frowned, trying to persuade him earnestly, as if Jiangyu had been harassing her all along. Are you out of your mind? Are you starving? Do you think I have feelings for you? Jiangyu was speechless. How come he never noticed before that his so-called ex-girlfriend was so narcissistic? I've never been a simp. If you have nothing else to say, then get lost. Jiangyu said impatiently. Li Qian also looked at Li Qian with some surprise. She was so beautiful that she didn't dare use that tone when she came to Jiangyu, she even had to seduce him. Li Qian actually told Jiangyu to stop bothering her. She even suspected that Song Shui had ruined her brain from studying too much. Being scolded by Jiangyu made Song Shui feel embarrassed, and she felt that Jiangyu was just angry because he couldn't get what he wanted. I'm here to borrow some food from you. Song Shui said, give me some food, and I'll give you 50,000 yuan as a reward after the apocalypse ends. 50,000 yuan is enough for you to save up for a year while driving a truck. 50,000. Jiangyu almost laughed. Song Shui has been on campus for too long and has no idea what the situation is like outside. Let alone 50,000 yuan. Even 5 million wouldn't buy a bottle of water these days. Song Shui. Jiangyu shook her head, not wanting to argue with someone so engrossed in their own world. For the sake of our acquaintance, I'll give you a piece of advice. The era of peaceful society is over. Money is just a piece of waste paper, so you'd better watch yourself. After saying that, Jiangyu led Li Qian into the room and slammed the door shut. Is money just worthless paper? Outside the door, Song Shue's hair was blown by the wind caused by the closing door. How is this possible? No matter how powerful a zombie is, can it stop a bullet? No matter what, money can never become worthless paper. Jiangyu is just being a sour grapes because he doesn't have any money. Song Shui did not believe Jiangyu's words. Just zombies. Jiangyu can kill zombies with a crossbow, let alone the government officials who have guns. The authorities will soon eliminate the zombies. Like Song Shui, many people believe that the apocalypse is only temporary and that the world will soon return to peace. Therefore, they are willing to act as lackeys of the rich. They felt that this could change their fate. But what they didn't know was that the zombies they were seeing now were only the lowest level. They would only realize what was to come when they saw the level 12 zombies, which even missiles couldn't kill. It would be 1,000,000 times more desperate than it is now. Looking at the tightly closed door, Song Shui felt somewhat lost. She needed to get food to exchange for 1,000,000 yuan from Chen Hao. Her gaze fell on the body of a survivor standing to the side. There was also a dagger lying nearby. A few minutes later, Song Shui carried a piece of bloody, fresh meat back to Chen Hao's dormitory. The food has been borrowed. Inside the room, Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing were still fighting over the bone, both lying on the ground nearly exhausted, neither willing to give an inch. That's human nature. Best friend. When people are starving, nobody cares about these things. Jiangyu ignored the two of them and lay down on the bed to rest. Li Qian was in her room, so all she had to do was wait for Su Xiaowu to come to her. Brother Jiangyu, could you give me some food? I'm starving. Li Qian swayed her ample figure and plopped down on the edge of Jiangyu's bed. On the ground. Jiangyu's tone was indifferent. What? On the ground. Li Qian watched as Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing fought over the bone, and Jiangyu actually made her eat it. She was the most beautiful girl at Shanghai University. They actually made him eat the bones that others had left on the ground. But Jiangyu ignored her. Li Qian's only purpose in living was to attract Li Qian to him. Whether she was doing well or not was none of his business. Jiangyu turned over and went to sleep on the bed. I hope Xiaowu will appear soon. If Su Xiaowu doesn't appear by tomorrow, I'll have to leave and go find the goddess of lightning. Late at night. Jiangyu stretched. Su Xiaowu still hasn't shown up. Does that mean she's not going to take revenge? In the dormitory, Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing finished gnawing on the bones on the ground, but Li Qian still refused to eat any. Jiangyu didn't care about her, as long as she didn't die, that was fine. A sudden urge to urinate struck. Jiangyu walked to the wall and urinated in the corner. Water. It's water. Upon hearing the sound of water, Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing immediately crawled towards Jiangyu's location. He didn't care what kind of water it was and drank it directly. The two of them had been thirsty for far too long. I just ate some salty bones again, and I'm even thirstier and crave water more than before. On the side. Li Qian's lips moved, but her pride prevented her from lowering herself. Jiangyu went back to lie down. Half an hour later, as Jiangyu was pondering how to plan for tomorrow, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He instinctively turned around. But a sharp object still pierced his body. Jiangyu was horrified. Although he was lying down, he couldn't fall asleep, nor could he, because there was no one in the dormitory he trusted. Jiangyu would never put himself in danger. He remained wary of Chen Sisi and the others. Even so, he still couldn't dodge the attack. Fortunately, I was wearing a reinforced waterproof jacket. The dagger did not cause him any harm. Screams came from inside the dormitory. Jiangyu immediately stood up and turned around to find a woman wearing a face mask staring at him in astonishment. The other party was also holding a reflective dagger. Xiaowu. Jiangyu recognized at a glance that the woman in front of him wearing a veil was Su Xiaowu. It has finally appeared. Jiangyu was overjoyed. No wonder the other party was able to appear beside him silently to assassinate him. It turned out to be Su Xiaowu. Su Xiaowu possesses the ability to blink. And it's SS rank. Although his superpower level is only level 1, he can easily cross a 20-centimeter thick wall. He is a top-tier assassin. Hearing Jiangyu call her name, Su Xiaowu's pupils flickered. After confirming that she did not recognize the men in front of her, a cold glint flashed in Su Xiaowu's eyes again. He swung the dagger again and stabbed at Jiangyu. This time, Jiangyu prepared in advance, activating the amplification spell to increase his strength, speed, and stamina by 30%. They dodged Su Xiaowu's attack. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Su Xiaowu's arm, trying to subdue her. But Su Xiaowu, who had trained in professional boxing and combat, realized Jiangyu's intention and turned around to stab at Jiangyu's arm again. The dagger pierced Jiangyu's arm. Holy crap! Jiangyu felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected Su Xiaowu to have such power so soon after awakening her superpower. If it weren't for the protection of his windbreaker, his tendons would have been severed. However, this also stirred up Jiangyu's competitive spirit. Although his own control over his superpowers was not as strong as Su Xiaowu's in combat in the early stages, he had still managed to survive in the apocalypse for many years. There's no reason why he can't beat Su Xiaowu. The two started fighting again. However, after several rounds, Jiangyu still didn't get the upper hand. It's not that we can't beat them. Jiangyu didn't want to hurt Su Xiaowu, but Su Xiaowu didn't recognize Jiangyu, so she kept attacking his vital points. One wrong move and you could die. I want to win, but I can't. Upon discovering that Jiangyu's clothes were unusual, Su Xiaowu gave Jiangyu no chance to catch her breath. She changed her tactics and attacked Jiangyu's lower body with her dagger. Jiangyu was now covered in sweat. I never expected Su Xiaowu to be so hateful. If she were to be stabbed, she would have destroyed her own happiness for the rest of her life. Su Xiaowu, I've come to save you. Jiangyu immediately explained to Su Xiaowu. However, Su Xiaowu seemed not to hear, and her moves became increasingly vicious. Jiangyu was speechless. He and Su Xiaowu knew each other in their past lives by chance. They were both affected by the charm ability of a bewitching superhuman, and that's how. Initially, Su Xiaowu also wanted to kill him. But Jiangyu didn't look down on her because of the writing on her face, which made Su Xiaowu gradually develop a liking for Jiangyu. In this life, given the situation, he didn't know how to make Su Xiaowu stop. I can't exactly say it was about our past life. That's right. Jiangyu knew a secret about Su Xiaowu that no one else knew. Su Xiaowu, you have a heart on your butt. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowu was clearly taken aback. There was indeed a heart on her butt, but apart from her sister, no one else knew about it. How did Jiangyu find out? Who exactly are you? Su Xiaowu stopped attacking and stared at Jiangyu scrutinizingly. Call. Jiangyu breathed a sigh of relief and finally stopped. After thinking of an excuse, he said, I was sent by your sister to save you. Su Xiaowu has an older sister, a fact that few people know. Therefore, with this pretext, Su Xiaowu shouldn't have any suspicions. Are you my brother-in-law? Su Xiaowu looked at Jiangyu with surprise. Jiangyu has an average appearance, he's not ugly, but he's not particularly handsome either. He's the average type. After 2 days of eavesdropping, she also learned Jiangyu's true identity. He dropped out of university in Shanghai and was a truck driver. They belong to the lowest stratum of society. Meanwhile, his older sister is already a manager at a 5-star hotel, earning an annual salary of nearly $1 million. They are not from the same class at all. How could my own sister know someone like that? But if it weren't for her brother-in-law, her sister would never have let a complete stranger come to rescue her, especially since he knew all her private matters. This further confirmed that the other party was her brother-in-law. Could it be that Jiangyu has some extraordinary talent? Brother-in-law. Jiangyu's expression turned strange. Su Xiaowu actually thought he was her brother-in-law. In his previous life, he and Su Xiaowu spent almost the entire night together. Does this mean we'll have to interact under a different identity in this life? Brother-in-law and sister-in-law. However, Su Xiaowu just happened to give herself a way out, so Jiangyu took advantage of that and continued speaking. That's right, I'm your brother-in-law. Jiangyu said in a serious tone, your sister was worried about you, so she sent me to find you. Elder sister. Thinking of her sister, a gentle light flashed in Su Xiaowu's eyes. She and her sister, Su Baishue, were not biological sisters. Just like her, Su Baishue was also an orphan. Both of them grew up in an orphanage. After the age of 16, the two sisters left the orphanage together. Su Baishue did not choose to go to school, but instead entered society early to work and earn tuition fees to support Su Xiaowu's education. For more than a decade, Su Xiaowu and Su Baishue are like sisters. Upon hearing that Jiangyu was actually her brother-in-law, Su Xiaowu's attitude towards Jiangyu softened. "Brother-in-law, how is my sister doing now?" Su Xiaowu asked with concern. Jiangyu was stunned and fell into deep thought. In her previous life, Su Xiaowu had mentioned her older sister, Su Baishue, who was the manager of a 5-star hotel. "Your sister is fine now. After I pick you up, I will take you to the hotel to find her." "Very good." Hearing that her sister was all right, Su Xiaowu breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother-in-law, you've practiced martial arts?" Su Xiaowu was quite shocked as she recalled the fight earlier. To protect herself, Su Xiaowu had studied free fighting for 3 years, and even the weakest boys were no match for her. Moreover, she recently discovered that she has gained a magical ability. She can teleport once every 10 minutes and can even pass through a 20-centimeter wall. He is also much stronger than before. To this end, she even found a zombie to test her combat abilities. She can now handle 2 adult zombies at the same time. Even so, he couldn't get the better of Jiangyu. If Jiangyu hadn't held back before, he wouldn't even be able to beat Jiangyu. How could Jiangyu, an ordinary truck driver, be so skilled? Could it be that you, brother-in-law, are also? Su Xiaowu immediately thought of a possibility. Jiangyu nodded. Su Xiaowu had already awakened her superpowers, so there was nothing to hide. "Brother-in-law, what are your abilities?" Su Xiaowu was overjoyed. She had previously thought that she was the only one in the world with special abilities, and that she was a mutant. "I heard that Jiangyu also has it. It felt like I had found a companion." "My superpower is the same as yours," Jiangyu said with a smile. He wasn't lying, his superpower was the ability to control superpowers. It can replicate anyone's superpowers. Once he replicates Su Xiaowu's superpowers, he will be just like Su Xiaowu. "Same as me." After calming down, Su Xiaowu looked at Li Qian, Chen Sisi, and the other girls with a puzzled expression. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? They bullied you, so of course I'm going to arrest them and hand them over to you to deal with." Jiangyu smiled, like a caring older brother looking after his younger sister. "Brother-in-law, thank you." Hearing Jiangyu's words, a touch of emotion flashed in Su Xiaowu's eyes. Since she was a child, she had often been bullied by other children in the orphanage, and her older sister had always been the one to protect her. "I never expected my brother-in-law to treat me so well now." Su Xiaowu couldn't help but throw herself into Jiangyu's arms, tears welling in her eyes. She had been so wrong these past few days, especially since someone had carved 2 such insulting words on her face. "I felt deeply inferior." Looking at Su Xiaowu in his arms, Jiangyu's eyes flashed with heartache. "From now on, I will never let you suffer any more grievances." He reached out and touched the other person's forehead. At the same time, Jiangyu used his control ability. Jiangyu's ability level has reached level 2, and he can now control 5 ability users at the same time and replicate 30% of their strength. Moment. Jiangyu felt another surge of supernatural energy within his body. Blink ability. Blinking ability. Level, SS. Level, 1. Effect, allows for instantaneous flashing over a distance of 1 meter, or passing through obstacles 20 centimeters thick. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Additional effect, strength, speed, and stamina increased by 30%. This is Su Xiaowu's current superpower strength. Jiangyu can replicate 30% of the opponent's strength, which means that Jiangyu can now teleport about 30 centimeters away or through obstacles that are 8 or 9 centimeters thick. That's secondary. In addition, Jiangyu also gained a 10% increase in stamina, speed, and strength. Unlike amplification techniques, the enhancement effect of amplification magic has a time limit. Once the time is up, the added power will disappear. However, the effects of the blink ability are permanent. Even if the energy in the body is exhausted and the ability to use superpowers is no longer available, the boost will not disappear. Jiangyu has good physical fitness. Because he sometimes needs to unload cargo while working as a truck driver, he has developed great strength. Without any blessing or protection, Jiangyu's raw strength alone allows him to deadlift 180 kilograms, and after gaining a 10% increase, he can now deadlift 200 kilograms. This is just the most basic level. After activating the amplification spell, Jiangyu's strength can be increased by an additional 20%. If Jiangyu receives another boost from Linya, he can gain an additional 50%. It can lift something weighing around 400 pounds. The most terrifying thing is the speed. Jiangyu's sprinting ability has now surpassed the world record. However, Jiangyu was not at ease. He had witnessed the power of a level 12 zombie, a monster that even 2 level 12 ability users and 3 level 11 ability users could not defeat. Even he, in his previous life, died tragically at the hands of zombies. However, this life is different. Jiangyu has stored up countless supplies and no longer needs to worry about food. Now, all he needs to do is gain control over those powerful superhumans from his previous life and collect gold crystals to enhance his strength, and he will definitely be able to defeat the level 12 zombie. Alright, Xiao Wu, they're yours now. How do you want to deal with them? After comforting Su Xiaowu, Jiangyu's gaze fell on Li Qian and the others. At this moment, Li Qian and the others had realized that something was wrong and were hiding in a corner, trembling. Looking at Li Qian and the others, Su Xiaowu's gaze turned cold. She came up to Li Qian. He reached out and pulled off the black face mask. The bloodstains on Su Xiaowu's face had been wiped clean, and the scarlet wounds were even more noticeable against her snow-white skin. Do you remember me? Su Xiaowu stared coldly at the other person. In order to take revenge on Li Qian, she hadn't slept for a moment these past few days. He had been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Su Xiaowu. Looking at the dishes, Li Qian sensed something was wrong when she saw Su Xiaowu's back. Now, seeing Su Xiaowu's face, Li Qian's heart trembled. Looking at the injuries on Su Xiaowu's face, Li Qian felt no sarcasm whatsoever. Instead, they felt a deep sense of fear. Just now, Su Xiaowu was hugging Jiangyu. Su Xiaowu, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Li Qian's voice trembled, and her voice was choked with sobs from fear. Do you think the injury on my face can be fixed with just an apology? Su Xiaowu clenched her fist. Li Qian had etched 2 shameful words onto her face, and whenever Su Xiaowu thought that these 2 words would stay with her for the rest of her life, she felt a deep sense of inferiority. She hates it. Therefore, she must take revenge. Su Xiaowu is a very vengeful person. This is related to her childhood experiences. Growing up in an orphanage, I was often bullied by other children. If I didn't know how to fight back, they would only bully me more. In her past life, there was a superhuman who was arrogant and powerful. In front of a group of people, he mocked the scars on Su Xiaowu's face. Afterwards, Su Xiaowu relentlessly pursued the man for months, driving him to the brink of madness. He lived in constant fear, terrified that Su Xiaowu would appear to seek revenge. In the end, the other party couldn't take it anymore and allowed Su Xiaowu to leave the same scar on his face. Only then did they give up. Jiangyu quietly looked at Su Xiaowu. This is why Jiangyu was certain that the other party would seek revenge on Li Qian. She knew Su Xiaowu too well. Su Xiaowu, I'm sorry, please don't kill me. I'm only 20 years old, I don't want to die. Li Qian begged for mercy in terror. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She hasn't lived enough yet. She's only 20 years old. She's so beautiful. She has a bright future ahead of her. She didn't want to die like this. I won't kill you. Su Xiaowu's tone was cold. You're not going to kill me. Hearing that Su Xiaowu wouldn't kill her, Li Qian felt a sense of relief and joy. Thank you, Su Xiaowu. I was wrong before. I will never bully you again. Let's be best friends. No need for best friends, just let me leave 2 words on your face. Su Xiaowu's words, though spoken one by one, pierced Li Qian's heart like a knife. You want to write those words on my face? Li Qian's eyes widened. No, I don't want to. What she was most proud of about you was your appearance, but Su Xiaowu wanted to carve those words on your face. This was more painful than killing you. Jiangyu, Jiangyu. Li Qian was terrified. She looked at Jiangyu pleadingly, knowing that only this man could save her now. Don't let her scratch my face, please. I'm so beautiful, I can stay with you, I'll do whatever you say, I'll be your dog. Please, don't let her scratch my face. However, she was met with a cold look. No. Don't want. A piercing scream echoed through the dormitory, its desolation sending chills down the spines of even the surviving members. Chen Hao and Song Shui, who were eating meat, paused for a moment. But numbly, he continued to bury his head in eating meat. In the dormitory, Li Qian clutched her cheek and wailed on the ground, blood seeping from her fingertips, a truly gruesome sight. Bang. Zombies. There are zombies. Run. Someone has turned into a zombie. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside, and Jiangyu opened the door in confusion. At the entrance, a zombie pounced on a survivor and bit him on the carotid artery, splattering blood toward Jiangyu. Zombies. Jiangyu immediately closed the door, his face turning serious. Meteorites carry radiation. Survivors who are closer to the meteorite are more likely to be affected by it and turn into zombies. Because the dormitory building was not hit by a meteorite, there were relatively few meteorite fragments nearby, so the survivors received less radiation. But as time goes on, some survivors will still turn into zombies. 2 days ago, Jiangyu was worried that the survivors in the dormitory would turn into zombies, and today a zombie outbreak has indeed occurred. In the corridor, the survivors fled for their lives in a frantic rush. However, most people were too weak from hunger to avoid the zombies and collapsed on the ground, becoming lambs to the slaughter. Brother-in-law, what do we do? Su Xiaowu immediately came over. Zombies spread very quickly. Although only 2 or 3 survivors had mutated, they would soon infect other superhumans. In less than 10 minutes, the dormitory will be filled with zombies. Let's go through the window. Jiangyu glanced out the window. There were too many zombies, and Jiangyu only had 1 crossbow, which was not enough to deal with southwest many zombies at close range, so he had to leave first. Su Xiaowu nodded. Xiaowu, save us, we don't want to die. Xiaowu, we're roommates, please don't abandon us. Hearing the roars and screams outside, Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing turned deathly pale and begged Su Xiaowu not to abandon them. I have already saved you once, but you didn't cherish it. Su Xiaowu's face was devoid of any emotion. Since you didn't directly harm me, I won't harm you either. May you all live in peace from now on. Well. Chen Sisi and Zhou Qing looked at the rampaging zombies outside. With so many zombies, how can they possibly be safe? Xiaowu, hurry. Jiangyu went to the window. The room was on the 2nd floor, only 4 or 5 meters above the ground, which posed no challenge for the 2 of them with their current skills. The 2 jumped to the ground unharmed. Brother-in-law, where are we going now? Are we going to find my sister? Su Xiaowu asked. The school was full of zombies, and many roads were blocked by collapsed buildings. Su Xiaowu had considered leaving before. But with her abilities, she simply couldn't do it. There are too many zombies. Get in the car. Jiangyu grabbed Su Xiaowu's hand and ran towards the direction of the time traveler. Brother-in-law, is this your car? Looking at the enormous red object in front of her, Su Xiaowu opened her mouth wide in surprise. There are also cars on campus, including some luxury cars with high safety ratings, but under the combined impact of the meteorite and the high temperature, none of them were able to drive intact. Enter the shuttle. Su Xiaowu was stunned by the features in Jiangyu's car. A kitchen, a bedroom, and even a living room. This isn't a car, it's clearly a house. On the bus. Tai Tu has returned to the car. Jiangyu had previously granted Tai Tu permission to get in and out of the car, but to start the car, Jiangyu's own facial recognition is still required. At this moment, Tai Tu had some injuries, and Qin Lan was using her supernatural abilities to treat him. Owner. Linya immediately came closer. The stunning young woman in front of her, after this period of training, had completely lost her previous aloof and domineering CEO demeanor. Instead, she seems like a caring and considerate wife. Brother-in-law, they are. Seeing Linya clinging to Jiangyu's arm, Su Xiaowu frowned and looked at Linya with some hostility. Cough cough. Jiangyu coughed and pulled his arm out of the papaya. He was now Su Xiaowu's brother-in-law. They are. Jiangyu introduced the group. They are all superhumans I took in. They're all superhumans. Su Xiaowu was surprised, not expecting there to be so many people with superpowers in the world. She looked at Jiangyu in astonishment. Brother-in-law, are you looking for so many people with superpowers to save the world? Save the world. Upon hearing the words, save the world, Tai Tu looked over, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Brother Jiangyu, are you really planning to save the world? Ironhead's eyes were expectant. Tai Tu is an ordinary person who occasionally reads martial arts novels and admires the protagonists who punish evil and promote good, protecting their country. Deep in his heart, he also harbored a dream of becoming a hero. Saving the world. Jiangyu smiled as he listened to Su Xiaowu's words. Many people dream of saving the world and becoming a hero, but not everyone is the protagonist of a novel or TV series, let alone able to change the world. Jiangyu was no exception. He was just an ordinary person. In this apocalypse, it was already remarkable that he could protect himself. The most he could do was not to harm the innocent. As for saving the world, there might be a chance. Jiangyu said with a smile that there was only one thing he needed to do right now, to recruit more superhumans and improve his own strength. Ironhead, what happened to your injury? Seeing the injuries on Tai Tu's body, Jiangyu frowned. Tai Tu was a defensive ability user, and his level was close to level 2, which could easily withstand an impact of 300 kilograms. What could hurt him? I found a gold crystal in the dormitory building and was about to put it away when a superhuman suddenly attacked me from behind. I didn't activate my powers at the time, so I got a little injured. That superpowered person exchanged a few blows with me, but after realizing he was no match for me, he ran away. Tai Tu began to tell his story. A superhuman. Today is the 14th day of the apocalypse. In my previous life, people with superpowers had already started to appear around this time. It seems that some people in the school have also awakened their superpowers. What kind of superpowers does the other party have, and how did they launch a sneak attack on you? Jiangyu asked casually. I don't know, but he can control the iron block. The wound on my back was caused by him cutting me with a piece of iron. Ironhead said. Controlling the iron block. Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a metal superpower? Metal ability is a functional ability that allows one to control the structure of metal materials and then create weapons. Equivalent to a blacksmith. Weapons crafted by metal-powered individuals are called divine weapons. Divine weapons are divided into levels 1 to 12. Divine weapons are far more powerful than ordinary cold weapons. The most powerful divine weapons can even injure a level 12 defensive ability user. Or perhaps it's armor designed to withstand attacks from level 12 ability users. Divine weapons are very expensive. A regular level 1 divine weapon can easily cut through a household kitchen knife, and any one of them can sell for 10 gold crystals. She's equivalent to a woman of Li Qian's caliber. Generally, the grade of metal-based superpowers ranges from C to SS. In my previous life, the official superpower organization once hired an S-class superpowered individual, reportedly offering a high price of 3,000 gold crystals. In addition to providing 3 meals a day, they also allow the other party to have multiple wives. In return, the other party needs to forge 3 divine weapons for the official team every month. This demonstrates the status of those with metal superpowers. In his previous life, Jiangyu saved every penny and worked hard for a year to save up 2,000 gold crystals to have someone forge a divine weapon, but he was cheated by the other party. Not only did they fail to forge a divine weapon for Jiangyu, they also absconded with Jiangyu's gold crystal. Unfortunately, Jiangyu never found the other person's whereabouts before he died. All they found out was that the other party was originally a teacher. Jiangyu is not the first person to be scammed. Metal-powered individuals are already few in number, and Ironhead encountered one at school, who happened to be a teacher in his previous life. Could it be the same one? Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Ironhead, what does that guy look like? Jiangyu asked immediately. Tai Tu recalled, He had a middle parting, wore glasses, was a bit thin, and looked quite refined. It really was him. Jiangyu clenched his fist. Damn it, he cheated me out of so much gold in my past life. I'll get my revenge in this one. Do you know which location he ran to? Jiangyu asked Tai Tu. He ran out of the school, so I didn't chase after him. Jiangyu was somewhat disappointed. It seems the other person is no longer at school. I was originally planning to settle accounts with that swindler, but now it seems I can only leave it to fate. Brother Jiangyu, these are the gold crystals I collected at school, 15 in total. Take a look. Tai Tu pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket, which contained more than a dozen glittering gold crystals. Jiangyu took it and looked at it. A total of 15 pieces. And the quality is quite good. Including his previous reserves, Jiangyu now has more than 30. If you put it at the superpowered individuals exchange meeting, you could buy 30 maids who look like Li Qian. Take these 5. Jiangyu didn't take them all. Instead, he took out 5 and handed them to Tai Tu. Jiangyu is not a selfish person. Jiangyu has never been stingy with his brothers. Moreover, Iron Head's improvement in strength is equivalent to my own improvement in strength. This can't be allowed. Tai Tu quickly waved his hand. Brother Jiangyu, I am already very grateful that you took us siblings in. How could I possibly accept your gold crystal? What are you dawdling about? Jiangyu rolled her eyes. If you improve your strength, won't you be able to help me better? If you're too weak and hold me back, I'll just leave you and your brother on the road. Well, okay. Tai Tu wanted to say something more, but Jiangyu had put it that way, so he had no reason to refuse. It seems we can only slowly return it to brother Jiangyu. Tai Tu sighed inwardly. And yours too. Jiangyu then gave Qin Lan, Linya, and Su Xiaowu 2 gold crystals each, and then said to everyone, go and improve your strength first. From now on, I will not give you any more gold crystals. You will have to earn them yourselves. All right, Jiangyu. Tai Tu nodded and said, I won't hold you back. I don't know either. Su Xiaowu nodded. She was very confident in her abilities, and she wasn't someone who liked to rely on others. Us. Qin Lan and Linya exchanged a glance. One of them had an amplification ability, and the other had a healing ability. Neither of them was good at fighting. Asking them to find Jin Jing themselves would be an impossible task. Rest assured. Jiangyu knew what they were thinking. You don't need to go out and look for her. Jin Jing will come to you on her own, and she'll earn more than them. Especially Qin Lan. Qin Lan is a healing-type superpowered individual. In any faction of superpowered individuals, it would be a priceless treasure, and could easily earn hundreds or thousands of gold crystals with a casual sale. This is much faster than Jiangyu searching for Jin Jing outside. Woof woof. A dog barked, and Xiao Huang approached Jiangyu's feet, looking at him expectantly. It seems to be asking, what about mine? Don't worry, you'll get your share. Jiangyu rubbed the dog's head. From now on, for every 10 pieces of gold crystal you find, I will give you 1 piece. Woof. Woof. The little yellow dog barked, baring its teeth, as if it were extremely angry. Damn it, you only gave me 1 yuan out of 10 yuan. I've seen shady businesses before, but I've never seen one as shady as you. What's wrong? Jiangyu slapped the dog's head. Do you think food is free? Without me, could you eat braised pork every meal? How about this, I won't give you the braised pork. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang became anxious and rubbed his head against Jiangyu's feet, looking aggrieved. 1 piece at a time, braised pork belly is a must. Xiao Huang, check if Jin Jing is still in the school. If not, let's leave now. It is now the 14th day of the apocalypse. In 6 more days, the goddess of lightning will awaken her supernatural abilities. Aside from himself, he is the only person in Shanghai with an SSS-level superpower. Purple lightning. A superpower that can kill level 12 zombies. In this life, no matter what price I have to pay, I must subdue the goddess of lightning. Woof woof. Xiao Huang sniffed, searching for Jin Jing's scent. Xiao Huang's ability level has reached level 2, enabling him to search for the aura of gold crystals within a radius of 200 meters. Jiangyu also copied Xiao Huang's gold-finding ability. However, Jiangyu's control over his superpower is only at level 2, meaning he can only replicate 30% of the opponent's strength. That is, about 60 meters. Jiangyu has already checked and there is no Jin Jing within a 60-meter radius, so he can only rely on Xiao Huang to find it. Woof. 10 minutes later, Xiao Huang barked. You discovered Jin Jing. Having spent so much time with Xiao Huang, Jiangyu has figured out some of Xiao Huang's behaviors. This cry means that it has discovered Jin Jing. That direction, that's the boys' dormitory. Jiangyu looked in the direction Xiao Huang pointed, his target being the boys' dormitory 150 meters away. Brother Jiangyu, I'll go with you. Tai Tu stood up, put on his clothes, and prepared to go with Jiangyu to find Jin Jing. Never mind, you're still injured, rest first, I'll go by myself. Jiangyu waved his hand. All right, Jiangyu, be careful. Tai Tu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Brother-in-law, I'll go with you. Su Xiaowu stepped forward. At 170 centimeters tall, she appeared quite tall even standing next to Jiangyu. Her white dress was stained with large patches of blood, adding a touch of alluring color to her pure and innocent aura. Just like a lily bathed in blood. Okay. Jiangyu nodded, and then got out of the car with Su Xiaowu. He didn't bring Xiao Huang. Aside from his gold-finding ability, Xiao Huang is just an ordinary dog, and his fighting power is even less than that of an average high school student. With so many zombies outside, Jiangyu will have to protect Xiao Huang. It's better to leave it in the car. Anyway, I copied Xiao Huang's gold-finding ability. Although my search range is not as wide as Xiao Huang's, Xiao Huang has already found the general direction, so I can find it easily too. Get off. The zombies around the shuttle pounced on it. Jiangyu simply raised his crossbow and took down 10 zombies in less than 2 minutes. At close range, crossbows almost never miss their targets. Kill points plus 175. Unfortunately, the crossbow in his hand was just an upgraded version of a regular composite crossbow. If it were a divine weapon forged by a metal-powered individual, who knows how powerful it would be after the upgrade. Brother-in-law, your crossbow is no ordinary crossbow, and your car also seems to have been modified, and not just in a normal way. Su Xiaowu stared at the crossbow in Jiangyu's hand, somewhat curious. This kind of craftsmanship is probably only found in the military. Ordinary crossbows are easy to deal with. But this truck, even a regimental commander or brigade commander wouldn't modify it without permission. Previously, Chen Hao and the others said that his brother-in-law was just a truck driver and shouldn't have had access to such a high-ranking military officer, so it was impossible for him to give him such a nice car. Brother-in-law, do you have some kind of supernatural ability, like a modification technique? Su Xiaowu looked at Jiangyu with a questioning gaze, as if asking if her guess was correct. Jiangyu looked at Su Xiaowu in astonishment. Previously, when Tai Tu, Linya, and the others saw their own time traveler, they were only slightly shocked. I had no other ideas. Su Xiaowu, however, immediately suspected that Jiangyu possessed supernatural abilities, such as modification, just by looking at him. This little Wu. Jiangyu was amazed. In her previous life, Su Xiaowu was very clever. She thought that Su Xiaowu had become clever out of necessity by struggling in the apocalypse. I didn't expect him to be so smart now. However, his ability to upgrade his powers was not ordinary, rather, it was achieved by leveraging the system's capabilities. In my previous life, I had heard rumors that there was an upgraded superhuman overseas who also had the ability to enhance items. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Jiangyu smiled, not denying the upgrade of his superpowers. You know a lot about the military industry. I don't know much about it, but I occasionally watch military news. My biggest idol is Yi Bing Wang. Su Xiaowu shook her head. King Yi. Jiangyu didn't know who the other person was, shook his head and walked towards the dormitory building. The dormitory building reeked of a foul stench, the corridors were littered with rotting corpses, and zombies roamed the various rooms. Any living being can turn into a zombie. Trees, grass, fish, even corpses. But one condition must be met, the brain must be intact. The corpses on the ground had been dead for several days, and their brains had already died, so they could not be infected and turned into zombies. But a body that has recently died will. Xiaowu, remember to attack the zombie's brain. Jiangyu said to Su Xiaowu, who was standing next to him. Good. Su Xiaowu didn't ask anything, but following Jiangyu's method, she teleported behind a zombie and stabbed it in the back of the head. The zombie roared and collapsed to the ground. He's dead. Su Xiaowu was shocked. She had dealt with zombies before, but it took at least 10 minutes to take down a single zombie. So the zombie's weak point is its head. Su Xiaowu suddenly realized. Ah. The death of one zombie immediately alerted the other zombies in the dormitory building. Hundreds of zombies, their mouths agape and dripping with slime, roared as they pounced on Jiangyu and his companion. Even Schwarzenegger would wet his pants in this situation. Go upstairs. Jiangyu immediately said to Su Xiaowu. There were too many zombies. Even with the enhanced crossbow, Jiangyu couldn't kill so many zombies in a short time. It's easy to get injured if zombies rush in front of you. Moreover, he used his gold-finding ability to detect it, and the gold crystal should be located on the top floor of the dormitory. Yes. Su Xiaowu's back was covered in cold sweat. Although she was able to kill zombies, she was still frightened by the sheer number of zombies rushing towards her. Some of these zombies even had skin tissue mixed in their mouths. Being bitten by these zombies is like being bitten by a Komodo dragon. Even if you don't become infected and turn into a zombie, you will die from the wound infection. The two immediately went upstairs. The zombies quickly caught up with him upstairs. Jiangyu ran while attacking the zombies with his crossbow. Kill points plus 15. Kill points plus 17. Arrive at the rooftop. Along the way, Jiangyu killed more than 70 zombies, and Su Xiaowu also helped kill more than a dozen. But zombies don't know fear. They pounced on the two of them even more frantically. Jiangyu had a serious expression and had already reached the rooftop. The passageway was even wider than the stairs. The zombies have become more agile. The difficulty of killing them is much higher than in the stairwell. There are still 35 heads left, but I only have 2 arrows left. Only 2 arrows remain. Jiangyu looked at the arrows in the quiver. He had brought 200 arrows with him when he left home, and he had used 198 of them when he killed the zombies. Now he only had 2 left. Next, even if Jiangyu can kill a zombie with every arrow, he can only kill a maximum of 2. The remaining 33 heads are enough to overwhelm Jiangyu. As for close combat, he was wearing a reinforced armored suit, but it could only protect his body. If zombies swarmed over, his head would still be injured. Brother-in-law, I can't lift my hand. Su Xiaowu's hand holding the dagger was trembling. She had just killed more than a dozen zombies, which had almost exhausted her strength. Jiangyu's expression was serious. His gaze swept around the corridor, then settled on the last dormitory room on the right. Jing. Jiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Come with me. Jiangyu took Su Xiaowu's hand and ran quickly towards the dormitory. Holding her soft, delicate hand felt like holding a piece of warm jade. It feels incredibly smooth to the touch. Feeling the warmth of Jiangyu's hand, Su Xiaowu subconsciously tried to pull her hand away from his grasp. Due to her different upbringing, Su Xiaowu is a very conservative woman who has basically never had physical contact with boys since childhood. At most, it's just a polite handshake. What's more, the man in front of her was her brother-in-law, which made Su Xiaowu even more resistant. He frowned. Remembering that Jiangyu was saving her, Su Xiaowu ultimately didn't pull her hand back, but instead let Jiangyu continue to hold it in her palm. Bang. With a loud bang, Jiangyu rushed into the room and immediately locked the door from the inside. Bang bang bang. Outside the door, zombies were frantically banging on it, like the tolling of a death knell. Fortunately, the door was made of iron. Zombies are not so easy to defeat. Just to be on the safe side, Jiangyu brought in tables and chairs to make the door even more secure. Call. Su Xiaowu leaned against the wall, her heavy breathing causing her full chest to heave. After catching her breath, she looked at Jiangyu and asked, "Brother-in-law, what should we do?" Jump off the building. There were more than 30 zombies outside the door. She was almost out of strength, and Jiangyu had run out of crossbows. Jumping out of the window was the only option. No urgent matters. Jiangyu shook his head and looked around the dormitory. Jin Jing's presence was nearby. but Jiangyu couldn't feel the exact location. The ability to find gold mainly involves sensing the energy fluctuations of gold crystals. When you get within about 5 meters of a gold crystal, the energy fluctuations are almost indistinguishable. If the gold crystal is too small, it will still be very difficult to find. There was nothing under the bed. There wasn't one on the bed either. Jiangyu searched the entire dormitory, even looking at the rotting corpses inside, but couldn't find any trace of Jin Jing. Could it be next door? Jiangyu frowned, walked to the window, and prepared to climb down to the dormitory next door to check. Here. Jiangyu went to the window and found a deep crack in the wall next to it, with a golden crystal embedded in the middle of the crack. It's actually embedded in the wall. Jiangyu took out a dagger and immediately pried Jin Jing out. Golden crystals are part of meteorites, and they can appear anywhere after a meteorite falls, on mountains, in the sea, etc. In his previous life, Jiangyu discovered a gold crystal mine on a mountain, surrounded by gold crystals. There were over 1,000 of them. It's enough to upgrade a level 1 ability user to a level 8 ability master. Superpowered individuals are divided into 12 levels. Levels 1 to 4 represent the levels of ordinary superhumans, and also the levels of 70% of superhumans. Levels 5 to 8 are intermediate level ability users. These ability users usually have B-level or even A-level abilities, and can be considered as experts in ability. Out of 10 people, maybe only 1 or 2 will succeed. Levels 9 and 10 are considered advanced ability users, and these ability users are usually S-level ability users. Many of these high-level superhumans are leaders of small factions, or even core members of large factions. Jiangyu also established his own power at this level. Nickname: Cosmic Sanctuary. Level 11 to 12, definitely top-tier superhuman, with strength comparable to a human nuclear bomb. Many post-apocalyptic cities don't even have a single expert of this level. The death of even one person could cause a sensation throughout the apocalypse. In his previous life, Jiangyu spent 5 years just barely reaching the level 12 of a superhuman. Unfortunately, they were soon surrounded by zombies. After struggling for 2 months, all the hundreds of survivors in the entire base perished in the zombies' jaws. In this life, I must not die, no matter what. Jiangyu held Jin Jing tightly. A sense of security welled up inside me. Although there's only one, and it won't improve my strength much, Jiangyu won't let any of them go. Little by little, it adds up. Let's go, let's climb down. Jiangyu looked at Su Xiaowu. Last time, Su Xiaowu jumped off the 5th floor without getting hurt. Even a level 4 or 5 defensive ability user wouldn't dare to do that. Somewhat curious, she asked, Xiaowu, how did you do that? I studied martial arts for a while and I know how to deflect force. Power drain. Jiangyu suddenly realized that it was just like parkour. Some parkour masters can jump from 4 or 5 meters, or even higher, without any problems. Su Xiaowu awakened her supernatural ability, and since she jumped onto the grass last time, she wasn't injured. Thankfully, I didn't jump. However, this also reminded Jiangyu that simply improving his superpowers was not enough, he also needed to improve his combat skills. In my previous life, I was only focused on collecting superpowers. Although I've gained some experience fighting zombies, I'm still far inferior to those professional fighters. I'll have to set up a training room in the car later. With his body enhanced and possessing Linya's amplification technique, climbing walls is now incredibly easy for Jiangyu. The two landed on the ground in less than a minute. I was about to get back into the car. A man and a woman walked towards us. The man was quite handsome, wearing a designer t-shirt, and his mouth was smeared with blood, with bits of flesh stuck between his teeth. My belly is bulging. It looks like they just finished eating. The woman beside him didn't look like she had eaten anything, her face was sallow, and her cheekbones protruded from hunger. The two are Chen Hao and Song Shui. Jiangyu. You're still alive. Chen Hao looked at him with surprise. Jiangyu was also somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao hadn't starved to death and had even survived from so many zombies. Furthermore, he was shrouded in an aura of supernatural power. He awakened his superpowers. Speed type. It is also one of the most common superpowers. However, Jiangyu didn't take it to heart. It was just the awakening of a superpower. The The superpower fluctuations on Chen Hao's body were not strong. At most, it was a sea-level superpower. You are Su Xiaowu. Su Xiaowu, you're here too. Your face. Chen Hao's gaze fell on the woman next to Jiangyu. She was wearing a white dress, which was stained with large patches of blood. It added a touch of allure to her pure and innocent temperament. Just like a lily bathed in blood. The woman's face was slashed with a knife, and 2 extremely insulting words were written on it. But Chen Hao still recognized the other person. It was the goddess he had been pursuing, Su Xiaowu. Although Su Xiaowu's face was disfigured at this moment, the scars still did not obscure her beauty. Whether it was her figure or her temperament, she was 1 in a million. Compared to Song Shui, who was not disfigured, Chen Hao felt that Su Xiaowu was still superior to her opponent at this moment. When the scar on her face was mentioned, Su Xiaowu looked somewhat inferior, and a strong killing intent flashed in her eyes. Although Su Xiaowu is not someone who cares a lot about her appearance. However, such a huge insult was still hard for her to bear. Whenever someone mentioned the word face, she felt that the other person was mocking her. From a goddess adored by millions, to become an ugly duckling that is pointed out and ridiculed. The difference is too great. It's too big for most people to accept. Xiaowu, I didn't expect to see you here. How come you're with Jiangyu? He's just a truck driver. Chen Hao glanced at Jiangyu, his eyes revealing undisguised arrogance and disdain for Jiangyu's status as a truck driver. Jiangyu has some food. They tricked Li Chen Sisi, and several other women into going there. But so what? This is the apocalypse, and the outside world is teeming with zombies. Food alone isn't enough. Even if Jiangyu is ruthless, he is still just an ordinary person. He can deal with 1 zombie, but can he deal with 2 or 20? But I am different. I'm a superhuman. Previously, Song Shui had failed to borrow grain from Jiangyu, so she cut a piece of flesh from the corpse and took it back with her. Chen Hao ate the raw meat, thus saving his life. That's how he unexpectedly awakened his superpower. After awakening, he discovered that his speed had been greatly enhanced, even faster than that of zombies. Now, his reaction speed is twice as fast as before, and his fastest time in the 100-meter sprint is 8 seconds. Chen Hao was extremely excited. Could it be that I am the protagonist of this world, just like in the novel? Fame, fortune, and status were all beckoning to him. Who I follow is none of your business. Su Xiaowu's eyes were extremely cold. How is this none of my business? You're the woman I've set my sights on. Chen Hao's eyes were filled with longing for Su Xiaowu, although you rejected me many times before. But I can give you a chance now. Follow me, be my woman. I can give you endless riches and glory, and make you a person above others. Chen Hao sized up Su Xiaowu with a smug look. In his eyes, Su Xiaowu was already his prize, his first trophy after awakening his superpower. As for Jiangyu, it will be a stepping stone for me to reach the top of the world. Song Shui followed behind Chen Hao. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Song Shui clenched her fists secretly, feeling extremely jealous of Su Xiaowu. On what grounds? She risked her life to follow Chen Hao, but when Chen Hao saw Su Xiaowu after her disfigurement, he instantly forgot about her. That's unfair. However, Song Shui did not cause any trouble, her only goal was money. She made the right bet. She and Chen Hao survived. Furthermore, Chen Hao also awakened a superpower, gaining the ability to kill zombies. She glanced at Jiangyu. Jiangyu has some food, but so what? Food will eventually run out. With so many zombies outside, how long can he survive without the ability to protect himself? But Chen Hao is different. With his immense power, Chen Hao can collect food indefinitely. Furthermore, Chen Hao promised her that he would give her 2 million yuan as a reward after the apocalypse ended. Thank goodness I didn't follow Jiangyu. Song Shui felt relieved. Otherwise, not only would he not have a single penny, but he would also turn into a zombie like Li Chen. My decision was right. You think you're worthy? Su Xiaowu's tone remained indifferent, her demeanor like a white lotus atop a snow-capped mountain. I'm not worthy. Ha ha ha. Chen Hao wasn't angry, instead, he burst into laughter. In his eyes, he was already the protagonist of the world, and he wouldn't get angry over an ant. Song Shui, you tell him whether I'm good enough for him or not. Su Xiaowu, you probably don't know yet, but young Master Chen is already a superhuman. As a woman myself, I advise you to leave Jiangyu. Although he has some food that can temporarily satisfy your hunger, he is ultimately just a truck driver. Once the food is gone, he is a piece of trash, worthless. You will have no future with him. Song Shui raised her chin, as if the fact that Chen Hao was a superhuman was something that made her proud. Chen Hao crossed his arms, looking extremely arrogant. A person with superpowers, is that so great? Su Xiaowu remained expressionless, even finding it amusing to herself. Song Shui and Chen Hao actually felt a sense of superiority because of this. Both Jiangyu and I are superhumans. Moreover, Jiangyu has 3 other superhumans under his command. Jiangyu looked at the 2 people who were praising him as if they were 2 clowns. He still doesn't know where Chen Hao and Song Shui's sense of superiority comes from, and he's still immersed in his own world. Rich second-generation heir, company president. In the end times, money is nothing but a pile of dung. Everyone is equal. Oh, I forgot. Song Shui's lips curled up, looking like she knew everything. You probably don't know what superpowered people are. After all, such things only exist in novels. You can think of it as, young Master Chen is now the protagonist of the world. I could easily kill you all. Do you understand? After 20 years of hardship, Song Shui straightened her back and stood up straight, like a proud little hen. Chen Hao also laughed. Su Xiaowu doesn't like money, but so what? Now she not only has money, but also great strength. In this post-apocalyptic world teeming with zombies. If Su Xiaowu doesn't want to die, the only way is to submit to herself. Su Xiaowu, look at those 2 words on your face. If I were you, I wouldn't even dare to go out. Your beauty is no longer your advantage, you're now just a disfigured woman. It's your good fortune that young Master Chen is giving you this opportunity, you should cherish it. Do you understand? Song Shui curled her lips into a smile, the sarcasm in her words obvious to everyone. She was jealous. Even though Su Xiaowu is in this state, Chen Hao still can't forget her. Therefore, she wanted to take this opportunity to satirize Su Xiaowu and satisfy her own inferiority complex by belittling Su Xiaowu. Opposite. Hearing Song Shui's sarcasm, Su Xiaowu's expression turned ashen, and she clenched her fists tightly. It's that face again. It's because of this again. Why? She did nothing wrong, yet she has to let those 2 disgusting words accompany her for the rest of her life. Su Xiaowu's eyes reddened, and her body trembled with excitement. Brother-in-law, I want to kill someone, is that okay? Su Xiaowu's eyes were bloodshot, filled with tears of grievance and extreme anger. She clearly did nothing wrong. Why should she be branded with such a disgusting label and subjected to ridicule? She was furious. She wanted to kill those who mocked her. But she didn't dare. She is independent. But she was ultimately just a student, and she still held on to the idea of a peaceful society. She could kill zombies, but she wouldn't dare to kill people easily. Even though she was that angry. Is that all right, brother-in-law? Su Xiaowu, like a wronged younger sister, pitifully sought help from Jiangyu. Remember, no one can hurt you. If anyone can, they must be dead. Jiangyu reached out and ruffled Su Xiaowu's hair. She looked at him with a hint of heartache in her eyes. Despite enduring so much scorn in her past life, Su Xiaowu was still able to optimistically comfort herself. He couldn't imagine how strong Su Xiaowu's heart must be. Perhaps Su Xiaowu isn't actually that strong inside, she may be comforting herself when she seems to be comforting others. Go ahead, do what you want, Jiangyu said calmly. Encouraged, Su Xiaowu looked at Song Shui with icy eyes and swung the dagger in her hand, causing a stream of blood to flow down Song Shui's neck. You. Song Shui covered her neck, looking at Su Xiaowu in disbelief. She actually dared to kill me. Bang. She fell heavily to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment. She hasn't received the 2 million yet. Looking at the blood-stained dagger in her hand, Su Xiaowu's hand trembled slightly, her body felt numb, and she felt nauseous. Killing a person and killing a zombie are completely different experiences. There is no psychological burden in killing zombies. Killing is different. Unless someone is born evil, even a well-trained soldier will be left with psychological trauma. Fine. Jiangyu immediately walked over and patted Su Xiaowu on the shoulder. In his previous life, when he killed someone for the first time, he was also extremely flustered. I hadn't slept for several days in a row. Jiangyu's comfort made Su Xiaowu feel a little better. You're also a superhuman. Chen Hao, standing nearby, was also stunned by Su Xiaowu's decisiveness. Su Xiaowu had just appeared out of thin air behind Song Shui. The moment he made a move, Su Xiaowu was already in front of him. Chen Hao had just awakened his superpowers. Having no familiarity with controlling his superpowers, he didn't even consider using them in his panic. Puffed. Su Xiaowu plunged the knife directly into Chen Hao's abdomen, and blood seeped into her hands along the dagger. Ah! Chen Hao clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. This stab was not fatal. But the pain made Chen Hao's eyelids twitch. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chen Hao kicked his legs on the ground, trying his best to stay away from Su Xiaowu and Jiangyu. Although he awakened his superpowers. But Chen Hao was ultimately an uneducated, pampered rich kid whose first reaction to danger was fear. They couldn't unleash the full power of their superpowers. Jiangyu, I was wrong, please, don't kill me. Chen Hao pleaded for mercy while pushing Chen Hao away, saying, I have money. My dad is the chairman of the Chen Group, with billions of dollars. I'll get my dad to give you the money. 1 million, no, 10 million, 100 million, please don't kill me. As he spoke, Chen Hao was so frightened that he burst into tears. Money. Jiangyu shook his head and said indifferently, money is the most useless thing in the world. Your father, Chen Dashan, is dead. The so-called Chen Group is now nothing but ruins. What? Upon hearing that his father was dead, Chen Hao was stunned. How is this possible? My father had billions, how could he possibly be dead? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Brother-in-law, should we kill him? Su Xiaowu looked at Chen Hao, who was laughing loudly, looking like he had gone mad. Do not be merciful to any enemy unless they can be used for your own purposes. Jiangyu raised his bow and arrow, shooting Chen Hao straight through the head. Just because you let him go doesn't mean he'll let go of his hatred for you, understand? Throughout history, how many people who were soft-hearted ended up being killed by their enemies? King Fuchai of Wu spared Gojian. Xiang Yu, the hegemon king, spared Liu Bang at the feast at Hongmen. Previously, he had no hatred towards Chen Hao, so Jiangyu did not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. But Chen Hao clearly harbors resentment towards me now. Although the other party is not strong, there is no guarantee that he will retaliate against me in the future. To be used by me. I understand. Su Xiaowu nodded. Jiangyu returned to the car. She glanced at Su Xiaowu, whose emotions were still immersed in what had just happened. She put on her face mask, looking very forlorn. Jiangyu knew Su Xiaowu's thoughts at a glance. In her past life, the scar on her face was Su Xiaowu's biggest inner conflict, which caused her to always wear a face mask. She would become somewhat agitated if someone just glanced at her. She felt like others were laughing at her. Xiaowu, do you want to get rid of the scars on your face? Jiangyu asked with a smile. Scar removal. Su Xiaowu's eyes lit up. Of course she wanted to, who would want to live with two disgusting characters on their face? But soon she became dejected again. There are no hospitals now, and even if there were, it would be very difficult to remove all the scars on my face. Who said that? Jiangyu chuckled. There's someone in our car who can heal the scars on your face. Really? Su Xiaowu was a little excited. Can someone heal my scars? You forgot, Qin Lan is a healing type ability user. Jiangyu beckoned to Qin Lan. Qin Lan, can you remove the scar on Xiaowu's face? It should be possible. Qin Lan walked over gracefully, glanced at the scars on Su Xiaowu's face, and then nodded. Really? Su Xiaowu's hands trembled with excitement. She had thought that she would have to live with these two disgusting characters for the rest of her life. I didn't expect it could be removed now. Xiaowu, come with me, I'll take you to get your scars removed. Qin Lan smiled, took Su Xiaowu's hand, and walked towards the room. Linya, why don't you go and make some food? Jiangyu gave the order, then took out a bottle of cola and plopped down on the sofa. Cool. Jiangyu took a big gulp of cola and felt refreshed all over. Open the system. At this moment, Jiangyu's kill points have accumulated to 4,120. With more and more people in the car, it's time to upgrade the shuttle. Jiangyu opened the system, preparing to upgrade his time traveler. With the addition of Su Xiaowu, Tai Tu, and others, the time travelers need more and more space. In addition, Jiangyu also prepared a training room to improve his physique and combat skills. Same level. The stronger one's physique, the greater the power one can unleash with one's superpowers. Item, Shuttle. Level 1. Attack, 100, a normal adult's attack is 1 point. Defense, 200, a normal adult has 1 point of defense. Speed, 50, the average adult's speed is 1 point. Upgrades available, unlimited. Upgrade requirement, defense greater than 300. Review, a special little truck with unlimited upgrade potential, recommended as a primary upgrade target. There is no upper limit to the level of a traveler. Furthermore, upgrading the level of the shuttle is very simple, you only need to increase its defense. Let's build a training room first. Jiangyu pondered. As Jiangyu thought, a panel quickly appeared in front of him. Training room. Level 1. Effect, pressure can be increased to 1.5 in the training room. Required for crafting, 1,000 kill points. Crafting requirements, shuttler level 2. Requires the user to be at least level 2. Seeing the system notification, Jiangyu was somewhat surprised. When he built his bedroom, kitchen, and other buildings before, the system didn't seem to have given him any notification about vehicle level requirements. Could it be because the training room needs to increase internal pressure, and if the defense is too low, the shuttle itself cannot withstand such great pressure? Very likely. Jiangyu is going to test it out. He clicked on the engine section to see if he could further increase the shuttle's movement speed. Engine. Level 1. Horsepower, 1,000. Speed, 200 km per hour. Next level, level 2. Upgrade requires 1,000 kill points. Upgrade requirement, shuttle level 2. Just as Jiangyu guessed. To further increase the speed of the shuttle, its defense must be improved. If the defenses aren't strong enough, the car won't be able to withstand that speed, and it will be totaled in a crash. This is not allowed by the system. Although the system states that users can modify the shuttle according to their own preferences, it doesn't mean they can upgrade whatever part they want. It must at least be logical. Jiangyu nodded, agreeing that the system's requirements were reasonable. Defense is like the foundation of a house. No matter how beautiful the building is, if the foundation is not solid, the house will inevitably fall into ruins. Let's upgrade the defenses first. Safety is the most important thing, and it's worth it no matter what, Jiangyu thought for a moment. Body. Level 1. Defense, 200. Next level, 2. Upgrade required, 1,000 kill points. Upgrade requirements, none. Defense is the foundation of everything, there are no requirements for upgrading. Kill points minus 1,000. Body. Level 2. Defense, 300. Next level, level 2. Upgrade required, 5,000 kill points. Upgrade requirements, none. After the upgrade, the shuttle reached level 2, and its vehicle defense reached 300 points. The attacks of ordinary zombies are like mosquito bites to the transmigrators, causing no harm whatsoever. I wonder if it can hold off a level 12 zombie. Jiangyu's expression turned serious. He had witnessed the strength of level 12 zombies, even the level 12 speed-type zombies, which were least adept at defense, could easily withstand missile damage. To be on the safe side, Jiangyu still needs to continuously improve the shuttle's defenses. Suddenly, Jiangyu thought of something. If you could see the attributes of a zombie, wouldn't you be able to easily determine whether a zombie could harm you? Zombie levels are divided into 1 to 12. However, in reality, this is just a system created by people with superpowers to make it easier to distinguish the strength of zombies. The zombies themselves do not have any level markings. Only by witnessing a zombie in action can a person with superpowers judge the strength of a zombie. This also led to many superhumans failing to understand the strength of zombies beforehand, thus provoking zombies stronger than themselves and ultimately being killed by them. Thinking of this, Jiangyu went to the warehouse and took out a pair of sunglasses from a storage compartment. This is a top-tier luxury brand. The frame alone is inlaid with several precious gemstones, and the frame itself is made of such good material that it will not break even if bent at a 90 degrees angle. Not to mention the lenses. Made of nanomaterials, it is stain-resistant, waterproof, and heat-resistant. This pair of sunglasses alone would cost several $1 million. Jiangyu obtained it from a display case in a shopping mall when he passed by before the apocalypse. The system upgrade limit is related to the material of the item itself, and these glasses should be able to upgrade quite a few levels. Jiangyu opened the system. Item, sunglasses. Level 1. Level cap, 2. Evaluation, valuable value, with significant potential for evolution, worth upgrading. After reading the system's evaluation of the sunglasses, Jiangyu nodded in satisfaction and then upgraded the sunglasses. Kill points -500. Item, insight sunglasses. Level 1. Effect, allows you to view information about any item. Jiangyu put on his sunglasses. Then he scanned the inside of the car. Item, wooden table. Defense, 2. Review, this is an ordinary table with low value, upgrading is not recommended. Item, sofa. Defense, 0.5. Review, this is a basic genuine leather sofa, not very valuable, and upgrading is not recommended. A series of prompts appeared in front of Jiangyu, a sofa, a chair, a table, and even a water glass and a towel. The system provides evaluations for each item. Then, Jiangyu went to the front of the shuttle, where several more zombies surrounded it. Jiangyu checked their attributes one by one. Item, zombie. Level 1. Attack, 4. Defense, 7. Speed, 2. Evaluation, an ordinary zombie, unable to be upgraded. Item, zombie. Level 1. Attack, 7. Defense, 10. Speed, 2. Evaluation, an ordinary zombie, unable to be upgraded. It's only the 14th day of the apocalypse, and most ordinary zombies are still at level 1, only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. The attacks generally fall below 10 points. Defense is only a little over 10 points. The zombies' attacks couldn't even damage the traveler's paint. However, Jiangyu was not complacent, because this was only the lowest level, level 1 zombie. It's important to understand that there's a huge difference in strength between zombies. An ordinary level 2 zombie can easily defeat more than a dozen level 1 zombies. Not to mention level 12 zombies. In addition to their powerful physical attributes, each of them also possesses superpowers that are no less than S rank. Based on the current attributes of the time traveler, it can only block the attacks of level 5 zombies at most. In front of level 12 zombies, it is still as fragile as paper. We must continue to upgrade. Jiangyu's expression was solemn. In his previous life, the shelter he had spent a fortune building was utterly vulnerable in the face of millions of zombies. Return to the carriage. A stunningly beautiful figure descended from upstairs. Inside the train carriage, Su Xiaowu slowly walked down from upstairs. Her fluffy blonde hair, illuminated by the lights, resembled strands of silk crumpled in sunlight, contrasting beautifully with her red and white princess dress, making her look like a lily blooming in a pond. She brushed a stray hair behind her ear. With her beautiful legs encased in white stockings, her leather shoes clicked on the stairs, and Jiangyu's breathing seemed to follow the rhythm of her footsteps. Even Linya, who was also a woman, peeked out from the kitchen, somewhat amazed by Su Xiaowu's beauty. After Qin Lan's treatment, the scars on Su Xiaowu's face have disappeared, and her fair skin shines brightly in the light, just like a handful of warm jade. Jiangyu was somewhat stunned. He spent several years with Su Xiaowu in his previous life and knew that Su Xiaowu was originally very beautiful, but he had never seen her real appearance. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaowu, after losing her scars, would become this beautiful. It's just like a lily. Sister, brother-in-law. Stared at by Jiangyu, Su Xiaowu's expression became somewhat unnatural, and she softly called out to Jiangyu. "Oh, it's so beautiful." Jiangyu didn't hold back her praise. Su Xiaowu became even more uncomfortable. But she was overjoyed. After all, the scars on her face had disappeared, and she had become her original self again. You don't need to be laughed at. There's no need to feel inferior. All of this is mainly due to one person, Jiangyu. Brother-in-law, thank you. Su Xiaowu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Fine. Jiangyu smiled, feeling very happy to see Su Xiaowu return to her original appearance. In her previous life, Su Xiaowu's wounds were left untreated for too long, making them incurable even for healing-type ability users, leaving her with lifelong regret. But in this life, Su Xiaowu finally got rid of one of her inner knots. Thank you too, Sister Qin Lan. Su Xiaowu thanked Qin Lan again, saying, if you need anything in the future, I will do my best to help you. No need, no need. I'll do whatever Jiangyu says. Qin Lan smiled and waved her hand, then took the opportunity to curry favor with Jiangyu, expressing her loyalty. In the past 2 days, she has experienced the comfort of Jiangyu's car. It is not only safe, but also has an endless supply of food. She doesn't want to go back to the basement and live a life of constant anxiety and hunger. That's just how people are. It is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This applies not only to apocalyptic worlds but also to peaceful societies. Some women marry rich men, and even if their husbands cheat on them or their mothers-in-law abuse them, they will only complain and will not leave. That's human nature. However, Qin Lan's special ability is really quite good. Now, both Tai Tu and Su Xiaowu are extremely grateful to Qin Lan. That's the charm of healing-type superpowers. Okay, let's go get something to eat. We've eaten. Jiangyu was resting on the sofa when a thought suddenly came to mind. I wonder if the insight sunglasses can reveal the attributes of Iron Head and the others, Jiangyu pondered, then turned his gaze to Iron Head and his companions. However, this time their information did not appear. Instead, another notification appeared. Biological information cannot be viewed temporarily. Please upgrade your items. Unable to view biometric information. Jiangyu was somewhat disappointed. It seems that the level of the insight sunglasses is currently limited to viewing information about items, not about living beings. Tai Tu and the others are all human. Zombies are not considered living beings. Jiangyu checked the kill points required to upgrade the insight sunglasses. Holy crap, 5,000. Jiangyu couldn't help but curse. Upgrading the insight sunglasses requires 5,000 kill points. Currently, killing one zombie yields an average of 15 kill points, meaning you need to kill at least 300 zombies to earn kill points. In addition, I need to upgrade my shuttle. There are still quite a few zombies in the school, but I still need to find the goddess of lightning, so I don't have that much time to kill them one by one here. Moreover, they had basically collected all the gold crystals in the school. It's time to leave. Iron Head. Jiangyu called Tai Tu over. Brother Jiangyu, what's the matter? Tai Tu was very honest and kind. Jiangyu had been very good to him, and he was very grateful to Jiangyu. If it weren't for Brother Jiangyu, Xiao and I would probably be dead in the tunnel. How could I possibly eat something so delicious? I must repay Brother Jiangyu properly. However, it seems the Jiangyu brothers don't have many interests. Besides Jin Jing, all they seem to like are beautiful women. Tai Tu glanced at Linya and Qin Lan, both of whom were stunning young women. Su Xiaowu, the school beauty, has just arrived. His younger sister, Su Xiaoxiao, was not much worse than Su Xiaowu. If she were with the Jiangyu brothers, he would be closer to them. However, the Jiangyu brothers are too promiscuous and cannot let their sister get involved in this mess. Let's try to collect gold crystals for Brother Jiangyu. Can you drive? Jiangyu, unaware of Tai Tu's thoughts, asked Tai Tu if he could drive. Yes, I often drive the village chief's van in the countryside to take villagers' goods to the city to sell, Tai Tu nodded. Then you'll be in charge of driving. You drive tonight, and I'll drive when you're tired. Jiangyu said. I've been driving myself these past few days, and I need to rest at night, so it's taken up a lot of time. If Tai Tu could drive, it would save a lot of time. No problem. Tai Tu nodded. I drive very skillfully, and I've only ever run over a few chickens so far." Jiangyu was speechless. The car started, its white headlights illuminating the sky, and the shuttle slowly drove along the abandoned highway. One abandoned building after another disappeared behind the taillights of the passing vehicles. I drove with Tai Tu for a while. Jiangyu then made some modifications to the carriage. Currently, the carriages are divided into 3 levels, each with an area of 100 square meters, and this area cannot be increased for the time being. Upgrading the carriage area requires at least 10,000 kill points. The first floor currently houses the kitchen, dining area, toilet, and daytime activity area. The second floor is a living room, where Tai Tu and Zhang Xiaoxiao currently live, but there is only a sofa. After the upgrade, Jiangyu added 3 rooms here. Each room is equipped with a bed. It can accommodate 3 people. In addition, Jiangyu also placed the training room on the second floor for everyone's convenience. There is only 1 room on the 3rd floor. Currently, Jiangyu, Qin Lan, and Lin are all living in a room on the 3rd floor, and he has no plans to renovate the place for the time being. Jiangyu originally wanted Su Xiaowu to rest on the 3rd floor. However, since he is now her brother-in-law, there is no way Su Xiaowu would sleep in the same room with him. So she chose a room on the 2nd floor. Jiangyu was filled with regret. He should have known better than to admit that he was his brother-in-law, which led to Su Xiaowu refusing to have any contact with him now. However, if it weren't for her brother-in-law's status, Su Xiaowu wouldn't have gone with him. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to wait for another opportunity. The training room has been upgraded. I wonder how well it will perform. Training room under upgrade. Countdown, 3 hours. Upgrade successful. It was late at night. Tai Tu was driving, while Qin Lan, Su Xiaowu, and the other girls were all asleep. With the training room completed, Jiangyu went to the training room on the 2nd floor. Jiangyu looked around. The training room was very simple, similar to a regular gym, with equipment such as dumbbells, barbells, and cable machines. There is also a sandbag in the middle. Nothing else of note was found. This is the training room. Jiangyu was somewhat disappointed, remembering that when he set up the training room, it showed 1.5 times the pressure. Suddenly, Jiangyu's gaze fell on a switch by the door. There was a button that looked like a microwave oven, with a plus sign on one side and a minus sign on the other. Could this be a stress reliever? Jiangyu rotated the button all the way to the end. 1.5 times the pressure. Thump. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure came from all directions. Jiangyu felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him from all sides, and every muscle was under immense pressure. Without realizing it, he knelt down on the ground. Holy crap! Jiangyu cursed loudly, his ears ringing from the sudden pressure, and his head spinning. What kind of pressure is this? It's so strong. Jiangyu shook his head to clear his mind and immediately activated his defensive ability. I felt a little better after that. But he still couldn't get up from the ground. Brother Jiangyu, what's wrong? What happened? The training room door opened, and Tai Tu saw Jiangyu lying on the ground covered in sweat, so he immediately ran over to him. Don't come in. Jiangyu spoke up to stop him. But it was too late. The moment Tai Tu stepped into the room, the man was crushed to the ground like mud. His fate was even more tragic than Jiangyu's. Holy crap, Jiangyu, why is the room so stressful? I feel like I can't breathe. Tai Tu's face turned red. Although Iron Head has a high level of defense, in terms of pure strength, he is not even as good as Jiangyu. Activate your superpowers quickly. Jiangyu immediately said. Iron Head immediately activated his superpower, and the pain in his body disappeared, but the pressure still prevented him from standing up. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't overcome this little bit of pressure. Jiangyu braced himself against the ground. Amplification spell, activate it. Jiangyu immediately activated the amplification spell. It can increase your bust, waist, and hip measurements by 20%. A surge of power erupted within him, and Jiangyu used the momentum to get up from the ground and turn the knob back to its original position. The pressure vanished instantly, and my heartbeat returned to a steady rhythm. Call. Jiangyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know how this 1.5 times pressure was calculated, the pressure Jiangyu just experienced was definitely no less than 500 kilograms. If Jiangyu hadn't possessed exceptional physical abilities and hadn't copied the superpowers of Tai Tu and the others, he might have been crushed by this 1.5 times pressure. Oh shit. Having finally been reborn, it would be a joke to be crushed to death like this. I was even thinking of subduing the goddess of lightning. Jiangyu felt a lingering fear. However, there was also some joy. Training in such an environment will definitely lead to a rapid improvement in one's skills. Brother Jiangyu, what exactly is going on? Tai Tu also took a breath, still feeling the lingering pressure from just now, and at the same time, he admired Jiangyu even more. I was completely immobilized under that pressure, yet Jiangyu managed to get up. Just how strong are the Jiangyu brothers? This is the training room. Jiangyu gave a brief introduction. The zombies will become stronger and stronger, and we will also encounter other superhumans in the future, so we must improve our strength. This is where we train. That was the gravity system. It can adjust the gravity inside the training room. I just set it to maximum gravity. I see. Tai Tu was even more astonished, never expecting that Jiangyu's car would suddenly have such a thing. Just how many more amazing abilities did the Jiangyu brothers possess? However, Tai Tu did not investigate further. Jiangyu didn't say, which means he definitely doesn't want to tell me, so there's no need for me to keep asking. All I need to do is repay Jiangyu's kindness. Why are you here all of a sudden? Did something happen? Jiangyu asked. Tai Tu was driving just a few hours ago. How did he end up here? Oh right, I almost forgot about the important matter. Tai Tu clapped his hands, then remembered something and said, Brother Jiangyu, there are two people blocking our way outside the car, one of whom is the superhuman who attacked me before. I want to ask what to do. A metal-powered superhuman. Jiangyu's eyes lit up. Tai Tu had mentioned before that when he was at school, he was ambushed by a superhuman who could control metal. Jiangyu speculated that the superhuman was likely the metal superhuman who had tricked him out of the gold crystal in his previous life. Jiangyu had originally planned to look for him. Jiangyu gave up on the idea after Tai Tu said the other person had left the school, but unexpectedly they met again here. Jiangyu opened the monitor of the shuttle. Sure enough, at the intersection not far ahead, a row of rebar stuck in the ground blocked the way, and two people were hiding furtively behind a stone on the side. Tai Tu stopped the car because he was worried about blowing out the tires. Wrong. Jiangyu looked at the two people behind the rock. Which one of you ambushed you earlier? The skinny one on the left. Ironhead pointed at a skinny man and said. Looks like I was overthinking it, it wasn't that guy. Jiangyu shook his head. Although he didn't get close, the surveillance footage clearly captured the person's face, indicating that the person was not the metal-powered individual he was looking for. This guy's superpower is probably just something like a metal superpower. Then what do we do? Tai Tu asked. Just drive straight past them. If they try to stop us, just run them over, Jiangyu said calmly. But there's rebar there, won't the wheels get crushed? Just rebar. Jiangyu chuckled. He had just upgraded his shuttle to level 2, with a defense of 300 points. If it couldn't even handle a few pieces of rebar, wouldn't the upgrade have been a waste? Outside the car. Susan is a campus worker at Shanghai University, where he is responsible for the maintenance of some of the school's facilities. He happened to be repairing something in the school cafeteria when the apocalypse came. Although the cafeteria was hit by a meteorite, it was fortunate that it was not completely destroyed. He hid in the ruins and survived by relying on the remaining food in the cafeteria. And he successfully awakened his magnetic superpower. It can manipulate metal. In addition, he discovered the secret of the golden crystal. Using it not only awakens supernatural abilities but also enhances their strength. Over the course of a few days, he collected more than a dozen gold crystals at the school. However, using gold crystals has strong side effects. Each crystal absorbed consumes a huge amount of physical strength and causes the body to feel intense hunger. Food is in short supply. He can't even get enough to eat, and in all this time, he's only absorbed 2 gold crystals. Yesterday, while searching for gold crystals at school, he unexpectedly discovered another superhuman, whose strength surpassed his own. Furthermore, The other party was driving a large truck capable of navigating through the ruins. That big truck can also withstand zombie attacks. This made him extremely envious. Since the apocalypse, most of the cars have been destroyed by meteorites, and those that were not destroyed have also suffered various malfunctions due to the scorching heat. Even if we're a little luckier. It wasn't smashed or malfunctioned. Now the road is a ruin, littered with rubble and riddled with potholes, making it less passable for a car than for a bicycle. A vehicle that can drive normally and is not afraid of zombies. In this apocalypse, its value is no less than 10 billion, no, it could even be over 100 billion. Even if it's worth hundreds of billions, someone will still buy it. We must get this truck. Susan's eyes gleamed. Hey Mouse, are you sure there's such an awesome car? I just don't believe it. Beside him, a burly, bald man looked at Susan with a skeptical expression. Look over there, so many big trucks are stuck on the road. Li Dehai pointed to the side. There were countless vehicles parked on the roadside, cars, SUVs, trucks, but without exception, they were all totaled and unusable. Li Dehai is the owner of a barbecue restaurant near the school. He is an old acquaintance of Susan and, like Susan, has awakened supernatural abilities. However, he awakened a fire-based ability. Li Dehai was originally in the vicinity, collecting food from various small shops, but the food was mostly buried under the ruins, and he couldn't move the stones at all. So he decided to try his luck at Shanghai University. Unexpectedly, I ran into Susan. After talking with him, he learned that Zhang Sen had also awakened superpowers, and that there was another superpowered person in the school who drove a large truck that could drive through ruins. However, Li Dehai did not believe it. The world is now a wasteland, with ruins everywhere, and Northwest car can drive through it. Of course it's true. Zhang Sen recalled the huge red truck, his eyes filled with longing. If he could get that truck, wouldn't he be able to roam freely in this apocalypse? I've observed that the school is surrounded by rubble several meters high, so even that big truck can't get out. This is the only way they can leave the school. Didn't you say that car was incredibly powerful, and even zombies couldn't break through it? Li Dehai said, if they don't get out of the car, how can we steal it? What's so difficult about this? Have you forgotten what kind of superpower I have? Zhang Sen reached out and pulled out several steel bars from the cement wall beside him. As long as we use the steel bars as nails to block the road, they will definitely have to get out of the car to check. Once he gets out of the car, dealing with him will be a piece of cake. I never expected you to be so cunning. Shanghai University really picked up a scourge by hiring you as a campus worker. Li Dehai gave a thumbs up. So what? When I go to the girls' dormitory to fix things, I can occasionally sneak a peek, hee hee. You old pervert, aren't those college students young and inexperienced? That goes without saying. There's movement. As the two were chatting, a sudden engine hum came from nearby, and two beams of light shone from a large red truck. This is the car. Zhang San's eyes lit up. This is the truck I was talking about. Holy crap, it really can drive through the ruins. Li Dehai was also shocked to see the huge truck approaching. A boulder half a meter in size was smashed to pieces by the truck. If this were to hit someone, it would surely leave them with pieces scattered all over the place. If you could drive a vehicle like this, what would you have to fear from zombies? You'd be roaming the post-apocalyptic world, enjoying the wasteland scenery. Rat, are you sure your steel bar will stop them? What if they run over it? We'll be doomed. Li Dehai looked at Zhang San with some suspicion. Looking at that huge truck cab, I felt a little scared. Don't worry. Zhang San was full of confidence. These are all rebar. No matter how powerful his truck is, it will only have a tire blowout if it encounters rebar. If he knew what was good for him, he would have stopped on his own. See, I told you he would stop. Zhang Sen pointed at the truck that had stopped ahead and gave Li Dehai a smug smile. You're something else, you rat. Li Dehai was relieved, but why haven't the people inside come out yet? Could they have discovered us? Wait a little longer. If they still don't come out, we'll break the window. Good. The two hid behind a rock, observing the movements of the passers-by. But several minutes passed, and the shuttle still did not make any move. Damn, they probably spotted us and are too scared to come down. Zhang Sen cursed as he stood up. Let's go smash the window. Okay. Li Dehai followed. But the two had only taken a few steps when the parked truck started up again and crashed straight into them. Holy crap, what's going on? He's going to run us over with his car. Li Dehai was startled. The horrific scene of that half-meter-long boulder is still vivid in my mind. What's there to be afraid of? We're all made of rebar here. If he dares to drive over, his tires will be ruined immediately. Jiang Sen wasn't afraid at all, but confidently waited for the shuttle to drive over. The shuttle accelerates rapidly. Although the vehicle weighs 50 tons, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in less than 8 seconds, and it has already rushed in front of the two people in the blink of an eye. With its 50-ton body and upgraded run-flat tires, it bent the rebar on the ground as if it were crushing grass. There was no harm whatsoever. Holy crap, Rat, are you sure you're okay? Li Dehai's legs were already feeling weak. Jiang San's eyes widened. What kind of tire was this? It could even bend rebar without bursting. This was too abnormal. It's okay, I still have superpowers. Jiang Sen quickly used his superpower. As long as I use my magnetic power to damage his engine, the car can still stop. Superpower activated. The surrounding rebar trembled due to the magnetic force. Brake! Jiang Sen roared. Puffed. A splatter of blood landed on Li Dehai's face. He stared blankly at Jiang San, who was crushed into a pile of minced meat in front of him. Jiang San's magnetic ability was as insignificant as a mosquito in front of the huge teleporter. Even the speed of the shuttle didn't decrease. Seeing the oncoming pedestrian, Li Dehai didn't care about anything else and quickly dodged away. Puffed. Li Dehai stared in horror at the shuttle. Jiang San's magnetic ability had no effect whatsoever on the tens of tons of the shuttle. They were directly crushed by the shuttle. The contents of his intestines splattered all over Li Dehai's face. He quickly dodged and jumped to the side. Puffed. Li Dehai's instep was pierced directly by the steel bars on the ground, but he ignored the pain and fled for his life like a mad dog. Even if his instep hurt, it was better than being crushed into mincemeat by a truck. Kill points plus 20. A notification appeared in front of Jiangyu. Unexpectedly, the kill points gained from killing Jiang San were more than those gained from killing zombies. Sizzle. With a screeching screech of brakes, Jiangyu brought the shuttle to a stop. Where the shuttle had passed, the rebar was bent under the weight of its wheels. The wheel ran over Jiang San's waist. Jiang San was split in two. A dozen or so glittering gold crystals fell to the ground nearby. Jiangyu was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Jiang San collected so many gold crystals. But upon closer reflection, Jiangyu's reaction wasn't surprising. Currently, most people have not yet awakened their superpowers and do not know the use of gold crystals, making it much easier to collect them. Moreover, absorbing gold crystals requires a lot of physical strength and needs to be replenished by eating a lot of food. On average, a person with superpowers can only absorb 1 or 2 gold crystals every 10 days, which is already considered quite good. Unlike Jiangyu, with hundreds of billions of resources, there is absolutely no need to worry about food. Brother Jiangyu, your car is awesome. Ironhead was shocked by what he had just witnessed. The tires were completely undamaged as the thick rebar, which was as thick as a thumb, was driven straight over it. As if walking on flat ground. Won't I never have to worry about being blocked on the road when I'm driving again? Tai Tu appeared very excited. The two got off the car. Jiangyu walked over to Jiang San's corpse and picked up the gold crystals that had fallen to the ground. Several of them had been pressed into the soil by the time traveler, but they were not damaged at all. Gold crystal is the hardest substance in the world. There is no other. Even a level 12 ability user couldn't shatter the golden crystal. I don't know what kind of material Jin Jing is made of. Jiangyu muttered to himself, knowing only that the golden crystal was part of a meteorite, but nothing else. Meteorite. Jiangyu thought of the mall's basement. There's another meteorite there, which most likely contains gold crystals. I need to find time to go back and take a look. Brother Jiangyu, the other guy has escaped. Tai Tu walked over, cursing, it's too dark. That guy disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fine. Jiangyu waved his hand. Back in the car. After realizing the power of the shuttle, Ironhead drove much more relaxed this time, and the car became much more stable. You can hardly feel any vibration in the car. This demonstrates the car's powerful chassis shock absorption capabilities. I took a nap. Although the time travelers are very powerful, the roads in the apocalypse are still too difficult to navigate. Many roads are blocked by collapsed buildings, making it impossible for even the time travelers to pass through, forcing them to take detours. In one night, we only drove 7 or 8 kilometers. We are still 100 kilometers away from the shelter where the goddess of lightning is located, so we must hurry. Jiangyu drives during the day, while Tai 2 rests. Tai 2 drove at night. Jiangyu took advantage of his break time to go to the training room. This time, Jiangyu did not turn the pressure up to the maximum directly. He readjusted the pressure knob and first adjusted it to 1.1 times the pressure, with a weight of about 100 kilograms. The pressure is palpable. However, this did not affect the operation. After an hour of training, Jiangyu's clothes were soaked with sweat. The moment the gravity was turned off, Jiangyu felt much lighter. Jiangyu felt that his strength had increased by at least 10 kilograms after just one training session. Even without activating his superpowers, he can now lift 220 kilograms. If the amplification spell is activated, one can lift 330 kilograms, and the force of a single punch can reach up to 800 kilograms. Even if Ironhead activates his defensive abilities, he will still suffer considerable damage from a full-force punch. Time flies. 3 days passed in a row. The time has come to the 18th day of the apocalypse. The city's temperature has returned to normal from scorching heat, with the average daytime temperature only around 35 degrees Celsius. But in such an extremely water-scarce environment, no matter how low the temperature, countless people still die of thirst. We're almost there. Jiangyu looked out the window. In 3 days, the two had traveled more than 90 kilometers. According to the map, he was now less than 3 kilometers away from the shelter where the electric mother was located. During these 3 days, Jiangyu collected another 30 gold crystals on the way. He absorbed 5 of them himself. His current ability level has reached level 2.5. After absorbing 7 or 8 more gold crystals, he can upgrade to level 3 ability. A level 3 ability user who controls 5 other ability users and can replicate 40% of their strength. Ironhead's defensive ability has also been successfully upgraded to level 2. According to the system's data, after Ironhead activates his special ability, his defense attribute can reach 30 points. An ordinary zombie's attack power is less than 5 points. Defense is at most around 10 points. Even Jiangyu's enhanced crossbow only has 20 attack points, which is not enough to damage Ironhead. Now, the only thing that can harm Ironhead is probably a gun. Jiangyu can replicate 30% of Tai 2's strength. That is, 10 points of defense. Jiangyu has been training in the training room recently, and his basic skills have improved significantly. In terms of strength, Jiangyu can deadlift 250 kilograms without the aid of any special abilities. After obtaining his own amplification technique and Linya's amplification technique, he was able to deadlift 400 kilograms. A single punch can generate 1,000 kilograms of force. Jiangyu is now capable of killing a level 1 zombie with his bare hands. Aside from Ironhead, Xiao Huang's superpowers are close to level 3. Linya and Su Xiaowu's superpowers have reached level 2, while Qin Lan is still at level 1. Besides Jin Jing, Jiangyu killed more than 100 zombies in the past 3 days. Kill points plus 1,705. Excluding the kill points spent on the last upgrade, Jiangyu now has 3,215 kill points. During this time, Jiangyu encountered many survivors on the road, some of whom tried to stop his car and ask him to take them in. However, Jiangyu rejected them all. His space for traveling is limited, and the number of people he can control with his special abilities is also limited. He can't take just anyone with him. At most, I'll help them kill a few zombies. Brother Jiangyu, look ahead. There are zombies. While he was deep in thought, Tai 2, who had been driving, suddenly spoke up. Following Tai 2's gaze, Jiangyu discovered a large group of zombies surrounding them about 200 meters ahead. Several people in police uniforms were being chased by the zombies. The security team members were armed and fired at the zombies as they fled, but one particularly large zombie in the horde remained unharmed by the bullets. Its speed, size, and strength far surpassed those of other zombies. Superpowered zombies. The lowest level of superpowered zombies is level 3. In the early stages of the apocalypse, even those with superpowers were no match for these superpowered zombies. Bullets cannot cause any damage. Judging from its appearance, this zombie is probably a zombie with defensive abilities or something similar. Zombies with superpowers are different from people with superpowers. Superpowered individuals need to expend a lot of physical strength to use their abilities. If they run out of energy, they cannot use their abilities. But superpowered zombies are different. Zombies don't know fatigue, and their superpowers can be used indefinitely. The main difference between zombies with superpowers of the same level and those with superpowers lies in this point. Brother Jiangyu, should we go over there? That zombie looks pretty tough. Ironhead glanced at the zombies in the distance, who weren't even afraid of guns, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. That's the only way to the shelter. If it's not possible, we can go around it, which will only add about 10 kilometers. Need not. Get up, I'll drive. Jiangyu told Tai Tu to get up, and then sat in the driver's seat himself. So what if they're superpowered zombies? No matter how powerful it is, it cannot harm its own traveler. Taking a detour will waste time. Moreover, with so many zombies, the shuttle can crush at least dozens of them when it rushes over, which is a considerable amount of kill points. Jiangyu certainly couldn't miss it. Once inside the vehicle, Jiangyu stepped on the gas, and the shuttle instantly accelerated to 120 kilometers per hour, charging towards the superpowered zombie. A horde of zombies. Captain, what do we do? There are too many zombies, and that zombie isn't even afraid of our pistols. Captain, why don't we leave the supplies behind and get out of here? In the midst of the zombie horde, 4 or 5 men in official uniforms were being chased by zombies from behind. Zhu Long is the captain of a police station in Shanghai. The end times suddenly arrived. The government immediately issued notices to local police stations. Do everything you can to save the survivors. Since the apocalypse, Zhu Long has been searching for survivors in the ruins, and now there are hundreds of survivors in the shelter. The shelter is a subway entrance. Because the meteorite struck late at night, and the subway had already stopped operating, no zombies appeared in the shelter. There's absolutely no need to worry about zombies. It is very safe. However, a huge crisis still exists in the shelter: food and water. Initially, there were some unmanned vending machines in the subway, which stored a lot of food and water. The survivors in the shelter lived together peacefully. However, as time went on, food and water were exhausted. The survivors in the shelter had gone without food for nearly 3 days, and order within the shelter began to break down. Fights and disturbances frequently occur. Even they couldn't manage it. Unfortunately, we lost contact with our superiors on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. They had to go out and find food on their own. If we don't bring food back soon, the survivors in the shelter will definitely riot, and people might even die. No, these supplies are related to the lives of hundreds of people, and we must bring them back no matter what. Zhu Long shook his head. He tugged at his backpack, tightening it around his neck. This backpack weighs tens of kilograms, which seriously affects his movement speed, but he can't lose it. But several team members looked grim. One of the older members said, "Brother Long, it's like the end of the world now. There was no news from higher authorities, no supplies, and we didn't even know if anyone was still alive. Why should we sacrifice ourselves for others? Will they thank us for desperately bringing this food back? Have you forgotten how they reacted when we brought food back several times before? They only complained that we didn't bring back enough food and thought it was our duty to find food for them. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten them to death. We also have families, why should I suffer or even sacrifice my life for them?" The other team members remained silent. But his eyes were filled with anger, and he felt extremely aggrieved. Previously, every time they brought food back, the survivors showed no gratitude whatsoever. Instead, they complained that they hadn't brought enough food. To quell the rioting survivors, they all shared their food. I wasn't even full myself. Now, they have to risk their lives for these superhumans, which is simply not worth it. Sumiko. Zhu Long scolded, "Fifth brother, I know you have grievances in your heart, but don't forget what we do. We are the security team. Have you forgotten our pledge when we joined the security force? Our mission is to protect the safety of survivors and the security of the nation, not to gain gratitude from others. We only need to be true to our own conscience. But I don't want to carry this burden of a broken mission. The fifth brother interrupted him directly. I just want to live, am I wrong? If there is any news from our superiors and they give us support, I will have done it. At least I will get a reward and at least I will have made a contribution. And now, if we die someday, who will know what we did? You. Zhu Long's breath hitched. Seeing the fifth brother crying, his heart softened a little. He had known Lao Wu for over a decade, and Lao Wu had worked diligently for over a decade without ever making a mistake at work. This is the first time. But he could also understand the fifth brother. Everyone has different beliefs, and Lao Wu's opinion doesn't mean he's wrong. Never mind, fifth brother, you can go now. Zhu Long sighed. He knew about Lao Wu's situation. He was the only son in the family and had a 5-year-old son. It's normal that he's unwilling. Thank you, Captain. The fifth brother wiped away his tears and took off his backpack and pistol. No need to take it off, just take it with you. Zhu Long waved his hand with his eyes closed. Team leader. The fifth brother's voice trembled. He said that when leaving the company, one must hand over weapons, which was the rule. Zhu Long actually asked him to take the food and weapons with him. Captain, if I survive, I will definitely repay you. The fifth brother clenched his fist, grabbed his backpack, and ran off in another direction. Any of you who want to leave can do so, Zhu Long said, looking at the remaining 4 team members. Those who stay must work with me to find a way back to the shelter. I'm sorry, Captain, I have a wife and children. A man in his 30s left. Zhu Long's eyes showed disappointment. This teammate had been with him for 7 or 8 years, but unexpectedly, he also chose to leave. Was I wrong? Zhu Long clenched his fist. However, to his surprise, the remaining 3 young team members stayed. Captain, you once said that everyone should have some great dreams, otherwise what's the difference between them and a salted fish? Captain, I'm going to save the world. Captain, the reason we joined the security team is that we want to be heroes like in the movies. It's a pity that you can only catch thieves and such in normal times, it's not exciting at all. Now that I have such a great opportunity, I want to save the world like the protagonist in a zombie movie. If I really succeed, we will go down in history. The remaining 3 young team members, Zhu Long, spoke with a youthful spirit. Good. Zhu Long's fist trembled slightly with emotion. The 3 team members in front of him had just graduated from police academy this year and had no experience. Zhu Long usually complained that they were not efficient in their work. Unexpectedly, they were the ones who chose to stay in the end. If I survive this, I'll definitely be a hero. I'll definitely become a hero. 3 young men in their early 20s, carrying their belongings, ran desperately toward the shelter, led by a man in his 40s. The 4 of them held onto the hope of survival. They had to carry the shelter, the hope of hundreds of survivors, and shake off the rampaging zombies behind them. As long as the end times end. They are the great heroes in the eyes of the world, their names will be remembered for eternity. Oh no, Captain, there's no road ahead. The 4 ran into a dead end. The road ahead was blocked by a collapsed building, which was 7 or 8 meters high. It was like a huge mountain blocking our way. It blocked their view. It also blocked their path to survival. Completion. Zhu Long's face was also pale. He picked up his pistol and fired several shots at the zombies behind him. Although he killed a few ordinary zombies, he did not cause any damage to the superpowered zombies. There are too many zombies. The zombies are too strong. They were so strong that they were driven to despair. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. If only we had thrown things away in the first place. Zhu Long felt guilty. If they hadn't insisted on bringing food, they wouldn't have been stuck here. There's no need to lose your life. Captain, what are you saying? We all volunteered. It's all that zombies' fault for being too strong, even a gun couldn't kill it. Exactly, the worst that can happen is death. It's an honor to die defending our country, hee hee. The 3 team members, however, were very optimistic and showed no fear in the face of death. Good brother. Zhu Long took a deep breath, his eyes filled with emotion. A whoa. Hundreds of animals surged in like a tidal wave, covering the sky and kicking up dust several meters high. Seeing the zombies rushing towards him, Zhu Long desperately raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at his head. Captain, what are you doing? A teammate quickly stopped Zhu Long. Unless the brain is completely dead, being bitten by a zombie will turn you into a zombie. I don't want to become a zombie and then attack other survivors, causing harm to the country. Zhu Long gripped the gun tightly. Even in the face of death, he remained steadfast in his beliefs and wanted to protect the survivors. Hearing Zhu Long's words, the other team members slowly released Zhu Long's hand, inwardly agreeing with his actions, and also picked up their guns, pointing them at their own heads. The scene was tragic. Screw the zombies. Zhu Long roared and then pulled the trigger. Bang. A loud bang. Blood splattered on his face. It wasn't his blood. Because he hasn't pulled the trigger yet. He opened his eyes and saw a huge red truck speeding past him, crushing more than a dozen zombies charging towards him into a bloody pulp. The zombies' blood splattered dozens of meters away. His body was covered in zombie blood, as were the blood of several of his teammates. He stared in astonishment at the scene. Several team members also widened their eyes. Holy crap, Captain, isn't that a Dayun truck? Am I seeing things? Holy crap, this is the apocalypse. 99% of the cars are totaled, and with the current road conditions, even walking is difficult. Where did this giant transport truck come from? That's so cool. A dozen zombies were turned into meat patties just like that. The team members were extremely excited. Excitedly watching the large vehicle ahead, I saw it start reversing again, rapidly crushing the other zombies. The 50-ton vehicle moved like a dragon through the horde of zombies. The zombie's head was like a watermelon, with scarlet juice splattering all over the ground. Zhu Long was stunned. The pistol was still pointed at his head, staring at the scene in disbelief. Captain, stop pointing at his head, be careful of accidental discharge. Captain, we're saved. Awesome. We're saved. Is there any hope? Zhu Long blankly lowered the pistol in his hand, staring in astonishment at the scene before him. Zombies were dying tragically under the wheels of the red truck. In less than a few minutes, all of the hundreds of zombies died. Ha ha ha, awesome, that's so cool. Is this the legendary 100-ton king? Holy crap, hundreds of zombies, just like that, all dead. That's awesome. The 3 young team members jumped up excitedly, wishing they could drive that red 100-ton truck themselves and experience the feeling of crushing zombies. These days, every time they go out to search for food, they are chased by zombies like dogs. Oh no, that zombie isn't dead yet. Holy crap, what kind of zombie is that? Not only can't it be killed by guns, but it can't even be crushed by a 100-ton king. After the initial excitement, the group looked at the superpowered zombie in horror. After being repeatedly impaled by the time traveler, the superpowered zombie stood up unharmed once again. My heart jumped again. On the bus, Jiangyu was driving the vehicle. System notifications kept flashing before my eyes. Kill points plus 15. Kill points plus 16. The experienced driver crushed hundreds of zombies to death in just a few minutes. However, when the shuttle collided with the defensive mutant zombie, it did not kill the zombie. Instead, it knocks the zombies away like a soccer ball. But within seconds, the superpowered zombie stood up again. I didn't expect this zombie with defensive abilities to be so powerful, even its own traveler couldn't crush it. Brother Jiangyu, what do we do now? Should we still deal with this zombie? Ironhead was also very shocked. The shuttle could even bend rebar, yet it didn't crush this superpowered zombie. Most of the zombies are dead. Those 4 should be fine now. Shall we leave? Tai Tu said. He thought Jiangyu was running over the zombies with his car to save the few security guards. No, the superpowered zombies must be killed. Jiangyu shook her head. The heads of superpowered zombies may contain gold crystals, and the energy is many times greater than that of ordinary gold crystals. Jiangyu must obtain it. Besides, the superpowered zombie is too powerful, and its leveling speed is faster than that of superhumans. If we don't kill this superpowered zombie now and let it develop unchecked, it will eventually become an invincible monster. The terror of level 12 zombies is still vivid in my mind. Jiangyu didn't want to be killed by a level 12 zombie like she did in her previous life. Oh no, brother Jiangyu, zombies have climbed onto the roof of our car. He's smashing the roof of our car. Brother Jiangyu, zombies have climbed onto the roof of our car, what do we do? Just as Jiangyu had knocked the superpowered zombie away, he was about to run it over again when the zombie suddenly seemed to have a brain and leaped onto the roof of Jiangyu's car. No matter how much Jiangyu swung the car, he couldn't get the zombie off the roof. The zombie kept banging on the roof of the car. A heavy metallic clanging was heard inside the car. This zombie is more powerful than I thought, its level of superpower is probably at level 3.5. Jiangyu's expression was somewhat solemn. It seems that the only way to completely eliminate this zombie is through our own strength. Jiangyu put on his vision goggles, zipped up his windbreaker, and tucked a reinforced dagger into his waistband. Linya, come help. Jiangyu called out into the car. Yes, master. Linya dared not be negligent in the slightest. She knew very well that Jiangyu had no shortage of pretty faces. In the past few days, countless women who are even prettier than her have tried to get on her bus, including several internet celebrities with millions of followers. But Jiangyu rejected them all. The reason is simple, apart from being pretty, they can't bring Jiangyu any benefits. If she wanted to stay in the car, she not only had to offer her looks, but also bring value to Jiangyu. Her value lies in her superpowers. Just like last time in the basement, when I risked my life to let Jiangyu use his powers. Linya immediately cast an amplification spell. Her amplification spell has reached level 2, which can increase the target's attributes by 60%. Tai 2, let's get off the bus. Jiangyu called out to Tai 2 again, then got off the vehicle with the reinforced crossbow in hand. As soon as they got out of the car, the superpowered zombie on the roof pounced on them, and they quickly dodged away. Jiangyu used his insight glasses to examine the attributes of this superpowered zombie. Item, Zombie Defense. Level, 3. Strength, 7. Defense, 110. Speed, 2. Evaluation, low offensive capability, extremely strong defensive capability, cannot be upgraded. The defensive attribute has reached 110 points. Jiangyu was astonished, no wonder even the Transcendent couldn't crush this zombie. However, this zombie only has high defense, its speed and strength are at the level of an ordinary zombie. Jiangyu dodged the attack and instantly distanced himself from the zombie. He then raised his enhanced crossbow and aimed it at the superhuman zombie. Several arrows were shot out. The arrow struck the zombie and fell to the ground with a thud. There was no harm done. Looks like close combat is the only option. Jiangyu's expression turned serious. Being hit by a zombie would cause him to mutate into a zombie himself, so unless absolutely necessary, Jiangyu would not engage in close combat with zombies. He drew the dagger from his waist. The dagger had been enhanced, and combined with his current strength, it was enough to kill the zombie in front of him. Iron Head, help me attract the zombie's attention. Don't go too far, keep the distance within 50 meters, Jiangyu shouted to Iron Head. Linya's amplification technique is only effective within a range of 50 meters. The amplification effect will disappear once you move more than 50 meters away. Good. Iron Head nodded, then activated his defensive ability, rushed to the zombie with superpowers, and kicked it hard. The zombie stumbled as it was kicked. But they were not harmed. Enraged, the zombie bared its fangs and charged toward Iron Head. Holy crap, it's running so fast. Based on the system's attribute classification, the speed of an average adult is around 1 point, while the speed of a professional sprinter is around 3 points. This zombie's speed has surpassed that of an ordinary person. Tai 2 was quickly tackled and bit down on his face with his foul-smelling mouth. Fortunately, Iron Head activated his defensive ability, and the zombie's strength couldn't penetrate his defenses, but he still felt a sharp pain. Brother Jiangyu, I can't hold on much longer, it stinks. I don't want to kiss it. Tai 2 was covered in sweat. The zombie's bad breath is like a magical attack, no matter how high its defense is, it can't withstand such a stench. It's okay, I'll have you brush your teeth when we get back. Jiangyu ran quickly toward Iron Head's location, much faster than the zombie. The speed attribute should be at least around 10 points. Approaching the zombie from behind, Jiangyu grabbed a dagger and plunged it viciously into the back of the zombie's head. Pfft. The dagger penetrated about 5 centimeters. Ah. The zombies felt no pain, but upon spotting Jiangyu, they lunged at him again. Damn, that's real meat. Jiangyu cursed inwardly. His strength had reached 400 kilograms, yet his full-force strike had only penetrated 5 centimeters. The zombie's brain was not completely destroyed. The zombie's claws reached out to Jiangyu, but his extensive combat experience allowed him to grab the zombie's arm in an instant. After training in the training room, and with the enhancement of Lin Ya's amplification spell, Jiangyu's strength is greater than that of a zombie. Jiangyu grabbed the zombie's arm, and no matter how much it struggled, it was no use. Jiangyu was pleasantly surprised. The insight glasses cannot see one's own attributes, but judging from the attributes of zombies, one's current strength is probably over 20 points. They're stronger than zombies, that makes things easier. Jiangyu grinned and lunged at the zombie. Under the overwhelming force, Jiangyu pinned the zombie to the ground. Wearing a reinforced down jacket, the zombie was unable to cause him any real harm. Jiangyu picked up the dagger again, pinned the zombie to the ground, and stabbed it in the head repeatedly. Pfft. The dagger got stuck in the zombie's head and couldn't be pulled out. Jiangyu stepped on the zombie's face again, using the force to pull out the dagger, and then began stabbing it fiercely again. Blood splattered all over Jiangyu. At this moment, Jiangyu looks like a demon from the abyss, even more terrifying than a zombie. Not far away. Several members of the security team couldn't help but swallow hard. Captain, he's not some wanted criminal, is he? A wanted criminal. I'm starting to doubt if he's even human. Can a normal person pin a zombie down on a hill and beat it? No, I don't know. Zhu Long had been a member of the security team for over a decade, and seeing Jiangyu in this state, he couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. The zombies that even guns couldn't kill were being pinned to the ground and trampled by this man. That's too ruthless. Soon after, the zombies on the ground fell completely still. A prompt appeared in front of Jiangyu. Kill points plus 100. It actually increased my kill count by 100 points, while killing a regular zombie only gives me 15 points. However, one such superpowered zombie is much more difficult to deal with than 10 ordinary zombies. Brother Jiangyu, you're too ruthless. Tai Tu got up from the ground, spat on the ground, and looked at Jiangyu in shock. At this moment, Jiangyu is riding on a zombie, covered in blood, which looks terrifying. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Jiangyu paid no attention and directly cracked open the zombie's head, from which a golden crystal fell out. Superpowered golden crystal. Jiangyu picked up the gold crystal from the ground. Gold crystals also have grades, ranging from 1 to 12. There are 2 ways to collect gold crystals. First, search for them in meteorites. Second, kill the superpowered zombies. The gold crystals that fell from the meteorite were ordinary gold crystals. Each gold crystal had a slightly different amount of energy, but the difference was not significant. The difference between the highest and lowest is less than 3 times. Ordinary gold crystals range in grade from level 1 to level 2. The gold crystals in the zombies' heads are special power gold crystals, belonging to high-level gold crystals, with levels ranging from 3 to 12. It only exists in the heads of zombies. The exchange rate between the lowest level 3 ability gold crystal and level 1 ordinary gold crystal is 1:10. One level 3 ability gold crystal is worth 10 level 1 gold crystals. The energy of the superpowered golden crystal increases as the strength of the superpowered zombie increases. The stronger the superpowered zombie, the better. The higher the probability of a golden crystal appearing in one's mind, the higher the grade of the golden crystal. A level 12 special ability gold crystal is worth at least 1 million ordinary gold crystals. This is just an estimate. Its actual value will be even higher. This is why so many high-level superhumans risked their lives to hunt down level 12 zombies in the previous life. In the market, one grade 1 gold crystal can buy a campus beauty. What does that mean? If you successfully kill a level 12 zombie, It's no less than earning $1 trillion in a peaceful society. The gains would allow them to squander it all for a lifetime. Unfortunately, in the previous life, the 2 level 12 ability users and the 3 level 11 ability users failed to kill the level 12 zombie. Instead, all 3 level 11 ability users perished. 2 level 12 ability users were also seriously injured. Jiangyu put the level 3 gold crystal in his pocket and killed a superpowered zombie. The reward was worth more than 10 ordinary gold crystals. It's much faster than collecting gold crystals directly. This comrade. Not far away, Zhu Long was stunned by Jiangyu's methods. There was actually someone in this world who could defeat such a powerful zombie with his bare hands. I don't know who the other person is. If we could get their help. This comrade. Zhu Long walked over with several team members, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked at Jiangyu. I am Zhu Long, the captain of the Dongqing police station in Shanghai. Thank you so much, comrade, for saving my life. If it weren't for your help in dealing with the zombies, we probably would have. Zhu Long felt a wave of fear wash over him. If Jiangyu hadn't appeared, they would all be wandering ghosts by now. Jiangyu. Jiangyu glanced at Zhu Long, who was in his 40s, with a square face and a buzz cut, a very typical image of an old security team member. Zhu Long did not exhibit any supernatural abilities, nor had he awakened any. Jiangyu had never heard of him in his previous life. So it's Comrade Jiangyu. Zhu Long was very enthusiastic and extended his hands. Brother Jiangyu, are you in the military? How is the situation outside? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Jiangyu also extended his hand and shook hands with the other person. Jiangyu still had some goodwill towards the security team. After all, these people were truly sacrificing their lives to save the survivors. To be fair, Jiangyu was unwilling to do so. Ordinary citizens. Zhu Long scratched his head. What ordinary citizen was so powerful that he could pin such a powerful zombie to the ground and beat it up? However, once Zhu Long confirmed that Jiangyu was not a bad person, he felt relieved. The end times are coming. Many survivors began to commit crimes, such as murder, robbery, and rape. He encountered countless such cases while searching for survivors. Some people even tried to steal their guns. If it weren't for their quick reaction, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Comrade Jiangyu. After sizing up Jiangyu, Zhu Long thought for a moment and then extended an invitation to him with some anticipation. Comrade Jiangyu, I would like to invite you to join our security team. Your strength is so great that even zombies are no match for you. And that big truck, it can move through the rubble like it's nothing. It will definitely be able to rescue more survivors. Once the world recovers, I will definitely ask my superiors for recognition. The country will reward you, and you will be a great hero of the people of Shanghai. Zhu Long was somewhat excited. It was as if it were narrating something truly great. With Jiangyu joining, more people will surely survive. Yes, big brother, let's save the world together. Brother, your car is so cool, I want to buy one too. Several team members were very excited. Brother Jiangyu, why don't we join the security team? Tai too was extremely excited. The security team holds a high position in people's hearts and is a very honorable profession. If he joined the security team, Tai too could stand up straighter in the village. Jiangyu, however, showed no excitement whatsoever. The world will not recover in the next 5, or even 10 or 100 years. A level 12 zombie is enough to destroy human civilization. Let alone a security team. In his previous life, before establishing the shelter, Jiangyu had been a member of a state-run organization for supernatural abilities for a period of time. But what was the result? The shelter was destroyed by a level 10 zombie. The shelter is like a turtle in a jar, it will only be surrounded by countless zombies and left to fend for itself. Only mobile shelters offer a way to survive. Moreover, the official superpower organization imposes too many restrictions, and Jiangyu doesn't like feeling restricted. In this life, Jiangyu only wants to drive his own shuttle through the wasteland world and continuously improve his strength. It's impossible for him to join the security team. Thank you, but I have other things to do right now and can't join you. Jiangyu politely declined, then directly entered his own shuttle. Having served in the security team for so many years, Zhu Long naturally understood the meaning behind Jiangyu's words, and felt somewhat disappointed as he watched Jiangyu leave. But there was nothing he could do. Jiangyu is not part of the security team and has no obligation to help them, nor did he exert any effort to force Jiangyu to do so. "Brother Jiangyu, why don't we join the security team?" Tai Tu was somewhat puzzled. He felt that joining the security team was a great option, as many people wanted to join but didn't have the opportunity. "You'll understand later." Jiangyu chuckled. The security team was indeed great, but Jiangyu understood human nature better. "All right, get ready to drive to the shelter." Jiangyu patted Tai Tu on the shoulder. The car started. They drove over the broken eaves and walls on the ground, heading towards the shelter. Inside the car, Jiangyu sorted through his gold crystals. He currently has more than 50 level 1 gold crystals and 1 level 3 gold crystal. There was one before, but it was used by Jiangyu. If I absorb this level 3 gold crystal, I should be able to upgrade to a level 3 superhuman. It's only the 18th day of the apocalypse. Many powerful superhumans from my past life have not yet awakened their abilities, while I am about to reach level 3. If this trend continues, destroying level 12 zombies on his own is no problem. I remember that in my previous life, 3 level 12 ability users appeared in Shanghai, and one of them seemed to have appeared in the East District. They are respectively the Power Corpse King from the East City, the Ice-type Corpse King of the North City, the Earth-type Corpse King of the West City. Among them, the Fire-type Zombie King and the Earth-type Zombie King came to Shanghai because human civilization in other cities was completely destroyed. These 3 zombie kings are not human zombies. The true form of the power zombie is an elephant from the East City Zoo. It was infected and turned into a zombie, making it incredibly powerful. It is also the zombie that has destroyed the most shelters. Even the tallest shelter cannot withstand the attack of the Power Corpse King. In his previous life, Jiangyu's sanctuary was destroyed by the Corpse King of Power. I wonder what the Strength Corpse King's strength is now. Jiangyu's expression was grave. While Tai Tu was driving, Jiangyu returned to his bedroom and then took out the level 3 gold crystal to absorb it. After absorbing this golden crystal, his strength will reach that of a level 3 superhuman. The higher the level, the greater the pain felt when absorbing the gold crystals. Jiangyu even broke out in a sweat. 2.5 hours later, Jin Jing's energy was completely absorbed by Jiangyu. Jiangyu felt completely drained, and his superpowers were also activating. He felt like he couldn't even beat an ordinary woman now. However, his current ability level has successfully reached level 3. He can now control 5 superhumans simultaneously and replicate 40% of their abilities. Phew, if this continues, I'll reach level 12 ability user in 3 years at most. Jiangyu sighed. In his previous life, it took him 5 years to barely reach the level 12 of a superhuman. "Master, have some water." Linya pushed open the door and walked in with a cup of goji berry and mulberry water. She gently sat down next to Jiangyu. Linya wore a signature white shirt, and her full figure caused the buttons on the shirt to twist, as if they would probably pop off if she exerted too much force. She wore a bodycon skirt and today she changed into polka-dot black stockings. She looks mature and sexy. "Master, have some water, I made it especially for you." Linya's tone was somewhat soft and charming, completely unlike her previous aloof and domineering female CEO demeanor. It seems that the apocalypse really can change one's personality. Looking at the cup full of mulberries and goji berries, Jiangyu felt a little speechless. He had only used up his energy absorbing the golden crystals, not, well, you know. However, Jiangyu was very satisfied with Linya's performance. Linya is quite sensible. "Have you arrived at the shelter yet?" Jiangyu asked, taking a sip of tea. "Not yet." Linya shook her head and took off her high heels. "Master, why don't you rest for a bit? Let me give you a massage to help you relax." "You're trying to kill me." Evening. "I absolutely must not exercise after absorbing the golden crystals next time. It almost killed me." Jiangyu walked out of the room, his legs trembling, supporting his lower back. "I need to raise my strength to level 12 as soon as possible so I can enjoy life in peace." The meal prepared by Linya. The table was covered with various meats, chicken, duck, and fish, each one looking fresh and delicious. Absorbing gold crystals consumes a lot of energy, and eating meat is the fastest way to replenish energy. There are now 6 people in the car, gathered around the table, enjoying themselves immensely. Xiaowu, what's wrong? Jiangyu looked at Su Xiaowu and noticed that Su Xiaowu's mood had been low these past 2 days. She kept looking out the window, as if she was thinking about something. I miss my sister a little. Su Xiaowu looked up at Jiangyu and asked, brother-in-law, when are we going to visit my sister? Jiangyu had a meal. Then it dawned on her that Su Xiaowu had an older sister. In her previous life, Su Xiaowu mentioned that her older sister was the manager of a 5-star hotel, which seemed to be located in the Dongqing area. I wonder if Su Xiaowu's sister is in this shelter. Your sister's workplace is nearby, she might be in a shelter in the area, Jiangyu said. Let's get out of the car together and take a look. Really? Su Xiaowu was somewhat excited. Brother Jiangyu, the shelter is just ahead. Shall we go over after we finish eating? Tai Tu said with a satisfied, oily bite of braised pork. Brother, be more polite. Zhang Xiaoxiao pinched her brother, finding Tai Tu too embarrassing. You little brat, you're already siding with outsiders. Tai was heartbroken, feeling that his younger sister was about to be lured away by Jiangyu. I felt a little resentful. Jiangyu is completely innocent. Okay, let's eat and get ready, then we'll get off the bus and head to the shelter, Jiangyu said. 2 hours later. Jiangyu, Tai Tu, and Su Xiaowu got out of the car. Linya and Qinlan were not good at fighting, and leaving the car would be dangerous for them. Electric Goddess, SSS-level superpower, await my control. Jiangyu's eyes flickered. The shelter where the Electric Mother lives is a subway station, located dozens of meters underground. Jiangyu stopped the shuttle near the subway entrance. As always, I always bring food when I go out, it's crucial for survival. Each of the 3 had a backpack, containing enough food to last them for more than a week. I entered the subway entrance. Down a flight of stairs lay several mummified corpses and zombie bodies, while flies buzzed around them. The foul smell was nauseating. Watch out for these flies. Jiangyu reminded Tai Tu and Su Xiaowu. In the apocalypse, the most deadly killers are not human zombies, but insects and large animals. Some are insects. These fly-like zombies can not only fly, but they are also ubiquitous and cannot be stopped by ordinary shelters. Moreover, the fly zombies are very small targets, making them difficult to hit. Of every 10 superhumans who die, at least 1 or 2 are killed by these insect-like zombies. It's better if it's not good. These flies haven't mutated into zombies yet. There is an iron gate at the subway entrance. The iron gate was locked, presumably to prevent zombies from entering, and it couldn't be opened from the outside without the key. However, this did not stump Jiangyu. He copied Su Xiaowu's teleportation ability, which allows him to pass through obstacles 10 centimeters wide. This iron gate was no match for Jiangyu. Jiangyu teleported directly into the shelter. Then the iron gate was opened. Holy crap, Jiangyu, what kind of superpower do you have? You can actually walk through walls. Tai Tu stared in disbelief. Su Xiaowu was also somewhat surprised. Previously, Jiangyu had said that his ability was the same as hers, but Jiangyu had never shown it, so she thought Jiangyu was lying to her. Unexpectedly, Jiangyu actually had the same superpower as himself. Let's go.